In terms of where we go there, we didn't see a huge amount of reaction to all the stories about taxation of the property market yesterday. It feels as if maybe the London market is on holiday right now. Alcon is in focus, the eye care business. That company out with some further guidance for the markets, Guy.
Absolutely. Airfares may be the reason for the CPI print today. Did they drop out? That's the story, it seems, this morning. Okay, here we go. Equities, what are we going to see? How low do we go? This is the picture that we're looking at first thing this morning. Got a FTSE 100. Park the FTSE 100. It doesn't really have a tech effect into it, which is going to work today for the FTSE 100. We'll wait for the German market, which could take a little while to get going this morning. But the Stock 600, yet to get everything in and pricing and moving, so we don't really pay attention to that at the moment. The IBEX, though, is down by 0.3%, so a little bit of weakness coming through there. We are going to watch. The main event today, basically, is the DAX. And for those regular viewers, they know that the DAX takes a little while to get open. So we've got the CAC down by 0.4%. A downside move, but not a big downside move. Let's see how SAP opens. Let's see how Infineon opens. Let's see how some of these big tech names open in the DAX this morning. We will wait and see what that looks like in just a moment. So let's look at sectors. Let's look at individual stocks. What do you got, Anna?
Yeah, well, we do have some of those stocks that are open in the tech sector are weaker. So the technology sector is one of the sectors that is to the downside, down by around 0.4%. And I can see that we've got things like Infineon and ASM International that are down by more than 1%. So there is some negativity around tech. It's not the worst performing sector, though. That still goes to industrial goods and services. We were talking about this sector yesterday with a particular focus on the defense names. And again, we see some weakness in defense. So Leonardo and BAE Systems and Thales is all down by more than 1.5%, as is Saab. So we do have, again, another focus on defense. Even though we don't have a huge amount of news on the Ukraine front, we're still waiting to find out whether we get a meeting between Presidents Putin and Zelensky. Where will that be? Perhaps Budapest. But a lot of news lines being explored, but no great sort of revelations there. But still, a bit of weakness in the defense space this morning. Personal consumer, discretionary and grocery stores is the best performing sector.
Lots of inflation.
Up by 2%.
Lots of inflation in the food space. Pricing power certainly seems to still exist in that space at the moment. SAP's not open, Rheinmetall's not open, MTU Air Engines not open, Siemens not open. These are the stocks that are the reason for the DAX not being open at this point. I'm interested to see what Rheinmetall does on the back of what Anna's just said in terms of what we're seeing in the defence space. It's hard. Are we moving towards peace seems to be the narrative, and we're watching that quite carefully. Still don't have a price on SAP. I think we're about to get one, though. So we're going to see some of these stocks open. Rheinmetall is down by nearly 5%, or 4.5% at the moment. SAP is now open, but it's only down by 1.1%. So maybe not the big downside move that we were expecting. Actually, that's probably in line with what we've seen in terms of the story out of the States. Okay, so we are responding to that US tech sell-off then. We do see some weakness in tech, and we see another day of focus on defence stocks going lower, just at the margin, not giving up all their gains of the year, of course, but we are seeing a little bit of negativity there on the back of the positivity around what could develop in Ukraine. Let's talk about the big picture, though, as we move towards the Jackson Hole Symposium over in Wyoming. Mark Anderson joins us, co-head of Global Asset Allocation at UBS Wealth Management. Mark, very good to have you with us. And I mentioned Jackson Hole because you remind us in our notes that markets are still pricing in a roughly 90% chance that the Fed will cut at its upcoming meeting in September. That's pretty high percentage. Do you think that is misplaced? Because that is one of the key things that seems to be underpinning the strength of stocks, give or take some tech sell-off here or there.
I think you're absolutely right that underpinning global equity markets and technology in particular over the last 3 to 6 months has certainly been this expectation that central banks, driven by the US Federal Reserve, are likely to cut interest rates. And we certainly have 100 basis points of cuts until mid of next year from the Fed. We think they're likely to kick that off in around 4 weeks' time as well. It's still a little bit of a nervous time for markets because we have Jackson Hole coming up, and I think a lot of people are sort of hoping for Chair Powell to sort of lean into that cutting cycle. But with some producer price indices that have come in a little higher, I think he's unlikely to give sort of an all clear for a cut next month because we are still 4 weeks away from that meeting. He has a lot of discussions to be had before they're going to make that decision.
Okay. So, Mark, so you're pricing in, like many others, quite a lot of cutting then from the Federal Reserve over the next 12 months or so. If we see all of those cuts come through from the Fed, do stocks go higher or do stocks go lower? Because we were having this debate yesterday. Stocks could go lower because maybe this cutting is driven by weakness in the US economy. Or they could go higher because, obviously, markets tend to like cuts in interest rates. So what are you thinking about the link between Fed policy and stocks?
I think our historical analysis suggests that when the Fed is cutting into something which is simply a slowdown, but not really a more dramatic slowdown called into sort of recession-like territory, stock markets are likely to respond very positively to that. And I think a lot of people are seeing some of the weakness in the US labor market as an early indication that companies are unwilling to hire. That's certainly what we've seen with a 3-month average of payroll rises of 64,000, down from around 150,000, clearly in a below trend type of growth environment. But the unemployment rate is not ticking up. We're still seeing very solid average hourly earnings, meaning that there is still a consumer that's likely to keep spending at a decent clip here. So we think that stock markets are going to respond very positively to these rate cuts as long as it's not going to be a US and global economy that falls apart. And there's still plenty of room to be cutting from here.
Mark, good morning. Should your clients be buying the dip in tech after the sell-off we saw yesterday and the ongoing dip we're seeing in European defense names?
Yeah, so we lean still in on the bullish side when it comes to AI. I'm not going to lie on that. Growth assets, long duration assets, they tend to like Fed cutting interest rates. We think they're going to do the same this time around. When we look at technology, it's still the sector that we expect to see very close to a 20% earnings growth from this year, outpacing by far most of the other sectors that we are covering. It's very clear at the moment it is a little bit of an uncertain time just because we have Jackson Hole coming up with that very important sort of rate setting guidance. We also have NVIDIA coming up next week as well. So that's a little bit of an uncertainty at a time where valuations seem to be a bit on the stretch side. So no, we still like it, guys, to come to the conclusion here.
Okay. You say, as you say, long duration assets, they respond to what happens at interest rates. That's fine. Short end yields are going potentially going to go lower if the Fed does cut, and you're right on that front. But long end yields are doing the exact opposite right now, Mark. The curve is steepening. I've got a US 30-year that's north of 5%. I've got a US 10-year that's pushing higher as well in terms of the yield. Shouldn't that be a negative for tech stocks?
That would be a negative for tech stocks. So what we're expecting is that the long end of the curve will start to come down as we start to see those cuts coming in as well. So if we look at something at the US 10-year point, which is currently yielding at around 4.3%, we expect that to come down to around 4%. We expect the 30-year to rally from current levels close to 5% as well. So we think that there is an opportunity here in tech names, both from the sort of the cutting cycle, but also earnings that are still well on track. I think what is happening with sort of this unhinging of the long end of the curve is certainly uncertainty around inflation expectations. Again, we saw these producer prices coming up. Inflation expectations in the Michigan survey were sort of moving upwards again. Stephen Moran coming in on the Fed eventually. This Fed independence story is something that makes markets a bit nervous, but I don't think it's going to change sort of the overall course of the Fed. And ultimately, we think that long end yields are going to be driven by the short end as we usually see.
And Mark, how are you disaggregating the tech sector in the United States right now? Because, of course, there's the likes of NVIDIA and those that have led the AI enthusiasm trade. And then there are those you might deem to be AI laggards, but still exposed to that trend. How are you separating the two and over what kind of time frames?
That's a good question. So we've very much, in this early phase over the last 1-2 years, focused very much on the enablers, so be it sort of the chip makers and the like. At the moment, we tend to focus a bit in around some of the more defensive names with sort of more stable earnings growth. I think as we're moving out over the next 1 to 2 years, we're going to see more of the sort of applications or the usage of AI that's going to be exciting. So I think this is a journey that has started where we're still in the early innings of this game. So when we look at the surveys that are being conducted within US firms, how many have really adopted AI? We're not even at 10% yet. So I think, again, we're in the very early days. There's still a long game to be played, and we're trying to stay on top of this as one of our core investment themes that we guide our clients towards in our multi-asset portfolios is something that we continue to like.
Mark, how are you thinking about the peace process, the attempts at a peace process around Ukraine? We've got another day where defence stocks are going weaker, and that's easy to understand if people really do see that these conversations between global leaders could lead to peace. How are you thinking about a peace dividend for Europe?
So we are certainly hopeful, as many others are, and we're happy to see some of these discussions that are currently ongoing. I'd say we're also realistic probably to say that we don't think we're going to see a peace deal by the end of this year, and we would not be surprised to see that some of the fighting continues into next year. And as much as we are hoping for that peace as everybody else, I think what we have witnessed over the last few months and quarters is still two sides that appear to be a bit too far away to really come to that agreement. But we're certainly hopeful. We think in terms of defense spending, when we look at the European Union and where we're going to see some of that government money will be flowing over the next couple of years, there's no doubt that defense is certainly one of those areas, and there's going to be both benefits within sort of the big listed stocks that we know very well and that you speak on here. But we think that there is a whole game to be played around some of the, say, younger unlisted company in that tech space that can do things around drones and similar sort of the new areas of warfare that we think has loads of potential in it as well over several years here.
So, Mark, just to come back to my earlier question, we talked about tech and buying the dip. Rheinmetall's down by 14% over the last 10 days. Again, you would buy that dip. Would that be the trend that you would continue to look for, an opportunity to get into that defense narrative?
So we typically don't go out and then say, let's just buy this one stock here. Defense is definitely one of the areas that when we like within the European equity space, it's very clear after the rally that we've seen year to date, these are also stocks that are very hyped, and we've seen a strong concentration in few individual names in Europe, where Europe as sort of defense sector maybe has not been as strong as we've seen in other countries. So I think there's been some rotation, obviously, out of defense when we've seen some of those peace talks advance. It says we like to go into defense as a bit more of a diversified manner and both look at sort of listed as well as unlisted stocks here, and in the unlisted space where we're seeing maybe some of the more stronger technological advancements that I think is very exciting around this sector as well.
Mark, great to catch up. Useful insight, interesting insight. Mark Anderson, co-head of Global Asset Allocation, joining us from UBS Wealth Management. As I bring up what is happening in the defence space, let's show you what is happening in the core six. We have Rheinmetall down by 2.5%. The rest of the space is under pressure as well. Tech is also, as you can see, softer today. But let's start with the defence theme with Chloe. What else you got?
Good morning, guys. So we've seen, again, some weakness in defense stocks. It's a bit of a deja vu from yesterday where I was stood in front of the same board that was also all in red yesterday. There's not that many more news coming through, as you mentioned earlier, but there seems to be this narrative of potential peace in Ukraine taking hold and leading to some weakness in those defense shares. So Rheinmetall, Hensoldt, Leonardo, BAE, all of them down this morning. Moving on to the tech sector, where we can see some negative read across from the tech sell-off, where we saw huge share drops in Nvidia or Intel, for example, and that is feeding through to some weakness in European tech names, including Infineon, ASM's, STMicro, in more of that semiconductor space, but also a little bit of weakness in SAP, the software giant. Moving on to K+S, which is a fertilizer maker for the agricultural sector. It got downgraded at Berenberg, which said that the expectation for lower prices for 2020 2026 were going to put pressure on that company. It is down 3.2% off the back of that downgrade. And finally, let's check in on our seafood stocks. So there were actually three. We talked about Mowi and Leroy, but Osterwald was also reporting today, and this is the one that did the worst, and the second quarter earnings really disappointed, and so we are down 3.5%. A little bit of weakness in Leroy as well, and Mowi, because of that upgraded harvest forecast, is seeming to hold up a little bit better. So it's not all good news for that salmon production business, it seems.
Okay. Chloe, thank you very much. 8:13 in the morning here. Perfect time to be talking about seafood. Chloe Melly from our equities team, thank you. Perhaps we'll stick with the food theme because we're going to talk UK inflation next. UK inflation rising faster than expected in July, adding pressure on the Bank of England perhaps to reconsider its pace of rate cuts. We will discuss what to expect from the BOE. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Versace in Tehran, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg is live at the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium, bringing you news and interviews with Fed leaders and other economic experts. Tune in for continuing coverage leading up to a special episode of Surveillance, Friday at 9 a.m.
Great moose pictures on that video, on that promo. Massive. Anyway, Jackson Hole coming up. Cowboy hats Moose at the ready. Let's show you what's happening in terms of the numbers this morning. As you can see, a little bit of weakness in European stocks. The DAX is under quite a lot of pressure. Tech is down, but you've also got defence stocks down quite sharply as well. Both of those two combining to deliver a bigger blow to the German market. Let's talk about what is happening over in Spain, the country tackling several major wildfires which are ongoing. The country's this season is one of the most destructive that we've seen in recent decades. Temperatures are beginning to roll off. That happened in Portugal first. Now it's beginning to happen in Spain as well. But we have seen, obviously, fires across the entire Iberian Peninsula. Sofia Horta y Costa joins us now from Lisbon. Portugal, Spain have been suffering, and the numbers are just mind-boggling here, Sophia, in terms of the scale of the fires that we are seeing. Spain seeing fires that have destroyed land, destroyed territory, twice the size of London. Just put this in context for us. How bad is this?
So in terms of area burnt, it's shaping out to be one of the worst years since records began. In Portugal, yesterday, one of the fires was spreading, and it was, in terms of area burnt, the largest fire ever recorded in Portugal. The problem here, Guy, is that we had a very wet spring, a very wet winter as well, which is quite unusual for Spain and Portugal. And then a very, very hot, dry summer that's extending these kind of heat waves. This is the fourth heat wave that the area is suffering. So those conditions have really made it worse. And even though temperatures are dropping in the Iberian Peninsula, the problem, Guy, is that the wind is picking up. So in Portugal, one of the fires is spreading very, very quickly. Right now, we have more than 1,500 firefighters at the scene. One person was critically injured yesterday. So it doesn't seem like it's going to let up anytime soon, which was the hope for this week when temperatures dropped and humidity picked up.
Yeah, Sophia, what kind of pressure then are the governments of both of these countries under as people continue to deal with these fires?
Yeah, so it's a very sensitive political issue, especially in Portugal since 2017, when more than 120 people died. And the problem, Anna, is that the regions that are facing these wildfires this year are in exactly the same regions as that time. So the Portuguese Prime Minister is under a lot of pressure to do more. He hadn't yet visited the affected areas. He finally did yesterday. He went to the funeral of one firefighter who had passed away on his way to the scene. And also in Spain, Sanchez facing a lot of pressure to do more. Now, Sanchez actually called for European help earlier than his Portuguese counterparts. It's the largest international assistance for wildfires that Spain has ever seen. The Portuguese PM is facing criticism that he didn't do that sooner. He did cancel his summer holidays, but he only did that after a party conference in the Algarve in the south of Portugal. So he's facing pressure to do more. And one of the parties here, the far-right Chega party, is going further and pressuring for the interior minister to resign. So you can see it's a really hot-button issue, both in Portugal and Spain, for politicians to do more to prevent this, because it does happen every single year.
Sophia, to that point, is there now a growing sense that this could actually impact the economy, that we could see a read across into tourism, that people aren't going to be going to these countries in the high season that they normally would, that people go at later on in the year? I'm wondering how this feeds through into the data. Obviously, this clearly is going to affect things short term, but is there a longer term story here as well?
There is. I mean, a lot of the fires are not in the hot spots of the tourism. This is in rural areas mainly. But the flip side to that is places like the Algarve, like Ibiza, have heat warnings, and this means, you know, you can't. There's a lot of activities that you can't do, a lot of restrictions, but also the optics of it all. I mean, if people see these countries burning, and also the summer season is getting longer and longer because temperatures are getting higher in what was before the shoulder seasons of spring and autumn. It means there's more pressure on resources. Water resources are depleting in Spain. You actually have less base because you have rising sea levels. So you are seeing the long-term impact of not just climate change, and obviously wildfires are a feature of that, but also the increasingly long tourism season. We've yet to see that in the numbers because people still come, but rising temperatures. And also, remember, Guy, air conditioning is not really popular in many parts of Portugal and Spain. So that does also deter tourists who say they're just not comfortable in these incredibly intense temperatures. Again, we've yet to see the impact on the hotspots in the Algarve. We're not seeing fires there, thankfully, but it is an area of concern.
Sophia, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Lisbon Bureau Chief Sophia Horta-Acosta joining us with an update there on those wildfires. Back to the UK now, and the inflation story that we've covered already this morning, climbing for a second month in July, adding pressure on the Bank of England to reconsider its pace of interest rate cuts. Joining us now, Bloomberg's Morwenna Coniam with details. So your key takeaways then, we've had an hour and 23 minutes to digest all the details. We went through some of them earlier in the programme. Your key takeaways from this CPI reading seemed, at first glance, hotter than had been anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, really, across the board in most categories, we did see inflation accelerating. Particularly the services figure, it was more than economists expected. And I think that's the key thing, that we'd expected things to accelerate in general, but this was more than people had been expecting. That is going to be a concern for the Bank of England, and particularly some of the stickier areas like services, which makes up 80% of the UK economy. That's one of the reasons why the Bank of England was hesitant to begin its cycle of interest rate cuts last year, because the services sector inflation had proved more sticky. So that's going to be a concern. And we've also seen things like, jobs data and GDP coming through to suggest that maybe these cuts aren't quite so urgent. So we've seen traders consequently paring back their bets this morning on further rate cuts from the Bank of England. We're now only seeing about a 40% chance of another one this year. We're really looking at the first quarter of next year for there to be another 25 basis point cut seen. So that would be a slowing down of the pace than had been expected earlier this year.
Isn't there an argument for just looking through this data? Airfares are up. School holiday timing, always a factor. This time round, it seems like it's been more extreme. So you've got a 15%, whatever it is, on airfares. I can look through that number. That's going to drop out really quickly. I can blame Oasis, maybe. You're seeing concert tickets up really quite sharply. Marmalade prices, I think, are a whole separate issue.
That's a much more worrying dynamic for Guy.
Much more concerning. Chocolate prices also, for my wife. But the headline number seems to have been driven a lot by airfares. And isn't the bank just going to go, that's going to drop out, I'm more worried about the labour market, that's where our concern should be?
I think you're right. There are some costs there that will be transitory. Airfares is certainly one that can be quite volatile, although it's frequently been mentioned as one of the driving factors, so it seems to be more of a trend than a one-off. And that's also driven by higher fuel prices as well. So there's actually a geopolitical dimension there, I think, and that's something which, depending on what happens to Russia and Ukraine, we might see changes there. But the food cost inflation, it is important because it does feed through into how much money people feel like they have and how much money they do have. On a monthly basis, that then drives demand for wage increases. And what we have seen as well is those costs in accommodation services and restaurants, that's driven through by those higher wages too, and those are hard to reverse.
Morwenna, thank you very much. Morwenna Coniam with the latest on UK inflation. Coming up, we check in on the global trade and supply chain story amid Donald Trump's trade war. We'll be speaking to Mike Parra, the CEO of DHL Express Europe. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
Said 20
25% last year, I believe, of Google's code is AI generated. You have over 180,000 employees right now. Is it half that in the future?
I expect we will grow from our current engineering base even into next year, right? Because it allows us to do more, right? I think the opportunity space is also increasing. I just view this as making engineers dramatically more productive, getting a lot of the mundane aspects out of what they do, allowing them to spend on higher value-added tasks. But that means it's an accelerator. People will be able to do more, which means maybe we'll create new products, and hence we will need more people. At least in the near term, to me, it looks like we will expand engineering velocity, and that doesn't mean we're constrained in what we will do. We'll end up doing more as a company as well.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the opening trade, 30 minutes into today's session. Let's take stock then of where we are. And we see negativity across these markets, largely driven by a catch-up trade around technology. Industrial goods and services, though, having another day of negativity. So all of that plays out fairly weakly for the DAX and for the CAC Heron. The FTSE 100, less tech there, of course, and so is a bit more resilient. Broadly, then, we do see stocks weaker by around 0.25%, Guy. And we can ask how long this is maintained. If this is a tech sell-off, a Mag 7 sell-off over in the United States, then it's difficult to see that being sustained into Europe. But for the moment, we see that here, and we do see some selling in defense names as well. Another day of perhaps the market's thinking about what could happen in Ukraine.
The volume is quite light. What is it, August the 20th? We're mid-August, let's call it mid-August. A lot of people are on holiday, not a lot happening, you could argue, in terms of therefore trading, and you can see that reflected in the numbers. We're down by 52%, 53% in terms of the 100-day average. There are more stocks down than up, so yeah, the arithmetic is fairly straightforward. Obviously, that doesn't account for weightings, but we are definitely down. On my screen this morning, there are not many 52-week highs and lows, which again kind of speaks to the idea that actually markets are kind of not doing a lot at the moment. One stock that does stand out as a 52-week low is Alcon. That stock on a year basis is down by 22.35, and this morning, squint and you'll see this, you're going to need some glasses or contact lenses or something potentially to see this, but it is down here. The stock has dropped quite sharply this morning on the back of what are being described as quite uninspiring numbers. Now, the bar was already pretty low going into these figures, so the fact that that bar has been a struggle to clear has been a little bit problematic for the analyst community this morning, and the stock has sold off fairly sharply. So that stock certainly won. And as I say, you need to squint to see it, but contact lenses may fix that, is where the story is this morning. Alcon, down by 22.4% over 52 weeks, Anna.
Very nice. Right, here's some of the other stories that we're watching for today. We talked about UK inflation a bit on the programme, but let's get an update on some of the detail there. UK inflation climbed to an 18-month high last month on the back of surging fuel, food and transport prices. Consumer prices rose by 3.8% from a year earlier. That's up from 3.6%. That was the rate in June, and it's the fastest pace since January of 2024. The uptick puts the Bank of England under some pressure to reconsider perhaps the pace of interest rate cuts, although as we discussed a lot lot coming from airfares and hotels, and maybe they prefer to look through that stuff. We'll continue to keep that under review. Now, Wall Street's summer calm has finally cracked as a sell-off in big tech dragged down stocks. Nvidia shares dropped by 3.5%, with Palantir slumping more than 9%. The move underscores the US market's narrow reliance on a handful of tech giants. And Scott Bessent has indicated the US is satisfied with the current tariff setup with China, a signal that perhaps the Trump administration is looking to maintain calm with its economic rival right now. The US Treasury Secretary told Fox News the administration is, quote, very happy with the situation and that the status quo with China is working pretty well.
Let's talk more about all of this and what is happening with that China story in a little bit more detail. Bloomberg News desk editor Jill Desis joining us on the story. What do I read in, Jill, to these comments that we're getting from Bessent? He made them on Fox yesterday talking about trade and where we go forward from here. He said that he's reasonably comfortable with the current picture and that revenue is very strong coming from those China tariffs. Does that tell us more about where actually the administration's objectives lie with these tariffs, i.e. revenue raising, than maybe reshaping global trade?
Well, Guy, what I would put these particular comments in the context of is this idea that we're still maybe paving the way for a potential meeting between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. Kind of reads to me like, I'm not really sure whether Washington wants to rock the boat before that potential bilateral. So that's something that we could be seeing as soon as maybe the end of October, early November. That's when the APEC summit takes place in Seoul, South Korea. Maybe there's an opportunity for Trump and Xi to meet ahead of then or during then or just after then. And we've got now this trade truce between the U.S. and China that's not due to expire until just after that, around November 12th, I think is that deadline. So I think if you're looking in terms of just kind of stabilizing U.S.-China relations for the moment, not trying to ratchet up rhetoric as it was earlier this year when we were talking about 100%, 150% tariffs and all that kind of stuff, then just kind of keeping things as they are, maintaining the status quo may be the best opportunity for both of those nations to kind of just, again, pave that way for that potential leaders summit.
And President Trump does seem to be widening, though, the tariffs on some areas, metals tariffs, for example. What does that mean for global supply chains then, Jill?
Yes, well, Anna, I think what you're referring to there is just some recent, some information that we got sort of from the Customs Department looking at those steel and aluminum tariffs in particular. It seemed that at the end of last week, suddenly those seemed to apply to a much broader array of goods, including a lot of consumer goods, motorcycles, that kind of thing, that seemed to catch some sort of logistics firms a bit off guard as to the fact that they didn't realize that those would necessarily be applying there. I think what that tells you is, look, I mean, I think we've said this many, many times on this program and others, that trade agreements in general, before this year, I mean, typically took months, if not years, to sort of negotiate and try to figure out and everything like that. And now we've gone from a cadence where, you might see broad trade agreements take that long to ultimately come to fruition, to now the Trump administration has really tried to kickstart how exactly it handles tariffs and trade agreements. And a lot of these things are happening within weeks, if not days. And so it does kind of indicate that, obviously the tariff regime seems to be a bit bumpy as people kind of, get used to what exactly that looks like on a day-to-day basis.
Jill, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Jill Desis with the latest on the trade narrative. Let's stick with the trade theme and turn to one of the key players in the global logistics and express delivery industry, and that is DHL Group, of course. It reaches over 220 countries. Joining us now, DHL Express Europe CEO Mike Parra. Mike, nice to speak to you. Thank you so much for giving us your time this morning. So we were just hearing from Jill the latest installments of the tariff drama and all of the news flow that comes along with that. It comes thick and fast. It changes all the time. How do you as a business manage? Have you had to change the way that you manage the business as a result of this fast-changing tariff environment?
Yeah, no, absolutely. First of all, thanks for having us. And absolutely, I mean, the volatility would be our key word that I would stay on, and that is we've seen nothing but volatility since the announcement in February, March, going into April timeframe, and now what's about to happen on the 29th of August when de minimis goes away in the U.S. So it's been a lot of complexity and costs, which we can do well as an organization managing there. The area where we see the biggest risk is the volatility. So it's the change of tariff from one day to another, 25 to 50% for India, or the change in tariff for Brazil, as an example. I think one of the great things that we've seen is for the European Union, where I currently sit in, is the fact that the EU, albeit maybe a bit high, or people might see a bit low, at 15%, at least there's some stability there. Or the UK going in early and getting a 10% agreement from that perspective. So I also will say that when we look at the state of the business for us, we are seeing a shift in trade. And one of the words that we use as an organization is global trade is too big to fail. Global trade is too big to fail. And it's like water. It's going to find its lowest point. And there has been a shift in trade. So as an example, China-U.S. was a big trade lane for us. And Asia-Pacific to U.S. was a big trade lane for us. Well, now that's shifted to China and Asia-Pacific to Europe.
Yes.
So we have seen a shift in trade.
So too big to fail, but it's being reshaped
Absolutely.
right now under the US administration. Now, we've just had some comments actually coming through from Christine Lagarde over at the ECB saying that recent trade deals have alleviated global uncertainty, but they haven't eliminated uncertainty. And I'm sure that reflects how a lot of CEOs around the world feel about the global environment right now. What do customers say to you? How do they manage? How does that look to you, that level of uncertainty that they're dealing with at this point?
Sure. The feedback we're getting from customers can almost fit in a couple of buckets. One of them, as we were talking offset, is they're in this wait and see mode. They're going to wait and see what happens on the 29th of August, as an example, when de minimis goes away. We have customers that are coming to us and saying, DHL, you're in 219 countries across the world. Help us to go global to other countries. So we're looking at markets like Latin America, from Europe, as an example. We're also taking a look at growth that we're seeing in Eastern Europe, whether it be Poland or Hungary or Czech, where we're seeing foreign direct investment that's taking place there, and we're calling that the GT20, what we're calling our geographical tailwinds. And that is markets that we see, top 20 countries globally that we see growth in. So customers are saying to us, how do you help us to go international? How do you help us to shift some of our business from the U.S. and go to other markets from that perspective?
You said a moment ago that you're seeing a shift from Asia to US to Asia to Europe.
Yes.
The fear was going into all of this was that we would see deflation in Europe because we're going to see more goods arriving in Europe as a result of the fact they're not going to the United States. Can you give me a sense of the scale of the shift that we're seeing there?
Yeah, it's gradual, I would say. So it's not an onslaught where we're overwhelmed with the volume that's coming in, but we are seeing growth. But we're also seeing growth in Europe. I mean, Germany, we're seeing growth in Germany that's happening, which is normally a good indicator for us in Europe of what's going to happen. We're seeing the PMI index in Europe that's almost at 50 from a low of mid-40s. Now is almost at 50, which is a good indicator for us. We did see some front loading in March that took place across the world, but more specifically into the U.S. and some of it as well. But what we've seen is a steady flow of increase coming into Europe from that perspective.
Just back to that US point, how far through that do you think we are? Was there a kind of, you saw front loading and then people stopped?
Yeah.
Are they back ordering again? Is that inventory being used? Inventory is not being used up, you would suggest?
Well, we saw some front loading in the month of March, and then it slowed down April, May, June, and July. And I think what's happening here, going back to the volatility, is what's going to happen after the 29th of August once de minimis goes away.
How big is that? Is it just a hard stop when de minimis goes away?
Absolutely. 12:01 on the 29th of August, de minimis in the U.S. is gone. And that will be one of the things for us is we're prepared for it. So we've hired extra resources in the area of customs processing. We were talking about all the changes in tariffs on a daily basis. How do we keep up with it? It's ever changing every single day. And as it happens, we update our systems, we update our customers. And a lot of our customers, well, you got to think about 90% of our active account customer base are small to medium-sized enterprises who don't have a lot of resources that can get this information. So they rely on an organization like DHL to be able to provide that to them and also help them to go international to other key locations.
How big a driver of volumes or whatever metric you want to think about, Mike, were things like or are things like de minimis? I mean, how much business was that creating frustrating for a business like DHL. And I ask this in the US context because we know that's going away, but also, politically, a lot of politicians around Europe will be watching this and possibly asking themselves questions about whether they want to change the regime in Europe. The rules are very different, but they exist in other forms in Europe as well.
Absolutely. I had a feeling that question would come up in some way, shape, or form. We did see a drop in business going into the U.S. So if anybody would say, have you seen a drop from your China, Asia Pacific business, or even Europe going into the U.S.? Yeah, we have seen a drop, double-digit drop, which we've publicly already shared. So I would say if they're thinking about eliminating de minimis, they have the right to do that. We would obviously advocate and share the customer opinions of eliminating a de minimis, let's say here in the UK, as an example, which is up for discussion. We would advocate it and share our feedback, but at the end of the day, we're not policymakers. We'll follow the policy and we'll make sure that we inform our customers appropriately. But there has been a drop.
Mike, I'm sure you're using AI.
Yes.
Given what is going on and the volatility that you're seeing, I'm sure you're trying to use it as effectively as you possibly can. How effective is it? You're a business that would seem an obvious choice to start to implement some of this technology. Bots communicating with customers. There's lots of ways of doing it. How effective is it right now? What kind of rate of return are you getting off the investment maybe you're making? Where do you see the opportunity? Is all the hype justified in terms of what you're seeing?
Yeah, for us, I would say we continue to grow in that space and have been in that space for some time now.
Sure.
One of the areas that we're looking at deploying agentic AI as an example is in the area of customs, where we can work up front through AI to leverage it and then redeploy and upskill our employees that are currently in that area and put them in other areas where they can help our customers who are calling in and saying, can you help me on this change in tariff? What does it mean? Can you tell me what an HTS code is and how do I apply it?
Right.
Can you tell me what the landed duty and taxes will be? Hey, can you help me with the appropriate Incoterm that I want to use going into the U.S., whether it's delivery duty taxes unpaid or delivery duty taxes paid? So we're using AI now on areas where we can interact with customers, and then we take the individuals that we're doing that and we upskill them and redeploy them in other areas.
But is the hype?
It's real.
It's real? It's justified?
Real.
You think this is going to be transformative in terms of your business?
Absolutely. It's going to help us in the space of customer service.
Okay.
It's going to help us in the space of customs. Absolutely.
Great to catch up, Mike. Thanks for stopping by to see us.
Thank you.
You're a busy man. Mike Parra, DHL Express Europe CEO. Thank you very much indeed. Coming up, we're going to turn back to what it's seeing in the geopolitical front. European leaders look to offer troops as a Ukraine security package begins to take shape. We're maybe talking about air cover from the Americans as well. All of these details, we'll give you more next. This is Bloomberg.
break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now
than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
48 minutes past the hour. Welcome back. You're watching the opening trade. This is where markets are nearly 50 minutes into the session. As you can see, we are down, but not by that much. It is tech and defense that is causing the damage on the downside. Eye care as well, apparently. Alcon suffering as we see its numbers disappointing. Let's turn our attention to what is happening with the geopolitical story, though, which is impacting, you could argue, some of those defense names. A package of security guarantees for Ukraine is taking shape, with European leaders weighing sending troops as part of a potential peace deal. Ukraine's allies are hoping to strengthen Kyiv's position ahead of a potential meeting between President Putin and Zelensky. Let's talk to Bloomberg's Stephanie Baker, author of Punishing Putin, Inside the Global Economic War to Bring Down Russia. Security guarantees. Security guarantees could imply US air cover. The Journal's reporting that today. European boots on the ground in Ukraine in some shape or form. This is Putin sees this as Russian territory. This is NATO forces operating inside Ukraine. Is that something that's going to be acceptable in this Zelensky-Putin meeting that we could be talking about?
Well, I think the thinking is that any deal is only enforceable if there are these security guarantees. They're trying to hammer out the details. The devil is definitely in the details. You have the U.S. Joint Chief of Staff meeting with his British counterpart, Tony Radakin, today to try to pin that down. There is this talk of potential air cover. U.S. support, logistics, and intelligence is absolutely crucial. But European countries haven't gotten together to commit enough forces on the ground. So that's a huge hurdle. And although coming out of the Alaska summit, Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy, said that Putin had agreed to allow these sort of NATO Article 5-like guarantees, the statements coming out of the Kremlin are rejecting that, saying we do not accept the idea of any European troops from NATO countries in Ukraine. So there's a lot, we're very far off from any kind of firm agreement as to how exactly that's going to work and whether or not those security guarantees would be legally binding. I mean, because Ukraine had the Budapest Memorandum of 1994 after it gave up nuclear weapons, and that was not legally binding and it didn't hold.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen 2 days then, Stephanie, since these meetings in Washington. We've seen 2 days where defense stocks have weakened across Europe, as if there are many market participants who are thinking that this could be material, but actually we don't have a date for a meeting. We don't have confirmation from the Russian side yet that President Putin is prepared to meet Volodymyr Zelensky, or that they feel there's enough to meet to talk about. Is that the case? How likely is this meeting to take place?
Right. And out of the Alaska summit, Trump had proposed this Putin-Zelensky meeting and said that Putin had agreed to do it. And then, again, you get a different readout from the Kremlin saying, a lot of preparation needs to go into that, and we think we need to just have some more senior negotiators meet first. So it looks like Putin is once again playing for time. He has called Zelensky an illegitimate leader. He has said that certain conditions need to be set up before he would meet with him, and those conditions is really doublespeak for Ukraine giving up territory. Yeah. And Zelensky has said he's not going to do that. So I think we're pretty far away from a bilateral meeting, and it does seem to me that Trump is basically saying, you guys go work it out. Yeah. And that's not going to end well.
Does Putin seem like he's ready to stop the war?
No, he doesn't seem like he's ready to stop the war at all. In fact, the Alaska summit was all about heading off tougher sanctions, playing for time because the Russian troops are on the up, on the ground in Ukraine. They're slowly gaining territory, but they're still nowhere near gaining control of the rest of Donetsk that it's demanded at negotiations. The UK defense estimate is that it would take them 4 years to take that.
Stephanie, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Stephanie Baker with the latest on Ukraine. Back to the macro picture as far as markets are concerned, and we're still waiting for some data. Today, we've got 10 a.m. UK time, Euro area CPI, expected as a final reading, expected to come in at 2%, bang on the nose. Around 11:30 a.m. UK time, we'll get target earnings, an important reader perhaps on the US consumer. 4 p.m. UK, we get Waller speaking, the Fed's Waller, that is, of course, and FOMC minutes later on today. So plenty for Valerie Teitel to digest.
And she's been whisked
wheeled in
around the set to join us. Wheeled in. So what are we focusing on? Is it the retail earnings? Is it just what is happening in tech? Set the stage for us.
Look, I think there's two key themes today, one of which, does this weakness in tech persist? Because I think if it likely is to persist through today, the narrative is just going to be that no one is going to be around to buy the dip until we hear from Jackson Hole, until we hear from Fed Chair in Jackson Hole on Friday. The other really big thing, though, is retailer earnings. We had Home Depot yesterday, where their results showed that consumers were pulling back from big ticket items, and the CFO actually implied that they are running through their inventory and are likely going to have to increase prices on some of their goods in the last quarter of the year. So a bit of an inflation warning from Home Depot.
The stock went up.
The stock ended up in the green at the end of the day. Yes, it did fall down 5% after the immediate results from the earnings. We do have Target today and Walmart tomorrow. So really looking for a good picture on the U.S. consumer and how these companies are dealing with passing through price rises as well.
Yes, because, how much did they stocked up, and therefore there was a lot of inventory that doesn't have to respond to the tariffs just yet. All of that conversation, no doubt, very important. And that feeds us into the Fed conversation, doesn't it? Because how the US consumer is coping, how retailers are coping with the tariff environment, really crucial to the Fed's tone. Any change in your thinking on Jackson Hole, then, Valerie, and what we expect?
So look, Anna Wong, our own Bloomberg economist, wrote a great piece on the terminal talking about, in her mind, what is the hawkish scenario. And she penciled out this scenario where Jerome Powell pivots away from this monetary policy framework called flexible inflation targeting. And that could be seen as mildly hawkish. It was something that was really useful when inflation was below target, as a reason for them not to continue easing or continue cutting rates, which were which were at zero at that time. It's not really been that useful now that inflation's been running above target.
To keep the White House on board, does he need to signal rate cuts? And does anything else generate a big response from the White? This is the question I think people are trying to work out, because it feels like the strings are being pulled by politics at the moment, which is percolating into the market. So, kind of, what's more market moving, the Powell speech or the reaction to the speech from the White House?
Look, that's a good point, right? Who are we watching? Are we still watching Fed Chair Jerome Powell, or are we watching Chris Waller, who is speaking, later today? It's on Bitcoin and on cryptocurrency, so probably not monetary policy moving. But who do we watch now? If you're of the mind that Fed Chair Powell is not going to last through the remainder of the year, would it be Scott Bessent, who is in charge somewhat of the first round of Fed chair interviews, who has talked to Bloomberg even last week about the Fed needing to cut around 150 basis points? He's talked also around a major rate cut in September, around a 50 basis point rate cut. Or is it going to be Powell's speech, on Friday? If he some way opens the door for easing policy moving forward, if he concedes anything about the labor market not being as strong as he previously characterized.
Yeah, there could be some central bankers who might choose to hide behind some quite technical language if they're trying to fend off political pressure, and to make the message a little more difficult to read, I suppose, or available to the pros. But Valerie, thank you very much. We'll continue to, of course, work our way towards Jackson Hole. Coming up on the programme, the CEO of Fortero, one of the UK's largest tech unicorns, will be on the pulse at 9:45 London time. So that keeps up the tech theme, one that we'll continue to watch as the day progresses.
Absolutely. Airfares are up, marmalade prices are up as well, ticket prices are up.
Oasis
That's the
inflation
has a lot to in so many ways. Anyway, that wraps things up. That was the UK inflation story. The opening trade is done. The pulse is next. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says tariffs on China are working pretty well, a sign that the current trade calm may be maintained. Stocks end their record-breaking rally with a sharp tech sell-off, while traders now look ahead to Jay Powell's Jackson Hole speech on Friday. Plus, UK inflation jumps to an 18-month high, adding pressure on the Bank of England to reconsider the pace of its interest rate cuts. So it's been a really busy week, especially when it comes to geopolitics, filtering through to treasuries ahead of that Jay Powell speech. And of course, we look at oil. Now, overall, the picture is actually stocks are sliding. The tech sell-off in Wall Street could have a longer-term impact, so we'll try and figure out exactly what that means. Investors definitely paring back some of the positions in the market's longtime leaders amid growing concern that the rally since April has now advanced a little bit too far, too quickly, and that's the very latest that we're looking at. Look, the other things, of course, Sterling 13508. We did see a move in gilts, and we'll have a full roundup with our chief economist on the Bank of England. Let's also look at the European markets map. The picture overall is one of, so we're away from earnings season, although we're expecting quite a lot of U.S. retail to come out with earnings, and you can see the CAC 40, the DAX, but also the FTSE a little bit under pressure today. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacroix.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacroix here in London. Now, a package of security guarantees for Ukraine is set to take shape as soon as this week. It follows a big week for European leaders working with the U.S. to broker a peace deal amid ongoing trade and tariff uncertainty. Now, this comes as U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent indicated the U.S. is satisfied with the current tariff set up with China. We'll be joined in a moment by our markets guest, Joanna Kirkland from Schroders. But first, let's dive into the top stories with Susan Lynch, our Brussels bureau chief, and Rosalind Matheson, our chief Asia correspondent. Thank you both for joining us. Susan, it's been quite a show at the White House this week. What's next to try and help Ukraine?
Yes, I think there's some relief here across Europe about the way things have developed over the last few days. Those European leaders are now back at the table. They were there on Monday at that meeting at the White House along with President Zelensky. So there's quiet slight confidence here that at least they've got Donald Trump's ear. Now, of course, the key question is what happens next, and particularly around this issue of security guarantees. The European side and Zelensky have been very, very clear on this. They need some security guarantees for Ukraine. Now, what form that might take, there is discussion happening now about sending European troops, maybe a relatively small number, but some countries sending troops to help protect Ukraine, even though in the first instance they're saying that this is, the Ukrainian army in the first instance are the line of defense, as it were. But also there would be a hope that America in some way perhaps provides air defense. Donald Trump has said it is not going to send troops to Ukraine. So, look, this is the key issue now. We have meetings today between defense officials. We've been reporting that there will be meetings going on and contacts between the US and the European side on this over the next few days. So we do expect that the early shape of what the security guarantee may look like may emerge in the next few days even.
And Roz, I mean, the other big story is, of course, coming from the Treasury Secretary indicating that the U.S. is satisfied with the current setup with China. Here he is.
We're at 50 or 55%. China is right now the biggest revenue line in the tariff income. So, if it's not broke, don't fix it. They have a 10% tariff on us. They have started shipping the rare earth magnets, which we agreed to. We had put some countermeasures on them that we've taken off. So I think right now the status quo is working pretty well.
So, Roz, are tensions between the U.S. and China easing a little bit?
Well, certainly the relationship seems to be on a better footing, at least for now. I mean, you heard Scott Bessent saying if it's not broken, don't fix it. The sense from the US administration and also from some analysts that, custom duties on Chinese goods are helping the US economy. And the sense above all of that is that Donald Trump is keen at some point to have a proper sit down with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. I mean, he's recently had that big meeting with the Russian president. He feels he's making progress on Ukraine. Another big economy and an issue for him is China. And can he get that one-to-one meeting with Xi Jinping later this year? So seemingly wanting to keep things on a more even keel to enable that meeting. I mean, he's not singled out China for importing Russian energy. He's very much singled out India for doing so. I mean, there are still tension points in the relationship and things are fairly fragile. China's not come to buy US soybeans, even though Donald Trump has said he really expects them to be doing so, and harvest is upon us, and no sense that China's ready to do that, although they could do it quite quickly and easily. In a sense, also the US is still scrutinizing a lot of stuff that's coming from China, including potential goods that might have come through Xinjiang and allegations there of any links to forced labor. And so there are tension points in the relationship, but it does seem as though there's a real desire on the part of the US, at least, to keep things on a more steady footing into November and possibly a meeting between their leaders.
And Suzanne, what do we know about President Trump calling the Hungarian Prime Minister to discuss basically to discuss in Ukraine?
Yes, we reported this last night. This was an interesting development that emerged that just after, from Washington, when the European leaders were there, and after he spoke to President Putin, Donald Trump picked up the phone to Viktor Orban, the Hungarian Prime Minister. Now, in one sense, this was after European leaders lobbied Donald Trump, asked him to use his influence with Viktor Orban to try and get him on the same page as the rest of Europe when it comes to Ukraine. The context here is that Hungary and Viktor Orban has been opposed to further aid for Ukraine. It blocked and delayed a lot of the EU sanctions packages that happened over the last few years, and most importantly, it opposes Ukraine joining the European Union, even threatened to have a referendum about that in Hungary. So we know that this call took place and that perhaps Budapest was named as a possible location for this expected summit that's going to happen involving President Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky, even though that hasn't been confirmed yet. Now, the Europeans would prefer somewhere like Geneva. There's still an awful lot of locations being named and being discussed in the background. But interesting that Trump and Orban have this connection. Orban kind of symbolizes the right-wing nationalism that a lot of people in Trump's orbit believe in. So interesting that he's using those connections there to try and pressure Orban.
And Roz, finally, the chief executives of Rio Tinto and BHP met with President Trump to discuss the Resolution Project, copper project in Arizona. So could we see a mega mine in America?
It was interesting. You saw the CEO and the incoming CEO of Rio Tinto in the room there. The readouts are very, very cautious. It's very unclear exactly what was said in the minute, but obviously Donald Trump is keen to boost copper production in the US. He's got his eyes on this Arizona project, but that project's been going on for decades. It's been beset by legal delays, controversies. It's held up currently yet again by litigation over environmental issues. And these projects take many, many years to come to fruition. So even if it gets the final green light and it goes ahead, getting this copper and getting it out into the US economy could take decades. And most of the copper that's closer to the surface has already been mined. So we're talking about stuff that's very, very complex to extract, very, very deep down in very hot areas also, and takes a lot of time. And CEOs, there's nothing lost.
So how do you see that dynamic going?
Been very positive on stocks. A bit of profit. Actually, we see a low in the United States. We think that through this, to ignore the trade uncertainty, at some point we will start to consume market revolts. That's kind of constraint on this populist environment that we're in, right? Ultimately, say spending is too much, you start to see a rise in the long bond yield. We've already seen a steep rise in the long bond yield. We've already seen a steepening of the yield curve, which has started to show that that risk is starting to get priced in. I don't think it's a risk for now, but it could be a risk in 2026 or 2027.
Joanna, I guess, the main question is that it does seem that a lot of these tariffs are to bring revenue back to the U.S., and for the moment, it's holding strong, and it's even working if you listen to some of the rating agencies. I mean, if inflation picks up, is that when they're in hot trouble?
Well, you're right. I mean, actually, the tariffs we've got a fragile equilibrium here, but it is kind of working in the sense that our biggest concern is about the long-term trajectory of fiscal spending in the United States and the debt levels. Actually, the tariffs are helping on that front and helping to keep a lid on the bond yield, which means that ultimately that underpins the valuations of equities. So it is an equilibrium of sorts. But yes, I think if we start to get into the next cycle with inflation rising, that's where we might have a challenge, particularly if the independence and the credibility of the central bank has been questioned at that point.
I mean, there's so much writing on this Jay Powell speech. I know every August we say it's all about the Jay Powell speech, but this also has a political component.
Normally, we're used to seeing really a focus more on the short term, but here you're seeing an issue at the front end. What is he going to do on rates? And obviously, we've got rate cut priced in now. And then a more medium-term issue about, again, the independence of the central bank, the credibility of the central bank. So that's what's interesting about this time round. It's a more structural concern that we have about the fraying of institutional credibility.
Are you expecting a cut in September?
Yes, we are. But, you know, certainly on the Trump, so the debate with Powell, we would probably side with Powell in the sense that he's been right so far to hold tight. Yeah. The market has repeatedly tried to price these very aggressive pivots by the Fed because we're kind of hooked on the dopamine hit of lower rates after, you know, a decade of that after the financial crisis. But ultimately, we're in a different kind of environment with inflation being more persistent. We think a rate cut is likely in September. It's what's priced into the market. But generally, our bias is still to think that Powell is right to err on the side of caution, not cut too quickly.
What happens with the Bank of England? Again, this CPI print was hotter than expected, which complicates matters a lot for the Bank of England.
Yes, generally central banks are in a difficult environment. I think they get a lot of criticism, but I think they're having to balance many things here. And yes, that CPI print wasn't helpful in the UK, although we would say that a lot of that volatility came from the transport prices. It's a volatile component. Ultimately, I think that the Bank of England, like the Fed, will be guided by the state of the labour market. If the labour market starts to weaken, they'll look through some of this volatility on the CPI. But for me, the labour market's what's key.
Do you see any value in owning UK assets?
We see opportunities. We've seen increased interest in the FTSE from overseas investors. I think it's a market that's cheap. I think gilts, in some senses, against the backdrop where we're generally concerned over medium-term trends in fiscal spending, unfortunately, the UK gilt market is still one of the weaker links in that. So although it might look cheap to some international investors, generally, it's not a market that we're buying.
Joanna, I mean, given all of the geopolitical news with Russia and Ukraine, I know that there was, a little bit of move on oil, but actually largely the markets for the moment are ignoring it.
Yeah.
Is there a way to play it in the markets? Is it through defense, or do you just keep an eye on it?
I think the situation in Ukraine, I mean, it's had two important impacts. There's been an element of tail risk priced into European equities. Some kind of resolution clearly would be helpful for European equities because it removes some of that tail risk. And we have other reasons for liking Europe. But I think the more important consequence of the Ukraine crisis has been the major shift in defence spending we've seen in Europe. That's a structural trend, again, which is helpful to European growth, does ultimately put further pressure on government finances, but that is the defining consequence of the Ukraine crisis.
What do you do with China?
So China, again, I mean, generally emerging markets we're quite positive on. We generally think the dollar is going to be weaker.
Okay.
Now, I think sometimes I'm worried a little bit that's become quite a consensus trade, so you can see volatility in the short term. But medium term, we are seeing international investors reviewing their exposure to US assets, not because they hate the US, but just because they realize maybe their starting exposure is a bit too high. So a weaker dollar is helpful to emerging markets in general. China's a more complicated market. It's got different trends to the rest of emerging markets. But again, great companies in China, so we still see opportunities there. We've always said that about China.
I mean, does it all go back to the tech? And actually, I don't know whether you were surprised, to see this tech sell-off, given the valuations where we've been. Is it just letting a little bit of air out of the bubble, or do you worry that this is a longer-term trend?
I think it's letting a bit of air out of the bubble. I mean, part of the reason why we started to take profits on our overweight position, by the way, we're still neutral, so we're not getting bearish, but it was partly just because the market had got narrow again. And so I think it's kind of falling a bit under the weight of its own expectations. We don't like seeing such narrowness in the market. So I think that's been the challenge there. I think it's a sign of exhaustion. And we need to see some clarity on the economic trends so that hopefully then there's fresh ideas that we can put into the portfolio.
It's very well put, Joanna. Thank you so much for joining us today. Joanna Kirkland, they're Group Chief Investment Officer at Schroders. Coming up, UK inflation rises faster than expected in July, adding pressure on the BOE to reconsider its pace of rate cuts. We'll discuss that more next, and this is Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life.
I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onim, only on Bloomberg. Well, the Federal Reserve Governor Mickey Bowman has brushed off speculation that she's in the running to succeed Fed Chair Jay Powell, saying she's focused on her regulatory portfolio. Well, Bloomberg spoke exclusively with the Vice Chair for Supervision ahead of this week's meeting at Jackson Hole.
I think what we're looking at doing is going back to the original Basel Agreement from 2017 to make sure that we're hewing closely to what that agreement included. We've also seen that every other jurisdiction around the world that's subject to the Basel requirements has already published their requirements. So we want to make sure that we understand what those requirements are as we're looking to frame our own proposal.
What's the timing on that, do you think?
So as we're looking at all four of these pieces of capital in a comprehensive way, we want to make sure that we have proposals out that help us understand how they'll all work together, because we have overlapping, duplicative, and sometimes conflicting requirements within the existing capital framework. So Basel III will probably be the last one that we propose, or repropose essentially, and we'll hope to have all of these initial proposals out early next year. I sit on the GHOS, which is the Heads of Supervision Committee for the Basel Committee, and these are conversations that we'll be having going forward for the rest of the year. And I think time will tell.
We'll have you back and get the update on that. I did want to ask about the way the policy system works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have 3 regulators in the U.S. Most other countries have maybe 1.
Right.
And we shift the people in charge of it. As you mentioned, you're the 3rd one here, and Michael Barr, your predecessor, had a much more comprehensive Basel III proposal.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have a new Fed chair in June of next year. Will all this change again?
Oh, I wouldn't think so. Obviously, our board has to approve anything that we put forward as a regulatory proposal. So anything that we move forward will be broadly supported by the members of the board that are present at that time.
You've been on the Fed for quite a while now.
Almost 7 years.
Almost 7 years,
Yeah.
And now you're in the supervisory role that you're really well qualified for.
Well, thank you.
You know, you've been mentioned as a potential Fed chair, but do you prefer the supervisory and regulatory side?
Well, right now I'm committed to doing the job that I have, and we've really hit the ground running with our request for information on check fraud and other payments fraud, with the SLR proposal that we just put out, the LFI rating system. We're taking a really hard look at our supervisory components and across our reserve banks, as well as at the board, to ensure that we're focused on material financial risk. So I have a big agenda. We're moving through it quickly. Obviously, we need to get the capital proposals completed in the near future. But, I'm really focused on the job that I'm doing, and I'm grateful to the president for appointing me and the Senate for confirming me to this role. So that's what I'm focused on right now.
Well, some Republicans on Capitol Hill have suggested that we should change this 3-headed regulatory system and maybe take regulation away from the Fed. What are you telling them, and what do you think the odds of something like that happening are?
Well, I think the most important part is to remember that we have a banking system that's a dual banking system. So we have national banks and we have state chartered banks. And the FDIC and the Federal Reserve oversee those state chartered banks together with the state banking commissions. So I think it's important that we maintain the ability to oversee both the state chartered banks and the OCC with the national banks, and that we have a rational framework that is very similar for all of those banks going forward. So there's not arbitrage between the 3 regulators. But Congress is obviously responsible for making any changes to that system. So, I'll be working closely with them to ensure that they understand what we're focused on and what we're doing that's supportive of the efforts of all of the agencies together.
So you come out to Jackson, but you also go up to Capitol Hill a lot.
I spent some time on Capitol Hill, absolutely.
Well, that was the Fed's Mickey Bowman speaking exclusively with our very own Michael McKee. Now, UK inflation climbed to an 18-month high last month on the back of surging fuel, food, and transport prices. Consumer prices rose 3.8% from a year earlier, up from 3.6% in June. Well, we're now joined by Dan Hansen, Chief UK Economist for Bloomberg Economics. Dan, thank you so much for joining us. No, so there's also UK React. I love it. So we basically have some data points out of the UK, and you're one of the first ones with your hot take on what this means. Now, CPI rise does not rule one more BOE cut in 2025. That's your hot take. Does it complicate matters for the BOE?
Of course it does. But I think the way I've looked at this data, at least, is to say we had a hawkish meeting in August where the vote split was very close. They clearly are worried about inflation. You look at that meeting, and I think the question you have to ask is, if the economy performed in line with their forecasts and inflation came in line with their forecasts, what would they do over the rest of the year? Now, my view on it was that they would cut once more. We've got the data this morning. It's in line with their forecast. So my view is still they're going to cut once more. Now, I'm not saying for one second that this is a strong, high-conviction call. Yeah. I think anyone looking at this right now is 55-45 one way or maybe 45-55 the other way. But it feels, at this point in time, with the data we've had, the doves are going to be the doves, who were the doves at the August meeting, and the hawks are going to be the hawks. And we haven't had something that shifts that balance. You know, the person to watch, we've got Jackson Hole this weekend. The person to watch is Bailey. He is the median voter. He's the one that will shift, and I imagine he'd bring a couple with him as well. You know, no one's debating September, which is the next meeting. Everyone is convinced they're going to remain on hold. I think that's absolutely right. But I do think there is a question mark around November and possibly even December if they do skip in November, because we've got the budget as well, remember.
No. We don't have a date for that yet.
We don't have a date, and I think, it's impossible to know, but chances are it will be after the November meeting, I think, given because we haven't heard anything. So middle of November, end of November. If they see that and there are fairly chunky tax rises in it, obviously that at the margin makes the case for lower interest rates as well. Yep. So to answer your question in a very short way, that was a very long-winded way, yes, this makes things very difficult for the Bank of England, but there is a balance to be had here between inflation and a weak labour market and an economy that did okay in the first half of the year, but I think is probably going to slow in the second half.
Dan, I mean, when you look at inflation, how much of this is tariffs and how much of it is actually, UK made?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question, because, and I've had a couple of client questions about this morning, about why has there been this decoupling between UK inflation and euro area inflation. So if you look at 21, 22, 23, inflation went up in an almost similar way, came down in a fairly similar way. There has now been this decoupling, and I think it's a function of two things. One is policy in terms of taxes, administered price increases, obviously the increase in the national insurance contributions. So those three things are differentiators. The other thing is that wage growth is still high in the UK, and that's a domestic thing. And that goes to this point around UK supply growth and productivity growth and just underlying weakness in the UK economy, even relative to Europe. And what that means is it doesn't take much growth to create an inflationary impulse.
Dan, thank you so much, as ever, for the great insight. Dan Hansen, their Chief UK Economist for Bloomberg Economics, with his hot take that came out about, 55 minutes ago. Coming up, we speak to Greg Fleming, the Chief Executive Officer of Rockefeller Capital Management, about the U.S. economy and what to expect from Jay Powell's big speech this week. That's coming up next, and this is Bloomberg.
applications have been received positively both in Kenya and UAE, and we are optimistic that we should be able to open the office in the fourth quarter. We think the Middle East have deep capital sources. It has strong logistics for trade, and it is a strong center for investment. And we are seeing increasingly the global GDP is increasingly becoming overweight in Asia and Middle East. So that linkage with the middle income segments growing in India and China, they will provide a very strong market.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Victor, Idaho, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. The U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says tariffs on China are working pretty well, a sign that the current trade calm may be maintained. Stocks end their record-breaking rally with a sharp tech sell-off. Traders now look ahead to Jay Powell's Jackson Hole speech on Friday. Plus, UK inflation jumps to an 18-month high, adding pressure on the Bank of England to reconsider the pace of its interest rate cuts. So investors are and will be paying even more close attention to the Fed Chair Jay Powell's remarks and the central bank's gathering in Jackson Hole on Friday. Traders have dialed back their rate cut expectations after hotter than expected inflation read. Well, let's talk more about this with Greg Fleming, President and Chief Executive of Rockefeller Capital Management. Greg, as always, thank you so much for coming on. There's so much focus on Jay Powell. I mean, it's unclear whether it's going to be a full policy speech or whether it's a little bit more like sometimes you get in Jackson Hole, a little bit more of a thinking piece, and whether you focus more on what he says or the reaction from the Trump administration.
Well, I think he might use this for a little bit of foreshadowing, and I'll explain that in a second. So what the Fed's dealing with, Francine, and you're seeing it in the data day to day, is the continuing tug of war between the employment and growth side and the inflation side. And you and I have talked about this on this program. Their greatest desire is to avoid having both problems. They don't want that word stagflation. And it's playing out, markets and everybody watching this in the data day to day. So I think a week or two ago, you had a good CPI number, stock market, equities rally, and literally a day or two later, you have a hotter than expected PPI number, and the markets go the other way. So nobody really knows which side is going to be the bigger problem. So they've tried to straddle that, and that's why they've kept rates where they are all year long, despite lots of pressures on them from all directions. I think, if anything, they're starting to tilt toward a first cut because the employment numbers in the last 3 or 4 months are definitely in a different spot than they were. And unemployment is starting to tick up, but workforce participation is, in particular, down more. So he may use this as an opportunity to say, to try to foreshadow that a little bit. Yep. I still think before I would say that they will definitely cut in the September meeting, they will watch the data again for the reasons that I'm talking about here. It's so at the margin close on both sides. Mm-hmm. They'll see what happens between the end of August and the end of the meeting later in September before they actually make a decision. But I think they're starting to tilt toward a cut at the September meeting.
But Greg, I mean, I guess central banks don't have anything if they're not credible, right? It's all about trust. So is Jay Powell going to be a little bit more reluctant than, let's say, go for a 50 basis point cut, just so that he is seen as independent?
I think also the data will keep him away from a 50 basis point cut. I know there are parts of the market that are saying maybe he'll cut 50. I think the market's ahead of itself there. I think this is still, he's got pressure on both sides. I mean, it's not like inflation is, absolutely in a bottle and there aren't things that are pressuring the inflation side. Plus, Francine, on the market side, he's got a very healthy equity market. He's got a risk appetite on in the U.S., so he's got to look at all of that as well. You have AI, which is, a force right now, but it's certainly fueling tremendous investment. So I think it's not just the political side, and I think he's tried to, block that out this year somewhat. I think it's more the data would suggest if he wants to put his foot in the water on the employment side, he's going to do it in a more cautious manner than 50 basis points. 50 basis points would be a statement that he really thinks the economy is slowing, in a way that he's really concerned about. I don't expect him to go there.
I mean, my favorite, most geeky question, is there a data point that you look at to try and understand exactly what we're seeing? Because as you're saying, we're kind of in the balance right now. I know we also have retail companies. We have Walmart, Target a little bit later on this week. I mean, are they almost a better indicator of where inflation goes than some of the data that's a bit more backward looking from the Fed?
Well, they're an indicator, but again, that's a process. Right. And one of the things I've said, and you and I talked about this last time as well, this is the first time in any of our careers, anybody, that we've had tariffs at this level in the United States. So exactly how that plays out and how much the consumer ends up eating versus different parts of the value chain along the way, including the U.S. corporations who don't raise prices or raise them less than otherwise. That's all still playing out. And you have a lot of economists saying, well, wait a minute, why hasn't it triggered greater inflation quickly? And that might be because the value chain's eating it along the way. So with that in motion, I think he's hesitant to look at retail sales, anything in particular. Francine, if there was something that I think they look at very closely, it's employment. And I think the employment picture in the U.S. is unequivocally softer than it was 6 or 12 months ago. And that's why I think if he tilts and starts to move toward the cut side, that is the single piece of market information that they're taking in.
And Greg, I think you're right. I mean, looking at the data, we're uncertain how a lot of the exporters are actually reacting for the moment to some of these tariffs. Do you have a good template of what the U.S. economy looks like in, let's say, 12, 18 months? We also heard this morning about this, meeting between Donald Trump and actually some of the big miners, Rio Tinto and BHP, to build some kind of mega mine in the U.S. I mean, does the composition of the American economy change?
Well, one thing, Francine, I'll say 12 or 18 months out, we're pretty optimistic on the U.S. economy. Okay. The pace of innovation continues. The amount of investment in AI is enormous. And it's at a level I wonder if it's sustainable. I mean, even Altman said earlier this week, it was bubble-like in AI land. But having said that, what's happening in AI, and that is the leading indicator of entrepreneurialism and innovation right now, you basically have two forces in the world that are really pushing AI. You have the U.S. private sector, which is investing literally hundreds of billions of dollars in it right now. And then you have China, which is more the government putting its own money in and pushing companies to invest in it. Those are the two forces that are engaged in pushing AI forward. The rest of the world's really watching that. And both sides want their standard to be the one that everybody uses. Both sides are trying to get ahead from a technological standpoint. But the positive for the U.S. on that is enormous. And, almost every American company of any size is already grappling with how do you take these incredible tools, which are maybe more powerful than anything humanity's ever seen, and implement that in their businesses. What changes, what jobs can be automated, what things can be done more efficiently. In the United States, that's something every single company, public and private, is already working on.
But it could change everything.
It could change everything
in terms of job market. It could change everything into reaction function of the central bank. It could change absolutely everything. So what does it mean for markets? Well,
that's the thing. It could change everything. And there are going to be winners and losers. There are already winners and losers from the introduction of AI. Yeah. The education space in the U.S., online education has been transformed because everybody uses the bots for whatever questions they have, whether they're at university or just somebody who's doing research on something they're involved in. So I think it will change industries. It will change the way central banks look at growth versus employment. It may take some jobs away in the near term. I still believe a breakthrough technology like this always creates more jobs. At least history would suggest. The internet created more jobs. railroads, combustion engine. I think this fits into that over time. But could it be more difficult in the transition period? Yes, on the employment side.
Greg, thank you so much for joining us. Greg Fleming.
Great to see you, Francine.
Chief Executive and President of Rockefeller Capital Management. Now, Spain also tackled several major wildfires yesterday in one of the country's most destructive fire seasons in recent decades. And that's despite temperatures dropping across the Iberian Peninsula. Fires have also been raging in neighborhood Portugal. Bloomberg's Sofia Orta-Costa joins us now from Lisbon. Sofia, thank you for joining us. So how bad has the season been for wildfires in Portugal and Spain, and why?
So, Francine, yesterday we got the data for just how much land destruction these fires have caused this year, and it seems that it's starting to hit records. So Portugal has already seen the biggest fire ever recorded. The amount of land burned here is about 2.4% of all of Portugal's territory, which is more than double the average of the previous year. So really, really bad in terms of destruction. In Spain, we're seeing the highest levels of CO2 emissions from these fires in history. So really the scale is really of very worrying magnitude. The problem is we had a very wet winter and an unseasonably wet spring, which led to overgrowth. And then that was followed by very dry and very hot spell, the fourth heat wave that the area has seen already this year. Now, temperatures are dropping, Francine, but the concern from local authorities is that the wind is actually picking up. And in Portugal, we have 4 existing fires. One of them is spreading very, very quickly, and more than 1,600 firefighters are tackling that one. So the worst isn't over, and temperatures are set to pick up again on the weekend. So still very concerning situation in both Portugal and Spain.
Sophia, what kind of pressure are both governments facing then?
Yeah, so the wildfires are really a focus of political bickering. In Portugal, the opposition has already called for the interior minister to resign. The problem was the Prime Minister, Luís Montenegro, he was actually in the Algarve, and he hosted a party, festivities for the PSD party. So the optics of that were not great. He did cancel his holidays, and yesterday he made it up to the funeral of one of the firefighters who had died on his way to the scene over the weekend. But a lot of questions over whether there was mismanagement there. Also, Sanchez in Spain facing pressure. There's a lot of political bickering, especially in the areas where the fires are, because they're controlled by the opposition. So this isn't likely to hold up. Let's remember also in 2017 in Portugal, when more than 100 people died, the government almost collapsed. So these can have very serious consequences on the politics of the countries.
Sophia, thank you so much. As always, Bloomberg's Portugal Bureau Chief, Sofia Orta-Costa. Now, shares of Chinese toy maker Pop Marts have jumped in Hong Kong after posting a huge first-half earnings beat. Both revenue and profit actually surged more than 200% year-on-year, boosted by global demand for its hugely and highly popular Labubu dolls. Now, the company is planning to launch a new mini Labubu. For more, we're joined by Jennifer Creary, our global business reporter. Jennifer, I mean, so many people are going crazy for these little, like, troll-like dolls. Do we know how much the market is worth?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of our favorite stories in the consumer space. Everyone going crazy over these little monsters. And their popularity is really propping up Pop Mart's market value. So we saw in 2023 that it stood at about 6 billion yuan. That's more than double to 13 billion yuan. That's about 1.8 billion USD. So really, really boosting its market valuation. And Labubus themselves cost anywhere between, $18 to almost $1,000, and a lot of this value is placed on these the blind box packaging, so consumers don't know what they're going to get, and that's really adding an element of scarcity and mystery around these little monsters, and that's what's really pushing up their popularity.
They are little monsters. I was asked if I could find a tempura one. I was like, what? But I mean, some of these things just really go wild.
Yeah.
How do you know if it's like just a one-off like phenomenon for 12, 18 months, or if this really has longevity?
Yeah, I mean, that's the key concern for the company at the moment, and I think that's why we're seeing them release these mini Labubus, because they're trying to sustain interest. We know that viral toys do have a limited shelf life, and so PopMart is going to have to find ways to really sustain that interest. And we're seeing that reflected in the share price as well. You know, investors are uncertain over the longevity of these little toys. That's something that the company really needs to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, it's funny because they're toys, but they're fashion. Do you love them? Or do you hate them? I love them as much as I hate them.
I love them as well, but when I see Rihanna and Kim Kardashian wearing them, I mean, that makes me want them all.
There you go. You've heard it here first. Thank you, Jennifer, for joining us. Jennifer Creary, they're a global business reporter on Labubus and the mini version as well. Coming up, we speak to the chief executive of the UK tech unicorn Forterro. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
To Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Now, while tech headlines have been dominated by U.S. companies recently, tech firms in Europe have quietly been making strides. So Forterro is a software company that provides solutions for the industrial sector. Now, it's a UK-based tech unicorn and one of this country's fastest-growing software providers. The chief executive, Dean Forbes, is with me now. Dean, as always, thank you so much for coming on Bloomberg. Look, there's a lot going on, and I don't know whether when you look at software and some of the tech valuations in the U.S., you worry about market sentiment, or this feels like it's still the one thing that's propping up the U.S. economy almost on its own?
Well, the UK tech sector is worth over £1.2 trillion, and over the last few years we've seen that consistently grow at around 13%. First half deployment of venture capital is 10% up over second half last year. So I think your point is absolutely correct that in the UK and in Europe, these companies and companies like Forterro just continue to go about our business quietly, try to build great software companies, and when it comes to valuations, good companies continue to be valued extremely well in the UK and Europe.
So, Dean, how do you see Forterro evolving from here? How much more can it grow? And actually, what's your biggest hope for it?
Well, if we look over the last 3 years, again, Forterro's on track to treble in size between 2022 and by the end of 2025. And
it's incredible.
It's been an incredible journey, and at a time when the economy has been challenging for all of us. So it's a growth trajectory we're incredibly proud of, and it's driven by our customers' need to continue to digitize their processes and look for more efficient ways to deliver their products and services to their customers. And that's not going to change. So I expect our growth trajectory to continue on this steep upward trajectory.
Dean, when you look at your clients, how much they're spending, do you see a big spend when it comes to software because they also need to keep up with the AI?
Well, for sure. I mean, the whole manufacturing supply chain has been disrupted again over the last few years. Ever since we came out of the pandemic, it's been more and more challenging for our customers. The economic climate, again, brings another challenge for them. So where do people go? They look to technology. They look to technology like Fortero to find those additional elements of productivity, efficiency gains, speeding up their delivery to their customers. And again, that's a trend that we expect to continue, and Fortero is incredibly well placed to continue to serve.
I mean, if you look at valuations in the US for a lot of the AI, do you think it has an impact actually on, at the end of the day, how much you would be valued, or are the two slightly disconnected?
Of course. I mean, AI is now the leading trend in software, and it's the leading trend in enterprise software. And we've managed to find some incredible ways to deploy AI internally at Fortero to make us more efficient. And unlike a lot of our peers, that hasn't led to adjustments in our headcount. We continue to grow headcount and continue to grow the way we deploy and spend on AI. And then when it comes to our customers have relied on us to help them deliver, their products and services. They rely on us to serve them in the cloud, and they're going to rely on us to serve them when it comes to AI as well.
Dean, can you talk to me a little bit about, this long-term strategic partnership with Amazon Web Services? So what does that look like?
Well, that comes back to the fact that the manufacturing sector is really focused on building products and shipping products to their customers. So when it comes to IT and technology, they rely on Fortero to come up with answers to those IT questions. And cloud is one of the ways that we can move the cost and burden for running our systems and systems like ours out of our customers, and we can take on that burden for them. So in doing that, as a very important part of our strategy, we looked for a best-in-class provider and partner to help us move those products into the cloud, and Amazon came out at the front of that pack. So that's where we will be focusing most of our cloud and most of our AI investments, so that our customers can kind of leverage that across the board.
I mean, a lot of the IT used to be done in-house.
Right.
Have you seen a shift, actually, as it becomes more costly, but also as companies try to keep up with technology and even some of the benefits of AI going to, second or third spaces like Fortero?
Absolutely. And if you look at our customers, again, we're talking about the mid-market across Europe. We're talking about the heartland of most of the European economies, right? It's always that mid-market that brings economies back after downturns. And those are small businesses led by great entrepreneurs who don't want to spend their time trying to manage technology and manage IT. And that's where Fortero and our team and our products and services come in. We take that burden away from them.
Dean, overall, I mean, you're one of the most well-respected, entrepreneurs in the UK. It feels like it's a little bit tough in the UK. I don't know whether it's the government maybe not being as close to entrepreneurs as some of the previous governments, or it's just, global funding. How does it feel to be a UK entrepreneur?
It's been the most volatile time in my career, and I think that what's made it a bit more challenging is the fact that we haven't stayed in either a downturn or an upturn for a long enough period for us all to react to that, right? The market has really been volatile, has really been bouncing. To the moment we become cautious because times are tough, interest rates come down, and then we all become a bit more buoyant again, and then we react to that, and before you know it, we're back in a different cycle. It's become more important than ever just to kind of hunker down the company, be extremely focused on delivering value to end customer, and let the markets play out over time.
Yeah. Does it mean that you have to be a lot more nimble? And does it mean that it almost hurts growth opportunities if you never really know what's coming next?
Well, we've been very lucky. Our business has shifted from being, a 50% recurring business to now 75% recurring revenue business, powered by that 40% growth to the cloud that we've been driving at Fortero. So that gives us a long-term horizon because the revenue is more stable and more predictable, and that lets us make longer-term strategic investments for customers and for our employees. So it's been very fortunate that we've driven that shift to the cloud and that shift in the recurring revenue mix to allow us to have that long-term view and perspective.
Well, I know it's tough fiscally for the UK. We have a budget, a new budget. We're not 100% sure exactly when that is. It could be in November, a little bit later, because the date hasn't been announced yet. We have inflation going up. What would you need from that budget or from the Chancellor?
I think it's time again to come back to stimulating entrepreneurship and stimulating, SMEs and the mid-market. As I always say, when the economy is tough, it's very rarely the giants and the top of the public markets that bring the economy back to buoyancy. It's the heartland of the UK, France, Germany. It's those mid-market businesses. It's those entrepreneurs. So making it easier for those types of companies to invest, to capture talent, to build products, to innovate is ultimately what's going to bring our economies back to growth.
Dean, thank you so much for joining us. Dean Forbes there, Forterro Chief Executive, on a great conversation on technology, entrepreneurship, and the UK. Now, as talk about the UK, inflation rising to an 18-month high due to surging fuel, food, and transport prices. That's, of course, adding pressure on the Bank of England to reconsider the pace of interest rate cuts. Well, gilt yields fell at the open, now rising. Let's go to Van Ram from our MLive team, who didn't think the drop in yields would last. There's a lot going on. Let's start with the BOE, and then I also want to get your thoughts on Jay Powell. But Van, how are you seeing gilts behaving from now on?
Well, I think that, gilts are going to, are kind of putting on a brave front this morning, Francine, but I don't think the demeanor is going to last because, we saw the inflation readings for July ticking up considerably higher than anyone thought. And you've got, core and headline inflation at nudging 4%, and you've got services inflation claiming back 5%. Now, that is the component of domestic inflation that the BOE policymakers are very keenly watching, including the chief economist. So I think that, the fact that we have got back to 5% is not good optics for the BOE to be cutting rates into that scenario. You've got, you've got a very slim real policy rate for the BOE, given current inflation. And if they cut rates once more, we'll go into real negative inflation-adjusted policy rate. And even assuming service inflation stays put, we are already in negative policy-adjusted inflation policy rate. So I think that, it would be a policy mistake for the BOE to cut rates from here. So I think that the gilts will see that reality. And I think that the two-year gilt yield will nudge to 4.10%, which is the level that has prevailed since the end of the first quarter, Francine.
Ven, talk to me about Jay Powell. I mean, this is going to be the big show this week. What are you expecting?
Well, I think that, he's got very little incentive to push back against market expectations for a September rate cut because, with inflation kind of still hovering around 2.6, core PCE 2.6, 2.7, thereabouts, I think that, there is a little bit of policy room. There's a little bit of room for the Fed to be cutting rates here. And I think that, having already flagged 2 rate cuts by the end of the year in the June dot plot, the Fed has very little reason to walk away from its own dot plot.
And finally, we heard from Lagarde this morning. What was your main key takeaway?
Well, I think the key takeaway is that, Lagarde is saying that, look, a September rate cut is not happening, and probably they're going to wait for the forecast, the September macroeconomic updated forecast. And she did mention a little bit of weakness in the economy, and that kind of suggests that, the ECB is ready to deliver what is likely to be the last rate cut for this cycle, probably in December, but not before that. And that pricing is the most crucial metric for the markets at the moment.
Ven, as always, thank you so much. Bloomberg MLive strategist Van Ram with some great stories and analysis out on the terminal and on our website. Now, don't miss our interview with Oaktree's Howard Marks. He'll be on surveillance at 1:30 p.m. London time. Up next, Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Let's talk about this villa. Very traditional. A lot of things of the past.
I live
my very first independent life in the farmhouse. And I built it by the memory of the farmhouse, the philosophy they believe, yin, yang, 5 elements, the concept of the life, of the happiness. They build this kind of roof, like boat, and man and woman, and bowl of rice. Everyone should be happy if have somewhere to live, something to eat, and someone to love.
So you're defined a lot by your past experiences.
Yeah, actually, I'm a lucky man because not everyone should have the experience of the war and peace, poor and rich, technology progress, a change during my life, rich by experience.
There's an appreciation for what you have now.
And therefore, peace is the most important thing for today, for Vietnamese, and I think for human beings, for the world.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Danny Berger with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's what you need to know this Wednesday. The big rotation, a tech sell-off bleeds into global markets after NVIDIA's worst decline in 4 months. Happy with the status quo, Treasury Secretary Besson says the current tariff setup with China is working pretty well. And a House divided. July's Fed minutes are on deck with insight into the dissenting doves. Well, it was a rotation out of momentum yesterday. Momentum did really, really poorly. And we had one of the biggest sell-offs for NVIDIA in some time. It's down again this morning, about 0.5%. And the S&P is down, as is the NASDAQ, down 0.2%. That's what happens when one of your biggest weightings sells off. It doesn't matter that Intel had a really good day or Home Depot had a really good day. Now, for this bond market, we rallied, breaking a 3-day losing streak. We take a breather from that. We're little change on the bond market this morning. Your 10-year yield, that stands at 4.3043. Let's get some stocks moving in the pre-market this morning, though. With that is Valerie Teitel. Hey, Val.
Good morning, Danny. I want to start right there with NVIDIA because surprisingly, it's no longer in the red. It is trading flat now in pre-market. Maybe the tech slide has done its work for now. Maybe that's the bullish way to look at it. But some people have been pointing fingers at the slide of yesterday to this MIT report that showed that 95% of generative AI pilots used by corporations are failing to generate revenue. Some may be saying that caused a bit of the weakness across these tech names yesterday. But NVIDIA trading flat this morning, the pre-market after its worst session since April. Let's stay in tech and move on to Intel. Bit of a different picture here. Intel was in the green yesterday, resilient to NASDAQ slide. It's now trading in the red, down 1.5%. Some attention, Danny, on the fact that the valuation, its PE multiple for Intel has reached .com level highs. And those, I guess those drawing attention to that are seeing that the stock maybe should pause its recent rally. Lastly, let's end with the retailers. A Lazy Boy, this is the home furniture retailer, getting quite trounced in the pre-market, down 24%. Danny, they showed some issues with expenses. We're also having some issues with foot traffic and its more modern brand, Joybird, excuse me. We also hear from more retailers today, Danny, so it doesn't end there. We have Target and Lowe's to report before the bell. Danny.
Valerie, thank you very much for that roundup. We'll catch up with you later in the hour. Also in this hour, in just a moment, we speak with Andrew Balls of PIMCO to join us on discussing U.S. debt concerns and other matters for this Treasury market. We'll also be looking ahead to the FOMC minutes with State Street's Kayla Cedar later this hour. Now, the team over at PIMCO seeing a higher than usual probability of a U.S. recession in the next 5 years, writing quote, while the Trump 2.0 fiscal package is likely to widen U.S. deficits and debt beyond prior policy projections, yet overall fiscal space remains constrained, limiting room to respond to future downturns. Of course, not necessarily that recession prediction, but just how we respond to it. Andrew joins us now. He's PIMCO's CIO of Global Fixed Income. Andrew, so you and the team in your outlook for 2025, we have a limited room to respond to any downturn if there is a downturn. Is that what you're seeing play out in the long end at this moment? Some of the tension there as we see the 530s curve move to its steepest since 2021.
Well, of course, you have seen significant stimulus with the big, beautiful bill. So there is the stimulus that will impact growth over this second half of the year into next year. But looking forward, just given the level of deficits, we do think that in the event of a recession, in the event of a significant downturn in the economy, there's less room now, just given the starting level of the deficit. The good news is if you look at the Federal Reserve's policy rates, there's plenty of room for conventional monetary policy easing. And so our expectation over time would be that there's potential for the Fed to cut rates significantly lower than the market is pricing. And yes, as you said, more risk premium has been built into the long end of the curve. We think that makes sense given the long-term fiscal outlook. It makes sense for the market to want more risk premium at the long end of the curve. You're seeing that in the US, and you're seeing that globally in other markets as well.
Andrew, you also write that you don't necessarily foresee a fiscal crisis, but you foresee more episodes of volatility. I gotta say, this market has lacked some serious volatility for at least a month now and more. Since the nadir of the spring, we've been trading in a very tight range for this Treasury market. What changes to reignite that volatility, and what do you make of the lack of it at this point, despite all of the headline risk that's been coming at us fast?
Well, so there's a lot of headline risk and markets, as you say, volatility has been subdued. Equity markets have behaved very strongly, performed very strongly. I think in broad terms, yes, there's a lot of uncertainty in the outlook, the global trade war, but this is being reduced given that the deals, the baseline that we have now across countries, and this makes it much easier for market participants, for business decision makers to plan ahead. And so I think you have reduced some of the event risk. When you step back, though, still a lot of economic uncertainty, political, geopolitical uncertainty. You're seeing this every day in the news, and from that perspective, some things are very complicated, some things are more simple. If you have high quality fixed income portfolios, yield 6-7% is achievable for high quality bond portfolios. We see that as a very attractive return potential over the next few years. At a time of great uncertainty, and you can step back a little bit from the day-to-day and focus on that longer-term outlook. And yes, 6-7% type expected return, given the starting yields we see, is very attractive for high-quality portfolios.
For that longer-term outlook, Andrew, because at the moment, what we're contending with, fueling growth, is continued AI spend on data centers. And then you have the one big, beautiful bill adding to that sugar rush, at least at the start of next year. What happens when two of those stories start to slow? If any of the spending starts to slow from the tech giant, or we get into late 2026 and 2027, and some of that fiscal sugar rush starts to peter out, is that a concern in the long term?
Yeah, so you have seen a downshift in terms of growth. The US is operating at about 1%, a little bit above 1%. We think this year, CapEx subdued outside of the tech sector. So you have seen the slowdown in the U.S. economy. I think the difficult thing for the Federal Reserve, for market participants, is when you get this sort of slowdown, just exactly how much are you going to get? We saw the weakness in the revisions in the labour market report. That clearly is very important for the Federal Reserve. I mean, on our forecast, we would expect some improvement in growth next year, in part because of the fiscal stimulus. But yes, when you're having an economy slow down, when you have all this tariff-related uncertainty, it's harder than normal to do your forecasts. The Fed clearly is dealing with these same challenges. The good news, though, as I said, is the market is pricing in the Federal Reserve to cut rates, but remain above their estimate, our estimate for neutral policy rates. And if you do get worse than expected growth outcomes, then there's plenty of room for the Fed to cut rates below the 3 and a bit percent terminal rate that is priced in.
Well, all of this could make Jackson Hole really interesting, Andrew, or just incredibly boring because they don't want to say anything, given how difficult, to your point, it is to forecast. But I have to say, amid all of that, the cash into credit keeps gushing, an overwhelming supply. Looking at IG spreads reaching the tightest since 1998, it seems like there is a split. You have the Bank of America's and the HSBC's remaining optimistic. You have Goldman Sachs saying that we are complacent and it's a fragile market. Andrew, where do you stand on this?
Well, I think that credit spreads don't look super attractive in the baseline. I think they are fine, but there's certainly not a lot of excess compensation for credit risk, given the macro risks that we have discussed. What we find is we can rely a little bit less on corporate credit and look elsewhere in the market to generate attractive yield. We think U.S. agency mortgages look very attractive. Private label mortgages look attractive, have some globally diversified positions in terms of mortgages. And again, you can build yields 6-7% for high quality portfolios without relying too much on corporate credit. And in particular, I think high yield looks a little bit less attractive here, more economically sensitive sectors. We think it is worth being quite careful there, up in quality, up in liquidity, and again, you can build these attractive return profiles without having to rely too much on corporate credit risk.
Andrew, so wonderful to have you this morning. Thank you for joining. That's Andrew Balls of PIMCO. Let's now get you some other top stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. UK inflation has climbed to an 18-month high after a pickup in fuel, food, and transport prices. The Bank of England now under pressure to reconsider the pace of interest rate cuts. Consumer prices rose 3.8% from a year earlier. Services inflation climbed to 5%. India's Prime Minister Modi welcomed improved ties with China after meeting with Foreign Minister Wang Yi. He said the relations between the two countries have made steady progress. Modi said that he is looking forward to visiting China later this month, which would be his first trip to the country in 7 years, and meeting President Xi Jinping. Elsewhere, shares of Chinese toy maker Pop Mart rose the most in nearly 4 months after the CEO said the company could easily surpass its annual sales projection. On the earnings call, the CEO said he's unable to predict growth as a result of the global frenzy for the Labubu dolls. And I guess he's making a mini version launching as soon as this week. So, Joy, that frenzy is going to continue in a mini form. Okay, coming up. If it's not broken, don't fix it. That's what the Treasury Secretary has to say about current U.S.-China trade. We're going to have more on that next, coming up on your brief.
to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
You're watching Bloomberg Brief. I'm Danny Berger in New York. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that he's happy with the status quo when it comes to trade arrangements with China. He spoke to Fox News about whether a trade deal was coming up amid ongoing talks between Washington and Beijing.
We're at 50 or 55%. China is right now the biggest revenue line in the tariff income. So, if it's not broke, don't fix it. They have a 10% tariff on us. They have started shipping the rare earth magnets, which we agreed to. We had put some countermeasures on them that we've taken off. So I think right now the status quo is working pretty well.
For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Suzanne Lynch. Suzanne, it sounds like can kicking might become the new policy.
Well, very much so. I mean, we know that this trade truce, if you like, has recently been extended until November. And those comments there from the Treasury Secretary suggest that there is no rush to change things before then. As he said there, it's working well, as I see it. And I think the real focus now is whether a planned possible summit between President Trump and Xi Jinping takes place before the end of the year. We're expecting that may take place. There are some wrinkles, though. We've heard some complaints by U.S. soybean producers, for example, that China isn't buying their soybeans. And this could become and increasingly become an issue for some U.S. exporters.
So on that side of things, you have the China and U.S. trade talks going on. But Suzanne, it also seems like amid this, you have India talking about closer trade ties to China. That's another sticking point for the U.S., where those negotiations remain. What does it say about the U.S. and India if you do have what seems to be like a push for them to look elsewhere?
Absolutely. That's what we're seeing now. India obviously was quite surprised by the level of tariffs that were imposed by Washington on New Delhi. And yes, this week we saw talks at a very senior level between India and China in New Delhi. India is obviously making sure it is looking elsewhere in case the trade relationship that it has with the United States deteriorate even further. Now, I mean, one of the big beefs that Donald Trump has with India is that it's purchasing Russian oil, and Bessent again repeated that concern yesterday. Of course, we know that it doesn't seem to have the same concern with China. It has not punished China for purchasing Russian oil, and yet it hit India with that 50% tariff, citing the fact that it was buying that Russian oil. Now, India said it did its own right to buy that oil at its cheapest level, but it does go to the heart of what's becoming an increasingly fractious relationship between the United States and India.
Hey, Suzanne, just before we let you go, we also had filings from the White House just laying out Trump's investments so far for this year. What did we learn?
Yeah, very interesting. This is about Donald Trump's investments in debt, both municipal debt and also corporate holdings. And some interesting names in there, companies like Home Depot, Meta, one of the companies in Meta as well. And I suppose it does raise a question of, you know, the US president's investments in companies which are being affected by his own policies in the White House. Now, US presidents are not obliged to divest their assets when they become president. Most presidents have done so. So Donald Trump has broken with precedent here. But this filing, he was obliged to file last night, and this is where we're getting those details from.
Suzanne, appreciate those details, you bringing them to us. That's Suzanne Lynch on the latest in Washington. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at Meta's restructuring plan and their continued nonstop spend on AI. All of that's coming up next on your brief. Stay with us. You're watching Bloomberg.
Opinion at least, the reason that the U.S. is so creative and innovative and has so much interesting development and has, you know, most of the largest trillion-dollar businesses is because we have the best capital markets. And capital market development is really what creates the funding in order to pursue ideas. So in America, any idea you have, there's a market for it. Right? So building markets like the securitization markets in the U.S., you know, really allowed for non-financial companies to get into the financial industry business. And that was really a derivative of making the securitization market so competitive. So building securitization markets and continuing to grow markets and figuring out how to continuously fund ideas, I think that's going to be, you know, the next stage of growth for these markets.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Bloomberg Open Interest.
Every trading day.
Only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg Brief. I'm Dani Berger in New York. Let's take a look at the front pages this morning. First up on the Wall Street Journal, they're leading with a report that Elon Musk is quietly pumping the brakes on his plans to start a political party. He told allies that he wants to focus on his companies and is reluctant to alienate powerful Republicans by starting his own party. Sources say Musk is weighing using his financial resources to back VP J.D. Vance if he decides to run for president in 2028. Next up, the Washington Post reporting that U.S. Attorney Pirro said that federal prosecutors in D.C. have been instructed not to seek felony charges against people who are carrying rifles or shotguns. The shift comes at an unexpected time, with the Trump administration ramping up federal law enforcement on the streets of Washington. Pirro said that her office would continue charging violent crimes and firearms trafficking that involve those weapons. And the FT leading with U.S. tech stocks getting hit as warnings that the hype surrounding AI could be overdone. Traders pinning some of the declines in the U.S. on a critical report authored by a branch of MIT that said 95% of organizations are getting zero returns on their investment in generative AI. Marco Kolanovich, the former JP Morgan strategist, tweeting about that, saying it looks like a bubble. Now, elsewhere in AI, Meta is doubling down, restructuring its artificial intelligence group. The idea better capitalize on its recently acquired talent. Bloomberg Tech anchor, Europe anchor Tom McKenzie joins us now. Tom, what do we know about the restructuring?
Yeah, two key aims for Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO, of course, of Meta, with this change in terms of the AI team being split into 4 different units. One is to capitalize, as you say, on the huge investment in terms of talent and increasingly infrastructure that has been put to play. The other is, and this ties into the next part, which is trying to play catch-up, ultimately, particularly to the likes of OpenAI and Google. They are behind Meta when it comes to their large language models. So they've hired all this talent, they've spent all this money on this talent and on the infrastructure, and they need to now catch up. And part of the rationale for the change is to do that. They want to get to what Mark Zuckerberg describes as super intelligence or artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence. He sees that as absolutely central to the mission now of Meta. So they've been split into 4 teams, focused on the infrastructure piece, focused on research, focused on large language models, and then the product piece as well, how this AI fits in to Meta's existing ecosystem in terms of products, getting it to consumers.
Tom, how much does this just underscore that spending to Meta is like the sideshow, that they will spare no expense, that the numbers themselves don't matter, but they are just willing to plow so much capital into this project?
Yeah, there's been no shortage, it seems, of capital that Meta is putting to work to try and close that gap, whether it's signing $100 million checks for new hires or pledging to invest up to $72 billion just this year and more in 2026 on infrastructure and on energy. But there's a tension as well. Money doesn't solve all of your issues on this question. They've brought in these new hires. According to the New York Times, there's tension between the new hires who are coming in, like Alexander Wang, for example, formerly of Scale AI, into which Meta invested more than $14 billion. He now oversees all of the AI program for Meta. Tensions between him and his team and some of the previous hires, the old hands at Meta, those tensions apparently exist according to New York Times, and they're looking at pretty radical changes, as well as breaking up into 4 different units. According to the New York Times, they're also looking potentially at using other AI large language models from third-party companies to build on as well. And there's a continuing debate within Meta that's long pushed open source models to potentially move to a closed model system as well. That as well is causing some internal tension. So money alone will not close that gap, but certainly it could go a long way for Mark Zuckerberg and the team at Meta.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how these young adults coming in, trying to push others around might definitely, upset a few people. Tom, thank you very much for that reporting. That is Bloomberg Tech anchor Tom McKenzie. And of course, Sam Altman of OpenAI saying, are we in a phase where investors are overexcited by AI? In my opinion, yes. You're seeing some of that sell-off, maybe reflecting that, or maybe just a momentum unwind. Okay, coming up, we're going to look ahead to the latest Fed minutes. We'll catch up with State Street's Kayla Cedar in here around the desk. That's coming up next on your brief.
break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Danny Berger with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's what you need to know this Wednesday. The big rotation, a tech sell-off, bleeds into global markets after NVIDIA's worst decline in 4 months. Happy with the status quo, Treasury Secretary Bessent says the current tariff setup with China is working pretty well. And a House divided, July's Fed minutes on deck with insight into the dissenting doves. Well, we are weaker for a third consecutive day after the close yesterday. Will today make it a fourth? Tech in particular has been hard hit despite a boost from Home Depot and Intel yesterday. It was a momentum trade unwind. We're down about 0.2 for the NASDAQ, 0.1 for the S&P 500. It was a 10-year rally yesterday that broke a 3-day slide, but yields are little changed this morning. We're going to get Fed minutes later today, and then tomorrow Jackson Hole kicks off. We are at 4.3023 on your 10-year yield. Let's look at some stocks moving in the pre-market. With that is Valerie Teitel. Hey, Val.
Good morning, Danny. Let's start with a check on NVIDIA. After its worst slide since April in the session yesterday, we are trading a bit stronger this morning, but only just fractionally, up 0.3%. It was down nearly 0.5% earlier in pre-market trade, so it does seem to be that momentum for these tech stocks is picking up as we get closer to the bell. Let's move on to Intel. A bit of a different picture here. Intel was quite resilient to the tech slide yesterday, still was in the green, up 6% at the close, but we are falling in pre-market, down around 1.5% for the U.S. chip maker. And this comes as, it's had quite a remarkable run, Danny, up 27% since the CEO met with Trump in the White House 7 sessions ago. So giving back some of those gains for Intel, down 1.5%. Let's move on to earnings, because there was a bit of an interesting picture that we got from the U.S. home builders. We had the luxury home builder Toll Brothers pulling back on their guidance for new home deliveries. That's new construction being soft. We also had James Hardie. This is a building materials maker who also pointed to the fact that they are seeing weak demand for new construction and for U.S. housing repairs in the U.S. and Canada. So this is painting quite a weak picture on the U.S. housing front when it comes to Toll Brothers and James Hardie. Danny.
Valerie, excellent roundup. Thank you for your work this morning. We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Now, the latest Fed meeting minutes comes this afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern. With a setup on what to look forward to is Ven Ram from our Bloomberg Live team. Ven, what you looking out for in today's minutes?
Morning, Danny. It's going to be a very interesting set of minutes because under Powell's Fed, we haven't seen a regime that's been characterized by too many dissents. And last month, we got 2 dissent votes from Christopher Waller and and Michelle Baumann. So it'll be interesting. Just the margin of dissent vote makes those minutes interesting. But much what excuse me, but much water has flowed under the bridge. Since then, we have had a very weak labor report. We've also had pretty weak ISM manufacturing report. So the markets have quickly repositioned themselves to assign an 80% possibility of a rate cut in September. Of course, the big elephant in the room is the Jackson Hole address from Powell on Friday, and the markets are wondering what he's going to say, whether he will stand in the way of 2 rate cuts that the Fed had penciled in June by the end of the year. Now, if you pass the Taylor rule, Danny, what it shows is that, you know, if you take realized inflation so far this year into account, the Fed rate should be 375. So I think there is quite a bit of margin for the Fed to cut rates here. So the big question, as I was saying, is whether whether Powell is going to stand in the way of the 2 rate cuts that the Fed has itself flagged.
All right, Ven, thank you very much for that setup for the rest of the week. That is Bloomberg's Ven Ram. And joining us now is Kayla Cedar, multi-asset macro strategist at State Street. Kayla, great to see you. Thanks for joining this morning. I want to take that last point from Ven, this idea of will Powell stand in the way of market pricing? The market pricing in something like 80% will get a cut in September. Does Powell have any incentive to push back or confirm that?
Well, thanks for having me, first off. But you know, I think when it comes to Powell and what we're really looking for at Jackson Hole this week is how much is he going to confirm a cut for September. In the past, he's really echoed this mantra of data dependence, and we do have a lot of data that's coming up between Jackson Hole and the next Fed meeting. And so, you know, I really think he's going to echo this message of, look, we still have a lot of data that has yet to come. And, you know, for markets, that can be a risk because, like you said, 80% chance of a cut in September, the market's really leaning and looking for that 25. So unless there's confirmation that 25 is definitively coming, which looks unlikely given the history of the tone Powell has set, you know, we could see, especially in equities, more of the trends that we've seen over the past couple days where they do take a little bit more of a hit.
I was going to ask where the vulnerabilities were. It sounds like it's risk assets. I mean, you also have credit spreads at the tightest since 1998. So is it a fragile market right now, just given everything we're pricing in?
The way I would think about it is, will we see more concentration? Because throughout this entire process, from when the Fed started hiking in 2022 to this really slow trickle of cuts over the last year, what we've seen is, you know, tech continues to really stand out. And, you know, there's concern of, okay, is tech a bubble? You know, do we just see these trends continue to really, you know, metastasize and grow? And, you know, I think until we see definitive signs that lots of cuts are coming, you'll probably see more of that concentration. And so getting back to your question around are markets fragile or not, you know, I think another way to think about it is, will concentration continue? And until we see signs that, you know, cuts are going to sequentially be coming, that concentration will probably continue.
It's interesting you say sequential cuts, that lots of cuts are coming. So if we just cut in September or maybe twice this year, get something that looks to kind of neutral, is that not enough for the broadening out trade?
I don't think so too much, especially because when you look at the profitability of a lot of these tech companies, even with CapEx spending, even with R&D, even with, you know, the AI trends, you still see a really wide margin between tech and a lot of other parts of the market. And so I do think it'll take more than, you know, 25 basis points of cuts to really get investors interested in these other parts of the market. There are some places where positioning is exceptionally underweight, and so you could see some more interest there. But I think by and large, it would probably take more of a shift to really break that gap between tech and the rest of the market.
When it comes to this bond market, Scott Bessent was advocating on CNBC yesterday that we need more cuts, that it's a housing market under pressure. It's something that Trump has talked about as well. But this is also a market that's priced in 100 basis points of cuts over the next 12 months. And the 10-year has basically remained unchanged as we've priced that in. If we do get cuts, how confident or not confident are you that we would even get relief on the longer end that would translate into strength for the housing market?
I think that's a great way to think about it. And that's the key question here is, you know, if the front end comes down, what will the long end do? And there is upside risks to the long end, whether that be term premium, whether that be the deficit. And so, if you think the long end is going to rise when you see Fed cuts, that really tells you a lot, right? It tells you, should the Fed really be cutting as much as the market expects? I think moving forward, one thing that we're seeing in our data on the real money investor side is that there isn't a lot of demand for 10-year yield or 10-year bonds. What we see is more selling, whereas real money investors are really sticking to the front end of the curve. And so, that tells you a lot right there, where, there are upside pressures on the longer end of the curve.
Well, Besson also said in that he'd start to study who's the next Fed chief candidate around Labor Day. He said before or after, and then he'd whittle down the list. How important is it going to be for what you're talking about specifically, and how dovish the Fed is, or if it's perceived to be moving in a dovish reason because of politics for the long end?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, we have to remember there's a lot of voters. It's not like one vote necessarily matters more than everyone else. Surely, the chairman's job is very important in building that consensus. However, I would still keep in mind that, it's going to take a lot more voters to turn the overall Fed to be dovish. But yeah, it's really going to depend on the data. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, well, speaking of the data and just market fragility, I was really struck. We were talking with our tech reporter, Tom McKenzie, earlier about just how much Meta is spending. They are going crazy, and it's not just them, of course, it's all the hyperscalers. But if we're in a situation where there's this MIT study out that apparently says 95% of spending on generative AI isn't making returns. I don't know how they measure that. But if we get to an environment where any of these big tech players starts to pull back, how dependent have we gotten on AI, not just for the market, but for this economy, the type of spending and the numbers that these companies are putting up? What are the risks if some of them start to pull back?
I think there is the risk of that, especially because what we see in our data is we continue to see really strong demand for semis. That's where inflows are strongest. So if you see signs that, the Metas of the world are decreasing appetite to really invest in this AI trade, that could put that semi trade at risk. Positioning is really high there. You could see, some sell-off there. But so far, we haven't seen that. This trend has really been, all about AI. Again and again, we've had this, I think for the past year, we've had conversations around, are these tech companies spending too much on AI? And so far, the answer has been no. So that continues to support this overall semis trade, which is where we see those longer-term investors continuing to, allocate their assets towards.
Do you buy any of this kind of crowding out idea? The fact that a lot of investment is going into tech, it makes energy more expensive for everyday people, it means investments are not going elsewhere, they're really being funneled into AI. Is it kind of a risk for other parts of the economy?
That's interesting. I think that, AI has the potential to impact more than just tech. And so if you're following this AI trade, there's a lot of other sectors that can benefit. So we think about utilities because, what has to power this trade? You can think about places like healthcare. That really has a lot of potential to benefit from the AI trade. Even something like supply chains, where supply chains can do a better job if they incorporate some of these AI tools that we've learned about. So I think because the breadth of AI can be very wide, it's the likelihood that it is a bubble or the likelihood that it is crowding out other parts of the market is lower.
Okay, Kayla, we're going to have to end it there. Always such a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for joining Kayla Cedar of State Street. All right, let's get you some other top stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. UK inflation climbed to an 18-month high after pickup in fuel, food, and transportation prices. The Bank of England now under pressure to reconsider the pace of interest rate cuts. Consumer prices rose 3.8% from a year earlier. Services inflation climbing to 5%. President Trump met with the CEOs of the world's two biggest mining companies to discuss a copper project in Arizona. Rio Tinto's Jacob Stossholm and BHP's Mike Henry were at the White House to discuss the project that could supply the U.S. with 25% of its annual copper needs for as many as 40 years. And President Trump has bought hundreds of bonds since returning to office. White House documents show that he made 690 transactions beginning the day after his inauguration, totaling at least $103.7 million. Among the debt he bought was those sold by U.S. companies affected by policy changes that he championed. Coming up, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's view on China trade for now is if it ain't fixed, don't fix it. Wow. More on that next. We'll get it right next time, I promise. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
We published a story recently about the explosion of robotic companies and innovation in China. I think we said there's something like 50 or 60 robotic startups in China. Are we behind, and should we be concerned about that?
I think as far as the state of innovation, no. Most of those robots aren't built for work, for the things that, which is the entry point for these robots today. They can do some interesting things. A lot of times it's backflips or making coffee or something, but not really useful work. These robots can pick up to 50 pounds on our next generation. So they're great for the education of robotics, getting people interested. But as far as humanoids, they've got to check that safety box before they can come into any of the facilities here. And that's a big bar that we haven't seen much of out of the Chinese robots.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg Brief. I'm Danny Berger in New York. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is very happy with trade arrangements with China. He spoke to Fox News about whether a deal with Beijing was coming up. Take a listen.
We're at 50 or 55%. China is right now the biggest revenue line in the tariff income. So, if it's not broke, don't fix it. They have a 10% tariff on us. They have started shipping the rare earth magnets, which we agreed to. We had put some countermeasures on them that we've taken off. So I think right now the status quo is working pretty well.
For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Brendan Murray, who leads our global trade coverage. So, Brendan, a lot of discussion has been made. What is the progress on China and U.S. trade talks? Does it seem like the status quo is in place of the progress, that can kicking becomes the new policy from here on out?
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like Treasury Secretary Bessent sounds to be comfortable with this rhythm that they've gotten into, this once every 3 months or so renegotiating or resetting of the relationship. He talked about how the important thing in that conversation that he had was the revenue that the U.S. is getting from China. So it doesn't sound like it's the rebalancing of the U.S.-China trade relationship that's the main priority now. It's all the money that they're able to get for the U.S. Treasury. That seems to be a big factor. One of the things we didn't hear from Secretary Bessent respond to was the fact that China isn't buying any American soybeans, which has U.S. farmers in a very tight spot. China has purchased no new crop soybeans from the U.S. heading into the harvest. So you got to wonder at some point
those worries are going to, from a strong base of Trump supporters, is going to start to get louder and louder, and all the revenue that's coming in from tariffs on Chinese imports is going to meet head on with a bunch of angry farmers who aren't going to make money this year.
Can we talk about that revenue, Brendan? Because yesterday there was a lot of talk about how S&P Global Ratings left its AA+ rating on the U.S. because of that tariff revenue coming in. How sustainable does it look, given some of the tensions that you've been discussing?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty sustainable. I mean, across the board, the Trump administration has imposed tariffs of 10% on just the UK, but 15% on as the base for many other countries. So this money is starting to come into the Treasury on a monthly basis. It's looking, something in the order of $30 billion, and you start adding that up over time, and that starts to make a big dent in the U.S. debt and deficit that it maintains. So this is increasingly sounds like the rationale for the tariffs, and when if inflation starts to flare up more than it has in some pockets, then this is the defense that the Trump administration and their supporters in Congress have, is that this is helping fund the government in a big way.
Brendan, thank you very much for that. That is Bloomberg's Brendan Murray on trade. Now, let's turn to earnings, because we're going to get results from retailers with Target, TJX, and Lowe's all set to report before the bell. That's after Home Depot saw sales return to growth in the second quarter. Oppenheimer senior analyst Brian Nagel spoke about how it could impact other retailers.
Depot, I think, bodes well for Lowe's. But to go back, yeah, we are recommending Lowe's. I mean, that's basically my way of saying to our clients, look, if you want to wait out this housing market, this interest rate dynamic, I think the better play is Lowe's. There's still more operational slack within that business model. And, as I've said for a long time, Lowe's is a much cheaper stock.
Joining us now is Andrea Felstead of Bloomberg Opinion. Andrea, great to see you. And I know that the Home Depot read-through to some of the other retailers might not be a direct one-to-one, because so much of it depends on the housing market. But people still are spending, and the retail's numbers in the U.S. of last week were still strong, too. How does that set us up for TJX, Target, some of the other retailers that we're bound to get?
I think there's a few interesting sort of wrinkles in all this. First of all, yes, Home Depot was strong, but it was in smaller projects. People are still reluctant to take on those big remodeling, like a new bathroom, new kitchen, which often need finance because of high interest rates. There was also some interesting dynamics in July that fed into the retail sales. There was an awful lot of discounting. We had Amazon Prime Day. Everybody else joined in with their own offers. And what we found was consumers were stocking up on back to school early. They were buying essential items from these deals to try and get ahead of tariffs and to save money. So, when you're buying, the things you need on discount, that doesn't exactly scream consumer confidence.
Well, to that point, the Wall Street Journal reporting this morning that McDonald's is going to be cutting their combo meal prices by 15%. We've seen a lot of some of the more fast casual type restaurants needing to appeal to that value consumer. Andrea, to what degree is this also a retail sector that needs to also appeal to value customers and may face margin pressure because of that?
Exactly. What we've got now is we've got consumers. They went through the financial crisis. They went through the pandemic. They went through the spike in inflation after the pandemic. They have got a ready-made playbook to deal with this. It might be, joining with friends and family to buy in bulk so you get a better input price. It might be buying in sales, waiting for discounts. They've been through this before. It's trading down from brands to private labels. They know how to do this. So the consumer is going into this with a well-prepared strategy on how to beat inflation. And that means they're not going to eat as much of it as might have been expected.
Andrea, it's a really interesting point. Thank you so much for joining us. That is Andrea Felstead of Bloomberg Opinion. Again, we're going to get TJX, Lowe's, and Target earnings coming up on deck. And we'll also lay out the rest of your day for you. We also have Fed Speak and Fed Minutes. That's coming up next in your trading diary. Stay with us. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens, I'm Matt Miller, the Circuit de la Sart in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Brief. I'm Danny Berger in New York. Let's get you set up for your trading day on this Wednesday. We're going to get a slate of retail earnings. Before the bell comes Target, TJX, and Lowe's after those Home Depot earnings, which saw shares move higher. We're also going to have Fed speak coming from Waller and Bostic. That's at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern, respectively. Then 2 p.m., the latest minutes from the last FOMC meeting, which was the first in more than 30 years to see 2 dissenters. So we finally get some of the details on that. All right, some of the individual stocks that are moving ahead of the market open. NVIDIA, that is bouncing back. Yesterday, falling 3.5%. It was the worst decline in 4 months, dragging everything down with it. Lowe's, those shares are also down 1.33% ahead of their earnings report later this morning. Novo Nordisk, we're also seeing a decline there, down about 1.7%. There are reports that there is a hiring freeze at the Ozempic maker. Of course, they've had a really tough start to this year, given the competition that they are facing. They recently had one of their drugs, though, approved for liver disease, so that's helping them out in the short term. All right, as for the overall stock market, it's been a momentum unwind that we've witnessed. It's tech without a specific catalyst that has started to sell off. Some people flagging an MIT report on 95% of tech AI investments not having a return. Even so, you are still seeing another day of weakness. Will this be a 4th consecutive day of declines for this market? We are down just over 0.1% for both the S&P and NASDAQ 100. Russell 2000, that outperforms, little change this morning. So we have Fed minutes on deck, and then Jackson Hole, a busy rest of the week. And that is it for Bloomberg Brief Surveillance. We'll take things from here and break it all down. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Do you know what to tell people about what the tariffs are going to do on the United States economy and the investment environment, or is it not clear yet?
If you look at the impact of the tariffs, they were much more significant and broad than I think the market expected. looks closer to 19% on balance versus 2 and change last year. So effectively, it's a 20% increase on 10% of household goods that are imported into this country.
And do you think it's going to lead to a recession?
Well, we think that it's going to impact both inflation and the economic growth scenario. So we were coming into yesterday expecting the real economy to grow at 2%. And inflation to be closer to 2.8%. If you just go through the math, it would suggest there's probably 1 to 2 points upward increase on inflation and a similar amount on economic growth. So it could put us in a position where we're teetering.
So the tariffs will likely depress the GDP growth rate and increase inflation. So what's the advantage of tariffs?
From our standpoint, we have a hard time seeing the benefits of tariffs. They do tend to be inflationary in the short term. As you're pointing out, the longer term impact on economies is probably the greater downside.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
If the inflation data continues to be held back by lower energy prices, it all softens the economic blow.
There should be a pullback in demand. We haven't seen it yet.
The consumer slows down, but the rate of change of inflation will jump.
Those that had the capability brought a lot of inventory, and going through that level of inventory has not yielded the pass-through to consumers that some have seen, but it'll come.
Ultimately, I do think that we're going to see more softness in the second half on activity.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Wednesday following 3 days without gains, the Nasdaq 100 suffering its second biggest one-day drop since April. As investors look to target earnings for another read on the U.S. consumer, economists on Wall Street will be passing some dated Fed meeting minutes as officials head to Jackson Hole.
Are we blaming Jackson Hole for the air pocket that we saw yesterday? Is it the potential for some sort of catalyst from Jay Powell coming out and saying, maybe I'm not going to cut rates next month, of course, in clouded economic language? Or is it that we did get some reports yesterday that indicated maybe some of the froth was getting blown off the top of AI? Either way, it feels like we're in a holding pattern, and people are trying to fill that holding pattern with one thing or another to justify some pretty significant moves based on at least the past couple of months.
These were some of the major winners of the past few months. Nvidia had a run of something like 90% off the April low. That's a stellar rally. If you look at the performance yesterday, strip out the muscle of big tech, outperformance on the equal weight. The rest of the equity market doing okay.
You could argue this was a violent repositioning, a sort of cycling within the equity market as people take a look at the 33 times earnings of the Magnificent Seven, saying it's getting a little bit heady at a time where people are talking about being priced to perfection and saying the rest of the 493 look better. If there are rate cuts, if there is the stimulative effects of the one big beautiful bill, all of a sudden we're looking at that perfect cycle that might benefit these other names rather than the big tech. Ultimately, are we just creating stories right now?
Later on this afternoon, we'll create another story. Fed minutes around. How dated are those Fed minutes?
Well, the one thing that will be interesting is Fed independence and how much that was sort of nodded to. Is that part of the discussion in any way, shape, or form? In terms of monetary policy, I don't think anyone's going to expect to take cues from these particular minutes. But the drumbeat is getting louder and louder when it comes to Fed independence. You hear about what's going on with some of the nominees, get them in quick. You hear some more aggressive, some aggressive tax on additional Fed governors, Lisa Cook. All of a sudden, it starts to be a real question of how they address that.
We had two big dissents at the last meeting. How much daylight is between the dissenters and the rest of the committee? That's one question. And after payrolls, how does the committee choose, the Federal Reserve, the institution, choose to massage these minutes just to reflect the fact that the chairman was calling everything solid in the news conference, and then the numbers we saw afterwards were less than solid?
Is there a sense of the confusion or the lack of certainty around what the data is actually saying? Is there a renewed emphasis, or do they just make them really short and say, we don't know, stay tuned? And that, I think, is what a lot of people are expecting.
There's a lot we don't know. We'll find out a little bit later how much the Fed doesn't know this afternoon when we get those Federal Reserve minutes going into Jackson Hole. We got some earnings just moments ago. Those earnings came from Lowe's. I'll start with the outlook. Lisa will give you the rest of the numbers. They see full-year total sales. Here's the range, $84.5 billion to $85.5 billion. They had seen the previous range, $83.5 to $84.5. The stock is up in a pre-market, Lisa, by 1.4%.
Yeah, when you sort of bleed in the total sales, the adjusted EPS expected to be higher than expected. Full-year CapEx also expected to come in higher than expected at about $2.5 billion. And this really is interesting. Lowe's is planning to buy foundation building materials for about $8.8 billion. The reason why I find this interesting is because A, we've been wondering when deals are going to come back. B, there's this feeling that the bigger that a company is, the better position it will have to manage through a lot of the tariff situation. And C, this really suggests a certainty, maybe a picking up at the bottom, this promise that maybe there is a better future forward, at least for the housing market, which has been perpetually beaten up.
A beat, a raise, and an acquisition. The stock is up in a pre-market by 1.5%. We'll come back to earnings from retailers a little bit later on this morning. Target at about 6:30 Eastern Time. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Brian Nick of New Edge Wealth on the sell-off in big tech. Scott Lincecum of the Cato Institute as the White House looks to invest in chip makers, and Eugenio Elman of Raymond James following earnings from Target. We begin this hour with stocks steady following the NASDAQ 100's second worst day since April. Brian Nick of New Edge Wealth writing, it's hard to pinpoint an exact driver for the spark that caused the sell-off. In the thin trading days of August with crowded positioning, it becomes more about the dry kindling than the spark itself. Brian joins us now for more. Brian, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
What was yesterday about then? Let's get into it.
Even with the benefit of hindsight, it's hard to pick a specific thing that happened, but the headlines, if you didn't read past them about Meta restructuring some of its AI organization, that could have supplied the initial concern sell-off, and then it becomes because there's very heavy positioning in these names and there is lingering concerns about what's going to happen on Friday with Powell. There just aren't those buyers to come in and scoop up these names the way there have been so many times over the past few weeks. And the interesting thing about this session will be, do we see a bounce back as people see there wasn't really much news driving it, or are those lingering concerns about Friday going to continue to kind of keep things
Do you see good reason for there to be a bounce back into Jackson Hole, into Friday, into earnings for NVIDIA a week away?
So I'm not sure that big tech is really the most vulnerable to risk on Friday. If there's a downside risk to Jay Powell's comments, it's going to be something that might ding home builders that are up 15% this quarter that have been largely an interest rate trade. If he comes out and throws some cold water on the idea that the rate cut is baked in for September, those stand to be some of the more vulnerable sectors. REITs also. AI has not been as interest rate sensitive, so there could be just overall concerns about what happens if financial conditions stay too tight and what that means for AI and AI CapEx and the economy generally. But I wouldn't put them at the top of the list of most vulnerable to a hawkish outcome this week.
This is a fascinating point, especially given some of the earnings that we've been getting. We just talked about Lowe's coming out, a beat and a raise. It's different than what we've seen from others. We've seen more motley kinds of performance yesterday. Toll Brothers had a more disappointing outlook, and there have been a number of others as well. Do you get the sense that we are bottoming out in one of the most pivotal industries of the United States economy, which is housing? Do you get the sense that that could be a driver going forward? Or is that maybe a little bit of an inflated view?
Yeah, I'm concerned that we have 4 rate cuts baked in for the next year, and long-term interest rates really haven't come down much at all, and mortgage rates haven't started to come down. We're seeing people start to pull homes that they've listed off of the market in an increasing way, and that's not a healthy sign for the housing market. The building permits numbers were as weak as they've been in this cycle. We have the same number of building permits for single-family homes as we did in March of 2020, in the influx of the pandemic. So I would be concerned that if you're looking for certainty that long-term rates are going to come down and that's going to benefit the sectors like housing that it traditionally would, that we're just not seeing it yet. And even if we get those rate cuts, that's not necessarily going to bring down long-term rates if you have more stimulus coming, if you have uncertainty about inflation. And also the Fed not vowing to cut rates a lot, I'm sure. If Powell talks at all about cutting rates, it's going to be sort of incremental steps ahead. There's just as many people in the FOMC that don't want to cut rates at all this year as those that want to go twice.
So to put this together with the point that John was making earlier, how much does this make you want to buy this air pocket when it comes to big tech? If you don't actually believe that this is the overvalued part of the market, that in fact this is the most immune to some of the cyclical questions that we have that are vulnerable to a surprise in Jackson Hole, how much are you rotating back to big tech even after just a pretty small relative decline?
Yeah, I put this in a slightly different way, that if you wanted to look for sort of the biggest bang for your buck, if you think that we're in this sort of new inflection point, interest rates are going to come down, the 493 are going to start to do better, you'd be overweight things like mid cap, small cap, which we are not right now. We're underweight those areas. We're still overweight large cap, albeit more kind of on the value side. So we're kind of playing both sides of the fence a little bit. But yes, it's hard to find, if you're going to be in a slower growth environment, which we think we're going to be in this 1.5% growth environment, that's largely where consensus is too. In a slowing growth environment, you're going to pay a premium for high growth companies that aren't necessarily as cyclically sensitive as the balance of the market. And I think that's the signal we've been seeing all summer.
See this news on McDonald's, Wall Street Journal this morning. McDonald's lowering the cost of its combo meals after consumers were left sticker shocked by Big Mac meals that climbed to $18 in some places. There's some pressure on some companies out there. Might not be the NVIDIAs of this world, but certainly elsewhere.
This is the reason why there is so much confusion at a time where you have sky-high valuations in some sectors, at least relative to history, of how well the economy is doing, how much it matters to those valuations, given how divorced it has been, how specific it has been to big tech. We've seen this with a number of retailers competing on price to get market share. We're expecting to see that with Walmart as well. What does that tell you about the health of the consumer?
Howard Marks joins us a little bit later from Oaktree. In his latest memo, he wrote about the calculus of value. And within that piece, he went through potential sources of worry. And he looked at the 493 and the Magnificent Seven, and really, based on my read of things, really pointed to the 493 as a bigger potential source of worry here.
And that seems to be what Brian is talking about as well, the idea that people say there are these inflated valuations for the Magnificent Seven, 33 times earning. But when you take a look at the 1990s dot-com bubble, or even before that, you're looking at valuations of 50, 60 times earnings. So this is a different time for a paradigm shift in tech. The rest of the companies, depending on a real change in the cycle, a real getting better of the world that maybe isn't quite happening.
Brian, can we finish there? Just the best benchmark for valuations right now. What is it? What is the appropriate benchmark for valuations? Do you break up the 493 versus the 7? What do you look at?
So we definitely look at the equal weight S&P, which doesn't look extraordinarily cheap. It's not as if everything else is at bargain basement prices and it's all being pushed up. Things like Schiller PE, which I think have their uses as one of the best projectors of long-term returns, is going to be cyclically adjusted. That's in that above 35 times territory, where every time it's been there, it's not only been vulnerable to 5-10 year periods of underperformance, but really 1 year shocks as well. And we've really only been there a few times at the end of 2021 and at the end of the 1990s. So those are things that are kind of maybe not flashing red lights, but flashing yellow-orange lights when we're looking at the equity market.
Brian Nick of New Edge Wealth. Brian, good to see you. Looking forward to catching up with Howard Marks later on this morning. I believe that's taking place at 8:30 Eastern Time.
Yeah, very curious to see where he sees risk and reward. The idea, maybe the risk lies in some stocks that people are saying are less overvalued than the Magnificent Seven. This question of how do you value some of these assets, a real key one.
3 days without gains on the S&P 500. Could become day 4. We're down about 0.1% on the S&P. With an update on stories elsewhere. With your Bloomberg brief, here's Yahara Anand with more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. We start with Lowe's. Shares are rising 1.4% in the pre-market after earnings. The retailer delivered a beat and raised its sales outlook for the year. The home improvement retailer also announcing plans to purchase foundation building materials for roughly $8.8 billion in cash. Meanwhile, sources telling Reuters that U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is looking into government equity stakes in Intel as well as other chip companies. The stakes will be in exchange for grants under the CHIPS Act. That piece of legislation was signed into law under the Biden administration to boost domestic semiconductor production. And over in the UK, inflation climbed to an 18-month high amid surging costs for food, fuel, and transportation. Consumer prices rose 3.8% compared to a year ago, exceeding expectations. The July reading does little to settle debate within the Bank of England over the path of policy after the tightest of decisions this month when rates were cut a quarter point to 4%. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, a new brand of U.S. statecraft.
As for this 10% government stake deal, the Department of Commerce continues to work on it. I know Secretary Lutnick is working on it and ironing out the details, but the president wants to put America's needs first, both from a national security and economic perspective.
That conversation up next with Scott Lincecum of the Cato Institute, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Howard Marks joining the program a little bit later this morning, 8:30 Eastern Time, on his latest memo, The Calculus of Value. Look out for that conversation a little bit later on Bloomberg Surveillance. To check out the equity market story right now, the price action shaping up as follows. Futures negative 0.1% on the S&P. We're down by 0.14 on the NASDAQ. NVIDIA bouncing back just a little bit in this morning's session following the biggest one-day drop since April for that stock.
Today's the true test about whether this is a sell-off with legs, whether this is an air pocket that might just be bought. This, to me, is a real test. Do you see people come in and try to pick up the opportunities after a more than 1% decline in the NASDAQ for the first time going back to August 1st? Or do you see people saying, maybe this is telling us something? We should listen. The messages are coming.
Snoozy Wednesday. Coming right up. I hope, at least.
That's your.
I thought yesterday was going to be a snoozy Tuesday.
No, it turned out to be very exciting.
I got some abuse yesterday after the downdraft in the afternoon.
I told you. I mean, I basically warned everybody.
There's no catalyst for any of this.
That's the reason
Earnings
why
a
it's
week
happening.
away, Jackson Hole on Friday.
I mean, people are looking for things to do because they're bored, and then they fill that hole. So, you know what? It's not boring at all. It's very exciting. Stay tuned.
That's the equity story. Okay. Under surveillance this morning, a new brand of U.S. statecraft.
As for this 10% government stake deal, the Department of Commerce continues to work on it. I know Secretary Lutnick is working on it and ironing out the details, but the president wants to put America's needs first, both from a national security and economic perspective. And it's a creative idea that has never been done before to ensure that we're both reshoring these critical supply chains while also gaining something of it for the American taxpayer.
So here's the latest this morning. The White House looking to grow its stake in the nation's chip sector. Sources telling Reuters that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is considering government equity stakes in additional chip makers beyond Intel. Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie joins us now for more. Tom, good morning, sir. What's your read of things so far this morning?
Yeah, is this statist capitalism with Trump characteristics? I'll put a question mark over that. What you don't need to put a question mark over is that this is clearly a more interventionist administration in the US right now. And the reporting, as we've been discussing this week, John, the reporting aligning with what we predicted or forecast, which is that this may be a Commerce Secretary, this may be a Trump administration looking to take additional stakes in other chip makers, because, of course, it's not just Intel that's received the funding from the CHIPS Act and is on course to receive additional funding. It's also the likes of Micron. They are front and center as well. Is this a Commerce Secretary willing now and wanting to take an equity stake for the administration, for the US government in Micron? What about TSMC, of course, a Taiwanese company, or Samsung, both also big beneficiaries and to be beneficiaries of the CHIPS Act? There are corporate risk to this. That's what the critics would say. Corporate risks around this, risks around taxpayer funding. That's what the critics would push back on. But clearly, this is a Trump administration that is focused on key sectors and wanting to get something in return. If you want to have access, if you want to build out your foundries, if you want to get those subsidies, then we want something in return, seems to be the message.
Tom, you'd have to believe also there's real risk for some of the foreign earnings from some of these companies. We had this conversation yesterday. Intel gets about 30% of its revenue from China. If the story was the other way round, and we were talking about a chip maker in China, and the Chinese government becoming more interventionist, we'd have big questions about their ability to sell into the US and Europe and elsewhere. Why wouldn't the opposite apply?
You would imagine, John, that the Chinese authorities will be putting that question and will be scrutinizing that potential scenario if indeed this is what this government does, taking that 10% equity stake in Intel. To what extent Beijing will use the infrastructure in terms of the regulatory framework it's put in place in recent years to put a noose around some of those shipments into the Chinese market as they, of course, continue to try and build out their own capabilities. I think that's going to be a key question going forward. And then, of course, the response from Taipei, if indeed TSMC comes under pressure. On terms of what happens around innovation and what happens around the US leadership on that front, does the Trump administration then pressure on behalf of Intel, the likes of NVIDIA, the likes of Apple, to use Intel's foundries to manufacture their chips? That is another question going forward for investors and for those looking for the US to continue to lead when it comes to innovation.
Tom McKenzie, thank you, sir, with the latest out of London. It's a conversation we had with Angela Zeno just yesterday.
Yeah, and right now it seems like they're saying it's a non-voting stake, but what's to say that could change? We've seen untraditional, non-traditional moves with NVIDIA and with others. I'm just wondering, the sands are shifting. They're constantly shifting. How do you get some sort of compass of what the overarching policy really is here?
You can see where this is heading. Ultimately, if you want a company to help build out domestic foundry capacity here in the United States, then also you want other companies, fabulous companies like NVIDIA, to use that capacity. So it's only a matter of time, you'd imagine, that the next step is to basically push those companies to do those things. Now, we've not heard that from the administration just yet, but I don't think it's a big jump in the logic of things to get there.
It's just, there's another issue here, which is that this money is coming from the CHIPS Act's grants that haven't yet been distributed, that are now being converted into some sort of equity instrument. So how do we even get to that place? And what is this arrangement, this contract? What is it going to look like, given that, again, the shifting sands of what this actually means continues to be a theme?
On this story, Scott Lincecum of the Cato Institute joins us now for more. Scott, welcome back to the program, sir. Let's start with the big question. What are the consequences for this economy from a more interventionist White House?
Yeah, I mean, I think you see several layers of consequences. I mean, start with a company like Intel or other companies that are receiving subsidies from the U.S. government, tariff protection from the U.S. government. Do these companies, if they're giving equity stakes and the rest, do they start producing things that are more for political value than for economic value? Ohio fabs, for example, for Intel, that big mega fab complex, do those things keep going not because they're actually good, productive investments, but because they're in Ohio and the U.S. government has a strong political incentive to keep them running? I think you also have concerns if you're competitors of these new national champions or customers of these new national champions, as was just mentioned, do American companies now, are they going to be pressured or even forced to use Intel's chips or these other things, MP materials and those minerals that the United States government now has a stake in? And of course, competitor companies that aren't getting this type of government benefit, does capital flow away from them and flow towards the government-supported champions? And then, I think the other big question is foreign reaction to all this. The United States government has long treated state-owned or state-invested enterprises as subsidy providers themselves, has long gone after these companies with tariffs and other measures of their own. Now, will foreign governments look at American exports from these companies and say, those are actually government goods or government subsidized goods? There really is a lot of Pandora's box issues that get opened with this stuff.
Before we even get there, Scott, and this was a point that John was raising yesterday, and I think it's an incredibly important point. How do we get from CHIPS Act grants to some sort of non-voting equity portion in a company? How do we transfer that? What does that mean in terms of whether companies are just going to reject some of the CHIPS Act money that they were promised that hasn't yet been dispersed? What can you understand about how this works out in a technical term?
Well, there's nothing in the law, to my knowledge, that allows the U.S. government to offer equity instead of grants. I think this is where you'd start seeing some very creative lawyering from the Commerce Department to somehow argue that they have this type of authority inside the CHIPS Act itself. But the other thing is that saying that these are going to stay non-controlling shares, I think, is a really dubious proposition. If the whole goal of converting this to equity is for the government to make money, and suddenly the stock starts dropping for these companies like Intel, or they start doing things that the government doesn't like with China, it's a really easy and small step for that to change to something that's more controlling from the government.
Scott, just finally, we've seen a whole range of agreements between trading nations over the last several weeks or so. Haven't really seen any real documents signed by both parties. Do we just trust this agreement exists? How does this work?
Well, the foreign governments are asking those same questions. In the Journal today, there's questions about when auto tariff relief is coming for the big Japan trade deal that was supposedly negotiated. I think the bigger question, though, is for companies on the ground. There's still no certainty in the market about the trading environment in these bilateral transactions between these trade deal parties because we don't have the text. Until then, we also have questions about not just the terms, but compliance. How do you determine whether a government is complying with these new market access promises? It really is all vaporware until we see something on paper.
Scott, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Scott Lincecum there of the Cato Institute. Keep going back to a theme of this program over the past month or so. This is not an event, it's a process. And this process is a messy one so far. And we're all still trying to figure out the details.
And the devil has been in the details for a pretty long period of time. So how can we really even assess what the ramifications are? Again, the shifting sands of 2025.
You like that, don't you?
I do. I think that seems to be a theme.
Sum up the year so far.
I mean, it's definitely been shifting.
Like Dune.
No, I think, yeah. I mean, Dune, not Doom.
No, Dune.
Yeah,
It's
Dune.
in the movie Dune.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Shifting sands,
it's
and
really
what are
good.
those worms called?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's
What are
not.
the worms?
I have
Who
no
are the
idea.
worms?
Really?
I'm just digging.
Yes, you are.
Trying to work it out.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The sandwalk. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, okay.
The sandwalk.
Yeah, but what's the analogy, right? Like, who are the worms? I mean, I
The
just want to go
earthworms.
there.
No, I'm working with that.
Yeah, but the truth is...
Give me a few hours.
Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like an apocalyptic nightmare. I mean, this isn't the case. It's just changes are afoot.
Investors are doing the sandwalk. Is that where this is going? I don't know. Like, you made this happen.
I did not make this happen. Shifting Sands of 2025 has this great poetic meaning. It doesn't mean apocalypse now.
Okay. Futures, negative by 1/10 of 1% on the S&P. We're down by 0.2 on the Nasdaq 100. 3 straight days without gains on the S&P 500, the longest run since the start of August. Let's get you some movers, some morning movers. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John, a few earnings this morning. 30 minutes ago, we heard from Lowe's. What a reaction, up 4.5%, a positive reaction, much like Home Depot. For them, they are buying a North American distributor of interior projects for $8.8 billion, so moving more to the kind of corporate sector versus just retail, but also their earnings themselves, everything in line, and upgraded their full-year outlook despite some of the economic tension. So that is being well received. What is not being well received was Estee Lauder's earnings. Those shares plunging in the pre-market trade, at one point down 14%, now down just under 9%. It is a full-year outlook that disappointed, and perhaps part of that has to do with tariffs. They said that they're going to book about $100 million on tariffs for the coming year, saying that they're looking at ways to mitigate that. Of course, they're also highly exposed to China, so that is hurting them at the moment. Finally, we heard from Toll Brothers after the bell yesterday. Their earnings also disappointed, despite the fact that they're more exposed to the luxury end of things. They downgraded their outlook for sales for the whole year. Orders missed for the current quarter. The CEO talking about, we're resilient. There are just some economic stressors. Barclays took a look at their earnings and said this confirms the slowly but surely weakening housing market. Those shares down about 2.75%, John.
Danny Berger with the latest. Danny, thank you. That stock getting knocked around. That's the latest story in the pre-market. Here's another one. It's from Target. Earnings just dropping. We need to deal with two separate things here. The earnings report and then a C-suite change. The stock is down by 2%. I think we should probably start with the C-suite change. Brian Cornell stepping down.
Yeah, and he's going to be joining the board of directors. But the chief operating officer, Michael Fidelike, who was the expected successor, is going to be the successor as CEO. He will effectively be the successor on February 1st. So there is this transition period. But all of a sudden, this really shifts the focus of the earnings call to exactly what is Michael's plan to reshape the company, give it profitability that it hasn't had in the past. The earnings were better than expected across the board, with comp sales in particular down just 1.9% versus the estimated 3.02%. Nonetheless, it's the strategy going forward. How do you compete with behemoths like Walmart, like Amazon?
So that's going to dominate the call a little bit later. Let's spend some time on the numbers and some of the guidance. Just a review of the quarter so far coming from the company. Traffic sales trends improved meaningfully compared with the first quarter. All 6 core merchandise categories saw comp sales gains versus Q1. Stock's not doing well off the back of any of this, but it just speaks to the fact that we did see a bounce back in the second quarter relative to some of the nervousness to start the year.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see exactly what they did with inventory, how they got customers back, given that they did have a better than expected showing. And we have seen some real kind of contradictions within the retailers, like McDonald's, for example, lowering prices. That would indicate some sort of softness when it comes to consumers. Then you see better than expected earnings at places like Target. Is this a competitive strategy? Is this because pricing wasn't necessarily that much of an issue ahead of tariffs? Or is this that there is this underlying strength in the U.S. consumer that maybe people are underestimating?
That's the broad story beyond the industry. What about within the industry? You've been on top of this story now for years. Walmart really going after Target in a bigger way. Walmart, by the way, reports tomorrow. That competitive effort from Walmart has hurt this company.
How do you deal with a company that has a broader mix of products that at one point was thought to be the cheaper side of the retail world? Target was sort of the cliche, the idea that it has higher end types of goods. Well, Walmart's trying to get into that a little bit more and trying to cater to a wealthier consumer while also sticking to the grocery sector, while also building out their online presence. How does Target compete with that in a material way? That is what people will be looking for on this call. It's really been an issue. And right now, you're seeing maybe some better than expected earnings, but clearly the stock indicating there is some concern going forward, given the fact there are huge competitive disadvantages that they have right now. And this is a very difficult landscape that they're dealing in.
The stock down 10% in early trading. Michael Fidalka, the incoming CEO, saying, I'm stepping in with urgency to rebuild momentum and return to profitable growth. Going on to say, I've seen us at our best, and I've seen us when we are not at our best. And that informs my candid assessment of today, where we have work to do.
Yeah, and that's certainly the case. I mean, right now, you saw what we've seen is 2 straight years of not necessarily growing earnings. And you've seen inventory messes where they bought too much and then they didn't have enough. How do you turn that around at a time where there is a very complicated competitive landscape, especially given Walmart that on Thursday is likely to come out and saying, we're going to compete on price?
Those earnings about a day away. Let's stick with retail and the U.S. consumer. Eugenio Alaman of Raymond James writing the following. Inflationary effects from tariffs should start making inroads into those nominal retail numbers, and we should expect to see weakness in consumer demand during the rest of the year. Eugenio joins us now for more. Welcome to the program, sir. What's your read on the U.S. consumer? Let's just build on what you said there. And how broad-based will that weakness be?
Yeah, we have been seeing weakness in the U.S. consumer for a while. The first 2 quarters of the year were relatively low, weak. And as we expect the full impact of tariffs continue to make inroads, we are expecting the consumer to continue to slow down. So our third quarter and fourth quarter expectation is very, very weak, very, very close to recession. We are still not calling a recession. We have 50% probability of recession, but it is a very smooth slowing down of the consumer. There is no falling off of consumer demand, but it is weakening. I mean, we have seen employment numbers weaken considerably, and that is going to continue to keep the consumer contained.
Can we focus on the potential for further bifurcation within the consumer? Eugenio, this came from the Bank of America Institute, and they said total credit and debit card spending per household increased 1.8% year over year in July, the highest growth rate since January. So a bounce back in spend in July coming through the summer. But they also said this, the difference in wage growth between higher and lower income households, the largest since February 2021. Is there something more regressive about the policy effort of the past few months that you see playing out in a much more negative way in the months to come?
Yeah, it is clear that tariffs are very regressive, affect the lower income individuals or households compared to the higher income. And we have seen this wave of a splitting consumer, let's say, in terms of income for a while. I mean, we also have student loans that are going to have to be repaid again. So those spendings are going to come down. on discretionary side of the economy. So yes, I mean, we are concerned that this bifurcation of the consumer through income levels will help to weaken the consumer even further.
How much do you see some of the retail sales data that we've been getting as somewhat clouded, Eugenio, given the fact that inflation has been present? You have seen a couple of key goods really see pretty significant inflationary pops, and that's included in the absolute number that people then say, look, it shows the consumer is strong, the consumer is robust.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue with retail sales is that they are nominal, correct? The DEA used to calculate some real retail sales, but they don't have enough resources, so they no longer calculate them. So every time that we see nominal retail sales, we say, wait a second. Yes, it was relatively strong in July, but you have to take into account that most of it is probably price increases. So that is one of the reasons that we say that the consumer demand has been slowing down. So you have to take away the increases in prices. We are seeing some increases in prices. A third of consumption is goods. So those are the ones that are most impacted by tariffs. And they are goods that affect the lower end consumer more than the upper end consumer. So it is concerning. We don't see a crisis. We don't see something falling off right now. But the shock from tariffs is going to continue to make inroads into consumer demand.
Eugenio, appreciate your time. Eugenio Alamanda of Raymond James, the latest on the consumer. On retail earnings that we got just moments ago from Target, that stock getting hammered, by the way, in the pre-market. And a look ahead to what we could hear from the Federal Reserve. It's going to dominate the next couple of days into Jackson Hole.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as Eugenio was talking. What does the Fed do with all of this, especially given the point that you made, which is a really salient point, about how upper-end consumers could keep spending. They keep kind of padding the numbers. Lower-income consumers struggling. To me, the Target news, the reason why the shares are down so much, it seems, at least this is the interpretation of analysts, is people were hoping for some sort of outsider to take over, to get a new approach, not someone who started as an intern at the company in 2003 and rose up through the ranks. This is the key question. How does this company get that competitive edge back at a time where competition is so stiff and so dominated by Walmart and Amazon?
Stock is down by 8% in the pre-market so far. More on that story throughout this morning. Let's get you an update on that and a whole lot more with your Bloomberg brief with Yahara. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Target shares, as you said, are getting hammered in the pre-market after the retailer reported earnings and announced its next CEO. Veteran Michael Fidelki will take over in February after, as Lisa said, starting as an intern at Target in 2003. Performance improved for the company last quarter, but it is still looking to regain its footing. Walmart is expected to report earnings tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is reporting McDonald's will cut the cost of its combo meals. The fast food chain and its U.S. franchisees are reportedly keeping the price of 8 combo meals 15% under the sum of the individual items. The Journal says McDonald's will offer a $5 breakfast and $8 Big Mac and McNugget combo meal later this year. And Japan's exports fell 2.6% in value in July from a year earlier, their steepest decline in more than 4 years as U.S. tariffs continue to weigh on trade. The downturn led by cars, auto parts, and steel was the biggest since February 2021. Meanwhile, export volumes rose by 1.2%, suggesting exporters are continuing to absorb U.S. tariff costs. That's your Bloomberg brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in the next 30 minutes or so. Up next on the program, shades of stagflation.
There are shades of stagflation in the data right now. I don't think Chair Powell is going to commit to a rate cut. I think he's going to just signal the easing bias. So we might hang around here.
That conversation up next with David Seif of Nomura. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
you've said 25% last year, I believe, of Google's code is AI generated. You have over 180,000 employees right now. Is it half that in the future?
I expect we will grow from our current engineering base even into next year, right? Because it allows us to do more, right? I think the opportunity space is also increasing. I just view this as making engineers dramatically more productive, getting a lot of the mundane aspects out of what they do, allowing them to spend on higher value-added tasks. But that means it's an accelerator. People will be able to do more, which means maybe we'll create new products, and hence we will need more people. At least in the near term, to me, it looks like we will expand engineering velocity, and that doesn't mean we're constrained in what we will do. We'll end up doing more as a company as well.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
A change at Target. That stock is down in the pre-market by close to 8% so far in early trading. Brian Cornell stepping down. Michael Fidelka stepping up. Long-time Target executive taking control of this company.
At a key point when they have to figure out how they're going to compete going forward after a couple of years of slumping earnings, slumping comparable store sales, they still had a decline in the recent second quarter sales report, but still not as much of a decline as in the past. Key question here is, what are they going to do with inventories? What are they going to do with tariffs? What are they going to do with pricing? And how are they going to invest in some sort of technological footprint to compete with delivery behemoths of Amazon and increasingly Walmart?
It's going to be an interesting call with that company later on this morning. We're down by 7 or 8% later on this week. Tomorrow, we will hear from Walmart, that company Lisa just mentioned. Equities on the S&P 500 shaping up as follows. A run of no gains on the S&P, a 3-day run so far, and could become day 4. We're down 0.1% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100, negative by 0.24%. Under surveillance this morning, shades of stagflation.
Markets across the board are pricing in a soft landing and what Governor Waller called good news rate cuts. There are shades of stagflation in the data right now. I don't think Chair Powell is going to commit to a rate cut. I think he's going to just signal the easing bias. So we might hang around here. I think where the disappointment will come in is no commitment, but I'm going to be watching that framework review.
So here's the latest this morning. Investors looking for signs of slowing economic growth ahead of Fed Chair Jay Powell's speech from Jackson Hole on Friday. David Seath of Memora writing, while we see both upside and downside risks to the economy, our base case is lackluster growth of about 1%. Joining us now, David himself. David, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you think the emphasis will be on Friday from this Fed chair?
I think the emphasis is going to be on keeping options open. So certainly the Fed will continue to have an easing bias, but I think that very much unlike last year when Powell made it clear that a cut was coming in September 2024, he's going to keep his options open here. We think they're going to cut in September, but a year ago we were talking about, are they going to go 25 or are they going to go 50? So it was very easy for him to signal a cut of some magnitude and not give up any optionality. Now we think 25 is the most likely, but if we were to get on September 5th a very strong jobs number or on September 11th a very hot CPI, then I think there is a real risk that the Fed continues to hold off.
He thinks the labour market is solid. At least he did. And then we got payrolls. He anchored that view around one data point, the unemployment rate. Do you think he'd still call this labour market solid?
Solid is maybe overstating it a little bit. We've definitely seen a big loss in momentum. Now, is it as bad as that one labor market report, the August 1st report, showed? Probably not, or at least there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to that. So it was a weak unemployment. It was a weak 4.2, meaning it rounded down to 4.2. It only stayed at 4.2 because a lot of people dropped out of the labor market. But at the same time, 4.2 is 4.2, and you don't want to overstate or underappreciate how strong it is. NFP looked pretty terrible, and there's no real way to spin the top numbers. So we have 3 months where it's average only 35K per month, and you know, they have to be a little bit worried about that. So they don't want to overreact to one single data point, but I do think that barring something that is very strong on September 5th, they're probably going to be cutting at the next meeting.
You said there's no way to spin that, and yet we've heard a lot of people try to spin that. Just to let you know, a lot of people have come on this show and they've said, actually, it's not as bad as it looks because of the immigration story, because of the supply side of the story. How much do you expect the Fed to address that? You know, are we going to see a non-farm payrolls headline number that is going to be materially lower for the foreseeable future, not because the economy is falling off the cliff, but because of this low hire, low fire type of dynamic?
Well, certainly after saying there's no way to spin it, of course, I'll give you all the reasons that you could. You know, it's still going to be a bad number, but you know, there are a couple of things. The first thing is certainly the break-even non-farm payrolls rate, the number that need to be created each month to keep the unemployment rate steady is down, we think, at least 50K per month, and some other estimates say it's down even more. And that's exactly because fewer people are coming into this country through immigration, and therefore fewer jobs need to be created to absorb all those people. The second thing, and I think this is also important, is this is actually the third straight year where private payrolls, ex education and healthcare, have gone negative on a 3-month basis. And in 2023 and 2024, this led to speculation that a recession was imminent. And what happened in both 23 and 24, we saw huge recoveries in the labor market in the second half of the year. Now, for a third straight year, we're seeing that pattern again. And it's not enough to make anything conclusive at this point, but it does make you wonder, well, are there some seasonality issues that have developed post-COVID in the data that we're just not able to get right? 3 data points, again, not enough to conclude that, but it certainly is a risk. And if there is some sort of seasonality in the summer where that's not being picked up, then again, maybe it wasn't as bad as it seems.
Yeah, and if we rewind to last year, that was the justification for 100 basis points of rate cuts that ended up some people really questioning in terms of just how weak the economy was. You add to this the one big beautiful bill. You add to this feeling that we're getting from a lot of companies that are reporting that actually they do have more confidence about policy. They do have more confidence to make acquisitions. What's the risk that there's more upside, that people are not discounting or not accounting enough?
There's definite risk here. And so, you know, what you've heard from some of the members of the Fed is, well, maybe we cut in September, but we don't signal that we'll cut again in December. It is our expectation at Nomura that the Fed will cut in September and December. But even if they cut in September, it's then not going to necessarily be a slam dunk that there'll be a December cut. You have to look at, well, do we see signs of tariff-induced inflation coming? We certainly haven't seen it on a robust basis so far. Do we see signs that the labor market is roaring back in the way it did the last 2 years? And do we see a pickup in investment due to the accelerated expensing from the OBBBA, or from simply something totally separate, which is that companies right now want to plow a lot of money into AI investment, and that is GDP, however you cut it.
The range of outcomes that you say is really quite wide. I'm going through your note right now. We expect a 25 basis point cut at the next meeting. We also see no cut and a 50 basis point cut as possibilities, with no cut more likely than a 50 basis point cut.
Yes.
Just how wide are things right now, the range of outcomes that you foresee, and how different is that to the experience of the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, you know, last year when we were at Jackson Hole, it was very clear that the labor market was getting a little bit worse. Maybe it wasn't getting as much worse as it looked, but it was getting worse. And inflation was still high, but it was unambiguously going in the right direction, getting lower. So it was very easy to tell what the direction of travel was, even if it wasn't clear how quickly we were getting there. Now we have a a labor market report that looks a bit like an aberration. We have a lot of expectations that these tariffs may cause inflation, and yet we really have not seen that in a robust way. And certainly the July report, to the extent it was a little bit hot, it was something that was not related to tariffs, and in many cases isn't going to feed into core PCE, which is the Fed's preferred metric of inflation. And so you put that all together, and there's a lot of new information that we're going to get from the September 5th and September 11th labor market and inflation reports that we just don't have right now, and both of those reports come before the next Fed meeting.
If Mohamed Al-Erin was here, he'd talk about regret minimization. I always said that these guys are in the risk management business. Ultimately, if you're in the risk management business, what is the prudent thing to do in September? Some people might say it's wait. Is that not the prudent thing to do?
You know, I think that if we didn't have those two data points, it would be a very, very close call right now. I still think they would probably cut, but you know, you could spin it the other way and say, well, if we are weakening and we fail to cut in order to start to alleviate that weakening, maybe that's actually the bigger mistake. And you know, when we look back at the 50 basis point cut from last September, certainly based on the data that subsequently came out, it was unnecessary to do. I think there's no question about that. But do I think the Fed regrets having made that cut? Probably not, because it seemed like there was a chance that we were deteriorating more quickly. And so it was worth putting this in there, again, from that risk management perspective, lest there was a bigger downturn coming that they hadn't reacted to.
It was odd listening to Chairman Powell reflect on those rate cuts, because I think he said something like, if anything, we were late.
Yeah.
Which is an odd way of summing up what they did last year.
Given the fact that you saw a 100 basis point increase in yield at the long end of the yield curve, I just am thinking regret minimization would be a great self-help book. That would be a great name of a self-help book, how to understand how to make decisions, minimize regret.
Mohamed might write the book.
Okay, please do. Because
But just for Chairman Powell, because I know how well those two get on.
I think that would be lovely. I'm sure that it would be steeped in all sorts of lovely content.
David Seif of Nomura. David, thank you.
My pleasure.
If you really wanted to upset Chairman Powell, I imagine putting Mohamed on the board right now would be one way of doing it,
Well,
wouldn't it?
I would guess that would be the case.
I haven't seen his name in the mix, but you know, maybe they can make that happen.
You're trying to put him in the mix?
Just throwing that out there.
There are 11 candidates. What's another one?
It was his birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Mohamed.
Happy birthday.
And maybe that's a gift coming to you from Secretary Besson sometime soon. Got no idea. Up next, Eric Friedman of US Bank, Monica Guerra of Morgan Stanley, Erica McLaughlin of the Conference Board, and Greta Page of Wiley Ryan. From New York City, this is Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Let's talk about this villa. Very traditional. A lot of things of the past.
I live my very first independent life in the farmhouse. And I built it by the memory of the farmhouse, the philosophy they believe, yin, yang, 5 elements, the concept of the life, of the happiness. They build this kind of roof, like boat, and man and woman, and bowl of rice. Everyone should be happy if have somewhere to live, something to eat, and someone to love.
So you're defined a lot by your past experiences.
Yeah, actually, I'm a lucky man because not everyone should have the experience of the war and peace, poor and rich, technology progress, a change during my life, rich by experience.
There's an appreciation for what you have now.
And therefore, peace is the most important thing for today, for Vietnamese, and I think for human beings, for the world.
Right, okay,
ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Markets across the board are pricing in a soft landing.
The market is taking into account that there is potential for there to be upside.
When you don't have a lot of margin and there's uncertainty, there's nothing you can really eat.
What you've got is an economy that's very strong around tech.
The big spend right now is still in technology, so those stocks are at a premium valuation.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
3 days without gains on the S&P 500, about to become day 4, perhaps. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. We pulled back slightly in yesterday's session. On the S&P, we're down again by 1/10%. The underperformance yesterday on the NASDAQ, it continues this morning, down by 0.2% on the NASDAQ. Some good news maybe, stabilizing for NVIDIA. If you ask people this morning what happened yesterday, I tell you what, there's no consensus whatsoever on what happened yesterday. It's the summer, thin trading, things happen.
People still blame Citron, for example, coming out with a report about Palantir valuation versus OpenAI. Some people pointed to other reports questioning just how much companies are profiting from their AI investments. Nonetheless, the true test, as you said, is do people buy today? Do people see this as a buyable dip after this being the first decline of more than 1% going back to August 1st? To me, that really highlights just how somnolent and how much of a one-way train up this is and how much people are looking for excuses to shake it up in any which way.
We'll go to another excuse later on in the hour. We'll talk about an MIT report on AI. Saw that too.
I'm excited about that, actually.
Yeah, we'll get into that in about 30 minutes' time, so look out for that conversation. Also going to get into this. Target is down by about 8% in the pre-market. That's a name to watch. A management change at one of the biggest retailers in this country.
Yeah, they shifted the chief operating officer, Michael Fidelki. He has been named the next CEO. This has been the big mystery. Who will Target pick to be their succeeding leader? His appointment will take effect on February 1st. This is somebody who grew up at the company, has been at the company since 2003 when he started as an intern. And he said that recent efforts to turn around some of Target's fate have been paying off, including this initiative, which is dubbed Fun 101, which seeks to capitalize on the latest trends for products, including sporting goods and electronics. I cannot think of anything more corporate than saying Fun 101. Here is a flowchart of fun.
Yeah,
and
when
how
they
we're going
talk
to
about fun at corporate America, it never is.
It's a problem.
But it's usually someone who's sort of overexcited about their initiative internally.
When you have to have,
eye rolls around the room.
When you have to have a flowchart talking about the different parts of fun and what makes this ball fun, you're sort of taking the fun.
You get these elbows, sort of like, indulge them. Like and then you're like, summer picnic, excited for that. Sunday with everyone else.
You're on a roll.
Company.
Nonetheless, look.
To see people I work with.
I'm going to save you because ultimately it sounds like you're kind of hating on some of these meetings that we have, which I personally love. I think that the real question here is how are they going to compete in a highly competitive landscape, and how do they deal? I'm talking about Target now, not the meetings that you're going to. And how does Target really look ahead to tariffs, to pricing pressures globally, to a consumer landscape that is somewhat questionable right now? How do they manage that after all their inventory problems and as they have flowcharts that are about Fun 101?
When your company starts talking about fun, run. Equities right now in the S&P 500, negative by about 0.1%. Coming up on this program, Eric Friedman of US Bank following big tech's second worst day since April. Monica Guerra of Morgan Stanley as the White House is fast-tracking their next Fed pick, and Erin McLaughlin of the Conference Board with retail earnings very much in focus. We begin this hour with stocks falling, led by some of the year's biggest winners. Eric Friedman of US Bank writing, as long as CapEx continues and technology diffusion occurs at a measured pace, we see further upside, but would not mind a pause that refreshes. Eric joins us now for more. Eric, welcome to the program, sir. Last time we spoke a little more than a month ago, around a month ago, I remember you were maintaining that overweight, risk-on posture. Eric, are you maintaining that posture going through summer?
Yeah, Jonathan, we are. Great to see you as always. I think that our viewpoint is certainly trees don't grow to the sky. And I think the level of skepticism around, leads to a great point made about the return on capital within AI. That for us is really the big factor. We think that with respect to technology, we are seeing that diffusion pick up. In other words, we're seeing more access to AI technologies across a broader plethora of companies, which is a good thing. At the same time, though, companies have to make money. This is about return of shareholder capital. And so you can't just have a plan where you want to spend a bunch of money on AI. There needs to be some evidence, if you will, of return. So we think that CapEx is a good guide. It's not the only guide, but we're starting to see more companies talk about those returns on their capital deployed, which for us is still a positive. So again, we're still risk on. We think consumers hang in there. We think CapEx continues, but again, we would not be surprised to see a bit of a pullback, which we'd likely be buyers of, especially as we get deeper into the doldrums, if you will, pre-Labor Day.
So you've got a pro-risk bias, quite clearly, and you've had that every time we've spoken over the last several times. What would begin to constrain that pro-risk bias for you, Eric? What could you point to specifically?
I think two things. Number one would be, Jonathan, the consumer rolls over, which we can't discount. We like to say that we have a working thesis mentality about consumers. A lot of concern about, did we see a huge pull forward in demand around the Liberation Day announcement and in the weeks shortly thereafter, and will that return? In other words, will that demand actually resurface? We have a couple of data points we can look at. Number one is back to school sales, and then number two is what we're hearing about the holiday shopping season. So we'll have some good evidence. Right now, our high frequency data checks, things like TSA data, things like open table bookings, are still very robust. So consumers are not rolling over. The second area where we could be wrong would be companies actually don't use this opportunity with a bit more tariff clarity to hire people. And again, we do think the labor market softness, it's been very well documented. That for us is a red flag. So those two elements, consumers pulling back, but then also the notion of will businesses actually come back to hire folks now that we have a little more tariff clarity? That for us would be a bit of the concerning points that would take that glass half full thesis to task relative to where we are right now.
It seems like the potential for disappointment is in the 493 based on what you just said, not necessarily the Magnificent Seven. You never said in that entire risk paradigm the idea that suddenly we're in a bubble in tech valuations and that it would crash as people lost faith in just how much artificial intelligence could actually do. Why is that not necessarily a concern for you in the same way that just sort of the more humdrum aspects of just a slowing consumer would be?
Yeah, I think that's a very thoughtful challenge, Lisa. I mean, if you look at the broader marketplace right now, you look what's really developing from a core spend standpoint, we need to see a development beyond AI and cyber spend. That's something that is a very played out thesis. Again, we're wary of being involved for too long. I think that's something that gives us, again, some level of skepticism about the rest of the market's participation. One thing that I want to really emphasize that I think is probably undercovered is that cash flows are actually becoming more valuable. If anything, when we look at our discounted cash flow models, when we're evaluating the other 493 companies out there, there's the expectation that Fed funds goes down to 3% by the end of calendar year 2026. That's a pretty significant development. Again, that's not necessarily new news, if you will. I mean, the forward curve has that pretty well priced in. But when we're discounting cash flows, we're using a much lower interest rate, which makes those cash flows more valuable. So if anything, we think that should the Fed continue with a more measured, gradual reduction for a prolonged period of time, again, the move from 4.33 to 3% on a discount rate, that has material impacts on stock valuation. So I think if anything, Lisa, what would be another challenge, if you will, would be if the Fed decides to be more incremental. If the yield curve doesn't have that twist shape and in fact, the front of the curve remains more elevated, that would make that 493 less valuable. Because we think that that will likely be the outcome, the Fed will be measured but still bring front rates down. That makes the other 493 more attractive, even with more prosaic sales growth.
This is a reason why so many people are thinking that 10 a.m. on Friday Eastern time is going to be so pivotal for equity and bond markets, given the fact that potentially Fed Chair Jay Powell could come out and say, in September, we're going to cut, or in September, we're not going to cut. He's not going to say either of those things. What are you actually going to hear that will give you a sense of whether this market has baked in too many rate cuts or has gotten a little bit overly excited about the pace of the easing cycle that's ahead?
I think it is very much a horse race, Lisa, about which risk is the Fed more focused on. Again, the labor market is softening. That is something that we think has been evidenced for a couple of months, a couple of quarters, versus what about this inflation issue? Is, in fact, inflation going to be more ephemeral in nature? So I do think that the labor market, is sort of having the lead, if you will, right now, versus a little bit of a viewpoint that perhaps the Fed is rounding down with its inflation expectations. Again, the Fed has had many opportunities to come off that 2% long-term inflation target, and they haven't budged. We do think that the Fed is actually rounding down, if you will, saying, hey, if we see something in the mid-twos, that's probably okay to start or at least to continue the rate cutting cycle. But again, I think that the terminal rate, Lisa, probably the last thing I'd say is of the utmost importance to us. Again, while we are very focused on where the front of the curve may be in 2026, we also care a lot about how long it'll actually be there. The Fed has been very stealthily increasing their terminal level of Fed funds. That has material implications for equity investors like us. If we're discounting, again, a higher terminal rate, that's not a good thing. So we think that two things are really important. Number one, how long will we actually be at that terminal rate? And number two, which of those two risks is the Fed more focused on? We think that right now the labor market softness is getting a little more attention from the Fed versus inflation, which has been, again, well in their sights for some time.
Eric, let's focus on inflation. Let's just finish there. We spoke to Jim Caron and Morgan Stanley just yesterday. Now, as I ask this question, I do understand that stocks are still close to all-time highs and we're trading at a pretty elevated forward multiple. But Jim had this to say: inflation is acting like a guard dog, keeping unrestrained bullish sentiment at bay. But what if the dog doesn't bark? Then markets might be under risk. Eric, for a man with a pro-risk appetite, pro-risk bias, do you have some sympathy with those lines coming from Jim Caron and Morgan Stanley?
Oh, absolutely. I think one great imagery from Mr. Caron in terms of that visual. But I think that the inflation issue is a material risk. And again, we don't want to just whistle past this idea that perhaps inflation is going to have some normalization effect just because that's what markets currently expect. If you look at the great reporting that your team has done, companies right now are still eating inflationary pressures, not just on the goods side, but also on the services side as well. That may not persist. We could see an about face where companies say, hey, you know what, I'm in a thin margin business, and other companies are also passing through inflationary risks, so we'll do the same thing. If that actually occurs, Jonathan, then that bark may be a lot louder than we think it will. Again, we do expect, again, even just looking at differentials, look at forward estimates for inflation in the U.S. at 2.5% to 3% versus Europe and EM at sub 2% out another 12, 18 months. That's a differential that this administration, as well as companies, can't maintain indefinitely. Something has to give. Again, we do think that inflation will bend but not break, and we're a little more, I think, optimistic about inflation estimates coming down, but we certainly have to respect the case if that, of course, is wrong.
Eric, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, as always. Eric Friedman there of US Bank. Things are pretty finely balanced going through Q3 into Q.
Not bite or bark. I'm sure I'll get it right.
The sandworms come up from below the sand.
With the shifting sands and the dog.
If you're just tuning in and you've got no idea what we're talking about, don't worry about it. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. It's true. Let's get to your Bloomberg brief with Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. We are seeing Target shares plunging in the pre-market, down nearly 10% after the retailer named COO Michael Fidelki as its next CEO, sticking with a company veteran instead of bringing in fresh leadership as Wall Street had hoped. Target's results showed it continued to struggle in the second quarter with contractions in both revenue and comparable store sales. Meanwhile, sources telling Reuters that U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is looking into government equity stakes in Intel as well as other chip companies. The stakes will be in exchange for grants under the CHIPS Act. That piece of legislation was signed into law under the Biden administration and meant to boost domestic factory building for semiconductors. And U.S. and NATO officials are set to meet today in Washington to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine. European officials working on a plan to send French and British troops into Ukraine as part of a peace agreement with Russia. President Trump saying the U.S. would not put American troops on the ground, but could offer air support. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, fast-tracking the latest Fed pick.
The president has great sway with Leader Thune. I think that he would like to see Stephen, who I've known for a long time, get on there as soon as possible. So I'm hopeful about the September meeting.
That conversation up next with Monica Guerra of Morgan Stanley, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Bloomberg Open Interest.
Every trading day.
Only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Equities on the S&P 500 pulling back by just 0.1% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq right now, we're shaping up as follows. On the Nasdaq 100, a little bit of underperformance once again this morning. In the bond market, we can turn to fixed income. Bond yields lower by a single basis point. The 10-year 429.65. The line of the week on the bond market, Priya Misra, JP Morgan. Sell America, or the deficit, that's very April. Look at the tariff revenues that are offsetting the one big, beautiful bill. A lot of people in fixed income very much focused on just that.
It was so April to worry about duration. Now, Priya Misra and others saying, actually, maybe this is a great opportunity to buy duration given the fact that those offsets are material. That said, what it highlights to me is just how volatile the 10-year Treasury yield has been and what this suggests in terms of its risk mitigating factors going forward.
The 10-year, just below, just sub 430, 429.84. Under surveillance this morning, fast-tracking the latest Fed pick.
The president and I are both concerned about the foundations of the Fed. How did this happen, and why did it happen, and how did the leadership let it happen. The president has great sway with Leader Thune. I think that he would like to see Stephen, who I've known for a long time, get on there as soon as possible. So I'm hopeful about the September meeting.
So here's the latest this morning. Politico reporting the White House is working through August recess to help fast-track Stephen Miron's confirmation to the Federal Reserve ahead of the September meeting. Joining us now to discuss is Monica Guerra of Morgan Stanley. Monica, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to see you. I'm sure you saw the Politico story. How quickly do you think we can get this done?
I think you can get it done in early September, especially if leadership prioritizes it. If we're thinking about the broader legislative agenda, last time I was on, I said, maybe after, right? Maybe after we get through some appropriations bills. But now that it's the president's priority, the discussion does change. And we've seen that it materially alters the actual legislative calendar.
How do you and the team think the discussion changes on the FOMC with Stephen Miron joining the board?
It doesn't change September. I think that's the important thing that markets are looking at. If we're going to get a cut, we're going to get a cut. And that doesn't, alter Powell's, message to the markets. I think it's an after-the-fact issue, right? When you're thinking about the rest of the year, how deep do they go, right? Then it becomes more of a consideration.
One thing that you're so good at, given all of your experience in Washington, D.C., is understanding the cash flows of the government and how much 25 basis point rate cut actually will ease some of the current liquidity constraints that we've been talking about. We're also potentially going to be dealing with another government shutdown. Very excited for that. How much are you actually seeing a 25 basis point rate cut as materially improving the liquidity position?
Right now, we think that it's maybe going to move things marginally. One of the things that we're talking about at length is that question, right? How much, when you have a low reverse repo position as well as a draining TGA, if you're going to refill that TGA, what it means, that's the Treasury General account, that means that you're essentially taking liquidity out of the financial system. 25 basis points doesn't change a lot there from our perspective, especially if you do have a shutdown in October, which we do think is a high probability.
So this really raises a question, is that part of the calculation for why the administration could be pushing for such rapid rate cuts? I mean, can you give us a sense of what the motivation is? Is it that they expect to see some sort of deterioration in the economy? Is it just to turbocharge the economy heading into midterm elections? Or is it because there are some liquidity constraints coming down the pike that they're worried about?
So one of the things that is, I think, confusing for our clients is that you hear the president being upset about weak labor and jobs numbers. And then at the same time, right, he wants to have this lower tenure, so he wants a stronger labor market and a lower tenure. And those two things can sometimes be in conflict, right? Not always, but they tend to be. So it's really like, what is the motivating factor here? I think from day one, Trump has wanted a lower tenure rate. This has been a long-term goal. I think that it is just a commitment to the broader campaign promise that they would bring that down. Now, from Besson's lens, I think you get into the technicals, right? I think you get into concerns around the financial industry and the liquidity in the market.
I think we've also got to get a deeper understanding of just what the relationship is right now between the front end and the longer end of the curve, because the president might find out pretty quickly that you can cut rates at the front end and the long end still stays elevated.
The history book is pretty fresh from September of last year when we saw just that. So it raises a question of what's the reaction function to a potentially Trump-influenced Fed to cutting rates at the front end and seeing that sell-off at the long end.
I can understand some of the pressure to reduce interest rates. If the Fed believes that neutral is somewhere around 3 and then well north of 4, then they've got space to cut interest rates. If you think they should, let's run with that. Where it could get trickier is if they see pressure to start buying bonds. Do you foresee that pressure coming around the corner down in Washington, D.C. sometime soon?
If you're thinking about, that type of pressure in the near term with the, the OBBA and all of that, when you're thinking about the actual spending, right, that is definitely on the table. But if we're looking to if we're staying in this window, right, if we're thinking about a 2-month window, there is a significant amount of potential liquidity crunch there, especially if you shut down the government and then they're not spending, right, and they are just in a sell mode.
You'd have to believe that the average maturity that's going to be issued from the Treasury is going to get shorter, not longer. When Priya was on the program just yesterday, she was talking about where the bulk of demand is right now in fixed income, and she said it's in the belly of the curve. I think the average maturity at the moment from Treasury is something like, for everything outstanding, is something like 6 years, 72 months. You'd have to think that might even get shorter. At a time when we just spent like 5 years talking about extending gear, the incoming Treasury Secretary at the time was talking about extending gear, and you can sense that his thoughts on the matter have evolved as well since he's been in the seat.
Yeah, well, he criticized, we saw with Janet Yellen, him saying this was basically criminal. Now they're sort of doubling down on this. I mean, is this the path forward, that you're just going to see shorter and shorter maturities being sold, that we're going to be financing the U.S. government mostly in T-bills in, say, a year's time to try to avoid that kind of lock-in?
Well, what's interesting is that if you actually take that in tandem with the move from a policy lens on stablecoin, and I'm sort of throwing out, left field here, that T-bill demand is going to go up. So I think that not just from the government, back-end mechanics from the Fed and the Treasury, but also from this growing demand, there's going to be significantly more T-bill issuance.
Monica Guerra of Morgan Stanley. Monica, appreciate your time. I think a lot of people are focused on very much the same thing. All the complaining about not extending duration at Treasury, and here we are talking about spending more and issuing more T-bills.
I think that you were the one to ask him about this, and I know that you've asked him about this several times. He was pretty aggressive going against Janet Yellen about this shift. And he said, we'll market time it. If it's an appropriate time, we'll get in. And it implies that the path of travel is to a much lower neutral rate. This is actually why I'm interested to hear what they say at Jackson Hole. Are there challenges to this idea that neutral is at 3% or even lower than that? Is there a sense that it could be closer to 4%? And how much does that shift the government's ability to manufacture lower yields by just adjusting some of the maturities? Because if rates don't really ever go down substantially at the front end, well, where are you going to be?
Slightly in the weeds, but I'm sure you'll appreciate this. There is a lot of daylight between the average maturity out there at the moment and the weighted average maturity of the treasuries that are held over at the Federal Reserve. And the question I've asked is whether you start to sort of look at tightening that up just a little bit, close that daylight between the two. Not QE, but just more active management of the average maturity on the Fed's balance sheet. I wonder if that's the direction we might go in.
We've heard proposals about that with respect to some of the candidates to be on the Fed, and potentially with mortgages, how they could play more in the mortgage space to help drive down some of the rates there. Look, there are a lot of ways for them to be creative, and I'm going to get in the weeds in the sand pit with the worms on
Sandworms.
Arrakis.
What are the sandworms?
I am not going there, but I haven't even watched Dune. I'm just making up these things. I'm looking up what Arrakis was, and I'm getting very into that.
Oh, we've talked about this for 90 minutes and you haven't even watched the movie.
Correct.
Okay, fantastic.
You have. Do you know what it's about?
Nope. I watched both too.
Okay, there you go.
Up next, Erin McLaughlin of the Conference Board with retail earnings in focus, plus Danny Berger with your morning movers taking a look at Hertz.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Hi from New York City. Welcome to the program. Your opening bell is about 2 hours away. Your equity market's negative by 0.15% on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, the underperformance continues. We're down by 0.23. Let's get you some morning movers and cross over to Danny Berger for more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. A decent chunk of retailer earnings this morning. Target among them. It was another quarter of a weak sales figure and a confirmation of their view going forward of just double-digit declines for sales. And with that, underscoring the urgency of their desire to turn things around was the announcement that their COO would become the new CEO, saying in the statement that it is with urgency that he will try to build momentum for this company. Shares down 10.5%. Also a tough set of earnings for Estée Lauder. Those shares down about 7.33%. Their outlook disappointed. They also said that they see an $100 million charge because of tariffs and that they will work to mitigate any of the tariff exposure, but still those shares sinking. Now to the upside this morning, Hertz is making a move in a big way. Those shares up 10%. The company announcing just moments ago that they will be working with Amazon Autos and selling used cars on the platform. They're going to start with a launch in 4 cities, Dallas, Houston, LA, and Seattle, cities in those places. And then they're going to expand to 45. So enthusiasm there. Those shares up more than 11.33%, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in the next hour. More earnings for you, this time from TJX. Nothing earth-shattering in this one. The outlook for full year sales growth of 3%. They had seen 2 to 3. The estimate was 2.87. The stock is higher by 3%.
Yeah, a raise and a beat. I mean, that's the beat and a raise, as you've been saying. I mean, they're raising their full year guidance for both pre-tax profit margin as well as earnings per share. That's fascinating to me, the idea of pre-tax profit margin increasing at a time where we keep talking about companies eating some of the tariff costs. Very curious to see exactly why that is. Also seeing full year comp sales up 3%. They had previously seen it between 2 and 3%, and the estimate was for something less than that. Key questions will be, how are they managing their inventory? And is this a contrarian sign for the consumer, given the fact that it tends to be a more discount-oriented store? That is something that we keep watching to understand how the lower income and middle income consumers are handling prices that are increasing, and real questions about how sentiment has been faring.
The squeeze at the bottom continues. I mentioned this note from Bank of America from the BofA Institute. The difference in wage growth between higher and lower income households, the largest since February 2021. We've talked about the K-shaped economy repeatedly. Speaks to that once again.
You once said, is it a good thing when Walmart outperforms or a bad thing? It used to be a bad thing for the economy because it was considered the trade down. Now the question is, who are the bellwethers that indicate that the more business they do, the worse off people are feeling and the more they're looking for discounts? And that's actually going to be very much what we're looking for in the commentary from TJ Maxx. We've heard really conflicting messages from companies in corporate America across the spectrum, and how much does it have to do with that K-shaped economy?
If you're bearish, it's bad. If it's bad, and it's bad if it's good. That's the cheat guide for Walmart tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for Sam Rowe for that one. That's always the way, isn't it?
Well, you know, my favorite, actually, Howard Marks is going to be coming up, and he said that the market is a constant battle between optimists and pessimists. And, you know, some people try to paint me as the pessimist with a pitchfork, but I will just say the contrarian view tends to be an interesting one to me.
Did they try and paint you as that or are you quite proud of being that?
The American Gothic on the sand dune with the sand.
I had a message from you just yesterday referring to yourself as the bear with the pitchfork.
Okay, look, let's just be honest, okay? Right now, that is the contrarian view because everyone is just so bulled up that if you are the bear with the pitchfork, you are definitely on the other side.
Howard Marks joining us in about an hour from now, so look out for that conversation. Legendary investor on this program in the next hour. On our radar this morning, some pinning a major sell-off in big tech on a report from MIT that the AI boom may be overhyped. Researchers saying 95% of organizations are getting zero return for massive AI spending.
Okay, pause. First of all, anyone saying that this report out of MIT is the reason for the air pocket in tech stocks is really looking for reasons for the air pocket in tech stocks, because this is something that a lot of people have been talking about, including Sam Altman of OpenAI, who said there's going to be a lot of money lost. Probably some of these investments are over exuberant, but this is the path of travel when you have new technology. There was a story a week ago in the New York Times about how 8 out of 10 companies say that they're not getting any practical returns from their investment yet in artificial intelligence. So here's the question. How do you deal with the fact that this is a revolutionary change and you are going to need to be part of it, but it is not going to be an efficient pathway there because people don't even know how to use these tools yet. And that is going to be the conundrum for a lot of these companies.
It's mid-August. You know how this works. Blindfolds and throwing darts. Whenever anything happens.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's the last 24 hours.
MIT report, Palantir, and OpenAI, and the question about what happened from Citron. What else do people say?
Meta spending.
Yeah, exactly.
Jackson Hole Friday, Chairman Powell, NVIDIA earnings next week.
What I ate for breakfast.
There you go. The sandworms.
All right, we got to stop. I got to watch this movie. This is absolutely dreadful.
Keep going back to that.
Yeah.
All right. The White House looking to fast-track approval of Federal Reserve Board pick Stephen Myron. Politico reporting the administration is working to shore up support with members of the Senate Banking Committee. They're still pushing to get this done for the September meeting.
And this means that if they do, Myron will be in there for just a couple months because his term would then be up, given that he is replacing the open seat. It is up in January. Question is, what would he push for? How much is this the path of travel? And are they going to try to push for other openings? Because they're trying to go aggressively after some other Fed members as well, with Lisa Cook coming under fire for other reasons, Pam Bondi going after her. A real question of how they're trying to reshape the Fed and how the Fed responds.
I think Bill Policy trying to get Pam Bondi to go after her.
And
whether that happens or not, I've got no idea.
I mean, some of these allegations, though, we're talking about parsing the fine print of mortgages, like really.
I won't get into the allegations, but I will get into the fact that the Federal Reserve could be completely reshaped by this administration over the next 12 months or so. And a lot of that's going to depend on what Chairman Powell chooses to do once his term expires. Would he vacate his seat or not? And we know based on conversations that this is something that's really irking the White House because they want a plan. And Chair Powell has given nothing away going into 26.
Maybe we will find out at 10 a.m. Eastern time on Friday when we get that speech from Fed Chair
Powell. Oh, you think it might be a, you know, after this, I'm stepping aside and someone else can take control of things?
Honestly, it might be a good forum to do that if he wants to, but ultimately, I'm not expecting much.
He's got a bit more time. But you'll be there, and I'm looking forward to your coverage alongside TK. Excited for that.
Sandworms.
President Trump hosted the CEOs of the world's 2 biggest mining companies at the White House, the heads of Rio Tinto and BHP, discussing a major project in Arizona that they say could supply the U.S. with 1/4 of its copper demand for decades to come. I am so pleased to see this conversation taking place at the White House because we've been talking about on this program for ages.
Yeah, Resolution Copper over in Arizona. How many years has this been in process?
Years, decades.
Yeah, decades, and it's been caught up in the courts with environmental concerns, et cetera. I was looking at the details of what they actually have to do, and it looks like the copper stores in the United States that were easier to access have all been used up, right? So they were the closest ones to the surface. This is so deep in the earth that you get close to the core and it's very hot. So you have all sorts of other constraints that make it expensive. You add regulatory and environmental appeals and oh my goodness, how does this project get done? But it shows the importance of this to the president, and it will be really interesting to see how quickly they can get this
7,000 feet, I believe, beneath the Earth's surface.
I mean, can you imagine?
It's pretty incredible.
The mechanics of that really are fascinating.
I've talked to Rio Tinto about it many times, and obviously they've been lobbying the White House to do something about this. The previous administration didn't make it happen, and I think most people are hopeful that it will this time around. This is the problem with the tariffs. Look, if you want to do something about copper, it's about regulations at home. It's not about tariffs. There are people that want to build these mines right now. They want to explore them. The deposit's there. What's holding us back here is not tariffs. It's not imported copper. What's held us back is red tape and regulation and the courts for the last decade or so.
And how do you create self-sufficiency on a mismatched timeline? Because the tariffs can come on now, but it's going to take some time to get this project really expedited.
We've talked too much. Let's turn to retail. I've talked too much. Target shares falling after reporting earnings and announcing its next CEO, longtime executive Michael Fidelki, is going to be taking over. Jen Partashis of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now for more. Jen, welcome to the show. I think we've got to start with the C-suite change. What is behind the change, and what's at the top of the to-do list for the new CEO?
Good morning, and thanks for having me. When we look at the CEO change, really, I think that there was investor appetite for sure in having a CEO change. You know, Brian Cornell's been at the helm for 11 years. When he first came in, it was a visionary. Target took a whole new growth path under his leadership and stewardship. But I think the change announced this morning with Michael Fidelki coming in from COO up to the CEO role sort of implies that there's likely to be a continuation of the existing strategy, and that may be what's part of contributing to the slide in the stock this morning. I think there may have been expectations that you need someone with an external vision or with a different vision to really kind of right the ship the Target is.
That's something Lisa talked about, Jen, as the numbers were dropping and we saw the decision cross as well, that maybe that was the disappointment. Jen, what have they been struggling to do? And is this down to the changes we've seen, the competitive effort that's come from elsewhere, from the likes of Walmart?
Well, I think a lot of this started with coming out of the pandemic and with the consumer shift to more essentials in a period of very high inflation, especially for food, where people were making decisions about how they were spending their money. Target is over-indexed in discretionary spending categories. So they're famous for their fashion, for their home decor, you know, for baby and things like that. And as people moved towards more essentials, that really left a gap for Target, where they had to try to figure out what they were going to do. The company's done a very good job in terms of continuing to keep their private label selection fresh and that sort of thing, but the consumer just hasn't followed track. And when you layer in on top of that some of the corporate decisions that have not resonated with their core base, like with DEI initiatives and things like that, it's just been a rough time for Target lately.
They've had a really difficult time of it. Jen, thank you. Jen Partashis there of Bloomberg with the latest. I want to stick on the consumer. We want to. Erin McLaughlin of the Conference Board writing this. Consumer confidence has stabilized since May, but tariffs remain top of mind with concerns that they would lead to higher prices. Erin joins us now for more. Erin, good morning.
Good morning.
Is there some evidence that maybe these companies aren't able to pass on these higher prices because consumers right now just don't feel good?
Well, that's a great question. Consumers are definitely burnt out still. They have, you know, post-PSTD from the COVID era, but we think that companies will probably have no choice but to pass them on. We're looking at the import index, which is monitoring the prices that are paid when imports come into the ports. They're not going down. So these goods are not being paid for by the exporters, by companies in other countries. And so it is a matter of time before the price hikes really do reach consumers, but they will get there.
Consumer confidence has been something of a roller coaster this year. It seems like we just are seeing the ups and downs of the headlines and how they filter in. How do you get some sort of compass for what the lasting sentiment hit could be when you juggle both the potential inflationary impacts of tariffs with a labor market that isn't great, but it's not terrible?
Right. I think it really will be down to how consumers feel when they buy non-discretionary goods on a regular basis. Obviously, there has been a little bit of a roller coaster, but consumers are often reacting to the news in addition to reacting to what they're seeing at the grocery store and at other stores. So even though there has been a little bit of a roller coaster, it is within about the same range. It's still, you know, not as low as it was in April, you know, on the Liberation Day announcements, but it is up from what it was in April.
One thing that you do a great job of is look at the confidence that people have that they'll be getting jobs or that they'll be able to retain their jobs.
Yes.
And does anything that you're seeing in those surveys reflect the negativity that a lot of people saw in non-farm payrolls and some of the revisions that really spooked this market in a significant way at the start of this month?
We are not seeing huge negativity. Obviously, unemployment is still at a very, very low rate. Most folks that are taking the survey they might say 1 month to another that it's a little bit more challenging, but that there's less jobs out there. But it hasn't seemed to have a huge impact on overall consumer sentiment yet.
What's the spread like between Republicans and Democrats? And how do you filter some of that? Because you, Mitch is nuts. When I looked at that at the end of last week, the spread was like this wide. Ask a Democrat how the economy is right now. They're in depression. Ask a Republican, best economy ever. How do you filter that out?
We don't necessarily filter it out per se. In our index, it's interesting to see that the movement is about the same from month to month. So Democrats definitely feel more negative and are saying that they feel the impact more than Republicans. And then we also look at independents as well. And so they are sort of moving at about the same, and there isn't as wide a gap as one might think.
Some of these surveys, not yours, this one survey, you, Mitch, that right now is a political poll. That is not a consumer confidence survey for the economy, at least in my opinion, and I think for Wall Street too. That's got to be the way a lot of people have started to look at that survey coming out of Michigan.
Yeah, although, what did Michael Jordan say? Republicans buy sneakers too?
Yeah, say it all the time.
Democrats buy sneakers too as well. So how much does this really translate into reality, or how much can we actually look at any of these surveys and just say some are more meaningful, maybe, than others?
We like yours. The labor differential. The labor differential is super useful, I think.
Totally.
Super useful. Erin, it's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Erin McLaughlin there of the Conference Board. Let's give you an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg brief. Here is Yahara. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. We start with TJ Maxx, and it is a different story than Target. Shares are trading higher 3.6% after reporting a beat on Q2 results. The discount retailer is raising its full-year guidance for both pre-tax profit margin as well as earnings per share. The CEO saying transactions were up at every division and saw strong demand at each domestic and international business. Meanwhile, Trump ally Bill Plute, who is director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, has called on Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Plute alleges Cook, quote, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms, potentially committing mortgage fraud. Cook did not respond to requests for comment from Bloomberg. And a 6-seater variant of Tesla's Model Y will not be coming to the U.S. market this year. According to a post on X from Elon Musk, U.S. production of the vehicle will not begin until the end of next year at the earliest, or quote, not ever, citing self-driving developments here in the U.S. The vehicle was recently launched in China. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in the next hour. Up next on the program, comfortable with the status quo.
China is right now the biggest revenue line in the tariff income. So, if it's not broke, don't fix it. They have started shipping the rare earth magnets, which we agreed to. Right now, the status quo is working pretty well.
Up next on the program, we'll catch up with the former Biden economic advisor, Greta Peisch. She joins us next from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Opinion at least, the reason that the U.S. is so creative and innovative and has so much interesting development and has, most of the largest trillion-dollar businesses is because we have the best capital markets. And capital market development is really what creates the funding in order to pursue ideas. So in America, any idea you have, there's a market for it. Right? So building markets like the securitization markets in the U.S., really allowed for non-financial companies to get into the financial industry business. And that was really a derivative of making the securitization market so competitive. So building securitization markets and continuing to grow markets and figuring out how to continuously fund ideas, I think that's going to be the next stage of growth for these markets.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Equities pulling back by 0.2%. The latest from TJX and the retailers in America. 3Q off to a strong start. Off-price retailers are going to do okay in this environment. How many times have you heard that line over the past few months?
Is that a good sign or a bad sign for the U.S. economy, given the fact that spending should be a positive sign, and yet if people are looking for discounts, does that mean that people are trading down and concerned about what's to come?
Beat raise and a strong guide from that company. Stocks are doing just okay. Under surveillance this morning, comfortable with the status quo.
China is right now the biggest revenue line in the tariff income. So, if it's not broke, don't fix it. We have had very good talks with China. I imagine we'll be seeing them again before November. They have started shipping the rare earth magnets, which we agreed to. Right now, the status quo is working pretty well.
So here's the latest this morning. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, saying the U.S. is content with its current trade status with China. These sides now have until November to strike a new deal. The former Biden trade advisor, Greta Peisch, writing the following: negotiations will continue to implement whatever understanding was struck with the administration. Those deals may result in exempting certain products from tariffs in partner countries or look at imports from China. Greta joins us now for more. Greta, good morning and welcome to the program. Your profession relies on documents, and we can't find the documents for these agreements with these countries. How does the legal profession work without documents?
Right, well, that's exactly right. Statements from the administration, including the president, are not agreements, and they do not have legal effects. So we take the announcements that come with a grain of salt until we see what's actually implemented. And what you're seeing with negotiations with trading partners is that it may take some time to have a final conclusion spelling out what these handshake deal terms are and ensuring that there's a meeting of the minds. The devil is in the details, and I think we're seeing that play out in the amount of time it is taking to finalize, implement, and announce these agreements.
Given that, Greta, how do you advise clients, how do you advise companies on how to understand some of the agreements that have been put in place, at least in theory, but where the details haven't really been fully exposed? And I'm speaking specifically when it comes to the biggest trading partner with the United States, which is China.
Right, well, what we're seeing with the agreement with China is really a holding pattern, a stabilization, if you will. You heard Secretary Bessent say, we like where it is right now. And I think that that's what we're seeing in the continued pausing, the continued extension of the agreement that we have in place. The relationship was pretty rocky. We saw the tariffs go up quite a bit. We saw China's export controls. And what we've seen is a pullback from both sides, an attempt to at least right the ship and have a bit of stability on both sides. And it seems like that's where they are for now. And until we see further action, I think that that's where where companies and where other trading partners should see that relationship, at least for the time being.
It was pretty striking to hear Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, come out and say that actually the status quo that they currently have with China is working pretty well. It raises this issue of whether this is just making nice ahead of some sort of summit between Xi Jinping and President Trump, or whether this is something that really speaks to the desire for revenues from these tariffs more than, say, national security or any other kinds of measures. Is that your takeaway from this?
Well, I think a challenge with the China negotiations, as well as with other negotiations and the trade policies overall, is nailing down what the administration's bottom line objectives are. And they do have a variety that have been expressed, including raising revenue, including bringing manufacturing back, including securing supply chains when you're talking about our trade with China. And so understanding what is that end game? What is the mix of policy objectives that they're prioritizing? You can't necessarily achieve everything, and you can't have every competing objective be your first priority. And so part of it is understanding and trying to see from the administration, from their statements and from their outcomes, of what does success look like when they're talking about their trade policy? Where do they want things to be in a year? Is it all about the revenue? Is it about other policy objectives, from supply chains to manufacturing to getting concessions from trading partners?
Well, let's talk about national security. As you know, a number of 232 investigations are still pending. And for people who don't follow the numbers like you do and the names, that's an effort to look at specific products that might impair national security. Now, Greta, I just wonder where you think this is all going to land, and whether you think the decision on these investigations might be tied to the outcome of the legal challenges to the tariffs that have already been implemented.
Well, I do see them as a bit separate, right? The challenges to existing tariffs, that's under a separate authority. You're right. There's an alphabet soup of and many numbers in the different authorities, right? And so those are the legal challenges now are to the countrywide broad tariffs that are in place that are the basis for the negotiations. The 232 tariffs are sectoral, and those investigations, many of which are still outstanding, really are related to areas that do have supply chain vulnerabilities, and where even the last administration looked at some of the concerns. So this is critical minerals, it's semiconductors, and so those are, I view on a separate track that are really about trying to find maybe a policy that is addressing those supply chain concerns, trying to reshore or nearshore some of the supply chains, and that they're on a separate track.
Greta, no doubt we'll talk to you again soon. Once we see the outcome of those pending, investigations. Greta Peisch there. Thank you. Up next on the program, Alicia Levine of BNY Wealth, Deborah Weinswig of Coresight Research, Howard Marks of Oak Tree Capital Management. 45 minutes away.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for VBA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates and complements the diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
We published a story recently about the explosion of robotic companies and innovation in China. I think we said there's something like 50 or 60 robotic startups in China. Are we behind, and should we be concerned about that?
I think as far as the state of innovation, no. Most of those robots aren't built for work, for the things that, which is the entry point for these robots today. They can do some interesting things. A lot of times it's backflips or making coffee or something, but not really useful work. These robots can pick up to 50 pounds on our next generation. So they're great for the education of robotics, getting people interested. But as far as humanoids, they've got to check that safety box before they can come into any of the facilities here. And that's a big bar that we haven't seen much of out of the Chinese robots.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
If the inflation data continues to be held back by lower energy prices, it all softens the economic blow.
There should be a pullback in demand. We haven't seen it yet.
The consumer slows down, but the rate of change of inflation will jump.
Those that had the capability brought a lot of inventory, and going through that level of inventory has not yielded the pass-through to consumers that some have seen, but it'll come.
Ultimately, I do think that we're going to see more softness in the second half on activity.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. The opening bell is about 90 minutes away. Your scores look like this. Equity futures down again, just softer by 0.1% through most of this morning on the S&P. Big tech in focus. Bit of a downdraft in yesterday's session. The Nasdaq 100 down by 0.2% so far this morning in today's session. I want to take a little look at the consumer in America, though. Let's just take a snapshot of some of the news we've heard in the last 24 hours. Target's got its own problems, down 10%, big management change. But go through the names. Home Depot consumers, tapping the brakes. Off-price retailer TJX attracting consumers. McDonald's pressuring franchise owners to drop prices. It doesn't scream that everything's flying off the shelves right now.
If you have an increasing focus on value at corporate America, what does that say about the level of consumer spending and how sustainable it is for consumers? A real question about just the fragility there. And that's what you're hearing in some of these reports. We're dealing with a nuanced backdrop and a consumer that's increasingly discretionary. And that's the reason why a TJX beat and raise isn't necessarily a positive sign for the consumer going forward.
This is the basic, simple argument from the doves on the FOMC right now. I imagine it goes something like this. We meet in the middle of September. We know we've had a step down in jobs growth. We're at something like 4.5% on Fed funds. We all think neutral. We can agree is somewhere between 3.50. Some of you crazies out there think it's higher. I'm being a dove on the FOMC right now.
I know, I hear you.
Let's cut rates by 25 basis points and then get to the next one. I think that's the argument for the doves on the FOMC.
And somebody, if that was the raging hawk on the FOMC, could push back and say, these companies are still outperforming. TJ Maxx actually is expecting its margins to expand more than expected. You're seeing the likes of Lowe's make an acquisition with greater confidence that we might be at some sort of bottom of the housing cycle. All of a sudden, if you do start cutting rates, how much do consumers feel better about things to go up the chain, buy more, and accept more of those price increases?
Then Governor Waller just starts throwing things at you across the table.
This is going to be fun.
There was a big push for a live feed at the last meeting.
I know, I saw that.
I'd take the live feed once, just to see how boring it actually is.
That's what I was going to say.
So I imagine it's pretty boring.
I imagine this is C-SPAN stuff. I mean, maybe with some side conversations that are a little bit more spicy.
But C-SPAN on steroids. Like
how
sheets of paper.
could you say that? I think
sheets of paper.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, I don't think it's exactly guns a-blazing. I do think it's going to be more heated this time around, especially given how bifurcated the economic views are on Wall Street.
I'd like to see Stephen Myron there. That would be more exciting.
I think President Trump would also like to see him there.
That's a better kind of C-SPAN.
Well, I think that you might.
And it gets entertaining.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, a lot of people say that this is the big problem is groupthink, and how do you avoid that? And maybe it's putting Stephen Myron on the board.
I think we've already got some healthy dissent taking place, some healthy division taking place on the FOMC going into this. Now, whether the president had a role to play in all of that, I don't know, but I think you can see it in the speeches. There is some division between these guys right now. I think that's a good thing.
What you can see in the earnings from corporate America is also some division and disagreement exactly how strong or weak things are. This is a confusing moment. That's why we're talking about sandworms, because ultimately, I can't give you the answer, but we can see different companies trying to take advantage of the pockets of strength that there are still out there.
Would you like to explain why we're talking about sandworms? Would you like to take the opportunity?
Sure. Because I've actually done some research on Dune, and I actually would like to see it now, because I really think that this idea of that drug that you can take to make you, live longer and travel through space sounds great. But I do think, just let's put that aside for a second, I was saying this is the year of shifting sands. And then John brought us to sandworms.
Have you done that much reading during this program this morning? You're doing that in the conversations or the commercial break?
Let's just move on.
Okay,
in
coming
the
up.
commercial breaks.
This hour, sure. Alicia Levine of BNY Wealth as the tech sell-off drags down Wall Street. The brilliant Howard Marks of Oak Tree Capital Management on why markets are turning from elevated to potentially worrisome. And Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management as investors look to Jackson Hole. We begin this hour with stocks down following a sell-off in big tech. Alicia Levine of BNY Wealth writing the volatility in tech is likely to continue into the Fed meeting and can pull the overall index down in a seasonally weak part of the calendar. Alicia joins us now for more. Alicia, good morning.
Good morning.
Got to start with the tough one. What was the last 24 hours about?
I think it was the air pocket of August, and just the fact, NASDAQ is up 56%, going into yesterday from the April 8 lows, and then S&P is up 34%. It's the most torrid rally in history from the lows. The return to the old high was 55 days. That beat up 1998 in terms of the speed of it. So time for a breather. Everybody was piled into the same trade. And, everybody's on the last 2 weeks of August. People are on vacation. And so, you've got junior people in charge of the trading desk. So,
and now the junior people in charge are now asking a similar question that even the senior people have been asking. Every time you have some outperformance in the equal weight, can that rotation continue? Does it have legs?
It's heavily dependent, obviously, on rate cuts. So the market's pricing in rate cuts. We think the Fed's going to deliver the rate cut in September. I would say, obviously, Jackson Hole's the one time to change the conversation. But since rate hikes have been off the table, we're headed towards, a cut one way or the other. The rotation, the equally weighted index, needs a series of cuts. And when you get one cut, you don't get one, you get several, at least another. So that means 50 basis points at some point by the end of the year, not just 25. That would be positive for risk assets in general. And as you point out, the data have been at odds with each other and confusing, and the real economy starts to look weaker in the labor market. Labor market is looking a little bit softer. Consumers looking a little bit more bifurcated from the high end and the low end. So hikes are off the table. It's actually a great setup for risk assets. I have a colleague who works in the fixed income area. He's always like, great time to buy equities. And yes, it is a great time to buy equities when earnings are moving higher, right? Earnings are moving higher, and the Fed is cutting into that. and not yet in a under 1% growth world. That's pretty bullish for the next 12 to 18 months. That doesn't mean you can't sell off 10% here. You easily can sell off 10% here just to get the excess out.
I love it. You say that, he says, great time to buy stocks. That's what everybody thinks. The reason why we've not seen a 1% drawdown since August 1st, and it's the biggest drawdown going back to April. And I just wonder, does this suggest that there is some nervousness around valuations, particularly with big tech? Or do you think that people are sort of missing the forest for the trees when it comes to missing the trees for the forest when it comes to looking forward? I can't get anything right. Stop laughing at me.
I'm not laughing.
You are laughing right there.
You did the horse and the cart yesterday, and you and I messaged each other about it last night.
I can't get any expression. Okay, see the trees for the forest. Let's just move on. Look, stop telling me, control room. I know I'm doing it wrong. Pause, reverse. How much are people getting it wrong that big tech is the most overvalued part of the market?
So we don't think big tech is overvalued. The issue is the rest of the index is struggling to keep up on the earnings side. So all the earnings are coming from tech, pulling the index upward. So the top 10 are now 40% of the index, 30% of the earnings. That's not as extreme as in history, but that's where the earnings are going. So not as vulnerable as previous periods, but overall on the index level, absolutely. You know, NVIDIA earnings next week are going to matter because the investment in AI is pushing the economy. I mean, the CapEx from all these hyperscalers is about $370 billion this year. That is equal to the hit from tariffs, which is a tax of about $370 billion. They're canceling each other out, keeping the economy, you know, in equilibrium here. That investment is driving growth in other parts of the economy, the industrials and utilities as well. It matters a lot. So the earnings for NVIDIA matter a lot.
So are we being too cute when we say that the MIT report talking about how 95% of investment in AI from corporations has not been profitable, that's just an excuse for this air pocket? Or do you think that there is something real there?
Look, there's definitely concern because the free cash flow margin has dropped this quarter and the second quarter because of the massive CapEx spend. We don't think this is the place we're going to wind up. But you have to believe the payout is there. If you run some models, you're getting paid to wait to see if the theory is correct. We will say this, the implementation of AI throughout the economy is going to drive a massive productivity boom. And that's why we're still investors in equities, because we think it's going to drive throughout the economy. It doesn't mean you can't have a transition phase where earnings are a little bit squishy because the investment is so high in the most obvious part of the market could drive the index lower. But we just raised our earnings estimates for 2025 and 2026. We put a 6,700 price target on the S&P for the end of the year at BNY Wealth, and we introduced our 7,500 price target for 2026 because earnings are simply moving higher. In the end, there's the real economy, very conflicted there, some squishy parts of the market. Clearly, the lower end consumer is under stress. The labor market equilibrium number is now lower, probably in the 50 to 70,000 jobs per month. No room for error. On the other hand, earnings are moving higher. So corporate America and large cap corporate America is able to power through it. The real economy is not the stock market.
This is the question for Chairman Powell, I think, going into Friday. Is he focused on the demand side or the supply side of what's happening in the labor market? An emphasis in a speech is always important. If he puts more emphasis on one versus the other, the market's going to read a lot into that about what to expect for September and beyond.
It basically lowers the threshold for just what kind of headline numbers there actually have to be if he emphasizes the demand side and not the supply side. If he says this is something more than just an immigration story and how many workers there is actual weakness in this low hire, low fire market, suddenly that payrolls report of 35,000 people becomes a lot more concerning.
Have you heard the story about the cart full of sticks and carrots pulled by the horse through the forest? Tell you that story another time. It's a fascinating one. Alicia, thank you.
Killing
Alicia
me.
Levine, BNY.
I'll take classes.
You've got to put the 2 days together to really understand what's been going on.
I can't get expressions right. I'm going to have a tutorial.
But I enjoy that you try. I can't either, so I just don't bother. So I'd love to help you, but I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll get cheat sheets.
I know. All right, okay. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. The White House is fast-tracking Stephen Miron's confirmation to the Federal Reserve to put him in place ahead of the FOMC September meeting. Political reports, Miron has been meeting with members of the Senate Banking Committee to greenlight his nomination ahead of the full Senate confirmation vote. The Senate is in recess until September 2nd. Meanwhile, Federal Reserve Governor Michelle Bowman said banks and regulators need to embrace new technologies such as AI and crypto or risk their role in the economy. Speaking to our own Mike McKee yesterday, she said she would seek to cut down regulatory scrutiny tied to reputational risk, suggesting new rules could be made. Bowman has emerged as a potential replacement for Fed Chair Jay Powell at the end of his term. And Real Madrid secured a win in their opening La Liga game of the season, defeating Osasuna 1-0. The star of Madrid, Kylian Mbappe, converted a 51st-minute penalty kick to give his team the victory in yesterday's Spanish League opener. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. Thank you very much. I was going through the injury list over at Real Madrid. That squad is absolutely absurd. Just some of the world's best players just out injured, and they can still put out an 11 that's just to die for.
Yeah, which just shows you how good their roster is. It also shows how hard they're being played. I mean, the number of games that they have to play, I just can't get over that.
I'm with you. To have a world-class squad right now, you need ridiculous depth to get through the average season for a top club now.
Yeah,
it's nonsense.
Depth of the pocketbook as well, which is the reason why.
Greed, Bramo. Greed of FIFA and UEFA of pushing this whole thing too far.
Yeah.
But it's a conversation for another time. I'm always shocked by the baseball schedule. I just think it's insane, the amount of games they have to play every single year.
Yeah, the number of games I have to hear about every single night at
Don't
home.
you think it takes something away from the games that you actually get to see, though? Like, let's say Yankees-Red Sox happen twice a season, home away. Like, that would be amazing, right?
What's that? You really hate that?
Instead of like
why is he talking about that?
50 times.
I'm sorry, I'll tell him to stop.
Is that the kids at home?
Yeah, exactly.
They want that
They want
game.
as many games as you possibly can have, because it also democratizes the games, and they're great, you know, in terms of being able to have the access. Tickets are cheaper.
Okay.
You can go. The American sport, pastime.
Not trying to ruin it, just, you know, just my view on things. All right. Up next, the Morning Calls Plus, Deborah Wideswick of Coresight Research with target shares down and a new CEO coming in. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
It is our expectation at Nomura that the Fed will cut in September and December. But even if they cut in September, it's then not going to necessarily be a slam dunk that there'll be a December cut. You have to look at, well, do we see signs of tariff-induced inflation coming? There's a lot of new information that we're going to get from the September 5th and September 11th labor market and inflation reports that we just don't have right now. And both of those reports come before the next Fed meeting.
That's David Seif of Nomura weighing in on the situation with the Federal Reserve. The calendar shaping up as follows. Payrolls on September 5th. A week later, we'll get CPI, and then a week after that, a Federal Reserve meeting. Equity futures on the S&P down by 0.1%. On the NASDAQ, we're down by 0.2. That's the price action this morning. Here are the morning calls. First up, Wells Fargo raising its price target on Home Depot to $450, saying category sentiment should improve. Your second call from Citi, downgrading Gap to neutral, saying specialty retailers are going to be challenged by tariffs. And finally, JP Morgan downgrading General Mills to underweight, writing the current environment is challenging for food producers. Let's stick with retail. Investors looking for signs of inflation in retail earnings ahead of comments from Fed Chair Jay Powell in Jackson Hole on Friday. Bloomberg's Mike McKee joins us now for more. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. Well, we've seen some indications that there are price effects going through. Home Depot, most notably yesterday, talking about that. The real question is, how much do they have in inventory that they can sell at lower prices before they have to start raising them? We've heard from a number of consumer product companies that they're planning in September or October to start raising prices. So how much of a pass-through do we get in August that would show up in that September 11th report? That's going to be very interesting for the Fed. It may not be the bottom line number in terms of what year-over-year inflation is. It may be the underlying inflation indications of what's coming down the pike.
Mike McKee, just before you go, we're all looking forward to your coverage in Jackson Hole, but I wanted to take a beat. There was a man, they don't make hawks like this for sure anymore, Charlie Plosser, a gentleman that you know well. I had the privilege of speaking to on occasion. Confirmation in the last 24 hours that Charles Plosser passed away peacefully on Thursday, August 14th, at the Warner Community Hospice in Amelia Island, Florida. We knew him well as the Philadelphia Fed President, Michael, and that was a man who had his hawkish beliefs and stood by them, and I can only imagine what his voice would sound like on the FOMC in mid-September.
Well, I saw Charlie in July, and his voice was the same as ever, that the Fed had gone too far, that it needed to start dialing back its accommodation, and that it needed to start move faster to bring down the balance sheet, because Charlie was an old monetarist. He believed that too many dollars chase too few goods, and you get inflation, and there were a lot of dollars in the market. So, yes, Charlie would have been a firm vote for Fed rate hold, or if the numbers come in a little hotter, or even a rate increase these days.
Mike McKee, looking forward to your coverage. Just a thought there on the late, great Charlie Plosser on the Federal Reserve. They were the days, weren't they? Right. 10 years ago?
You didn't have groupthink. And
Absolutely
he was very
not.
much somebody who would have pushed back against some of the main belief right now that the Fed should start a real aggressive rate-cutting cycle.
Alongside, what was it, Richard Fisher?
Yeah.
At the time?
Yeah,
someone you really enjoyed. Right?
Such great essays. Fantastic.
Yeah. Different time. Where are those hawks on this Federal Reserve?
And do we need them?
Good point.
At a time of real political pressure.
That's the story for later on in the week. Let's stick with the consumer. Target warning, shoppers remain selective in their spending. Coresight Research CEO Deborah Weiswick writing, Target is under pressure, discretionary categories remain weak, traffic is down, and tariff exposure plus digital reliability concerns add to challenges. Deborah joins us now for more. Deborah, welcome to the program. Do you believe, and just to sort of reflect on what we've heard from Target and other retailers, whether that's just a problem specific to them, or whether it speaks to maybe a consumer under some increased pressure?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. And to answer your question, I think it's really a tale of two retailers today. If we look at TJ Maxx and Target, so both are off mall. And so really, truly a direct comparison. One saw Thompson, the positive territory, and one very much in the other direction, which was Target. And so I think that going back to kind of the tariff conversation where Target is very much vertically integrated, right? They sell a lot of their own product. There's no vendors to kind of push back on. Target's probably seeing, kind of pricing pressure and margin pressure that TJ Maxx isn't. But I think there's also a lot of execution issues that they're facing as well.
Can you give us a sense of what those are, Deborah? Because right now it seems like the market is responding to this prospect of more of the same when they were hoping for maybe a fresh look at some of the management of the company.
Great question. And I will say I'm very much in that camp. We've been very critical, I would say, at CoreSite of their in-store kind of on-shelf availability, right? If it's not on the shelf, the customer can't buy it. So when supply chain as basic as that is not able to be executed, there are concerns kind of throughout. Also, their digital, kind of sales have been much weaker versus, I think it was like up a little over 4% for the quarter versus their peers. And as other retailers are able to leverage other sources of, whether it's data monetization, retail media, retail as a service, but Target is missing the mark there. And I do worry that not bringing in kind of outside talent is going to be more of the same.
Deborah, how much, when you just expand out to the broader retail industry, how much are all of these companies sort of an execution by execution story at a time with a pretty complicated economy and, frankly, a pretty discerning consumer?
Great question. If you look across the bow, if you will, I mean, Walmart, despite its size, right, has seen really, from an execution standpoint, high on-shelf availability, ways to, monetize not just in store or not just merchandise. They've also continued to elevate their leadership team and bring in fresh talent, very much focused on AI and how that can not only drive sales and execution kind of on the digital self, but also in the physical stores. And so I think you've got the shareholder, kind of your sales associate behind you to really drive that execution every day. And I just think when you look at Target, they haven't been able to do that. Expanding that over to specialty retailer, let's call it, mall retail, we've really seen unbelievable execution. I think a lot of it is how the malls or the mall REITs and the retailers in those malls have really started to kind of partner together on execution. And I think that there is going to be a bigger story here of the haves and the have-nots. This isn't based on income levels, although that's certainly a part of the story. It's really based on execution.
So, Deborah, there was a lot to unpack there. Just picking up on one point, how much are you going to hear, who do you expect to be the winner in sort of the use of technology in retail to gain efficiency at a time where there are a lot of questions about just how much people are doing that? Who do you think is going to win?
I mean, right now it's Walmart. And I will tell you, that is not at all what I would have expected to come out of my mouth a year ago, just based on size and the complexity that you would need to hit fire on all cylinders based on that. I would have expected to see more one of the specialty retailers. But we've really seen, if you look across, it's been kind of like a Walmart, a Home Depot, a Tractor Supply. It's been these bigger off-mall retailers for the most part. And it really has just been this kind of intense focus on execution and leaning into technology, specifically Gen AI. And I think that that's going to, right, that's really just accelerating their growth. And also, I actually think the bigger thing here is it's allowing them to attract best-in-class talent. We're hearing that, kind of best-in-class data scientists these days are going to Walmart. They're not going to Amazon, right? They want to have this physical presence. They want to be able to kind of, there's a pride that's taking place there. I think it's unlike anything we would have expected.
Yeah, Deborah Weiswick there of CoreSite Research. Deborah, thank you. You've talked about this so many times with regards to Walmart.
You can say whatever you want about where the profitability is. The investment is actually, in some places, paying off.
Up next on the program, the brilliant Howard Marks of Oak Tree Capital from New York. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller, the Circuit de la Sart in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
The opening power is about 60 minutes away. Equity futures are negative by 0.1% on the S&P. We're down by 0.25 on the NASDAQ. Let's get you some morning movers and cross over to Danny Berger for more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. It's a tale of two retailers. For one, really solid results from TJ Maxx and an outlook that was better than expected. Those shares up 3.8% this morning, but some of the more value-oriented type retailers outperforming. Contrast that with what we got from Target. Target shares are plunging in the pre-market trade this morning. They are down by 10.33%. It was another weak quarter of sales, also reaffirming their outlook of low single-digit declines when it comes to sales, also announcing the COO would become the CEO, saying in a statement that he is addressing matters with urgency to try to rebuild momentum. Finally, wrapping things up here with a Reuters report that Howard Lutnick is looking at other companies reportedly that have received money through the CHIPS Act and maybe taking a stake in them. You can see the negative reaction. For one, Intel falling this morning. We already know about what the government plans to do there too, but the other two biggest recipients of the CHIPS Act are Micron and Taiwan Semiconductor, so their shares falling 5% and 1% respectively, John.
Danny, thank you. How is this going to work? Huge focus for us over the next, never mind several months, several years.
How do you have a grant that gets transferred into a stake, an equity stake that's non-voting for now? And this is the reason why we got lost down a rabbit hole. I'm not going to go there about shifting sands, but it's this whole idea of how do you understand what the framework is going forward if there is such a fungible quality to grants that have already been guaranteed in exactly what form they will take going forward.
What a moment for that industry. What a moment for this market. What a moment for us. Legendary investor Howard Marks of Oaktree Capital Management releasing a new memo called The Calculus of Value, writing overvaluation can never be proved and there's no reason to think there will be a correction anytime soon. But the stock market has moved from elevated to worrisome. I'm very pleased to say that joining us on this program, Howard Mark joins us for more. Howard, welcome to the program, sir. We want to start with a central question that you pose yourself. Why are asset prices so strong in the face of what you view as net negative developments? Howard, can you share your thoughts with us?
I'm glad to be with you this morning. Of course, as the quote you just put up on the screen indicates, this is all just feeling and an opinion. None of this is factual, but it does seem that stocks are expensive relative to what I call fundamentals, or you might call reality. And the outstanding reason I think is that there hasn't been a serious market correction in 16 years, so people get out of the habit of thinking about market corrections. The biggest single mistake, I've been thinking a lot, what is the biggest single mistake investors make? And I've concluded that it is that they conclude that the way things are today is the way it'll always be, and the things that have been happening will always continue to happen, whereas reversion to the mean is much more likely. So I just think that it's worked very well. Being an equity investor has worked very well. Doing it on leverage has worked even better. concentrating in a few stocks has gone very well. Investors are by nature optimistic, and that optimism dies hard. I just think that the fluctuations of the market are mostly related to psychological fluctuations, and people go from neutrality to liking stocks, to liking them a lot, to liking them a ton, to liking them too much. And that's the continuation that creates bubbles. And, we're probably in the early days of that.
When you talk about liking, Howard, maybe liking these assets a little bit too much, can you put into perspective the last time you saw this type of environment that left you thinking maybe some of the opportunities aren't as great when it comes to buying some of these assets at current valuations? Is there another time that this sort of reminds you of in any capacity?
Well, I guess, Lisa, the last time was probably around 97, when the market was kind of falling in love with tech stocks. And, the market was rocketing along. People were not worried about the level of valuations. People were extremely optimistic about the opportunities for the internet. Alan Greenspan famously cautioned that there might be irrational exuberance. Now I picked 97 because even though Greenspan was concerned about exuberance, the market went on to rise for another 2.5 to 3 years. Remember, I said we're in the early days. We're not at a critical, at a nutty valuation. I'm certainly not ringing the alarm bells, as the quote that you had on the screen said. No reason to think there'll be a correction soon. But the point is that things are expensive. They may go on to become more expensive, but the fact that they're expensive, it should not be lost.
And Howard, I think a lot of people point to, in terms of the echoes of the late 90s, the tech sector of the market as being the most overvalued. What I thought was so interesting about your memo is that wasn't your take, that wasn't your bigger concern in the market at a time when people are counting on a certain robustness of growth and a certain kind of inflationary backdrop. Why is it that tech isn't the focus of your concern this time around?
Tech contributes to the aura that surrounds the markets. And a lot of people have been citing the fact that the so-called Magnificent Seven, stocks like Amazon and Alphabet, have been contributing disproportionately to the rise. And they're responsible for more than 7 stocks. Their dollar gains have been responsible for more than half of all the gains in the 500 stocks in the S&P, 7 out of 500. But they're great companies. They're at high valuations. I think that I can't say those valuations are excessive. But the other 493 stocks are quite highly valued, not as highly as the Magnificent Seven, but nobody says they're the same quality company, quite highly valued relative to history. And it is the fact that high valuations are being applied to more average companies that I think is more alarming than the fact that exceptional valuations are being applied to exceptional companies.
Howard, there's a quote you use in this memo. I enjoyed this quote. You said, "He who knows only his side, his own side of the case, knows little of that." And then I worked through the rest of the memo, and there was a conclusion there about credit. And I just wonder, sir, whether your focus on equities in this note offers you a greater perspective on how much value is offered in credit right now.
Well, it's as John Stuart Mill said, in I believe it was 1859. You have to know all the sides of the story to understand whether your side holds water. I cite the bull case there for why the market isn't overvalued. I think that's part of the job. But as you say, my conclusion is that I'm not, as I said before, I'm not raising an alarm bell, but I do think it's time for some caution. And this is a little bit of what we call on Wall Street talking your own book. But what I do, what Oaktree does, is mostly something called credit, buying the debts of companies, and debt is inherently more defensive than equities. And you have a promise of payment. You know what your return will be if they pay interest and principal as promised, and most of the time they do. So I just think that this is a time to put a little more defense into your portfolio, and investing in credit as opposed to equities is one way to do it.
Is it still defensive, Howard, if you're looking at credit spreads that are the tightest since 1998? I'm looking at investment-grade credit spreads, which are thought to be a more defensive part of the credit market. I mean, does that sort of question what it means for it to be defensive when the valuations are high there as well?
Well, first of all, Lisa, debt or fixed income or bonds or what I call credit, all different words for the same thing, is different in nature from equities because you do have a promised contractual rate of return. And you can say that the promised contractual return isn't as high as it has been historically, or the increment that it provides over treasuries to compensate for the credit risk isn't as high as it has been historically. But you can't say that they don't promise 7.5%. And a promise of 7.5%, you're going to pay some fees. You're once in a while going to encounter a credit loss. I think it's highly likely to provide, let's say, a return in the 60s over the next 10 years. A contractual guarantee approaching something in the 6s over the next 10 years is, I think, more defensive than being in the stock market at these elevated valuations. That's the point. You just said tighter than they have been since '98. If you looked at where they were in '98, and you hypothesized to put an investment in a portfolio of high yield bonds in '98, how did you do over the last 17 years, 27 years? And I think you did fine. That's my point. It has a high probability of doing fine, whereas stocks, if the valuations are elevated, have some reasonable probability of doing less than fine.
Is the United States still the focal point for defensive investments?
I think I said in the memo that I think the U.S. is still the best place in the world to invest. The things that make the U.S. exceptional, the spirit of innovation, the free markets, the rule of law, the capital markets, the growth and dynamism, the great companies, these things are still all true. But as I said in the memo, we're the best place. We may be a little less best than we used to be. The world is thinking that maybe the U.S. is a little less best than it used to be, and I can't argue against that. I mean, fundamentally, as an investment environment, I think things are a little bit deteriorated.
Is there a place where you see has more opportunities right now just based on valuations and based on maybe a firming up of contract law and other aspects that really lead to a robust investment backdrop?
Well, as I say, I still think we're the best place in the world to invest. We're a great car at a high price. You can get some cars around the world that are not as great as ours, cheaper. Which do you prefer? Less good at a cheaper price, or better at a more expensive price. So, you know, other parts of the world do not have our dynamism. Lots of places in the world are overregulated compared to the United States. But if they're on sale relative to the U.S., it's not unreasonable to want to have some representation there.
Howard, wonderful to get your thoughts. As always, sir, you've been generous with your time. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. The legendary Howard Marks there of Oaktree Capital Management, following the release of his latest memo in the last week or so. I always skip to the conclusion, then work backwards. I do that with all the notes. The conclusion here on credit is interesting. I'll share it with you if you've missed some of that conversation. The narrow yield spreads mean today's prospective returns on credit aren't generous relative to those on risk-free assets in the context of history, but the returns are significant in absolute terms, competitive with the historical returns on equities, and supported by the issuer's contractual promise to pay interest and return principal, something that can't be said for stocks.
How do you analyze an equity market that's based on hopes and dreams and trying to price in some sort of multiple based on a number of expectations that cannot be proven out? And when that multiple gets higher and higher and higher, it starts to maybe reduce some of the attractiveness to people who are looking long term.
Fantastic piece from Howard Marks, The Calculus of Value. Check it out on his website, on oaktreecapital.com. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere. Some breaking news just moments ago with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahira.
Exactly, John. President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social that Fed Governor Lisa Cook should resign. The call comes after FHFA Director Bill Pulte wrote to Attorney General Pam Bondi asking to investigate Cook. Pulte accused Governor Cook of using falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms. Meanwhile, President Trump met with the world's two biggest mining companies to discuss a copper project in Arizona that could supply the U.S. with a quarter of its demand. According to a LinkedIn post, the CEOs of Rio Tinto and BHP Group discussed the industry's capacity to deliver domestic supplies of copper and other critical minerals. And Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi praising improving its relationship with China. This after India and China agreed on bilateral trade and investment flows to resume direct flights and process more visas. It's coming as U.S.-India relations are souring after President Trump threatened to boost tariffs unless New Delhi stops importing Russian oil. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Hey, Yahara, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Up next on the program, we'll set you up for the day ahead. Plus, Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management on that breaking news on the Federal Reserve. That conversation up next.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows, up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg. At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
"25 basis points doesn't change a lot there from our perspective, especially if you do have a shutdown in October, which we do think is a high probability. You hear, the president being upset about weak labor, and jobs numbers, and then at the same time, right, he wants to have this lower tenure, so he wants a stronger labor market and a lower tenure, and those two things can sometimes be in conflict."
That was Monica Guerra of Morgan Stanley on the program just moments ago, early this morning, on the Federal Reserve and the Fed's next move. The Fed's next move is in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, when the chairman gets the committee together and has a big conversation about the future. The elephant in the room is the political pressure coming from the other side of Washington, D.C., more specifically coming from the White House. This was the latest this morning. We've been tracking this story. The director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, is urging the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to investigate the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over a pair of mortgages. The president taking that story, putting it out on social media just moments ago, and writing this, that Cook must resign now.
This feels somewhat predictable in some ways because there has been a focus of reshaping the Federal Reserve. Putting some of the allegations aside, it just highlights how fraught this meeting is in Jackson Hole at a time where there is so much political focus on reshaping the way that they set monetary policy.
Framework review. How valuable is this framework review when we've got a lame-duck Fed chair and an administration pushing to change the Federal Reserve as an institution from the bottom up?
Yeah, people will be asking that question, and how much does that threat kind of loom large over some of the way that these things are shifted? Look, a real question here, and this is something that the market is looking for, is how much credibility will whoever comes into the Fed continue to lend to the idea of independence, and how much will global leaders on central banks try to edify that message?
Let's stay on this breaking news and bring in our next guest. So let's cross over to Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management. Seema, welcome to the program. Just want to build on this story just with you quickly. How do you view these developments, and how much pressure is on this institution going into Jackson Hole and their annual get-together?
Hi, John. Yeah, I mean, look, that pressure is clearly building day by day. It's one of the concerns that we've had in the last couple of months, is that you're going to see more and more of a politicization as you have more and more people joining the Fed who would be more aligned with this idea that, come whatever happens to the economic data, there should be rate cuts. So it is concerning, and we are getting close to a numbers game. We've already seen Stephen Myron talking about 50 basis point cut. We've already got a number of Fed committee members talking about the 50 basis point cut potentially as a way, to advertise their availability to be the next Fed chair. This is getting to a numbers game. So I don't think, typically in a normal time, we wouldn't put too much emphasis on this latest news, but I think that this is a little bit more meaningful than what you would traditionally see.
Is it having an effect? I think that's the ultimate question for a lot of us in markets. When you look at market-based expectations of inflation, Seema, do you see them becoming unanchored in any way, shape or form off the back of these developments?
I don't think they're entirely becoming unanchored, but you are seeing this creep higher. So much is going to really depend on what the Fed chooses to do at the next meeting. A 25 basis point cut seems absolutely set in. If you're starting to veer to a 50 basis point cut, then I think you're going to get into slightly dangerous territory where people start to say, well, look, what in the economic fundamentals really justify that emergency size cut? And once you get to that point, then there's going to be question marks about inflation expectations. You get a push up in terms of term premia. Then you start to get to a point where actually the rate cut begins to backfire, and you could see the upward movement in 10-year Treasury yields and further up in the long end.
Seema, what are you hoping to hear on Friday when we do hear that speech from Fed Chair Jay Powell at 10 a.m. Eastern Time? Is there anything that he could come out and talk about, or would likely come out and talk about, that would alter the way you think about investment heading into year end?
Unfortunately, I don't think there is that much that is going to come out from Jackson Hole, which will be a real game changer. I think what we're likely to see, in a way which could be more impactful, is hearing from all of the other central bankers pushing back and really defending the Fed about the importance of independence. Now, in terms of the framework, to your point earlier, talking about a new framework when it's an outgoing Fed chair, and there's a ton of criticism with the potential for the makeup of the Fed to be fairly reshaped over the coming months, I do think that markets are going to treat it with a little bit of caution in terms of how much they're going to read into it and how much they're going to change their pricing off the back of that.
It seems like right now markets are coalescing around the idea that this isn't an incredibly strong economy in the United States. It's not an incredibly weak one either, but it's one that could warrant rate cuts in the near future. I'm just wondering how much you think that people are overlooking the weakness side of things that might drag down some of the valuations just on basic economic principles.
I think that it still does appear in economic forecasts. I mean, when we do our downside scenarios, we're still allocating a 30% probability to a recession. So it is not, I think, completely ignored. But certainly if you're looking at the roll call of economic data, as you said, there is a cooling economy going on, but we're not seeing really clear signs that there is a meaningful slowdown. We are getting to the point where over the next 2 months, the economic data should give us a much clearer picture of the impact of tariffs. But, we are at that bit of a cusp where it makes sense, certainly from my perspective, that maybe the Fed should start cutting rates. It's a question of how much they're going to cut rates and how much of the data dependence is starting to flow out of the Fed and maybe a little bit more politics coming in.
Seema, appreciate your time. Seema Shah there of Principal Asset Management. Got to take a beat. The calendar's shaping up. You know what it looks like. Jackson Hole Friday. Payrolls first week of September, CPI after that a week later, the Federal Reserve meets. Data could change the story all over again, could completely upend this whole conversation just like that, one payrolls report.
I'm just thinking about the conversation that we had earlier this morning about the seasonality and how we've seen this movie before, that the first half is relatively weak and the second half is relatively strong. And that's my question. How much do we get head fakes here, given the fact that there are a number of influences, in particular the one big beautiful bill, that kick in later this year?
Jackson Hole just got a little bit more interesting for you and the team?
Look, I'm fascinated to go there. I want to see what they think about this labor market, how they're measuring it. I want to know, and I'm very excited to go hiking.
Travel safely, Bramo.
Thank you.
And enjoy the hike too. Looking forward to your coverage alongside TK. Coming up tomorrow, John Stolfus of Oppenheimer, the former Fed Governor, Betsy Du, Tom Tsouras of Strategas, and Megan Robson of BNP Paribas. From New York City, thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
Let me break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case, of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
You've said 25% last year, I believe, of Google's code is AI generated. You have over 180,000 employees right now. Is it half that in the future?
I expect we will grow from our current engineering base even into next year, right? Because it allows us to do more, right? I think the opportunity space is also increasing. I just view this as making engineers dramatically more productive, getting a lot of the mundane aspects out of what they do, allowing them to spend on higher value-added tasks. But that means it's an accelerator. People will be able to do more, which means maybe we'll create new products, and hence we will need more people. At least in the near term, to me, it looks like we will expand engineering velocity, and that doesn't mean we're constrained in what we will do. We'll end up doing more as a company as well.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
The new one?
Yeah.
30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, retail results ramp up. Target gets a new CEO while Lowe's makes a big deal. Tech troubles. The NASDAQ struggles to recover from its second biggest one-day drop since April's tariff shock, and suspense builds for Powell's Jackson Hole speech as the Fed chair faces challenges on multiple fronts, not the least of which is the president calling for the resignation of yet another Fed governor.
Yeah, we'll dig into the drama there. Let's talk about Hertz, though. Absolutely soaring this morning on a report that the car rental company will start selling pre-owned cars on Amazon Autos, not a platform that I knew existed, but maybe you did, Matt Miller.
You know what? I haven't thought about that a lot lately, but I did know that Hertz wants to make a bigger deal out of selling cars, not just renting them. There are a ton of retail earnings this morning. Target announced a CEO change and an outlook that has investors on edge. Lowe's earnings topped estimates and announced it will buy Foundation Building Materials for $8.8 billion in cash. And finally, TJ Maxx boosted its earnings outlook as discounts lure shoppers, which is, I mean, that's their whole model, right?
To lure shoppers.
With discounts.
You're right.
That's why you go to TJ Maxx.
That's that you're correct in that. Let's dig into this morning's retail earnings. We're joined now by Bloomberg retail reporter Lily Meyer, and I actually want to start with the stock that was in the middle there, Lowe's. Really interesting to see them come out with earnings, also rising though, even after they announced that they're going to buy Foundation Building for $8.8 billion in cash. Usually you see the acquirer fall in such a situation. Not today though.
Yeah, not today. And Lowe's is really leaning into its pro market. So it's making acquisitions to cater to more of contractors and more of the professionals who shop there rather than the DIY shoppers.
So Target is putting a new CEO in place on, I think, really the perfect day, because Matthew Boyle has a story on the Bloomberg about the costs of replacing a CEO. It's an amazing story, and it can be a tremendous cost. Why are they replacing the CEO?
Yeah, so Target has struggled for a while. It has struggled to compete with Walmart. It's struggled to have that kind of fun factor that brings customers in. And so it's not super surprising that it's replacing its CEO, but I think the street fell because maybe they were hoping for an outsider to run the business.
I feel like I should ask you about TJ Maxx, but I actually want to go back to Lowe's because you mentioned that buying Foundation Building, it's all about deepening their relationship with more of the professionals rather than the DIY. That's interesting because it feels like Home Depot has really focused on that.
Yeah, Home Depot has focused on both, so it's also made some acquisitions to get more of that professional customer, and normally they buy more and they shop more often.
I will ask you about TJ Maxx. I mean, obviously, the whole model is luring shoppers with discounts, and I guess it's doing better than the street had expected?
Yeah, so they reported really good earnings, and it's a really good time for discount retailers. Consumers are feeling concerned about the economy and looking for lower prices, and so TJ Maxx fits perfectly within that.
All right, Lily Meyer covering retail for us. TJ Maxx shares, by the way, I'm looking at the last 5 years, have almost tripled in that time period. So I guess it's been a good time for discounting for a while. Another stock we're watching this morning is Toll Brothers, the luxury home builder, sinking as weak demand weighs on quarterly earnings. Bloomberg's equities reporter Nora Melinda, who also covers the housing sector for us, joins us on set. So what's the story, Nora, with Toll Brothers?
It's still a weak situation here right now. Of course, we're seeing weakening demand that we're really discussing here, but the story here is really uncertainty. Of course, when you reflect on last quarter here for Toll Brothers, we're talking about a trade war that's really what has been front and center for a lot of people. When you look at the unemployment data, of course, that seems to be cooling a bit as well as we think about what the job market is looking like right now. So you have a lot of people who are really trying to grapple with, is now the time to buy a home? Is now the time to buy a luxury home? But it is important to point out the fact that we do still have a lot of those people who are well off and they're able to still pay down a lot of these houses from Toll Brothers in an all-cash transaction. So they're not necessarily having to take out a mortgage loan here. But when you look back at the last quarter, we saw mortgage rates that were sitting at about 7%. So pretty hefty deal there, and you're seeing that reflected in the trade today.
Well, it's similar to the conversation we were having around Home Depot yesterday. Sort of the takeaway from that was that, okay, the housing market is kind of stuck right now, and you're seeing that reflected in some of those DIYers that shop at Home Depot. So Toll Brothers, you think about the personality of these different home builders. My understanding is that Toll Brothers, it's more move-up buyers. Maybe they're not first-time home buyers. Maybe they're selling their previous home. What does that say about the rest of the home building landscape?
Most definitely. So Toll Brothers does focus more on affluent buyers, but to your point, they also do have move-up buyers that are looking to get a second home. And in some situations, this is a discretionary situation. So maybe they don't need this home at the current moment. So some people are kind of putting that off for the time being and waiting until rates drop, until we see the Fed potentially cut later this year or into the next year, 2026, to really make a big purchase such as this. But I mean, you do still see people out there that are using cash. They're liquidating their portfolios and getting out there and putting all the money down. But I mean, it really does show just the broader landscape of how challenging things are. I was looking at a stock, James Hardie, and they're essentially a building materials company down for double-digit losses right now, down 28% in pre-market trading because of also them having this dramatic miss. So it really is just underscoring all the complications that we have right now in this stock market.
It is brutal.
It is stuck. Yeah. Is that an Olivia Rodriguez call out?
No, it wasn't. It was just me talking about my experience trying to buy a home.
Hey, you could have gone with it.
Yeah, that's true.
I would have
believed.
I like
Not a huge Rodrigo fan.
Rodrigo, there you go. Nora Melinda, thank you very much. Excellent to have somebody from the equities desk who also watches housing. Housing is stuck. We've been talking about that on this program for a while now. The NASDAQ 100 is also kind of stuck right now, struggling to recover from a sell-off yesterday led by NVIDIA. Let's talk about that as well as Intel's recent surge with Bloomberg Tech's Caroline Hyde. Caroline, what happened to NVIDIA yesterday? We started to see it sag in the early minutes of trading, and by the time we closed off the show, it was down more than 2%.
And you saw AMD off by 5%. You saw Palantir off by almost 10%. We are starting to question the valuations for a moment. Whether or not that's the macro policy, we all await what's happening with Jay Powell, whether or not we start to question valuations in the private market and that seeps into the public market, or more broadly, you're just thinking like slightly lower volumes mean we're going to have these bouts of volatility. But at the moment, we are starting to see some of the bigger tech names that have run up in the last few months just get some profit taking happening overall, particularly in the chips names. And it was interesting that, of course, while Intel has been outperforming, the rest of the market has just been perhaps putting back. We've got NVIDIA's numbers coming next week. Maybe there's a little bit of anticipation going on there too.
Yeah, absolutely. Have to imagine that'll be a catalyst. It'll be interesting to see whether or not yesterday was a one-day rotation, but you did see big tech fall. You saw bonds rally, so maybe some profit taking going on in the sector. Let's talk about Intel a little bit more. We've been talking about it for several weeks now. Matt has been making fun of the fact that, it's just cracked $100 billion in market cap, which isn't very big in the grand scheme
versus
of the tech
your $4 trillion on
exactly.
Not as big as Palo Alto, for example.
But you take a look at the valuation of Intel. It's trading, what, at 50 times projected profits? That is the highest since early 2002, Caroline.
Since the dot-com era?
Yeah.
I will just say Palantir's trading at 200 times.
Well, that is just
future
silly.
earnings. So we've all got
100
the
times
perspective
sales.
there. But look, Intel hasn't been this richly valued since the dot-com era. It is a really nice piece of work that Ryan Verstelek has been writing about the fact that we've got $24 billion added in the last month alone to the valuation. We're up 28% there or thereabouts. We might pull back a little bit today, but this is a lot of hope being baked into what's going to happen. And you've got kind of a dichotomy of ideas here. On the one side, the optimists, the idea that maybe you get a 10% holding come from the government, maybe you get SoftBank coming in and buying $2 billion stake, maybe this galvanizes people to believe in Intel's future, and then they start ordering chips from them and then going forward. But on the flip side, you've got others saying, is the government holding a stake in a company always that positive for a fiduciary duty perspective and for profit holders more and shareholders more broadly? And will this actually bring demand? Because ultimately that's where people have been questioning the innovations happening in Intel and whether you want to be buying and making your chips with Intel versus TSMC. But for now, we've seen a phenomenal run up, 53 times future earnings, and we'll see as to whether people really want to be buying into the stock at the moment. Some are now questioning. Most analysts have said sell the stock, and indeed, most of them have a price target that is below the current level.
Well, you bring up what I think is a key question, whether or not the government as a fiduciary, whether or not you want to invest in that company. We were talking about my ETF idea, where you just buy up those sort of companies, might not actually be the trade.
Well, there are a lot of models for it around the world, right? If you look at the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau in Germany.
Beautiful. Did you know this? Anyone know this guy who still lives in Germany?
You know, a lot of countries have these investment funds that are for lifting industries that they think are relevant to national security. And
what, like China as well?
For example, and by the way, I was talking with or emailing with Winston Ma from the China Investment Corporation. He's also an adjunct professor at NYU, and he says this is the start of Trump's sovereign wealth fund that he talked about so much. Joe Kaiser over at Mercado said this is the Trump administration's own VC effort. Are you hearing people say stuff like that?
I think people are wanting to see whether the government is going to be all in on defense tech, because we started to see a lot of people calling to invest in European defense names because we've got a similar vibe going on there. I think the questioning is, though, also why is money also being incentivized from the Middle East? Initially, we've seen, well, SoftBank come in, but Middle East money was what was thought perhaps would be used to prop up an Intel or the like. But the fact that really it's the US government that wants to back US winners when it comes to generative AI, when it comes to the military applications, I think that is something that we're starting to hear far more, that government's playing a way more active role in corporate governance and corporate business than we ever anticipated. Although remember, Howard Lutnick yesterday did say, we don't want to make any decisions at this company. We just want a stake in the equity.
True, true. But it does seem like that's the direction of travel. Caroline, great context as always. That is Caroline Hyde. She is the co-host of VTech. You can catch her at 11 a.m. Eastern. But let's take a quick check on futures right now. We're 20 minutes out from that opening bell, and you can see, boy, it's quiet once again. That seems to be the theme of this August week. The S&P 500 down about 0.1% pre-market. The NASDAQ 100 still nursing losses in the pre-market. We know that yesterday was a wipeout, though, for those tech names.
Yeah, you know, you've been saying wait and see a lot this week. Obviously, traders tend to do that, especially on, for example, on Fed Day. You'll see them turn off the algos, sit on their hands until they parse through the statement. This is like Fed week, right? Because we had Jackson Hole on Friday, and WIRP, the World Interest Rate Probability function on the Bloomberg, is still showing an almost 85% chance of a rate cut in September. The question is, after that PPI inflation data, does the market really buy into it? Are we really going to get that, or could we be caught wrong-footed after this?
Right, and I mean, does Chairman Jerome Powell want to rock the boat? It seems like the consensus is that maybe he won't say too much about monetary policy, but it is his last Jackson Hole symposium as Fed chair, so who knows?
Yeah. All right, we're going to talk about cars when we come back.
Of course.
And we have actually a few car segments here, so get excited. Hertz reportedly partnering with Amazon to sell used cars. More on that next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Our applications have been received positively both in Kenya and UAE, and we are optimistic that we should be able to open the office in the fourth quarter. We think the Middle East have deep capital sources. It has strong logistics for trade, and it is a strong center for investment. And we are seeing increasingly the global GDP is increasingly becoming overweight in Asia and Middle East. So that linkage with the middle income segments growing in India and China, they will provide a very strong market.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get now to high interest. Look what's making headlines around the world. Estee Lauder is expecting sales to increase this year. It's an early sign that its turnaround plan is starting to work. The owner of La Mer and Clinique is trying to sell more products on Amazon and TikTok as it pivots away from its reliance on department stores. And Lazy Boy shares are tumbling in pre-market trading after posting weaker than expected earnings and issuing a downbeat outlook. The recliner company citing slower foot traffic and weaker sales at its Joybird brand. Thoma Bravo is in advanced talks to buy the HR software provider Dayforce. We were talking about this yesterday. It would be one of Thoma Bravo's largest ever deals. The private equity firm is discussing an offer of $70 a share for the Minneapolis-based Dayforce. That would represent about a 32% premium for the company. And Guess, the iconic jeans brand of the 1980s, will be taken private by Authentic Brands for $16.75 a share. That's about a 73% premium for the apparel company. Authentic's portfolio includes Champion, Reebok, Eddie Bauer, and Brooks Brothers. It's a true flashback portfolio.
A diversified portfolio, too. Let's talk about Hertz, though. I know that you're eager to get to this story, Matt. Shares in Hertz rising in a big way after a report that the car rental company is partnering with Amazon Autos to start selling secondhand cars online. You can see that Amazon shares not reacting much. Hertz up 12% pre-market, and Carvana also dropping. Let's unpack it all with Bloomberg's Detroit bureau chief, David Welch. So this is interesting from Hertz because, again, I called them a car rental company, but in this pact, they would be selling the vehicles, David.
Yeah, look, they've been selling vehicles for a long time and really pushed the retail side of it the past 6 months especially. They've got Tom Brady as a pitch man. They're doing more with their own division that sells cars online. And by partnering with Amazon, just driving more eyeballs to the inventory that they've got out there, getting more people to give them a look and trying to boost sales even more. And the reason they do this, rental car companies, they can go to auction and sell used cars, but they get pretty poor pricing by doing that. If they go retail, they get much better pricing, and the more channels you got, the more cars you can move at a better price.
Amazon, though, you know, this is a place where I buy like Chinese knockoff goods for $25, not whole cars. How would that work?
Basically, Amazon, people go on there, they'll serve inventory on cars. A lot of franchise dealers already do this. So you find the car and you work out a deal to buy it from the dealer, typically. So in Hertz's case, Amazon doesn't buy the inventory. They basically list it for them. So It's basically, I wouldn't call it lead generation, but it's getting inventory in front of people who are shopping for cars. Amazon hasn't been huge in this. They're starting to push more into it as well. Other websites, I think, have been a lot better at doing it. But I think for Hertz, it's a smart move because they're just finding ways to find more retail buyers to look at their inventory.
I see. So it's like, I mean, Car Gurus, Cars.com, Auto Trader, where you click through to Hertz or you click through to your local dealer. It's not as if Amazon handles delivery and the guarantees and whatnot. So it's really is kind of a lead generator.
Kind of is. And look, Hertz is starting with this in 4 cities. Eventually, they want to get to the 45 or 48 locations they've got where they're selling cars at retail. And look, there's a lot of competition out there for retail sales, obviously online. Obviously, there's Carvana doing this. The sites that you mentioned, you know, Lithia Auto, the big dealer, they're very good at retail sales online as well. And it's a very big, very diversified market of selling used vehicles online and you know, the used car market in general. But if you look at Hertz shares this morning, pre-market, we'll see what happens at the open. There's a pretty heavy short interest in Hertz, so a little bit of news goes a long way in terms of pushing the price up. But you know, this is part of Hertz really pushing this agenda of getting better pricing for the cars that they've been renting when they go to sell them. And I think we'll probably see more deals like this from them in the future.
All right, David, really appreciate your time. That is Bloomberg's Detroit Bureau Chief, David Welch. Really interesting story when it comes to Hertz. David, of course, mentioned that short interest. We know that shares have really staged quite a rally year to date, up 42%. But you take a look over the past 5 years, as we often do here on Open Interest, they're down still about 80%. So it's been a good year, but coming after several pretty bad ones.
Well, someone famous took a big stake.
Yeah, I heard that.
All right, we'll continue to talk about this company, and then later on, we're going to talk about Ford, the Ford Motor Company as well, because they may come out with super high-end, like $300,000, possibly limited supercar for off-road, like a GTD in the dirt. I'm pumped about that.
I know you're pumped about that. But even before we talk about Ford, we're going to speak with Robinhood's Stephanie Guild. She remains confident in her year-end call for the S&P 500 at 6,500. We'll discuss how she's factoring in tariffs and AI in the labor market. This is Open Interest.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Victor, Idaho, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Bloomberg Open Interest.
Every trading day.
Only on Bloomberg.
Mega cap tech stocks are the most under-owned in more than 16 years relative to their weighting in the S&P 500. That is according to Morgan Stanley. And specifically, NVIDIA was the most under-owned large cap tech stock among institutional investors at the end of the second quarter, according to that report. Let's get into it with Robinhood Chief Investment Officer Stephanie Guild. She joins us at the desk. First things first, it's great to see you.
Likewise. Happy summer.
Happy summer to you. It's almost over, sadly. Let's talk a little bit about positioning here, because we have the institutional snapshot. Apparently, they're underweight NVIDIA. What are the retail traders on Robinhood's platform doing?
They are still doing the thing that they do, which is tend to trim their winners and go into things that go down. So, for example, over the last week, CoreWeave was on the buy side, and AMD, for example, like in the chip space, was on the sell side. I have seen an uptick a little bit. So ETFs tend to be used more so when there's a big dip in the market, which we obviously haven't had. Maybe yesterday you could call one. But I did see an uptick in that, and it's actually been more in places like ETFs that tend to use options that, to generate income.
Right.
Which is a different take.
So when you see a dip, and I mean, yesterday wasn't extreme, right? We had
1 point something on the NASDAQ 100.
True, 0.6% on the S&P 500.
Yeah.
Do you see them buying the dip with those ETFs?
It wasn't, not so much yet. I think you've tended to see it more on the single stock basis. And so I think also our customers are like used to volatility. They don't buy the things that are like slow and steady. You don't see a big buy in consumer staple names. Like it's a much more, Mag 7 tends to be like in our Robinhood Investor Index, the Mag 7's around 45%, although that's been falling a little bit. And then you see it in some of the smaller names, like I mentioned, CoreWeave, right? BMNR was on the buy list as well, which, we've seen some other portfolio managers start to invest in.
Interesting. So you say that, the investors on your platform, they're used to volatility. It seems like, listening to some of the names you mentioned, that you could make the argument that they're actually seeking out volatility too.
Yeah, I think you see that. I mean, and certainly on the option side, like, you need volatility to kind of make money, right?
And have fun.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but I do think, like, especially, we do have a customer base that has been investing in crypto for a long time. Right. That does not lack volatility.
BMNR is
Bitmine immersion.
Bitmine immersion technology.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the chart.
Yes.
It's pretty fascinating. I can't believe it's a $9 billion market cap.
I know. Well, and you've seen the likes of like Tom Lee and Kathy Wood make investments there. So it's, it's certainly something for the longer term future.
All right, Stephanie, you're going to stay with us. We're going to broaden this discussion out beyond Bitcoin immersion technology, Bitmine, sorry. A check on futures ahead of the opening bell after the drop that we had yesterday.
It's quiet. There it is.
They're down. This is Bloomberg.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in...
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were going to probably just hit it. And so far, we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is going to get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I am never doing that again.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading on this Wednesday. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're seeing another dull day in futures where S&P futures are down. There are red arrows really across the board, but there's just not a lot of movement here. 1/10, 0.2%. You hear the opening bell, and we've got a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange again. This is Big Bear AI. They went public via SPAC in 2021 and have lost 44% of their value since then. Down on the NASDAQ, you've got Chimera, which is, I guess, a biotech company that has done okay this year, up about 5% over the last 5 years. They've more than doubled, so a much happier investor base for sure. In terms of the stocks to watch, we're really focused today on retail earnings.
Absolutely, and there's a lot to talk about here. We have Target announcing a CEO change and an outlook. You add it all together, investors clearly on edge. The stock getting decimated at the opening bell, down about 10%. Lowe's, a different story and an interesting one. Its earnings topped estimates, and the company also announced that it will buy foundation building materials for $8.8 billion in cash. Shares up about 4% or so. They're really focusing on the professionals here rather than the DIY set, and shareholders seem to like it. TJ Maxx, really interesting. They boosted their earnings outlook as discounts lure shoppers. Matt, you pointed out that that's the whole thing. That's the whole business model. What's really interesting is that you take a look over the past 5 years for this company, absolutely crushing it, up over 170% on a total return basis.
Yeah, TJ Maxx actually beating out every other big clothing retailer I could put up against it.
And the S&P 500.
Yeah, doing very well. So I don't know who I would cross shop really with TJ Maxx. We were talking about Loehmann's. I'm not sure if that exists anymore. Yeah. Kohl's is a big loser compared to TJX, as is Nordstrom. So
everything is.
Very interesting moves there. Hertz is surging today on news that the car rental company will start selling pre-owned cars on Amazon Autos. You can see another 12% gain here. Earlier this year in April, Bill Ackman took a 20% stake. Our friend Tom Wagner owns and runs this company, Knighthead Capital. So it's a really interesting story because Hertz had done so badly after buying like 100,000 Teslas. Turned out to be a horrible strategy move. But they're trying to move past that now. They've sold a lot of that inventory. They're building up new inventory, and they are making a big deal about the fact that they don't just rent cars, they also sell them.
And specifically, they're going to start selling them on Amazon Autos, which is interesting. Again, I didn't know that existed, but apparently Costco has a similar model as well. So learning a lot this morning.
Yeah, about cars. We'll continue that a little bit later with Ford, the Ford Motor Company. I interviewed Jim Farley over the weekend, and it was fascinating. But right now, we're going to get back to these markets. Robinhood Chief Investment Officer Stephanie Guild is with us. And it does feel like, Stephanie, everybody's kind of sitting on his or her hands waiting for Jerome Powell to speak at Jackson Hole. How pivotal or how important is this speech? Could this speech be?
His speeches are always important, but I feel like so much is already built into expectations of Fed rate cuts. And
we all expect a cut in September, right? No matter what inflation numbers
the
come
market's 85%. I guess it was a little higher like last week, but yeah, we're all expecting that. And obviously some things this morning makes it seem like it's even more possible to happen and for the whole Fed, all the Fed governors to slowly become dovish. So I don't know how much more he can say. Like I think given those expectations, there could be a chance that he says we still care about inflation and the labor market isn't weak enough for us to care so much about that.
It's interesting. You think about that 85% pricing that's in for September. Maybe it was closer to 90% a little bit ago. It was really solidified after we got that labor market print for July, really ugly, and also the revisions caught a lot of people by surprise in a bad way. But you write in your notes that inflation should still matter more.
I think for right now, because I think if you look at I think we got a little spoiled, right? Like I think everybody always, it's about frame of reference. And we had 600,000 jobs added on average coming out of COVID. And then it got cut in half and cut in half and cut in half. And to have not a lot of jobs being added now kind of makes sense. And I think the revisions were a function of the fact that we weren't really funding data collection in the BLS and probably needed to use more technology and things like that. I mean, they still start with a phone call. So I think, but I am worried about the labor market simply because if it doesn't come out in inflation with higher prices from tariffs, it could just come out with cost cutting. And cost cutting means probably, rethinking the way your labor market works, the way your own employee set works. And the CEO, Conference Board CEO, confidence measure, I think it's called, said there's actually, we saw a tick up in less hiring at least. I think it was like 34%, which is like the highest since 2020.
I wonder how the labor market affects retail trading, and you obviously have a great vantage point for that. I mean, if people lose their jobs, do they trade less? Are they sitting at home and trading more? What are you seeing in the data from Robinhood?
Nothing's really changed. I mean, you're definitely seeing continued growth.
Because we still have unemployment at 4%.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. Like it's still a relatively full labor market. And you see data from places like JP Morgan, Chase, and Bank of America where they show you like savings on average, and it's still above the 2019 levels. So the consumers continue to spend. We are seeing an increase in credit, right, and people taking on debt. So that is something to worry about. But we haven't really seen any major issues in terms of our customer base.
Interesting. And we've talked about single names, we talked about CoreWeave. What about at the sector level? I mean, what is the thinking around specific sectors, specific industries, as we talk about these different cross currents when it comes to the labor market, when it comes to trade policy, when it comes to corporate earnings?
Earnings have obviously been resilient, but I do think, like everyone was saying, oh, Q2 earnings were so amazing, but expectations had come down dramatically. Yeah. And where earnings growth ended up was where earnings growth expectations were prior to Liberation Day. So I often wonder, like, were they really that good, or were they just where they should have been expected to be? From a sector and space perspective, we're preferring GARP names, and we started seeing this rotation in July. Growth at a reasonable price, which means that we're not necessarily owning like the highest momentum names, and we want to make sure we have allocations to things that maybe have been a little bit left behind, either in the tech space. We like aerospace and defense, although that's been a little more wobbly lately, but I still like it longer term. And GARP, as an example, like J&J, that sort of, I think under the current, like they still have some stickiness, obviously, with their past, but it's 16 times next 12-month earnings. They have a bunch of stuff coming off patent, but that tends to be something that's like rear view. They're investing a lot in the U.S., which is a good, favorable perception, at least.
With this administration, yeah. That's an interesting one, J&J, because it's been really tepid in terms of performance over the last 5 years, but crushing it this year, up about 25%.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we it just felt like it had all the pieces, and they have enough leverage in their balance sheet to maybe make some acquisitions. which perhaps M&A, we're starting to see it tick up.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when it comes to J&J. They really kicked the year off when it comes to healthcare M&A. Steph, it's great to see you again. Great to get some time with you. That is Robinhood Chief Investment Officer Stephanie Guild. Let's get a check on these markets. We're just about 8 minutes into the trade today, and you can see not really bouncing back from that decline that we saw yesterday. The S&P 500 down about 0.1%, even though you have fairly good breadth right now, more than 300 names in the green, but you have some of the tech names declining. Let's talk about the gainers to start, though. Up at the top, you have TJX. That is your biggest points contributor to the upside right now. We know that earnings certainly impressed investors. That's your biggest gainer. JP Morgan, though, also punching higher, as too is Berkshire Hathaway. This is interesting. We've been talking about the stake that they took in United Health. United Health has had a fantastic month. That's probably going to be eventually good news for Berkshire Hathaway as well. But let's take a look at some of the losers today. NVIDIA is up at the top, and this is the problem. It's down 1%, but it's so big that it's really dragging the index with it. Apple, too, isn't helping, nor are declines in Meta.
You got the whole Mag 7 over there.
I know. It's ugly out there, Matt, and that's what you're going to see at the sector level as well. Let's take a quick look at that on this down day in the market. Again, breadth looks good right now. You have more green than red. That's typically a good sign. Consumer staples at the top, energy, real estate. These smaller companies, these smaller sectors are doing all the work today. But then take a look at this bar. It goes all the way out over here. The tech sector down 0.7%, bringing down the whole index because it's hard to fight against that influence.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like all of the stocks in the Mag 7 on the downside this morning, and that's tough. And then we have Target also. We're going to talk about that coming up. Those shares sinking as the company announces a new CEO. We're going to talk about the retailer today, and we're going to talk about the cost of switching out CEOs. It can be incredibly expensive and not necessarily yield amazing gains. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
AI should be for everybody, from leaders to the working on floor. And we can save 90% of time, 50% of workforce. AI is core in centers of change. And therefore, we invest heavily to AI. Actually, we started more than 10 years ago because we think the machine in the past helped our hand and legs. Now the machine helps us in brain.
Are you betting all your money in this right now?
When the OpenAI appear, immediately I asked whole corporations study how will you bring generative AI to their job.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
All right, it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Nubank is getting a double upgrade over at Citi. The analyst says that the bank is able to accelerate in key portfolios while maintaining good asset quality. That's all good news for Nubank, up about 3.7%. Next up, JP Morgan is assuming coverage of Albertsons with a buy rating. The firm also started coverage of 24 stocks in the food universe, with the analyst saying that food producers are dealing with slowing growth, while food retailers should benefit from the continued inflationary environment because you have to buy food. And finally, the Gap is getting downgraded over at Citi. The firm expects an earnings beat when it reports next week, but says that the company does not have enough pricing power to offset tariffs. Shares up very marginally today.
All right, so those are some of the upgrades and downgrades we're looking at. Another retail, a name that is guaranteed to get a lot of action today is Target. The company picking COO Michael Fidelka to become its next CEO and turn the company around as Brian Cornell steps away. Shares are plunging on the report. Joining us now is Paul Lejuez, senior analyst at Citi Research. He has a neutral rating on the stock with a $94 price target. And Paul, I just wonder your take on this insider at Target. He's been there since he joined as an intern in 2003. Is he going to be enough to upgrade your rating to a buy?
Well, yeah, he's been there for over 20 years, and I think the market was maybe hoping for an external person to come in and take that role. So obviously we're seeing some negative share reaction today. I think, most important for us is Target has been losing market share for several years now. And so fundamentally, what we'll be looking for is, can Michael Fidelka do something to change the trajectory of Target sales, which have been by far underperforming that of Walmart and Amazon and Costco, some of the winners of retail.
It can't be a vote of confidence, though, to see the stock down so much today, Paul. Is this more to do with the earnings themselves or the appointment of this new CEO?
Well, it's a little bit of both. I think for sure there was an aspect of the market wanting to see an external person take that seat. But at the same time, same-store sales were still down, and they've been down for several years now, at the same time as we're seeing sales increase at other retailers. And so today's report was a reminder that Target is losing market share. They said the same thing that they said on the first quarter call, that they are losing share in more than half of the categories, the 35 categories that they track. That's a similar comment they made in the first quarter. They said it again today. And I think it just highlights some of the challenges that they're facing.
What's the biggest problem at Target? Is it just not as prevalent, as ubiquitous as Walmart? Do they have a rep for maybe a slightly higher price point? Have they not kept up the look of their stores? What would you put it down to if there was one thing?
Well, it's hard to pinpoint one thing, but I think it's certainly they are losing market share to Walmart. Walmart is winning, and that's been a theme of ours for several years now, and we can't dismiss that, because when you have a retailer as large as Walmart increasing their sales as much as they are, those dollars have to come from somewhere. So I would say if I had to pinpoint, it would be that Walmart is winning, that they're a force in retail, and Target has been on the losing end of that.
We should also talk a little bit about TJX reporting this morning, and you can see that these results are being welcomed in a big way in the stock market. Shares currently up about 5%. When it comes to this specific quarter, if you weren't following this company closely, you could say, okay, maybe they're benefiting from a trade down right now in this current environment. But Paul, this is a story that has been working for a long time, at least when you take a look at how the shares have performed.
For sure. I think, when we look at the off-price sector in general, TJX, Ross Stores, Burlington, that sector has been taking share within retail for several decades. And I think the current environment is very ideal for them. They have mind share for value. Customer clearly is voting by showing up at their stores. Traffic has been very strong at the off-price group, especially TJX, for some time. We think they're a winner in the retail landscape. And this tariff environment is very disruptive to the world of retail. It's difficult for retailers to plan their business. You're going to see a lot of cancellations. You're going to see a lot of retailers make mistakes. And the off-price sector is very good at taking advantage of those mistakes and continuing to drive traffic. And again, mind share for value is what they represent. And we think that's really working in the current environment.
I want to ask about Abercrombie & Fitch. I thought they were in the middle of a turnaround. Urban Outfitters, The Gap, these are all stocks that you downgraded today. Do they have a common problem?
Yeah, I guess I would say the common theme is, specialty retailers generally on the apparel side, I think will have a difficult time passing through price to the consumer. Abercrombie has certainly, I think, executed one of the greatest turnarounds in retail history. This year has been a little bit tougher for them. But I think if you look at the common threads, everyone's going to be facing slightly higher tariffs than when a lot of these companies last gave guidance. We don't think there's a lot of pricing power within apparel. And we think it's going to be a difficult setup, not just for the back half, but even as we think about 2026, some of these tariff impacts are going to carry over into the first half of 26, just based on lead times and the timing of when tariffs are going into effect. And we think it's going to be a challenging next couple of quarters for specialty apparel.
All right, Paul, great to get some insight on these earnings from you. That is Paul Lejuez of Citi Research. And Matt, you mentioned Abercrombie & Fitch. Shares down 38% this year, but you think back to the past 2 years they had, higher by 285% in 2023, another 69% higher in 2024. It feels like they did the turnaround, and now we're coming back.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the shares right now. Over the last 5 years, Abercrombie & Fitch is up 817%.
It looks like a meme stock.
Yeah, it absolutely confused me when I pulled it up. I put it against TJ Maxx, which is up 193%. Ross Stores up 80%. Burlington up 48%. But A&F, obviously it's a very different store than those three, up 817%, outperforming Urban Outfitters, which is up almost 300. So it's quadrupled, but Abercrombie just stomps it. Really interesting stuff.
The better comp would probably be American Eagle, but we know that American Eagle, the stock has been moving on a lot of different factors right
I didn't even know it still existed.
American Eagle?
That was like when I was a kid.
I bought
when people were listening
two pairs of jean shorts there 2 weekends ago.
Shorts, huh?
Yeah, they're back.
I didn't know that was a thing either. Well,
anyway.
Interesting.
We should probably talk about AI.
Maybe I'll get some.
Yeah, maybe. Let's talk about AI next, because AI deals powering a turnaround at Oracle and making Larry Ellison the second richest person in the world. We'll talk about that next. This is Open Interest.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Let's take a look at what's going on in stocks today. We do see the S&P continuing to fall and falling further now. Another 0.5% drop here to 63.78. We're coming down from essentially 6,500. So we're actually losing ground. On the NASDAQ as well, down more than 1%. As Katie showed you earlier, we have almost all the Mag 7 down, including Avgo, so Broadcom would make it the Mag 8, and that's a big loser today as well. The Russell is a loser, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average holding steady with all cyclical and industrials on it. NVIDIA is one of the big problems, down 2.6%, and Tesla off more than 2% as well. We do see Toll Brothers. We were talking to Nora Melinda about the home builder earlier on results, actually doing a little bit better, and TJ Maxx continuing to add to the gains that we've seen over the last 5 years. That stock has tripled. Intel, like the curse of the cover, as soon as we start talking about how well it has been doing, it's off 6%. And Oracle, which we're going to talk about right now, also down 2.33%, Katie.
Yeah, well, it's a down market, but Oracle shares, they've risen about 40% year to date. You think about why, and a lot of it has to do with the tech giants' change in fortunes, and they've been powered by major deals with AI heavyweights NVIDIA and OpenAI. Bloomberg tech reporter Brody Ford joins us right now. So there's those deals for sure, but there's also Larry Ellison's change of heart in general when it comes to the cloud unit of this company.
Very famously, 2008, Ellison is on stage saying the cloud is gibberish. I'm not sure we really want to be in this business. And because for a long time, Oracle made money by selling its famous database and installing it right on your servers. And so they didn't want this business model where you're selling computing power over the internet. And Oracle was kind of this wayward, tech giant of a previous generation, and that's really changed in the last couple of years with the AI boom.
So who are his biggest customers? I mean, where's the money coming from, feeding into Oracle and helping the shares rise and Larry Ellison's bank account as well?
So yeah, I mean, Oracle, it's going to be that OpenAI is on track to be the largest customer by far, right? It's going to be that, cloud infrastructure will be the largest portion of the business. And that's because earlier this year, we saw at the White House, they had the, Larry Ellison was standing there. The Stargate meeting. Yeah, the Stargate meeting. And so the question now for Oracle is, can they fulfill on all this? We have some details on how they are making some very drastic steps to try to build out big data centers quicker than have ever been done before. And so the jury is somewhat still out on whether they can fully capitalize on the demand.
It's a great story, and I recommend everyone read it on the terminal. Brody Ford from Bloomberg wrote that piece on Oracle and the change of heart that Larry Ellison has had, which helped him become the second richest man in the world. Coming up in the next hour, strategist Matt Maley joins us from Miller Tabak. Morgan Stanley economist Sarah Wolf, plus the CEO of Udemy on AI impacting the next generation of workers, finding it may be tough to get a job out of college. Then Michael Baker joins us from D.A. Davidson. It's a full show. We're going to talk about Ford's potentially $300,000 off-road supercar as well. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Let's suppose you hire people in this business and they start losing money. How long before you say, you know, this isn't for you?
When we bring people on, we're looking for a previous record of success. So we don't train people, particularly on the investing side, right out of college. They would have come with already experience. Then there's also the why are they wrong or why are they right? Are they right for the right reasons or are they wrong for the wrong reasons? And then there's also collegiality. How do you work in a team? But I would say that within a 2 to 3 year period, usually you get a sense whether, if someone's talented.
Do you ever hire English majors or history majors, or you only hire STEM majors?
I encourage my boys to go to liberal arts and to be in whether it was poli-sci, economics, and be fluent in other areas. So I think having a broad perspective can be very helpful.
If somebody is very good at what they do you say to them, you're very good, but go to business school? Or you say, don't go to business school because you're very good at what you do?
So I didn't go to business school, and I think that the markets are a great business school. So it's we don't encourage people to go to business school. We encourage them to take the CFA. That's a good way to get more technical trading. If it was something that they feel they wouldn't be complete without going to business school, there have been people who've done nicely with us who've wanted to go, but that's been more the exception.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch
Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Stacey Lynn. There's a massive storm heading up the eastern seaboard.
Even though Hurricane Erin is expected to remain well off the east coast, mandatory evacuation orders are in place for some of North Carolina's barrier islands. Joe Duva and his family have decided to ride out the storm at a vacation rental in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina.
We're all hoping and praying for the best.
We decided to keep our vacation and keep it going.
Erin is generating rough surf and bringing the threat of rip currents from Florida all the way to the Maine-Canada border. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Texas state lawmakers are expected to vote today on a controversial plan to redraw congressional districts. CBS's Omar Villafranca is in Austin.
President Trump has pushed for the redistricting to help build a more favorable political landscape in next year's midterms. Republicans are expected to approve the new maps, while Democrats here say they're going to challenge this in court.
The new map would take 5 seats that are currently held by Democrats and turn them into Republican-leaning districts. A historic meeting could happen soon between the Russian and Ukrainian presidents, but some Republican lawmakers are expressing concern about how President Trump's been dealing with Vladimir Putin. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis says,
he is tapping us along. And I hope that people just stand up and recognize he's a liar, he's a thug, he's a murderer, he's a rapist, he needs to go.
And CBS News has confirmed Budapest is among the cities being considered for the face-to-face talks. The Israeli military says it will call up 50,000 reservists as it plans a new phase of the war, occupying Gaza City. The BBC's Yolande Nell.
We've had an Israeli military official confirming that the call-up of these tens of thousands of reservists will take place in the coming weeks, that other reservists will have their terms of service extended, and of course there are active duty soldiers who will be involved in this Gaza City operation as well.
Vicky Barker reports there's some new hope for people whose sense of smell isn't what it once was.
South Korean researchers had volunteers sniff 3 different odors in ever-decreasing concentrations, meaning the smells were fainter each time. Starting out, their average score was just under 10 out of a possible 16. But after their brains were painlessly stimulated with radio waves set to a specific frequency, their scores rose to a near-perfect 15.8, and the effects lasted up to a week.
Now, those researchers say they want to see now if this same technique could even work for those who've lost their sense of smell entirely. Wall Street's open for business. Dow is up 43 points in early trading. NASDAQ is down 212. This is CBS News. Remember when Elon Musk was talking about forming the America Party?
The Wall Street Journal reports Elon Musk is pumping the brakes on his plan to start a new political party. The paper says Musk has told allies he wants to focus on his companies and maintain ties with Vice President J.D. Vance as a possible MAGA movement successor. The two have stayed in touch since Musk left the administration, and starting a political party could damage that relationship. The Journal says Musk has told people he'd consider using some of his wealth to back Vance if he runs for president in 2028. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
The Air Guitar World Championships kick off today in Finland. The best air shredders wear wild costumes while rocking out with their imaginary guitars. Last year's winner, he jammed out to Nickelback to win the grand prize, which was a custom-made flying Finn guitar. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a death spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Wednesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live on YouTube. Head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Live Podcast. That's where you'll find us. Alexis Christoforous joins us the next 2 hours. Alexis, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's great to be with you and the fam here.
Good stuff. Got a big day here. Got some selling in the marketplace. We'll get to that in just a moment with the stocks on the move. Ryan Valesteka, Bloomberg Equities reporter, will give us the latest on the tech stocks, kind of rolling over here in the last couple of days. Again, about a 1.5% sell-off in the NASDAQ here today. We'll break it all down. Chris Condon, Bloomberg Federal Reserve team leader, on this strange story. President Trump demands the Federal Reserve's cook quits as Pulte seeks mortgage probe. So some more pressure by the president on members of the Federal Reserve. We'll have that reporting as well. Rebecca Walzer, president of Walzer Wealth, will get her sense of the markets. Deb Aitken's going to join us, Bloomberg Intelligence. She's over there in London. She covers all things luxury. So we'll break down some earnings from Estee Lauder and how's the world of luxury doing. Always wonder about that kind of good stuff. So a lot to come to over the next couple of hours. Let's kick it all off. John Tucker, NA Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, after that tech sell-off that we saw yesterday, it sent the NASDAQ down about 1.5%. Shares of NVIDIA lower again. In fact, they're the worst performing stock in the S&P 500. Right now down 2.4%. If Target shares slumping, Wall Street was hoping for an outsider to take over the company's leadership. Instead, they got the current chief operating officer. Target maintaining its full-year guidance. Lowe's second quarter adjusted earnings per share above what analysts expected. Also an acquisition. Christine's going to have more on some of those in just a minute. Meantime, Lori Calvasina at RBC Capital Markets doesn't see much more upside to stocks.
We don't feel bearish, but we have felt rather neutral heading into the back half of the year because we do think we're trading well ahead of 2025 fundamentals, and we do think a lot of the good news for 2026 that people are anticipating is already baked in.
7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher right now, being led by consumer staples. Worst performing group right now, the bottom of the barrel, information technology. The S&P 500 50 points lower. It's down about 0.8%, 63.61 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 74 points. That's down about 0.2%. The Nasdaq 100 328 points lower. That is a decline of 1.4% right now. Bloomberg reporter Dina Shanker writes that it's a stoner food fantasy, Paul and Alexis. Taco Bell serving up an almost endless stream of new menu items, including the Big Cheez-It Tostada and Big Cheez-It Crunchwrap Supreme. Don't ask me how many calories. The latest financial reports show Taco Bell doing more than just staying afloat. They're zooming past the competition with these offerings. The Spicoli effect, remember that? We check the markets for you all day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul, Alexis, do you know how far back I go with Alexis Christophorous?
Go. Oh, brother.
It's a few years.
It's a few
Just
years.
a few. We'll leave it at
It's
that.
like a reunion in the
you guys
studio.
are veteran broadcasters. That's the way to put it for our listenership, right?
We've worked everywhere and worked with everyone.
That's a dangerous word, Paul.
That's right. Legendary. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. As John was just reporting, selling out there in the marketplace led by the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Alexis Christophorous, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Well, John Tucker mentioned it, so let's talk about it. Target, ticker TGT, shares down today, so down currently 8%. So pairing some of those opening bell losses, but as John Tucker mentioned, it is in fact a reaction to the new CEO, who's going to be next CEO rather, Michael Fidelki. And, you know, the reaction is really, according to D.A. Davidson's Michael Baker, it's not really a knock on Fidelki himself, but the announcement, quote, lacks the pop that a significant external hire would provide, as according to D.A. Davidson's Michael Baker. And we know that Target has suffered a streak of underperformance against its competitors. It has lost market share, and Bloomberg Intelligence is noting that the company now needs to show that its tactics to drive store visits and spending are working, which evidently that's not how investors feel at the moment anyway.
No, stock down about 8% right now, all right?
I would take that personally.
Yeah,
if I were the CEO.
It's hard not to. But, you know, he's a veteran. He started as an intern in 2003, and he worked his way up. But, you know, but it's just not landing with investors.
Okay. I think just, I don't know.
Which is a lesson there. Always be nice to the interns.
Yeah. Always be nice to the interns.
And also take those internships seriously, young folks, because they can turn into something.
That's right. That's right. Lowe's.
Yeah, let's talk about Lowe's, ticker LOW. That's having a better day today. Shares up, slightly less than 1% now, but at one point it was up more than 3%. And we have an M&A deal. Again, Lowe's agreeing to buy Foundation Building Materials for $8.8 billion in cash. So Foundation Building, it's a distributor of drywall and other building products, 370 locations in the U.S. and Canada, and $6.5 billion in sales last year. So the analyst reaction to this acquisition, very positive. Citi calling it, quote, transformational and is a pivot in capital allocation strategy. And of course, the good news also from Lowe's from their second quarter results, adjusted EPS beat estimates there.
Now, I like your next stock that you're watching.
I'm very excited about this.
I've never heard this one before.
Pop Mart.
Pop Mart, yeah.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, POPMF. Those shares popping today. They were up earlier, 18%. That was the biggest gain since early June. Bearing a little bit now, just up 12% at the moment. And so Pop Mart, they're really known for their Labubu dolls. Right?
Say that fast 5 times.
Yes.
Labubu, Labubu, Labubu.
What does the Labubu cost? What does that cost, one of those dolls?
What are they like?
It depends on whether you get the limited edition ones, John. The thing is that they're hard to find, and that's the joy of it. But, you know, like celebrities like Kim Kardashian, Brad Pitt, very much into this. And so the big news from today is that they're planning to announce a new mini Labubu. And yeah,
they still our hearts.
This little doll has been their cash cow for the first half of 2025. It led to a 204% increase on in year-on-year revenue. And the CEO Wang Ning was saying earlier this year that he hoped to hit sales of about 20 billion yuan, that's the equivalent to $2.8 billion. But now he says that 30 billion yuan is, quote, would be quite easy.
But this is a Chinese-based, mainland China
This
company?
is a Chinese toy maker, and they
So
have...
are we putting tariffs on these things?
Good question.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
There's got to be
Labubu
a
was
carve-out for
specified.
these dolls, I would think.
Was Labubu specified as a line item on the tariffs list?
Who's their
All right,
Who's their competitor, I wonder?
Yeah,
Popcorn.
it's just they just compete against general other toy makers, I guess.
I think so, yeah. But I think they really hit it big with this particular one that just reached cult status like overnight.
Sort of like Funk Pops in a way.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this thing. It says, my Bloomberg terminal, I don't know what we're looking at, dollars or what here, $54 billion market cap. I'm not sure if it's dollars or yuan.
Or yuan.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, very good. So we'll do that. We'll do the Labubu dolls. But again, aren't these the little things that you put on your...
They are, yeah, and they've become a bit of a status symbol as well.
Okay, so this is something kids are collecting because it's more expensive.
No, it started with kids, but then it very quickly ballooned into an adult craze.
I see them walking around the city here. People have them dangling off their bags.
Yeah. It's the new. It's probably like you could liken it to Beanie Babies, right?
Okay. Sure, I think that's a good. That's a good comparison. Don't underestimate the power of the Labubu.
All right, very good. All right, Christine Aquino, we appreciate that. Christine Aquino, managing editor for Markets Live. And if you want for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Report. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. I tell you a story just kind of crossing the Bloomberg terminal here, and it's got a green B, means Bloomberg News is breaking this. Citi investigates HR complaints against wealth head Andy Sieg. Citigroup has hired law firm Paul Weiss to investigate complaints about the behavior of the bank's wealth management chief, Andy Sieg, who was brought on by Chief Executive Officer Jane Fraser as a high-profile hire to drive a key part of her turnaround plan. And one of the reporters on this story joins us now in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, Todd Gillespie, Bloomberg finance reporter. Todd, talk to us about what's happening over at Citigroup with their wealth management chief, Andy Sieg. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Sieg is correct, yeah. Yeah,
What's
exactly. I mean, well, what we do know is that, so Andy Sieg, ran Merrill for Bank of America's wirehouse for 6 years, came on in 2023 to turn around the wealth business at Citigroup, which was ailing, was a key priority for Jane Fraser's turnaround of, Wall Street's one of the least profitable banks on Wall Street. He has been there for just under 2 years. But in that time, he has drawn several, we know from at least 6 managing directors, complaints about his behavior, particularly his treatment of senior female executives, including Ida Liu, who left the bank after 18 years in January. Some of you might remember that. It was quite a sudden departure. And also towards his behavior towards one of the current direct reports who runs the Wealth at Work business there, a woman named Kristen Bitterly.
Now, this type of behavior, it's not, from what I'm reading in your story, it's more just the way he speaks to them, or maybe speaks of them, or just it's not necessarily any sexual type of thing as far as we know now. It's just more his management style, perhaps?
Precisely, yeah. Okay. We call it, there's intimidating behavior. Okay. There are expletive-filled rants, which we know about him reducing a male managing director to tears after berating him in front of colleagues, calling people's work pathetic in meetings with that person present and their colleagues present, and also undermining Ida Liu in particular, and his COO, a man called Valentin Valdrabano, directing a managing director to exclude her from correspondence that was important to her business in the months before she departed the bank.
Well, let's talk about just his performance business-wise, right? I mean, under his tenure, the unit reached record levels, improved returns. What was his style, if you will, under that wealth division?
Yeah, absolutely. And it is important to note that, Citigroup appeared to be standing by him. They do note, that he's really improved profitability at the bank. The second quarter revenue, was a record. And he's really done that by essentially moving the unit's focus away from what was quite a lending-intensive, balance sheet-heavy private bank focus towards, I guess, more of a wirehouse style, you might say, like Merrill Lynch, where he, basically grew up in the business, and he's focused on attracting investment assets into the business and reducing that dependence, on the balance sheet at the bank, and that seems to have reaped dividends.
Todd, great reporting here by you and Emily Flitter. And folks, check this out on the terminal. Great reporting here by Bloomberg News on Citi, and we'll have more reporting on that. All right, folks, that was Todd Gillespie from Bloomberg News. Get the latest news whenever you want it, folks. Coming up, we'll have more. Chris Condon, Bloomberg Federal Reserve team leader, he's going to talk to us about President Trump was calling for another Fed executive to step down. We'll get the latest reporting on that. More coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, and we're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The sell-off in tech, that continues today after yesterday's 1.5% decline in the NASDAQ. The gauge of the Magnificent Seven stocks, the Bloomberg gauge, right now down 2%. Worst performing stock in the S&P 500 belongs to Target right now. It is down just over 8%. They picked an insider to be the new CEO. Investors wanted an outsider. Target also missed expectations. And then you had another retailer, TJ Maxx parent, TJX, raising its full-year earnings guidance. TJX shares right now, they are up close to 5%. And then better than expected margins helped Lowe's beat estimates for the second quarter. They also agreed to buy foundation building materials for about $8.8 billion. That's in cash. That company makes drywall. With this purchase, they're moving further into serving more professional customers.
Have you heard of that company?
Never heard of it.
Never heard. $8 billion for drywall.
Well,
cool.
Yeah, investors are going to get more insight into the Fed's policy trajectory with the release of the FOMC's minutes. That's about 2 o'clock New York time. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alexis and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alexis Christophorous and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, Midtown Manhattan, streaming live on YouTube as well. So go find that internet thing and search for Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us. How about this? President Donald Trump today called on Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign after Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte urged an investigation of Cook's mortgages. That kind of came out of nowhere, but let's break it down with Chris Condon. He's a Federal Reserve team leader for Bloomberg News. He's down there in Washington, D.C. Chris, what do we know about this story that's just kind of developed this morning with a tweet from the president?
Sure. Well, it broke last night. Bill Pulte, as you said, has referred Governor Lisa Cook to the Justice Department, urging them to investigate her for potential mortgage fraud. He is claiming that, among other things, Cook has multiple mortgages out on which she has listed the properties as her primary residence. Doing so can help secure a preferential mortgage rate for some products, and to do it for more than one property at the same time, of course, would be inappropriate. We do not know anything about the veracity of these allegations. They did provide some documentation that has yet to be stood up completely, but it's a serious allegation. And Trump has quickly followed with this call for Cook to resign. So taken in a vacuum, it's a serious allegation. If true, would be something seriously inappropriate. But of course, it does not exist in a vacuum. The administration has been making similar accusations against other Democrats or Democratic appointees. The same accusation was made against Senator Paul Schiff of California and against New York's Attorney General Letitia James. It seems to be part of a systematic approach to dig up allegations of impropriety against what you might say are political enemies. In this case, it's a Fed governor who has stood with the Fed chair in resisting the president's calls for lower interest rates at the central bank. So taken into context, it's quite a remarkable development and is a major escalation of the White House's criticism of an attack on the Federal Reserve.
And Chris, certainly a resignation by Cook would create another opening, right, on the Fed board for President Trump to continue to shape this Federal Reserve. You mentioned this is a tactic they've used before with other high-profile Democrats. Do you think it's going to work this time?
Well, it all comes entirely down to whether they can back up the allegations with the evidence. We have yet to hear from Governor Cook on this or from the Federal Reserve. They have so far declined to comment. We really have to just wait that out, see which side can either stand up the allegations or knock them down. But you're right. If this does end up resulting in a departure from the Fed, Governor Cook, and I'm not saying that's likely at all, but if it were to result in that, it would create an opportunity for President Trump to nominate a new person, presumably someone who would align with his views on monetary policy, just as he's done in filling a vacancy that exists right now. Governor Adriana Kugler unexpectedly resigned early. Now, her term was due in January anyway, so it wasn't that big of a shock. But Trump has since nominated the chair of his Council of Economic Advisors, Stephen Myron, somebody who agrees with his view on interest rates, to fill that post. This would be yet another one. So it's an interesting tactic for creating new openings. I don't know if it's going to work, but that would seem logically to be part of the goal here.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. We appreciate you jumping on here. Chris Condon, Federal Reserve team leader, Bloomberg News. Again, President Trump demands Fed's cook quit as Pulte seeks mortgage probe. That's the headline. The reporting's on the Bloomberg terminal on Bloomberg.com, so check it out. We'll continue to report on that going forward. We'll get back to the markets here, where we do have a sell-off. The S&P's off 0.8%. The Nasdaq's off 1.5%. Let's talk markets, and we welcome Rebecca Walser, president of Walser Melf, joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Rebecca, thanks for coming. I know you're based in Tampa, coming up to the big town. We appreciate that. Burns Steakhouse, they love me down there.
Great.
What are you telling? What's the message you have for your clients these days? They've seen the market sell off 20% earlier in the year, and now it's come roaring back. What's kind of the message you have for your clients?
I think the message is, unlike the kind of the .com revolution that we had, that was, you know, new technology, and you could just basically throw a dart at the thing and pick a winner. This is not that. This fourth industrial revolution is going to be different and rocky, and you probably can't do it passively, and you probably need professional management, because it is not the old scenario.
Critics have said this market has run up too far, too fast. And as Paul mentioned during yesterday's show, it's really been concentrated in just a handful of heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Do you see that changing? Will there be new leadership?
We definitely need to broaden out, you know, beyond obviously Mag 7, beyond Palantir and those types of things. But this is a technology revolution, but it will touch everything. So every sector has got to figure out how it's going to impact their sector and get on board and do it fast. We don't see that broadening out just yet, because we're not at the monetization stage just yet. And actually, that's the scary stage, right? Because we all have these, you know, if you look at current PEs, not forward PEs, but if you look at current PEs, you got Microsoft in the 60s, you've got NVIDIA in the 50s. That's what we would consider insane potentially, right? But if you look at the forward Ps and you look at the forward projections of revenue growth, then you can say, oh, okay, this is doable. But those are projections. So as we monetize and realize what the actual revenue is going to be, that's when you're going to see pullback, because that's when we're going to get reality hitting, you know, expectation. And so that's what we're really interested in, is where will the monetization fall? If you look at .com as the most recent example, you'll see that we had a several 2-year .com crash situation as it actually monetized. I don't know if we'll get that much of a pullback, but these are really extremely high valuations, and this market's priced for perfection. If you look at just 2 quick examples, Eli Lilly just having their GLP-1 not do as well as efficacy, and they pull back 15% after hours. If you look at Trade Desk, 39% pullback overnight from, you know, and they were both double beats. So this is a market that is priced for perfection, and as we monetize and see things maybe not turn out exactly as we projected, it's going to be problematic for some people. So that is why you need to understand that we are not in just throw a dart at it and everything's fine.
So at Walser Wealth Management, how do you construct a portfolio? Is there a typical portfolio or model portfolio that you start with your clients with?
Well, we really believe in pairing kind of risk on with risk off. Everyone is so big on risk on, and we love risk on right now. We have a frontier fund that we really focus on the 4 main core new technologies that are coming to the forefront. Everyone talks about AI, but there's a lot more. There's quantum computing, there's blockchain, there's robotics. So we're really focused on all the technologies that are going to be implemented. But beyond that, we also say, hey, we are facing, for example, in 2025, what we are calling a maturity wall. You know, we have 1/3 of marketable debt has to be refinanced this year, $9.2 trillion. This is why Trump is so, you know, adamant on getting a rate cut, because the way this previous administration really financed our deficits was on the short end of the curve, 2 years or less, which means that those things are coming to maturity and having to be refinanced at a Fed funds right now of 4.25, 4.5. So we have to get some rate cuts if we're going to continue to be able. Interest is going up to the #2 expense in our country. It's unsustainable. sustainable. And so we've got a monetary fiscal problem with the fourth industrial revolution converging. It's going to be very, very interesting, but we have to look, and to answer your question specifically, Paul, we have to look at individual investors. When do they need to have cash flow coming in? And that's what their risk tolerance would then dictate, is because we have to be able to give, hell or high water, people have to live. They have to live off of their investments. So we have to understand what their risk profile is and where they are in their life cycle.
Rebecca, you've called inflation the issue of our time.
Yeah.
So, on the eve of almost the eve of our Fed Reserve Board chair speaking over there in Jackson Hole, what is the bigger risk, higher inflation or lower unemployment?
Ooh, those, of course, there are two mandates. I think the bigger risk is that we, right now, you saw that we reached the highest M2 supply in June of this year, and we have an annual year-over-year growth of M2 of 4.5%, which would suggest robust growth and robust earnings. But when your interest has almost tripled in 2025 since 2020, what you can see is that the debt is outpacing the growth, and that's the highest and the biggest issue. And the only way the government can deal with its budget is either raising taxes or printing, and both of those are costing us at the value of our dollar. So we really need to figure out, will AI bring enough growth? Will the fourth industrial revolution bring enough growth to surpass the interest growth that it costs to bring it forward? And if it doesn't, then we're looking at new currency models and new transitions to a new way of dealing with governments. And that's really interesting with this Trump administration, kind of almost like a sovereign wealth fund like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, even though those are kingdoms, and I recognize those are kingdoms and not democracies or republics. The fact is that, Biden with the CHIPS Act, he's investing $52 billion into getting manufacturing of semiconductor chips here in the United States, but we weren't getting anything for that. So Bessent and, Letnick and all these people were out there saying, why aren't we getting some return for these grants? And the truth is, we're going to have to, because we cannot sustain the debt level that we have without private investment.
Very good. Appreciate it. Great stuff. As always, appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Rebecca Walser, president of Walser Wealth Management, based down there in Tampa, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio on a day where we're seeing a little bit of selling out there. Could be a buying opportunity for some. We'll see how it plays out. But we've definitely got some red on the screen. I'm going to call it out for Tom from the Upper East Side. His VIX shooting higher here. We're just below 17. Remember, we had a 14 handle on it just yesterday, so the VIX kind of creeping up a little bit. BitDog, as Tom refers to it, just under 114,000. Gold getting a little bit of a bid out there as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. Coming up, Jen Bartashis, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior analyst. She covers the retail space. She's going to talk to us a little bit about Target, the earnings, the new management, all that kind of stuff out there. How's the consumer? Because we're starting to hear from a lot of the retailers this week, and gives us a good handle on how the consumer is doing out there. So we'll have that coming up in just a moment. Again, the S&P 500 off 55 points, 0.9% on this Wednesday morning. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, and we're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. And the tech sell-off, that continues today. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, right now it is down 2.3%. It also includes shares of Intel dropping 6.9%, the tech sell-off, as the chip makers are erasing most of the gains driven yesterday by the SoftBank taking a stake. The news coming yesterday about that. Here's one that could be a canary in the coal mine. James Hardie, ticker symbol JHX. Those shares, they are down right now close to 36%. This after the building materials maker reported net sales. They missed analysts' expectations. They also warned of weak demand for construction in North America, so pointing to weakness in housing. Target shares right now, one of the worst performers in the S&P 500. The retailer's pick for an internal CEO offset better than expected second quarter results. And as Fed officials convene in Jackson Hole, and later today we're going to get the FOMC minutes, Andrew Balls of PIMCO says there is room for policymakers to cut rates.
If you look at the Federal Reserve's policy rates, there's plenty of room for conventional monetary policy easing. And so our expectation over time would be that there's potential for the Fed to cut rates significantly lower than the market is pricing.
The S&P 500, 59 points lower, 63.51 on the index. The Dow down 110 points. The NASDAQ 100 down 387 points. The FDA has advised the public not to eat a brand of shrimp sold at Walmart. They told Walmart to pull 3 lots of raw frozen shrimp sourced from Indonesia. Officials detected radioactive cesium-137. And as a shrimp eater, I can tell you, radioactive shrimp, I mean,
stay away.
Stay away. That's my advice. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alexis and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. John Tucker with our Business Flash there. Alexis Christoforous, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in Midtown. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. John was just mentioning Target stock down 7.5%. Tough numbers. That's one thing. I mean, the results were not great, I didn't think, but what do I know? And then the CEO, you're bringing in, keep an insider there. I think maybe the street wanted an outsider, as John was suggesting. Stock down 7.5%. I don't know, if I were this guy, I would take it personally. Let's see if Jen Bartash just takes it personally. She's a senior retail analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. She covers Target and all these names. Jen, let's start first with the CEO news here. What do you make of this person, and should they maybe have gone outside the company?
Good morning. Yeah, it's an interesting choice. And I think that investors for a little while now have been interested in seeing a CEO change. Brian Cornell has done a great job during his tenure, at least initially in terms of really driving growth for Target. But an internal choice really implies much of the same strategy. And I think there was some hopes that there would be something a little different to maybe shake things up and bring something new to the company.
You know, I'm wondering if Target is going through an existential crisis, right? Sort of this identity crisis. Because you feel like, I don't know about you, Paul, I know the last time you went into a Target.
Sure.
But you feel like they've lost their mojo, Jennifer, because the last time I was in there, the store shelves were not stocked very well, felt disorganized, couldn't find a sales associate to help me. What does this new CEO have to do to help this company get back on track?
Well, you know, it's very interesting. He's highlighted 3 priorities, but they're not really new priorities. But if they can bring focus to it, maybe that will help. And that's, you know, re-energizing the assortment, bringing back some of that style and, you know, value that people crave. It's about having a very good, consistent in-store execution and experience, which is what you were actually just talking about. Having things in stock, having associates available, and then the third is an acceleration in the deployment of technology to maybe make processes faster, improve efficiency, that sort of thing. So we'll see if that, if that happens, but it's really about getting back to what is it that consumers loved about Target, and how do you get them back in that frame of mind so that they come to stores and spend there.
Well, you're the expert here. Like, I don't have a sense of what people go to Target for. What do you think they go to Target for?
Well, what they traditionally have gone to Target for was that sense of discovery, right? You had a couple of things on your list, you got in and you were inspired. You saw home decoration items that you just were like, oh, that would look great in my living room. Or you would go through apparel and you would see something very stylish and value that you thought, oh, that's a great thing to add to my basket. And so that's what's a little bit missing. And part of that may be because of just the rise in digital orders. It's a less conducive to those impromptu purchases, but it's also inspired by the assortment and by what people experience when they're in the stores. And that's really where they have to focus to get that magic back.
And Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Target has more exposure to tariffs than, say, Walmart because of its mix of products. It doesn't have as much exposure to groceries as Walmart does, but it gets a lot of its products from overseas, places that are getting hit by these tariffs. How did that play out in this quarter, and how will it play out going forward?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it is one of the things that's sort of been bogging down Target. Ever since we've had very high food inflation, that willingness to spend on discretionary categories has been a little bit more limited, and that's really the area that Target has always excelled. Things like apparel and electronics and toys and home decor. And so, right now the company's saying they're doing a pretty good job of mitigating tariffs, but they are more exposed because of the merchandise mix that they have. So they said they've done some right sizing. They've paid off kind of the one-time cancellation charges they had while they were waiting on the tariff verdicts. We'll see what unfolds in third quarter, and especially because it's back to school, which is a really important quarter for Target.
I guess what's recently in the last 10, 15 years really amazed me about Walmart is how effective their digital strategy was. And they actually went toe-to-toe with Amazon, and I think they more than hold their own. Talk to us about Target and their digital strategy. How's that performing?
Overall, Target's digital strategy has been doing pretty well. They've made a conscious decision to not go head-to-head with Walmart and Target. So, for example, in their marketplace, it's not just a endless aisle of sellers. They have a very close criteria of who they let onto their platform, and that's worked well for them because it helps keep the product selection closer to what people expect from Target. Their digital sales were up in terms of same-store sales this quarter, well outpaced the visits to stores, and so they've been executing pretty well there. It's just a matter of how do they marry the two parts of the business to grow simultaneously.
I want to look ahead to tomorrow because we get Walmart. They may strike a more cautious tone here. I'm curious if they're going to actually say the word tariffs, Paul and Jennifer, tomorrow, because last time when they did, Trump told them to eat the tariffs because they said they were blaming the tariffs on having to raise prices. What do you think we're going to hear from Walmart tomorrow, Jennifer?
Well, I think tomorrow with Walmart, it's going to be more about the value-seeking behavior of customers. I think that any of these retailers, they're holding price increases back to the last possible resort with regards to mitigating tariffs. Walmart will certainly be asked about it. They certainly won't disclose any specific information about the cost of tariffs on their business or the specifics of how they're mitigating them. But I think they will remain very cautious, and they have warned that there could be volatility from quarter to quarter, especially with regards to their margins. And we may see a little bit of that play out tomorrow.
30 seconds, Jen. What's the holiday look like, do you think, so far? What's the early take?
With regards to holiday season, I think the retailers have good strategies to have streamlined inventory in place. It's really going to come down to how confident is the consumer and how much are they willing to spend.
All right, very good. I'll be clicking some buttons, I'm sure, walking down some aisles. We'll see. Jen Bartash is senior retail analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. She has a much longer title, but I'm just not going with it because I don't recall approving senior retail staples and packaged food analyst. I'm not going with that. She's my senior retail analyst. She covers all of it, and she knows what's happening. She's down there in Princeton, New Jersey. So Target, I don't know. I mean, can you not go to Target? Don't you kind of have to go to Target for stuff?
You know what? I think a lot of people are going to TJ Maxx for stuff. We saw their earnings today.
Really?
Pretty good.
Well, I learned from Alex Steele and from Lisa Mateo about the whole TJ Maxx thing, that you can get really good brands off price, right?
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the party, Paul.
I know. I had no idea, so I got completely schooled by Alex and Lisa. So now I think I know a little bit about it. Coming up, we're going to have some more on the earnings front and more on the eco front. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Live here in our Bloomberg International Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, so I walk Penn Station from the Bloomberg HQ every day, or I try to. So I walk down Fifth Avenue, Madison Avenue. Shops are packed. The streets are packed. I see tourists from everywhere but Asia, a little bit light there. And I know Asia is a big part of the luxury trade there. So I want to check in with Deb Aiken, luxury goods analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. Deb, I know Estee Lauder reported profits here. What did you hear from Estee Lauder about their business?
So, yeah, actually tying in with what you said there, they're doing well out of the US, improving their numbers for the full year are still down, but you could see sequential improvement by end of year. And also somewhat less soft in China. But for them, where they still have so much exposure in Asia, and still particularly in travel retail, inventories to me still look stuffed, even though if I think about travel retail overall, it's 15% of their business now. It was near 30% 4 years ago, and they're losing about 4 points of growth annually. For me, when I look at the inventory data, over 200 days versus 190, it still says that there's risk there for me. So they need to right-size Asia. They need to do more in getting out of main stores in the US. They're doing a lot positively on things like Amazon Beauty and in Asia on TikTok, but it's all moving online. So it's a third of their business online. A lot going on, a lot of cost savings, cost cutting, and very low on margin, and that the company is actually taken away quarterly guidance, and forecast for EPS on the full year are 6 cents below the 210, 216 is expected by consensus. 210 on guidance at the top end is already a little bit below. So shares are weak again on the back of a couple of years of underperformance.
Deb, definitely, as you just laid out, a few tough years for this legacy brand. But explain to me why there were some upgrades recently. I was surprised to see Deutsche Bank, HSBC upgrading from hold to buy. You got JPM upgrading to overweight. What do they see here that maybe others on Wall Street are not?
I think, especially as we've headed through the last couple of quarters, you can see that there are share gains, market share gains in some categories in some countries. So Japan positively, some parts of China by the end positively, some categories in the US positively as well. And there are very easy comps that they will cycle through in the next year ahead. And certainly under the CEO and the CFO, there feels just a lot more momentum and energy to come. So I think that's what the market are buying into, as well as the underperformance that we've seen. But we must remember, in terms of them being competitive and what they're doing, they talk about a solid double-digit adjusted EBIT margin. This will back their investment, and then being in front of the consumer, their innovation pipeline and others. They're only at 8% at the end of fiscal 2025, and they say they get to a double-digit adjusted EBIT margin over the next few years. That to me says it's still a bumpy ride. So I understand why those quarterly numbers have gone.
Right. Hey, Deb, Estee Lauder said the tariff's going to cost them about $100 million to profitability this year. What are some of the luxury companies, the brands that you follow, are they taking these tariff costs into their P&L? Are they trying to pass them along to customers? What's been the strategy so far?
Yeah, certainly for the very high end, we saw, even at the beginning of the year, pre-tariff announcements, the very high end, like Hermes, would say, because of wage costs and others, we'll be looking at 5 to 6% price increases, started passing those through the beginning of the year. And then in May, when the spring summer collections came through, they then have commented generally for the luxury space, and from the work we've done, that some may need up to 4 or 5% price to be passed through. And the plan is that they pass most of it through. I don't think very much of it goes up or down the supply chain, and it's going to be done gradually in some categories, rather than some can clearly pass it through more visibly than others, and some will struggle more. And then we heard the news from Switzerland with the 39% tariff. So companies like Swatch, for us, will find it difficult. Companies like Estee Lauder, where it's not every brand that is resonating with the consumer, will find it difficult in some brands, in some categories. So that's why I think we wait quarter by quarter and across the rest of the year to see what companies do need to take a little bit of that on board. But most of them are finding cost cutting as part of that. And certainly on the gross, we did see for full years 40 basis points improvement on gross margin for Estee Lauder, with a little bit of that tariff impact mixed in there, and that they're expecting further gross margin improvement in 2026.
Deb, outstanding work there. Thank you. Appreciate it. You are our go-to voice on all things luxury. Deb Aitken, a luxury goods analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from our London studios, Queen Victoria Street. Folks, next time you're in London, stop by, check out the office. It is extraordinary. They did an awesome job. It's a great place to work. We got a lot of good folks over there. Again, I'll walk down Madison Avenue and Park Avenue today. It's be packed.
It is.
Tourists everywhere.
It is. But you remember, I wanted to ask her about it. We had to let Deb go. The lipstick index. Remember that?
Yes, yes.
You go out, even if we're in an economic downturn, which I'm not saying we're in right now, but people would still go and spend on lipstick because it was an affordable luxury.
Right.
Estee Lauder doesn't seem to be
Or the
benefiting from the
cravat
lipstick
index,
The cravat?
which is ties. People will not buy suits.
I
Well, they
prefer-
used
Same
to.
idea.
I
Nobody
prefer
wears
the
ties.
bacon, egg, and cheese index, which we have on the terminal, the bacon, egg, and cheese index. So anyway,
Very scientific.
sorry there, Mark. I screwed up on the grammar. We'll get it next time. We're going to have more coming up here. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. Is the market over their skis? Are people just too exuberant out there?
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
This was a big success story for Apple.
We like bonds. We think bonds are attractive.
Private markets have become very diverse.
What we're telling people is be cautious here.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, Alexis Christophers, Paul Sweeney live here in a Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Microsoft curbs early access for Chinese firms to cyber flaws here. So again, Microsoft cracking down a little bit there. We'll have some more reporting on that for you in the coming up here. Coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Michael McKee. He's out there in Jackson Hole getting ready for that economic symposium that they do out there. Fed Chairman Jay Powell speaks on Friday. We'll have full reporting there. Drew Redding, home building analyst, will lay us out what's going on with our friends at Lowe's. Big acquisition. You don't see these, like the Lowe's and the Home Depot's making big acquisitions, but they bought a foundation building company, $8.8 billion. We'll break that down. Brody Ford, Bloomberg tech reporter. Talk about Oracle riding some major deals with OpenAI and NVIDIA to hopefully a cloud turnaround there. And then absolutely one of our faves on the Fed discussion, Danielle DiMartino Booth, CEO and chief strategist for QI Research. She'll be in our New York studio. She always looks at data that I've never heard of, but to her it makes sense, and it gives her some really good predictability as she takes a look at this Fed and what we might hear from Fed Chairman Jay Powell. So a lot coming up in this hour, and let's kick it off. John Tucker with a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash is being brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, the tech-led sell-off, it's extending into a second day today. The tech stocks, they were under pressure yesterday, led by Palantir and NVIDIA. Investors worry the tech rally due for a pullback or a correction. And today, the Mag 7 index down just about 2.5%. In fact, Palantir Technologies, worst performing stock right now in the S&P 500. It is down 8.4%, not too far behind on your scorecard there. Target of those shares down 8.4%. Investors don't like the new CEO because he's kind of an insider. Meantime, David Rosenberg at Rosenberg Research says the U.S. economy is very weak.
Even with the big, beautiful bill, it's not going to be adding a whole lot to growth, a little bit. And I think that the tariff uncertainty is still going to be a big element. And the Fed's going to be deliberately slow to cut interest rates.
Right now, the S&P 500 is 62 points lower, down 1%, 63.49. The Dow down 100 points. That's down about 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100, 392 points lower. That is another 1.7% decline on the index. Ford is stepping up its racing activities, looking at developing a supercar. And this is actually for off-road racing. Remember Dakar, I think it is like the one through the desert.
That's right.
Of Saudi Arabia. Jim Farley, the CEO, telling Hot Pursuits on Bloomberg, the podcast, he envisions the vehicle as a dirt-loving, high-performance machine that could compete in the Desert Rally Endurance race in Saudi Arabia. I'm sure Matt Miller at this point is volunteering to be part of that race team. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alexis and Paul.
Yeah, Matt Miller was posting to social a couple of days ago just some of his silly toys he has, like this Mustang I don't know what it is, some
He's
And
got
then
a
he's
deal
got his-
where he does review the vehicles as part of hot pursuits. So
he gets to drive them.
The car companies will give it to him for like a week or two.
Fun.
I saw him in the garage with a Rolls Royce Silver Shadow.
Yeah, just
like,
give a new toy.
just get
He's
out of
also
the
got
way.
like a Harley Davidson. I don't know what's going on there. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney with Alexis Christoforos, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Carmen Reinecke. Carmen, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm looking at a few retailer names this morning. First is Lazy Boy, ticker LZB, the recliner retailer. So shares are down 14% right now. This is the worst intraday drop since February 2022. The retailer reported weaker than expected results, including same-store sales that declined during the quarter, which they said reflected an increasingly challenged consumer. Part of that, weak economy I think we've been hearing so
Do they
much
make
about.
a Lazy Boy with like a little fridge for your beers underneath, so you never have to get up?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't have.
Would
I don't
you look
have
into
it.
that for me?
Yes, I will get right back to you. Definitely a cup holder in it for sure. Higher expenses also weighed on earnings per share in the quarter. For Lazy Boy.
Target.
Yep, Target ticker TGT. So shares are down. They reported earnings, which included reaffirming their sales outlook for the full year, which, everybody really has been looking for the beat and raise this quarter. So that is probably weighing on shares a little bit. But the bigger weight here is that the retailer also named a new CEO, current COO, Michael Fidelke. At least that's how I'm going to say it. I don't know if that's correct.
I'll go with it.
All right. I do the K-E at the end.
Yes.
So, all right, we're going with that.
Yep.
Is going to succeed current CEO Brian Cornell. And basically, this is just being seen as too much of an insider. Like, there won't be enough change to sort of drive a turnaround at Target. Michael Baker of D.A. Davidson said there was some hope that an external CEO would be a catalyst for more significant change. And Bloomberg Intelligence's Jennifer Bartashis said he's unlikely to change Target's playbook. And so this is really overshadowing sort of any positives that they saw in the quarter.
And then bucking the trend, TJX, parent company of TJ Maxx, Marshalls, up 4%. Pretty good earnings.
Pretty good earnings. They are on track to close at a record high today, highest since at least 1980. Is that what we have here on the terminal? They raised their full year earnings per share outlook. They had better than expected results, citing that shoppers are turning to discounters due to economic uncertainty.
All right. Carmen Reinecke, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Carmen Reinecke, she covers all the stocks for Bloomberg News. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Our piece of news coming out today, getting a little bit more, visibility with President Trump tweeting that President Donald Trump has called on Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign after Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte urged an investigation of Cook's mortgages. I'm guessing this is getting some play out in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Michael McKee is there, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News with a bunch of other economists. Mike, what's the scuttlebutt out there in Jackson Hole about President Trump and Ms. Cook?
Well, it's certainly the topic of discussion this morning among those who are here. Not many people from the from the Fed have arrived yet, but we anticipate that most of the members of the Open Market Committee will be here, including Lisa Cook, although she could now change her mind. The whole thing is kind of a little different, but the same as the Trump policies that we've seen before. The FHFA Director, Mr. Pulte, has already charged or alleged that California Senator Adam Schiff and the New York Attorney General Letitia James committed mortgage fraud and has called on them to resign and called on the Attorney General to investigate them. And now he's doing the same with Lisa Cook, alleging that she took out a mortgage in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and pledged to make it her primary residence. Then a short time later, took out another mortgage in Georgia, pledging to make that her primary residence, and then she put it on Airbnb, so he's saying mortgage fraud. But we don't know any more about it, and we don't know if there's any defense or what defense might come from Lisa Cook. Everybody's waiting to hear from her and the Fed so far. They've declined comment.
Mike, I just have to say, guys, because of course we're streaming on YouTube as well, live right now. That background behind you, Michael, it looks fake. It is so gorgeous.
Welcome to coverage of Jackson Hole. It always looks fake, and everybody who comes out here walks out here and says, "Oh, you mean it's real?" The only problem is it's raining and it's cold today. So.
Okay. All right. Well, it's still a good gig. Tell me what the markets want to hear, though, from Powell on Friday. What would make the markets happy? Give me the Goldilocks scenario.
Oh, the Goldilocks scenario would be something like what Powell said last year when he said it is time to start cutting interest rates. And then at the September meeting, they cut by 50 basis points. This time, given the fact that the employment numbers were poor, but the inflation numbers started to tick up, those call for two different monetary policy responses. So the Fed officials and Jay Powell in particular, when he makes his remarks, are probably going to avoid any kind of promises about what they'll do in September and in the months going forward, leaving it open because they're still waiting for more data. Now, the absolute Goldilocks for the markets would be the story that's on the Bloomberg terminal today about the options traders who've bought into the idea of a 50 basis point cut in September that would pay off 10 to 1. So I think if you're going to hold those options, you're probably going to see them expire worthless, but maybe it's worth the punt.
So, Mike, just last before we let you go here, I mean, did the folks on the Fed, do they feel like they are personally at risk here? I mean, this is an administration that seems to be really has its sights set on members of this Fed and maybe just the Fed's impartiality in general. What's the feeling out there?
I haven't talked to them about anybody in the Fed since the Lisa Cook thing, obviously, that just broke. In general, they've thought of it as the kind of political pressure that Fed officials have gotten throughout history, and they can just ignore it. But if the administration is going to go after people personally, then obviously that's going to bother people. And I don't think anybody would resign. They'll keep their backs up on this one. But it is something that I'm sure would worry them.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate that. You and your fake background there. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent out there doing big duty out there. Tom Keene, Lisa Bronwitz will be joining him tomorrow for coverage over the next couple of days. And obviously they'll have that special on Friday morning with the Fed Chairman Jay Powell's speech on Friday coming out there from
And just parenthetically, you can thank the Rockefeller family for that view, because it used to be cluttered with just all sorts of detritus, old buildings and whatever.
Oh, is that right?
They bought it all up and made sure that the view is pristine. So
gorgeous.
Yeah, and good props there. All right, let's get back to these markets. Lowe's is a stock that's in the news today. They reported some pretty decent numbers, and they also made a big acquisition, buying a company called, what is this called? Foundation Building. Never heard of it. $8.8 billion cash deal. Transformational deal, some analysts on Wall Street are calling it. So let's break it down with Drew Redding, Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. home building analyst. Drew, first talk to us about this acquisition that Lowe's made. What is the company and what's the upside for Lowe's here?
Yeah, this is a pretty big story today, one we weren't necessarily expecting. They announced that they're going to acquire Foundation Building Materials for $8.8 billion. They're basically a distributor of drywall, ceiling tiles, metal framing, insulation to builders and remodelers. What's interesting is if you think about how Lowe's has traditionally attacked the professional contractor segment, it's really been through small and medium-sized contractors. That's really been their bread and butter. What this deal does is gives them access to larger scale projects. It's really the area that Home Depot has been going over the last couple of years. But now it puts Lowe's firmly in that lane and really opens up a new growth opportunity for them.
Yeah, and didn't Lowe's buy another sort of pro-type business earlier in the year? I know Home Depot did something similar. They bought GMS for over $4 billion. I wonder, though, what this means, Drew, for people like us who want to DIY it. Are we going to not be as catered to at the Lowe's and Home Depots of the world?
So you're right. Lowe's did just recently close on the acquisition of Artisan Design Group, who's a distributor of internal finishes, so things like countertops, flooring, and things along those lines. So now Lowe's is really able to go to large-scale contractors and builders and really provide an entire product suite on the interior of the business. In terms of DIY, I mean, DIY is still 70% of the business for Lowe's. That'll remain core to their strategy. But what I think this speaks to is the relative weakness in that segment and the need for them to look for new avenues of growth, out over the next several years. When we think about how the market is likely to unfold, and Lowe's alluded to this today during the call, we think a lot of the growth is going to come from big ticket spending that's been pent up over the last several years. And this gives them an entrance into that market somewhere where they didn't have that type of penetration before.
This may surprise you, Drew, but I'm probably the least DIY guy you'll ever find. I have people for that, Drew. But so I don't really know much about the whole Lowe's thing. Tell me about how their earnings were this quarter.
Yeah, so the earnings were really a non-event. Comps were up 1%, pretty much in line. The cadence of comps for the quarter was pretty much similar to what we heard from Home Depot. They exited at a 4.7% comp, and that really had to do with how weather evolved throughout the quarter. It obviously wouldn't be a retailer call if we didn't mention the weather. We did see an improvement in big ticket spending, which was encouraging. And I think investors were pleased to see that despite a still challenging market out there, they maintained their guidance for same-store sales for 2025, which calls for flat to up 1%. So, they did mention that the environment's still tough. We think that the big ticket DIY discretionary categories that require financing, as we discussed with Home Depot, are still relative areas of weakness. But we think both of these retailers are executing well in a challenging market.
So, Drew, as our home building analyst, I just want to broaden this out for a moment and get your thoughts on this. So we saw that the gauge of future construction, right, new building permits, down more than 5.5% versus last year. But what we're seeing is sort of a divergence in the industry, right? Apartment construction is steadily climbing and not keeping pace with single-family homes. What's driving that?
So a lot of it has to do with affordability. I mean, with the rise in home prices over the last 5 years, up more than 50%, rates hovering at 6.5%, there's a lot of people that simply can't afford to buy in this market. We looked at some data last quarter on household growth, and really what that showed is that all the new household formations have been in the renter market at the expense of, owner-occupied units. And it really goes back to affordability. So I think you're right. If we look at building permits, they were actually down 8.5% on the single family side compared to last year. There was a little bit of a surprise on starts, which tend to be volatile month to month. But what we're hearing from the builders is that they're not going to keep pushing new units into a soft demand environment. We think they're going to continue to pull back on starts through the remainder of the year and into next year as they look to work through the existing inventory that's out there in the market. If you look at the new home inventory, we're at 2007 levels. So that's requiring builders to have to lean on incentives to a greater extent in order to clear that. And we think until we get through some more of that inventory, you're going to see further weakness in single family construction.
All right, Drew, excellent stuff. Appreciate it. Drew Redding, home building analyst over Bloomberg Intelligence. And folks, when we hired Drew, it was a major improvement from the analyst we had in there before. So I'll just leave it at that. Drew covers all the home building stocks for us.
Don't leave us hanging.
S&P 500 off 44 points, the Dow off 6 points, and the NASDAQ off 290 points. That's a little over 1%. Coming up, we're going to check in with Brody Ford, Bloomberg Tech Reporter, give us the latest on Oracle. And then conversation of the morning, Danielle DiMartino Booth in studio talking about the Fed. Where are we going here? She's the best. This is
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. And we're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Right now, the major averages, they have turned mixed. Still, the NASDAQ 100 down 270 points. That's a decline of 1.2% as the tech-led decline continues. But the Dow's turned around. Right now, unchanged to a little higher, about 3 points higher. You can credit Travelers Insurance and McDonald's and Visa for that turnaround at the Dow right now. The S&P 500, 38 points higher. That is down 0.6%. The worst of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, worst performer right now, that belongs to consumer discretionary as well as information technology. There is some worry the Fed isn't going to deliver on rate cuts that the markets are pricing in. Traders will then focus on the release of the minutes from the FOMC. We're going to get those right around 2 o'clock this afternoon, New York time. You'll recall, these are the minutes from the last meeting. You'll recall at that one, two of the Fed governors, Bowman and Waller, voted against the decision to hold rates steady, opting for a cut to try and shore up the U.S. labor market. And the S&P 500, once again, falling for a fourth straight day. Closely watched gauge of chip makers, that's extending a 2-day slide to almost 5% at this point. Information technology, again, the worst performing industry group among them in the S&P 500. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alexis and Paul.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alexis Christoforous, Paul Sweeney, live here with you in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City, streaming live on YouTube as well. I was just looking at Oracle stock. What a rip it's had this year. Up 40% so far this year, just riding the cloud, the AI wave, I assume. Then I go to Rich Go, R-I-C-H Go, one of my favorite functions on the terminal. I look for our good friend Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle. Good news, he's number 2 on the list, just behind Elon. He's at $286 billion of net worth.
Moving on up.
The change year to date, he's number 1. His net worth is up $94 billion this year. So a good year for him. Unfortunate for him, he just got duped into buying a legacy media company, so he's got to deal with that. So let's break it down. What's going on at Oracle? Brody Ford joins us, tech reporter for Bloomberg News, joins us live here in our Interactive Broker Studio. What is the Oracle story here? Why is this stock ripping so much?
For so many years, Oracle was seen as this kind of legacy company like IBM or, these kind of ones that were heroes of a past era. And they've really been trying to reinvent themselves around the cloud, not always successfully, and what really changed it was AI, right? They have managed to make themselves a go-to destination for training these AI models, which requires just, incredible levels of investment, right? Tens of billions of dollars per site. And they've managed to establish themselves as the place where you go to do that, right? Companies like OpenAI, NVIDIA themselves is paying Oracle a lot of money to set up data centers for them. And so they've managed to reinvent themselves and, essentially double their stock price in the process over the last year or so.
I mean, you just said it, right? They're betting big on the cloud and on AI, spending tens of billions of dollars on these huge data centers. So talk to me about what that means in terms of longevity and margins in their cloud business.
Yeah, the margin question is a big one. We have in our story today that Chief Executive Officer Safra Catz for a long time said, y'all, I'm not sure about these margins, right? I mean, they're used to selling on-premise database software that you pay upfront for. I mean, it's one of the most great cash cow businesses in history.
Sure.
And then now you go to a business model where the margins are very slim, right? And so right now their cash flow has gone negative for the year for the first time since 1990. Wow. Wall Street anticipates that this is a spending cycle and then all the revenue starts coming in and you're able to compound at a pretty incredible degree, but it requires a level of investment that is completely unfamiliar to the average software company.
So just to give you some numbers around that, CapEx for these guys has been, for the last few years, $4, $5, $6 billion.
Yeah.
This year, forecast $25 billion. Next year, $31 billion. I mean, that leads to, as you mentioned, negative free cash flow for the first time since 1990. But it appears that tech investors today, this AI story, it's kind of build, baby, build almost.
Exactly. They want to see growth, right? Oracle, the database is effectively a stagnant business, right? I mean, they could hold on to that for a long time, likely, but that's a flat business. And so the fact that now they're going to be able to say that in 2029, this cloud is going to be our largest business line, that's a really big reversal of fortune. It requires a ton of money, but the idea is you pass it on right to customers, right? You spend tens of billions of dollars on the chips and energy, but then OpenAI comes around and gives you a deal worth tens of billions of dollars per year. And so the majority of their backlog is in this AI work, and all indications say that it should start flowing.
All right, great stuff, Brody. I mean, spend money to make money, I guess, is kind of...
Larry Ellison knows it.
He knows what he's doing. All right, Brody Ford joins us here, Bloomberg Tech reporter. He knows what he's talking about. He's going to come back again, folks. All right, conversation of the day. You could go a million different ways here. Jackson Hole, I don't know why our next guest isn't in Jackson Hole. I'm sure she's got the boots. I'm sure she's got the hat and all that kind of cool stuff. Danielle DiMartino Booth, CEO, Chief Strategist at QI Research, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Danielle, first, let's just go to the boring stuff first. Minutes today. Anything from the Fed that we don't already know?
I don't think that there'll be any kind of look forward to subsequent data releases that we've seen, which they have in the past put in minutes, even though you would think minutes would be stuck in time. I will be interested to see, how many, several, most, a majority of FOMC committee members were concerned about inflation going into this meeting, and how many were concerned about a weakening jobs market backdrop, because you'll want to start to see the balance. It was widely broadcast that Bowman and Waller were going to be dissenting prior to the meetings. That was kind of a nothing burger for market participants. They saw that coming, and yet the language of the FOMC statement was softened. So for whom was it softened? Mm-hmm. Were there other potential dissents? And you can go on and on with the game theory here. What happens if Moran gets an expeditious confirmation in the Senate? Will there be sufficient numbers of doves, depending on how non-farm payrolls hit on September the 5th, to potentially have a majority dissent on September the 17th, calling for an extra large rate cut? We don't know, but we do know that that statement was not changed because of Bowman or Waller. Somebody else there was very uncomfortable with not beginning to ease again in July.
Yeah, first time we had dissenters in 30 years.
A double, yes.
Right, yeah.
Right.
So do you think we're going to hear from Powell? Will he sound more Volcker-esque or more Greenspan-y when he speaks on Friday?
You're speaking Danielle's language.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to say. He'll want to wax Volcker, but I don't think he wants to upset markets that much. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're going to necessarily see Dirty Harry Powell at the podium, who we did see a few years ago at Jackson Hole. He got up and it was like 8.5 minutes and goodbye. But I know that he needs to introduce some kind of nuance, some kind of placating for other members on the committee pending this big payrolls report. And I think everything hinges on it, and therein lies the irony, because we don't know if market participants are going to take the data at face value when it's reported.
Well, after that huge revision.
Well, after the huge revision, and we've also had a change in terms of who's the commissioner now running the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Are market participants going to say, gee, it was biased one way in one direction, now it's maybe biased in a different direction? And could President Trump and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent shoot themselves in the foot if they insist on a really strong payrolls report that puts all the doves on the sideline saying, we're good with 25 basis points?
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of inflation data last week, Danielle, and a lot of people are I think a lot of market participants are just trying to figure out where in the economy is this tariff-induced inflation. Maybe there isn't any. I have no idea.
Good question.
But we didn't see it really
because
at the
it's
consumer.
really not popping up in a material way yet.
I know. We saw the PPI came in hotter. So how do you think about it?
It's not popping up yet for the consumer. I think we've seen tones of that in what Target has reported to date. It's very difficult to pass along any kind of price increases. Some of the biggest price increases we're seeing due to tariffs are in furniture and recreational vehicles, two areas of consumer spending that are on their knees. So good luck passing those through, even though if you're a producer, you must shoulder those higher input costs. So it becomes more of a margin squeeze story at this juncture. One of the biggest drivers of the PPI coming in hotter than what was expected were portfolio management fees, which are just a reflection of assets under management in the stock market, which just means stocks go up, the PPI go up. That feeds into the PCE, which is on everybody's radar, of course.
So what you're saying is a lot of these companies are indeed doing what the president wanted them to do, which is eat the tariffs.
Well, I certainly don't think he would use those words.
Well, the other countries are paying the tariffs.
And there's something to be said for the fact that none of this is decided by the courts yet. Companies are really pushing back, and listening to the legal experts, there's no guarantee that corporate America does not prevail in reversing these tariffs.
How do you think the consumer's doing out there, Danielle?
I don't think the consumer's doing all that well. I mean, we really are seeing a big ramping up in delinquencies, in bankruptcy filings, and it's accelerating as the year goes on. We're seeing, delinquencies and distress go up the income chain, up the income ladder, as student loan repayments begin to filter through to some of the higher income earners in the country. So I think the consumer's in a very tenuous place when, as your last guest was talking about artificial intelligence, AI data center, when AI spending is a greater contributor to the economy than consumption, when GDP 70% consumption, you say, whoa, wait a minute, the consumer's really struggling here.
Yeah, and the consumer's been the pillar of this economy for so long.
Absolutely.
Are we sort of not paying enough attention to that rise in those delinquency rates, do you think?
I don't think we are. I don't think we're paying enough attention to the millions upon millions of gig workers out there who are struggling to get by, to record numbers of multiple job holders, to record levels of multi-generational household formation, to the highest percentage of young adults living with their parents since the Great Depression. This is all documented data, but it's also a sign of underlying household distress, not being able to make ends meet unless you take extraordinary measures, and I don't think we're paying close enough attention to that.
And thanks to Danielle, she turned me on to this bankruptcy dashboard, BCY Go.
BCY Go.
It's a good way to kind of track it. All right, Danielle, you're based in Dallas, Texas. I like to ask you periodically, things still ripping down in Dallas, Texas, economy-wise?
Well, Y'all Street seems to be proceeding as expected, so Dallas is very excited about that. That being said, our home sales are on their knees, home prices are falling. It's very much a bifurcated economy. Austin's reeling.
Yeah.
Is that just the hangover from the last 3, 4, 5 years?
To a certain degree, but again, Dallas is very much a microcosm of the K-shaped economy that we've seen in the United States, and there are a lot of struggling families, which is why we're seeing, again, home prices fall throughout the Metroplex.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it seems like every company I know is moving to Dallas or somewhere in Texas.
Wait, before we let you go, if you were a betting woman, what happens at the September meeting? Do we get the cut and by how big?
I think we for sure get 25 basis points. I have no idea what Antoni's going to pull out of his hat for non-farm payrolls. I couldn't guess that in a million years.
Right.
But if it's a continuation of weak payrolls data, I think we do see 50 basis points.
All right, Danielle DiMartino-Booth, CEO and Chief Strategist, QI Research. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of her time. She was on the Fed down in Dallas, so she knows of what she speaks. A lot more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. And we are being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The major averagers mixed to lower. The tech sell-off, that continues with the NASDAQ Composite Index down 1%, a slide of 224 points after yesterday's decline of just about 1.5%. S&P 500, 32 points lower. That's down 0.5%. And right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average getting a lift from travelers up just 2 points right now. Again, after that tech sell-off yesterday, shares of NVIDIA, they are lower again today, down 1.7%. The Mag 7 Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, that is down 1.5%. And then you have Target shares. They are slumping, down 7.8%. Wall Street was hoping for an outsider to take over the company leadership. Instead, they got the current chief operating officer. Target, by the way, also maintained its full-year guidance. Lowe's reporting second quarter adjusted earnings per share above what analysts expected. They're also buying foundation building materials. The price tag there, $8.8 billion in cash. They're trying to serve more of the professional customers. And Brian Nick, meantime, at New Edge Wealth, says he sees some early warning signs in the U.S. economy.
I'm concerned that we have 4 rate cuts baked in for the next year, and long-term interest rates really haven't come down much at all, and mortgage rates haven't started to come down. We're seeing people start to pull homes that they've listed off of the market in an increasing way, and that's not a healthy sign for the housing market.
Well, speaking of the housing market, Danielle also mentioned it. A look at James Hardie shares. They are down right now close to 35% after the building materials maker, they reported net sales that missed analyst expectations. Now, the company also warned of weak demand for new construction in the housing industry in North America. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alexis and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alexis Christophorous, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Lots of retailers reporting earnings over these days, as John Tucker's been reporting. TJ Maxx, TJX, owner of TJ Maxx, raised its full-year guidance earnings per share outlook after better-than-expected results, citing shoppers turning to discounters due to economic uncertainty. I look at the stock. It's up 3.3% today. It's up 15% year-to-date, 52-week high. Seems like all is good at TJX. Let's break it down with Mary Ross Gilbert. She's a senior equity analyst. She covers the retail space for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's based out there in our Los Angeles bureau. Mary, it looks like TJX is doing pretty well here. What did you hear from the company?
Yes, Paul, you're absolutely right. TJX is hitting it out of the park. This is a company that just executes seamlessly and consistently, something in retail that's very, very difficult to do. They saw strength across all categories, across all income groups, all age groups, and they know how to get the merchandise right by store, by region. So they have a terrific planning and allocation. They sort of emphasize that. And another key point, because they raised their guidance not only for sales, but also on the margin side, and there was such a huge fear with tariffs, they only source probably less than 10% of their sales come from, or their merchandise is something they directly source. They were able to buy better, which means they got better deals. That means there's so much availability out there, and it's something we've observed in our channel checks. And when you look at the shopping hauls on television and on YouTube, and you see the incredible brands that are available, and they really are across good, better, and best. So you can get anything from Puma, Adidas, Nike, all the way up to Yves Saint Laurent and Gucci. So it's, and TJX really, really wins across all that. So strength across, you know, all their channels and internationally. I mean, Canada was up 9% in comp sales.
I want to ask you about a possible headwind, though, because it seems like they're firing on all cylinders. But I know that TJX mentioned in the past about a key demographic, the Hispanic customer, they were concerned that maybe immigration policy was going to keep them home or not spend as much. Did they mention anything about that on the earnings call?
Yeah, well, the earnings call wasn't quite finished when, I came in here, so I missed the point that it was a question that was brought up. I didn't see it. I don't think they saw any weakness as a result of that. I know it's been a big concern, not only for TJX, as you brought up, Alexei, but also for Ross and for Burlington, and probably even more so for Burlington because they really skew to a lower income consumer, and they're due to report next week, and so we should learn more on that.
Mary, I always think the job of a retail analyst like you is really tough because not only do you have to do the regular stuff as an analyst, like get the earnings estimates kind of right and all the financial analysis, but you kind of have to have an opinion on like who's good at picking out the right fashion to even put in the store in the first place. What is TJX doing so well, do you think?
Well, they have the most amazing buying team, and so they have sort of like a buying academy where they teach their buyers, they have to go through, I think it's like 3 years, maybe even up to 7 years of work that they do with these buyers. So the pricing that they work on and the product that they're buying is really something that is steeped in experience, history. They also invest in systems, so that means technology, logistics, to make sure that they can get this all right. Because you can imagine that if they're shipping multiple merchandise, you got to have fresh drops because these customers will shop multiple times a week because it's that freshness that brings them in. So yes, TJX is the leader. They're the largest in the world. I mean, they'll probably hit $60 billion in revenues this year, up from $56 billion last year. And they keep increasing the number of potential store openings they see. Previously, they said, we think we have another 1,200 stores to open. Now they're saying it's another 1,800 stores to open around the country, around the globe, in their existing markets. So yes, this company really has the expertise in doing it right.
Is there a digital strategy here? Because I remember, I'm sure you do too, Mary, when you would go online to try to find out what TJ Maxx had, and there was nothing there because you always had to go in the store to find out what they had. I think they had to step up their game, right, because of Amazon and others online. But what is the digital strategy, if anything, at TJ Maxx and TJX?
Alexa, that's a good question. So actually, TJX has a digital strategy. It's across all their brands except for home goods. And so it's about, I think it's just under 5% of sales, so it's very small. But they also saw strength in this quarter on their e-com business. So they do have an e-com business. You can go on it, and you can shop anything you want on there. Now, you can't say that you want to shop by brand, but you can select, let's say that you want to just buy the ultra luxe, merchandise that they have there, and you'll see Christian Dior sunglasses. You'll see, like I mentioned, on the handbag size, Balenciaga. So you will be able to find what you want on the high end, also on the low end, but you'll have to do it by price points, by sorting that way, because they're not allowed to necessarily have that ability to sort by brands. So you will see they have a robust online business, and it's around the globe. Now, the key is that they're a key differentiator in that regard. Remember that it's still very small and that the vast majority of their sales, more like 96% or so, are being generated in store. But nobody else in off-price, other than the Rack, the Nordstrom Rack, has e-commerce capabilities. All the rest, it's strictly a bricks and mortar model.
Mary, thanks so much for joining us. As always, appreciate your thoughts. Mary Ross Gilbert, Senior Equity Analyst covering the retail. She's one of the best out there, folks, so we appreciate getting a few minutes of her time. She's out there in our Los Angeles bureau. And Alexis, you probably don't know this. Every office of Bloomberg is spectacular. One's better than the next, and I've been to many of them all around the world. I get to the LA office, I'm like, I was really surprised. I was kind of lame. Come back 6 months later, they moved to this spectacular office, Century City, like best part of town, overlooking the golf course. They fixed it. It was awesome.
Got to find a reason to get there and check it out.
Exactly. And whoever does the offices for Bloomberg just knocks it out of the park. Every office all around the world, one's better than the next. Go figure it out. going to have more coming up this evening.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Paul Sweeney here in studio with Alexis Christophers. We are in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well, so check that out. You know what? The big take story, you know we love the big take stories. Every day Bloomberg News comes out with these deeply reported, deeply sourced stories, and a lot of times they have these really cool, fun graphics that make it interesting for simple people like me. This is a story I like here today. It's about the true cost of firing a CEO. As a shareholder, I don't really care if you got to pay this guy a couple $100 million in stock to make him whole, to come over, to the old person, you got to make them whole. That's just pocket change to me. But some people do get concerned about it, and they say, hey, this is getting out of hand here, and that's the subject of this big story here, the big take story. Matthew Boyle, senior management reporter for Bloomberg News, joins us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. The true cost of firing a CEO. Talk to us about what happened at Starbucks.
Yeah, so Starbucks kind of the poster child here because we focused on 2024 where there was a record number of ousters. And these are CEOs who are, abruptly asked to leave. This is not just the ones who ride off into the sunset. But at Starbucks, you had a CEO who was only there 17 months and replaced by basically a rock star CEO in the form of Brian Niccol, who came over from Chipotle. So they had to make him whole to the tune of $90 million. Nice. Sign on bonuses and make whole payments to account for what he was giving up at Chipotle. But the outgoing CEO, Laxman, still got a very generous severance because he had a lot of performance targets that he still hasn't, we don't even know the value of them. So there's, a lot of that is estimated, but it's well over $20 million. And then you have, the new CEO brings in a new CFO. So that person needs a sign-on bonus. And, if you hire a rock star CFO in the form of Kathy Smith, which she is, that's over $11 million. So adding all that up, all those packages, it's very convoluted, but I had Farian advisors help walk me through it. They're a compensation consultant, very smart people. And then you've got all the advisors and lawyers and, search firms and the like. And so we came up with a number of $130 million.
What? To oust the CEO?
Yeah.
What about all the cost you can't quantify, like morale, right? Employee morale and productivity, turnover, things like that.
It's a great point. Those are so hard to quantify, but we know they're there. Last year, I did a story on the true cost of a layoff. And there we know there's a hit to productivity. There's a hit to morale. There's an increase in turnover. You're going to have more people walking out the door because they're worried. Maybe not in the case of Starbucks where you had this savior CEO come in and everyone said, okay, things will improve. But sometimes the new CEO comes in, people get really worried about their jobs, especially those who report to the new CEO who may have been loyal to the old guy or the old gal and then kind of worried so you need to give them bonuses to keep them around. Those retention bonuses can be in the millions as well. So a lot of it adds up and it's never really been sort of tallied up together. So that's what I hope to do with this story.
And you have a great chart in here. It just kind of shows that CEO ousters are on the rise. And there was a little bit of a lull during the pandemic, it seemed like. People were just kind of battening down the hatches, I guess. But now pace has picked up. What does that tell you?
I mean, it tells me that whether it's, the new era of AI or, geopolitical uncertainty, or just the fact that, boards are maybe losing patience with CEOs at an increasing clip. And this is actually on the rise also in this year. We wanted to get the 2025 figures, and we determined that the pace of ousters is actually increased. 42% of Russell 3000 CEOs who have departed this year have been ousted, according to our friends at Exit Change who do this analysis, and that's compared to only about 1/3 in normal times.
I'm curious if there's a trend as to why these CEOs are being fired. Right? There's a myriad of reasons, but as you said in your story, it is on the rise. Was there a trend or a theme there?
I mean, a common theme, of course, is just underperformance. Sometimes you will have an activist investor, though, agitating for change. Sometimes you will have a very involved founder figure, like you had at the case of Starbucks with Howard Schultz. But yeah, I mean, look at it across the board. It just really does seem to be that boards are more willing to pull the trigger now. And so, as you said, though, there was a lull during COVID when it was just like, okay, let's just batten down the hatches and just get through the pandemic. Now they are way more willing to just pull the trigger.
So what's the role of the board in these things? Because at the end of the day, that's kind of their job, right?
Yeah, it is their job. They have nominating committees, on the board. It is their job to find the new CEO. They bring in advisors, of course, and they're doing this not just when the CEO is fired or abruptly terminated. They are doing what they call succession work and advisory work.
You always have to be planning,
exactly.
Right?
You always got to be planning. Who's on our bench? But when you have an entrenched CEO, guess what? A lot of the good people are going to skedaddle. They're like, no, I want to be CEO. I'm never going to get this guy's job, so I'm out of here. So you end up having a very thin bench. And that seemed to be the case at Nike, for example. Nike had lost a lot of senior people. Then they fire the CEO, and it's like, what do you do? So they had to kind of go back to old Nike, bring a guy back who had already left. So the board, though, needs to have a better, firmer hand on sort of the rudder here. And a lot of times you have boards where some of the members are checked out and just doing it for the paycheck.
Yep. All right. It's a great story. Big take story, folks. Matthew Boyle, senior management reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our studio. You can read more of this story on the Bloomberg and at bloomberg.com/bigtake. Really good story, some big numbers, and some pushback maybe from some shareholders. Alexis, thanks so much for joining us today. Appreciate it.
It's a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Glad to be here.
What a pro. All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio and Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. S&P 500 down 45.7%. The NASDAQ down 290 points. It's 1.3%. We're going to have more coming up right now. This is Bloomberg.
was a lot of fun. Thank you. Good stuff. Great story. Yeah. You're for a good talker.
This is CBS News on the Hour.
Appreciate it.
Sponsored by
We're doing it again next week.
I'm Steve Kathan. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency as Hurricane Aaron spins off the coast, kicking up the surf.
We are anticipating coastal flooding from massive waves, tropical storm force winds, and tidal and storm surge for much of the state shoreline.
There are beach closures on up to New England. KYW Radio's Tim Jimenez reports from the Jersey Shore.
The swimming prohibited signs are up at the beach entrances here in Ocean City, so beachgoers could only get their feet wet as lifeguards looked on. Tess from Fort Myers, Florida said the huge crashing waves are not to be messed with.
It's impressive, but it also makes you respect it. You're not going to be able to fight the sea at all.
8-year-old Isla was thankful that she got to go in the water earlier in the week, but admitted it was a challenge.
It was a little cold, and the waves were so big that sometimes I had to swim back.
The Justice Department intends to investigate crime stats in D.C. that showed violent crime dropping before the federal takeover last week. Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina wonders how far the Trump administration will go.
Where do we go from here? Do we go to Gary, Indiana, Detroit?
In Texas, Republican lawmakers will look to pass new congressional maps today that President Trump has pushed for. CBS News political director Finn Gomez.
Once the maps are passed, legal challenges from Democrats are expected to be filed, likely arguing violations of minority voting rights and other state constitutional concerns. Lawyers and advocacy groups are preparing lawsuits and gearing up for a fight. And Democratic-led states such as California are pursuing retaliatory redistricting plans aimed at neutralizing these Republican gains.
Also in Texas, a ruling delays enforcement of a law that calls for the 10 Commandments to be posted in every public school classroom.
U.S. District Judge Fred Beery issued the preliminary injunction just before the law was set to take effect September 1st. A lawsuit had argued that the law violated the First Amendment, prohibiting the government from establishing or endorsing a religion. Judge Beery stated that the display would likely pressure students into religious observance. Russell Scott for CBS News, Dallas.
CBS's Nancy Cordes has the latest on efforts to arrange talks between the presidents of Russia and Ukraine.
The goal is to have these talks take place within the next 2 weeks. Now, that's incredibly ambitious. These two men not met face-to-face since 2019, 2 years before Putin invaded Zelensky's country. And the Russians this morning still aren't confirming that this meeting is actually going to take place.
Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 67 points. This is CBS News. The Air Guitar World Championships got underway today in Finland.
The best air shredders from around the globe compete for the title. Contestants wear wild costumes while rocking out with their imaginary guitars. They get judged on their technical merit, stage presence, and airness. Last year's winner?
From Canada,
jammed out to Nickelback's Photograph to win the grand prize, a custom-made Flying Finn guitar. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Last month when Coldplay focused a camera on two people at a Massachusetts concert, we all know what happened.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Coldplay singer Chris Martin defended doing it the other night at a concert in England. He said the band's going to keep doing it, and he says, don't call it a kiss cam. He prefers Jumbotron. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The White House calls on a top Federal Reserve official to resign, ramping up its pressure campaign on the central bank. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the fastest show in politics. This is Balance of Power. I'm Tyler Kendall here in Washington alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Joe Matthew is off, and President Trump is targeting Fed Governor Lisa Cook after a staunch ally called for an investigation over a pair of mortgages Cook signed. Bloomberg's very own Josh Wingrove will be here. He broke the story on the administration's latest push to increase legal scrutiny on the Fed. And Bloomberg's Michael McKee will give us the context that we need about this story, including whether or not we expect it to lead to any changes. Then later, Cliff Young of Ipsos will be here with some new polling out just for us. We'll dig into the numbers, which Michael Shepard shows that economic uncertainty actually might be reducing among Americans, but the picture's not all totally bright.
The picture is not totally bright, certainly not for the president, because we are seeing his numbers underwater in a few key areas, especially the cost of living. And we'll have a chance to talk to Cliff about that. And we're seeing some of that malaise and unease also extend to the markets, where we're seeing another day of losses, especially in tech. And with that, we'd like to bring in Charlie Pellet, the voice of Bloomberg Radio and the New York City subway system, to get us through the numbers.
Hi, thank you very much, Michael Shepard. Tyler Kendall, here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all retreating. Tech mega caps leading the way lower. This sell-off now dragging into a fourth day. So here's where we stand. Got to begin with tech names. Right now, the NASDAQ 100 index down 1.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.2%. NASDAQ is now lower by 254 points. S&P down 41, drop there of 0.6%, while the Dow lower by 0.2%. So a rout in tech stocks pushing indexes toward their fourth straight day of declines as investors question sky-high valuations. The 10-year at 4.27%, with the 2-year right now 3.71%. Gold is up $26 the ounce, up 0.8%, 33.42. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 63.43 a barrel. And Bitcoin, the slump there continues at $113,300. Bitcoin right now down by 0.2%. Indeed, a warning this morning about stock market valuations from Howard Marks, the co-chairman and co-founder of Oak Tree Capital Management, who was interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance.
It does seem that stocks are expensive relative to what I call fundamentals, or you might call reality. And, the outstanding reason, I think, is that, there hasn't been a serious market correction in 16 years. So people get out of the habit of thinking about market corrections.
Howard Marks of Oak Tree, and you can watch the full conversation on YouTube on the Bloomberg podcast channel. Stocks lower after earnings. Target now down by 7.6%. Also reporting this morning, TJX. Right now, we've got TJX up 3.1%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Michael Shepard.
All right, Charlie Pellet in World Headquarters for us. Thank you so much. As Charlie mentioned, I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington, and we are closely tracking one of our top stories today, which is that President Trump is now calling for Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign. He posted on Truth Social earlier today saying Cook must resign now. 3 exclamation points following it. If you're watching us on YouTube, the post is up showing President Trump's Truth Social post that came out this morning after the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, urged the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to investigate Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud. Important to note, no charges have been filed, and it is unclear if there will actually be an investigation. But Pulte's name might sound familiar because he's been one of the loudest critics when it comes to the central bank, including the man who leads it right now, and that's Jerome Powell. For the latest on this story, we're going to bring you the reporter who broke it, and that is Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove, who helps lead our White House coverage here at Bloomberg. So, Josh, just bring us up to speed on these allegations that President Trump has now elevated. What do we actually know here?
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and there is a lot that we don't know. So, good place to start with what we do. So, the allegations laid out in the referral letter from Bill Pulte to the Attorney General, as well as Ed Martin, a DOJ official who leads sort of a weaponization task force that is anti-weaponization, we should know, given the context of the what's going on, is that she took 2 mortgages out in 2021, one on a property in Michigan, and then 2 weeks later, another on a property in Georgia. And that in both cases, there was a provision in the mortgage that said she had to maintain that property as her principal residence within 60 days and for at least a year. Now, of course, given that the purchases were only a couple weeks apart, it'd be difficult to maintain both as your primary residence in 2 separate states. This was before she was named to the Fed in 2022. But the allegation here is that sometimes people do this, generally speaking, because you get a lower mortgage rate for the principal occupant residence than you would for, say, an investment property or building you're not living in. And so right now it's not clear necessarily. I should note there's a line in these documents that say you can notify your lender if you've done that. We've not heard from Lisa Cook yet. That's one of the big unknowns. It's not clear yet whether she did notify the Michigan lender or the Georgia lender about a change in circumstance. There is a third leg of this stool in the complaint as well, or the referral, which is that there's an apparent rental listing for the Georgia property. Again, rentals are treated also differently than if it's your primary residence. So there's some moving parts here, but fundamentally, Pulte is accusing her of potential fraud or mortgage fraud by presenting herself as living in these buildings when not actually having them as her primary residence. Of course, she was in Washington, certainly from 2022 onward. And so that's the allegation right now. The Fed has declined comment. DOJ has confirmed receipt, but declined comment. Lisa Cook has not said anything about it. Her current term, remember, she was nominated and then renominated to a full term, goes into 2038. So she's got quite a lot of runway left here. Now calls for her to resign, as well as Bill Pulte floating the notion that President Trump should consider firing her. Totally unclear, way too premature to say, A, whether the evidence would support that, or B, whether legally he'd have the power to.
Josh, let's turn to Bill Pulte and his role in this. Tyler brought up him in the context of his complaints about Jay Powell and what the administration views as a slow pace in cutting interest rates. How does this fit in, and what is this beyond the scope of his role as head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency?
This is certainly unusual for the Fed, for the FHFA director to be the chief attack dog, essentially. He's Powell's antagonist in chief within Trump land. He's been just going at him over and over and over, and Donald Trump hasn't seemed to have minded that. And now, one of the questions we have right now is, how did FHFA get their hands on Lisa Cook's mortgage documents? Why are they digging into that?
Is it public information?
Well, they're public documents, but I mean, is that the job of the FHFA director or the FHFA staff to, dig through the personal finances of the Fed board? It's unclear right now whether that's what's doing them or whether they had a whistleblower. Who knows? We just don't know right now. But right now, Pulte is certainly one of, if not the chief Powell antagonist, has consistently floated things like he hears Powell is about to resign or is under pressure to resign. And so this should certainly be viewed in part and parcel of 2 ongoing fights Trump has. One with the Fed, including with Pulte, pressuring Trump to lower rates and just broadly sort of rattling the Fed and certainly doing away with what were previously understood limits on, what the government can say or do about the Fed. The second is they've been going after Dem figures and Dem appointees over mortgage fraud specifically. This is sort of a thin edge of the wedge that they think that they can, get leverage on, and in some case prove wrongdoing potentially. We've seen it with Tish James, of course, a big Trump foe. We've seen it with Adam Schiff, a big Trump foe, and now that is sort of metastasized over to the Fed as well with Lisa Cook, who of course is a Democratic appointee, but not a Democrat official in the way that Schiff and James are.
Josh Wingrove, thank you for joining us, and thank you for all your great reporting. We'd like to now turn to our colleague Michael McKee, the senior international economics correspondent, who is in Jackson Hole now, awaiting the start of the closely watched Federal Reserve gathering out there. Mike, this is certainly casting a different feel and different vibe around the meeting. Will we expect the Fed at some point to address these complaints and allegations. So far, they have declined to comment. And also, Mike, are we expected to see Lisa Cook out there in Wyoming?
Well, guidance from the Fed was that Lisa Cook, like the rest of the board, would be attending. This is, of course, Jay Powell's last symposium as the head of the Federal Reserve Board. And so they were going to come and probably pay tribute to him. We don't know if she still intends to come, but everybody's keeping an eye out for her. And it does cast a bit of a pall over this, but whether the Fed will comment or not isn't clear, because these are just allegations. There is nothing proven, as Josh was pointing out, and this is a somewhat political effort by the administration. So the Fed may not have much to say about this at this point, because I think one of the things the administration wants to do is make this a story, and the Fed is not going to want to contribute to that.
Mike McKee in a windy Teton Village, Wyoming, flanked by the beautiful Teton mountain range. Mike, just very quickly, there's a very high legal bar here. If there were going to be any sort of effort to remove Lisa Cook, can you talk to us about the legal questions surrounding President Trump pressuring a Fed governor to resign?
Well, the Federal Reserve Act says that governors can only be fired for cause, and the Supreme Court a couple of months ago basically said the way the Fed is set up means that the president can't just fire them, even though other members of the administration have been fired, and they had for-cause clauses. Now, whether he would fire Lisa Cook or not is an interesting question, because, as we know, Trump's relationship to the law is a little loose, and it might be a question of a target of opportunity where he could try to fire her, and if he loses in court, so what? But the ultra conspiracy, Tyler, is this. All of the Fed bank presidents get their contracts renewed by the board in February. And if Trump were to get 4 members of the 7-member board, they could, in theory, decline to renew any of those contracts, and the president could try to influence the selection of the rest of the Federal Reserve. Now, that's pretty far out there, not likely to happen. I don't think Chris Waller would go along. But if you want a tinfoil hat theory attached to this, that could be it.
All right, a conspiracy theory to watch out for from our Bloomberg's Michael McKee, Senior International and Economics Policy Correspondent, out in Jackson Hole for us. We thank you so much. This is going to be a story that we're going to be covering closely over the next 2 hours here on Balance of Power. But make sure to stick with us, because coming up we have a really interesting conversation, some pretty unique polling out from Ipsos, new numbers about President Trump's approval ratings, and how all of these policies are playing with the American people. I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington, D.C. This is Balance Power. Make sure to keep it here. We'll be right back. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at the fourth day of declines for the U.S. stock market. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the red right now. A 27-point drop on the S&P 500 index. Now it's 63.83, down 0.4%. The Dow Industrials down 6. We'll call that flat on the day, but NASDAQ is perhaps where the real damage is being done today. Tech mega caps leading stocks lower. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.8%, down 193 on the 100 index. The composite index, NASDAQ composite, down 197 now, a drop there of 0.9%. Our Mag 7 index trading lower by 1.4% right now. Among some of those names, Microsoft down 0.7%. We also have the stock market, the 10-year at 4.27%, with a 2-year right now 3.71%. Gold up $28 the ounce, 33.44. That's a gain of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude now up by 1.4%, 63.22 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 0.4%, 113,973 on Bitcoin. Microsoft has curtailed Chinese companies' access to advanced notifications about cybersecurity vulnerabilities in its technology after investigating whether a leak led to a series of hacks exploiting flaws in its SharePoint software. Microsoft again trading lower by 0.7%. Again, recapping here, the Mag 7 index down 1.4%. Tech leading us lower. S&P down for a fourth day, down 28 now, down 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, Michael Shepard and Tyler Kendall.
All right, Charlie Pellet from World Headquarters for us in New York. Thanks so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power, today's Wednesday edition. I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Michael Shepard in Washington, and we are getting new polling as we close out the summer months here in the nation's capital around the administration's policies. And of course, one of the big focuses that we always have our eyes on here at Bloomberg has to do with the economic outlook and how Americans are feeling about the country's economy and economic health. And an indicator that we watch closely around the idea of economic uncertainty might have actually waned recently after some record peaks. And we're going to dig into all of this data here because we are lucky to be joined here on set by Cliff Young, Ipsos U.S. Public Affairs President and professor at Texas A&M University's Bush School of Government and Public. Cliff, can you tell us a little bit more about this trend that we're seeing, or is it even a trend when it comes to economic uncertainty? Because that seems to really have been a defining factor this year when we have looked at all of the administration's policies, from tariffs to taxes.
It's been uncertainty this year for Americans in general. Lots of friction because the Trump administration has really pushed the envelope, really thwarted convention. There's that feel out there that things are just being tweaked and moved and changed, and humans are uncomfortable with that. Donald Trump and his administration stepped off the gas when it came to tariffs in the spring, and what did we see since then? His numbers came up. Relative optimism coming up a bit, the overall uncertainty index going down. But this is the lull before the storm, ultimately, because there are other indicators showing that Americans are uneasy about the future.
Cliff, I wanted to dig into the numbers a little bit more because when you look more closely, you do see a disconnect politically over the costs and benefits of tariffs. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's like two sides of the same coin, but two different worlds, right? So on the one hand, Americans, red, blue, purple, are worried about tariffs. They see tariffs as inflationary, and they have since the get-go. Since the beginning of the year, we've tracked this, and it's very clear. On the flip side, they do see the benefits as well. They do see, at least in part, how tariffs might bring back jobs to America, might bring back industry. The only caveat there is there's been attenuation in that belief since early spring. especially among independents. There's a lot more trepidation and unease, as I said, especially among independents when it comes to long-term benefits with respect to tariffs.
We know that one of the top issues that helped elect President Trump, of course, was the economy. It is something that we repeatedly saw him during the campaign trail poll really well on. So as we were talking about how Americans have been digesting his economic policies, can you talk to us at the moment where President Trump, his policies, this White House's approval rating is standing right now?
Yeah. He's in a relatively good place when it comes to his approval numbers. Depending on the poll, let's just take the average of all the polls out there, not just Ipsos, but all the polls, all the polling firms. It's around 44%. That's a good place. Ultimately, he's better than he was in 2017. He would be able to be reelected with a better than 50-50 chance if he were to run again. We're talking theoretically. He's in a good place when it comes to the numbers. The decline in his numbers since January, that is, since the honeymoon, has only been about 6 points. That's basically the average. So overall, today, he's in a relatively good place. He's improved, as I said before, since the early spring, where ultimately he stepped off the gas when it came to tariffs. But other indicators are I would say, showing negative signals for the future. He doesn't poll well on the economy. He doesn't poll well on cost of living. As I said before, Americans are worried about tariffs. They see them as inflationary.
Let's talk a little bit more about that cost of living question. Do we see it trending more negatively as the tariffs really start to take that bite out of consumers' pocketbooks?
We have bizarre trends. We have, in some ways, seemingly contradictory trends. So on the one hand, inflation concretely in the real economy is improving, or at least has so up to now. Trump won on inflation, but he rode that wave. He surfed that wave. But things have improved, and Americans recognize that in the short term today. But on the flip side, worries about the future have only increased. 60% of Americans today believe that the prices have increased, and that's because of tariffs.
I want to highlight some of these specific numbers. We just had them up on screen if you're following us on YouTube when it comes to President Trump's approval or disapproval, rather, when it comes to handling some of these key issues. And it says he's down 12% on U.S. foreign policy. We have been talking a whole lot this week when it comes to Ukraine, the future of the conflict there, how President Trump has been navigating it, convening what really felt like a G7 summit earlier this week, rather impromptu at the White House. How are we seeing foreign policy play into these dynamics as this issue really does dominate the headlines this week?
He doesn't really get any points for it. Americans are really worried about domestic issues, whether it's about inflation or jobs or political extremism, immigration, as some of those key issues. They're worried about those more bread and butter, those more domestic American issues. And more generally speaking, we live today in America that's not in favor of muscular foreign policy. That's across the board. That's whether you're red, blue, purple, you're old or you're young, but especially among the young, they don't like it. And we're seeing that in the numbers. In other words, Americans would prefer not to be exposed to conflicts abroad. They'd rather concentrate on the home front. And there's only tepid support, even in the most extreme situations, tepid support for foreign involvement today.
Cliff Young with Ipsos, we thank you for your time and your insights, and we look forward to having you back as we learn more about tariffs and the impact on the economy. Thank you. We're joined now by Christine Aquino, the managing editor for Top Markets Live in New York. She'll be joining us now to talk about what we're seeing, another day of losses on Wall Street. Christine, thank you. Tell us what you are seeing in the numbers there and what is fueling this downdraft. It seems to be heavy in the tech area, but what's behind it?
Absolutely, Mike. And, I think really what we're seeing here is a bit of a pivot from the very strong rally that we've seen ever since the lows in the stock market in April, right? And that has been really unstoppable. So some corners of the market just thinking, oh, maybe it's time for a breather. We did get tech earnings that have mostly exceeded expectations, but they were were very low expectations. And, there are some jitters ahead of NVIDIA earnings, which is going to be next week. That really is the big one for markets. A lot of that has turned into such a big macro story that's driving a lot of the market moves that we're seeing right now. So perhaps an excuse for investors to take some money off the table today. But at the same time, there are longer-term questions over the viability of tech and the viability of the AI trade, especially because we did just get a recent MIT paper discussing or questioning how much value does AI really add to workflows and businesses, and that's putting a little bit of a damper on the rally that we've seen today as well.
Another big factor that we're following here closely, of course, has to do with President Trump's attacks when it comes to the central bank, calling today for Fed Governor Lisa Cook to resign. How are we seeing that materialize in the market reaction?
Well, Tyler, the immediate reaction, of course, is a weaker dollar as well as lower Treasury yields. The weaker dollar perhaps explained by expectations that this move once again ramps up the possibility that we're going to get Fed rate cuts down in the horizon. And meanwhile, lower bond yields, again, attesting to the fact that whenever there's any sort of questions over Fed credibility or concerns that the Fed is facing undue pressure from the government, the tendency for investors is to flock to safe havens, and Treasuries is one of them. And we are definitely seeing that today. And of course, this sets the stage very much for the Jackson Hole Symposium toward this weekend, when there's already a lot of questions over what will come from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. This is going to be his last Jackson Hole. Is he going to push back against pressure for lower rates? And, what we're seeing today in terms of the Fed news flow, really just adding to those jitters and pushing that safe haven flow into Treasuries at the moment.
Christine, I wanted to dial back into the tech angle just a moment here. Tell us about what we have to expect next week with NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. We've seen their shares really slide over the past several days. What are we to look for, and what is the concern over the next quarter and through the end of the year when it comes to AI and the AI boom?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I mean, look, like NVIDIA earnings, very much still lofty expectations there. As of last reading, analysts were expecting an earnings growth of 44% and a 53% surge in their revenue to about $45 billion. Now, these are very, very high expectations. And the trend that we've seen with NVIDIA so far in their last few earnings reports is that they have beaten those expectations or at least met them. But then I think the concern is that we are increasingly getting into a market where just beating expectations to a reasonable degree is not enough. You have to beat expectations by so much to keep that momentum going. And that is the concern, essentially, is that, how much more momentum does NVIDIA really have in terms of beating those expectations and ultimately in its share price? And, what happens to NVIDIA is essentially what happens to the stock market, because it has such a huge grip on everything else that's happening that any small move in NVIDIA could create giant waves for the rest of the S&P 500.
All right. Fantastic analysis from Christine Aquino, our Bloomberg Markets Live managing editor. We thank you so much for being here and for that important update, as we are always watching the markets here on Bloomberg. And make sure to stick with us, because we have some great stories up ahead here, including a report that says Elon Musk, remember him? We used to talk about this all the time. He might be cooling on a new party idea, potentially backing J.D. Vance, according to a Wall Street Journal report. We'll dig into all of that with our political panel. That's up next. Be sure to stick it here on Bloomberg. This is Balance Power. I'm Tyler Kendall, alongside Mike Shepard. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
6:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Tech mega caps leading stocks lower. The sell-off dragging into a fourth day. The S&P right now down 27, drop there of 0.4%. The S&P retreating further from a record. Now it's 63.83. Dow Industrials down another 18, under 0.1%. NASDAQ down 198, drop there of 0.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index is declining by 1.4%, and the NASDAQ 100 index is down 0.8%. The 10-year is currently yielding 4.28%, with a 2-year 3.71%. Gold is up 0.9%, 33.44 the ounce on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 63.30 on WTI, and Bitcoin right now up 0.3% at 113,934 on Bitcoin. President Trump is calling on Fed Governor Lisa Cook to resign after Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte urged an investigation of Cook's mortgages. This is David Zervos of Jefferies, a potential candidate to succeed Fed Chair Jay Powell, said it is inaccurate to describe the U.S. Central Bank as independent and characterize the outgoing Fed chief as aligned with the political left. Reaction from Seema Shah, Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management.
That pressure is clearly building day by day. It's one of the concerns that we've had in the last couple of months is that you're going to see more and more of politicization as you have more and more people joining the Fed who would be more aligned with this idea that, come whatever happens to the economic data, there should be rate cuts.
Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management interviewed this morning on surveillance, discussing a topic we've been exploring right here on Balance of Power. Guess is going to be taken private by Authentic Brands Group in partnership with its share co-founders. Right now looking at Guess shares, they're up by 25.8%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues, the Wednesday edition. Once again, your hosts Michael Shepard and Tyler Kendall.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. As Charlie mentioned, I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington, and this is the Wednesday edition of Balance Power on Bloomberg. And we've been focusing a lot so far this week on foreign policy, but we wanted to make sure to highlight some pretty fascinating domestic policy stories that are starting to percolate, including this one, reporting by the Wall Street Journal. New today, people familiar telling them Elon Musk is pumping the brakes on a new political party, an idea that we all know that he had been floating. The Journal writes, quote, "The Tesla chief executive officer has been focused in part on maintaining ties with Vice President J.D. Vance as we all look ahead. Even though it feels like we just got done with one election, we are always thinking about the next one here in Washington. And to discuss and bring us their thoughts on this, we're going to bring in today's signature political panel. It's Sarah Chamberlain, Republican Main Street Partnership President, and Matt Bennett, Executive Vice President at Third Way and a Democratic strategist. Thank you both for being here. And Sarah, let's start with you. If this move by Musk is true, is this going to be welcome by the Republican Party? What sort of impact would a third party even have as we look ahead to the next election?
So yes, this is absolutely going to be welcomed by the Republican Party. We didn't really ever think Elon Musk would really leave us. And as we all know, we have seen this third party idea for the last few years. You had Ross Perot, you had Michael Bloomberg, you had this organization raise money trying to say that they were going to run a third-party president. The system is not set up like that. We are a two-party system. It's just plain and simple. A lot would have to change to have a three-party system. The third party be brought in. We're Republicans, we're Democrats, and there's a few independents. But the Republican-Democrat Party have a stronghold on the politics of the United States, and that's just the way it is.
Matt, to turn to you, Vance, if he is to throw his support to Musk, if he is to throw his support to J.D. Vance, how much of a boost would that actually be for the vice president in 2028? It didn't work out so well for the Tesla founder in his effort to sway the judicial election in April in Wisconsin.
Right. It turns out that money can't buy everything in politics. And as you note, Musk put a bunch of money into that race and failed. And in a presidential race, for the most part in modern times, money has not been the determining factor. Both Democrat and Republican candidates are going to spend close to or over $1 billion. Voters will know who they are. They will know what they think about them. This isn't like a down ballot race where voters may be far less familiar. So I don't know that Musk coming in with a whole bunch of money for a presidential race is going to be a difference maker. And Musk has become a pretty toxic guy for a lot of voters. Having him involved reminds people that Musk was the one who orchestrated the vandalism of our government under Doge that's still ongoing. So we'll see in a couple of years whether that's a good thing or a bad thing for Vance.
Well, let's stick here with 2028, and we should mention, since Sarah did say Michael Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Radio, where you're listening to us on. And to stick here with 2028, there was some exclusive polling out from Politico today, and it's showing us some new numbers out of California, that Gavin Newsom is the top 2028 presidential contender among Democratic-leaning voters in his home states. That's according to the latest Politico Citron Center Possibility Lab survey that is out today. He leads former Vice President Kamala Harris, who's been rumored to be mulling a bid, his longtime ally and sometimes rival, 25 to 19%. Sarah, as you hear those numbers, of course, this is early. This is a snapshot just in California. But is this a contender that Republicans would want to take on come next election?
Absolutely. Frankly, we'd like to take on either one of them because I think we can beat them both. But I'm not surprised to see that the governor has higher poll ratings than the former vice president. I mean, she had her chance. Obviously, she lost. They lost the House. They lost the Senate. The governor's trying to step in and lead the Democratic Party. I think she will probably have to move off to the side. Maybe the Democrats will bring her back. But as I said, either one of them, the Republicans would be happy to have at the top of the Democratic ticket. There are bigger threats than the two of them for the Republicans.
Matt, how much is Gavin Newsom benefiting from his efforts to push ahead perhaps with a gerrymandering fight in his state in mid-cycle when it comes to redistricting, as well as his pointed effort on X to try to take on the president?
I think he's benefiting a lot in the moment, and I think that's part of what the Politico poll is reflecting. Democrats have been enormously frustrated about two things. One, that they don't feel like Democratic leaders are fighting back with the ferocity they'd like to see, given how terrible Donald Trump has been as president in this second round, and how many things that Democrats value are being destroyed. And they really want to see Democratic leaders fight back hard. And so Newsom has been kind of taunting Trump in a very particular way. And it's funny and cathartic, I think, for a lot of Democrats. And he has found actual leverage. The problem for congressional Democrats is they have none. They have no power to stop the things that Trump is doing because other than the filibuster in the Senate, which can only stop some things and not everything, couldn't stop the big, beautiful bill, which was done on a different kind of rule. They don't have any power to stop anything Trump is doing. But Newsom has the power to try to do the redistricting and fight back against what Republicans are doing in Texas and Indiana and elsewhere. And Democrats are there for it right now. That does not mean this is going to help him 3 years from now in a primary, but it definitely means that it's giving him a boost at the moment.
Well, Sarah, let's just get your quick reaction there to what Matt just described as funny and cathartic when it comes to Governor Gavin Newsom's posts on X. If you haven't looked them up, they often perhaps mirror the style that we see from President Trump, all caps normally in these posts. Do you think this is an effective strategy for the Democratic governor?
I don't see that it is. He is the Democratic version of Trump. He's trying to be, but he's never going to be President Trump. I don't see him coming out of a Democratic field as the leader of the Democrats. And as I said, if he does, I think the Republican Party would welcome that. I mean, California, who wants to live in California? They've got homelessness, they've got huge taxes. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful state, but it's certainly not a well-run state. And I think we're seeing that now. I mean, who knows if he's really going to get this redistricting? What we forget to talk about is it's not just his decision. It does have to go to the voters and see if they support this. It'll be an interesting time. And I will say, for full disclosure, if this happens, the members in California that he's looking to eliminate happen to be members of the Republican Main Street Partnership, and that would be a real shame because they are the ones that are willing to reach across the aisle and work with Democrats.
Matt, let's talk a little bit about the heart of California's economy, and that, of course, is Silicon Valley. In the last presidential election, we saw a number of leaders and executives and investors pivot over to the Republican side and support Donald Trump. What sort of groundswell of support, if any, will we see for Newsom, not only in this redistricting fight, but if he decides to pursue a presidential bid? Will it be enough to counter this pivot, perhaps, to the Republican side by the tech industry?
I mean, one thing we've all learned about presidential politics is you don't know who's going to be a good presidential candidate until they are one. I am old enough to remember when Rudy Giuliani and Ron DeSantis and a whole bunch of other people, Mario Cuomo, were going to be dominant presidential candidates, and they turned out not to be at all. I mean, Jeb Bush was the odds-on favorite to win the nomination in 2016. So we just don't know if a guy like Newsom, who has been effective as governor, at least politically, will be a good presidential candidate, and we don't know what the tech industry is going to do. I don't entirely disagree with Sarah, by the way. I do think it's terrible what's going on in these redistricting wars, that we're going to lose moderates like her members in California, but the Republicans started it. I mean, they're the ones driving this in Texas and a whole bunch of other places. Newsom would not be doing this but for that, and I do think it's very regrettable. What the tech industry is going to do politically, nobody knows. I mean, I used to work for Al Gore, and I was in Mark Andreessen's house in the 90s raising money. Andreessen was a big Democrat supporting us, and now he's very pro-Trump. They're kind of all over the place, and we don't know whether this Trump term will make them more MAGA or will push them back into the arms of the Democrats.
Well, Sarah, I also want to get follow on this thread about the tech industry, because I don't want us to skip over the next election cycle, which is 2026, and you are our expert here when it comes to congressional races. How big of a factor have you already seen the tech industry when we are talking about these races that are coming up and our lawmakers home during the recess campaigning for re-election?
So the tech industry, again, for full disclosure, for the first time they've come in and started to help fund the Republican Main Street Partnership and fund the men and women who are in these tough races. So of all the swing districts in the country, all of the Republicans are members of Main Street. So we have them all. The majority or minority will come through the front door of Main Street. So as I said, the tech industry is stepping up and helping us. We're really pleased with that. It is not going to be an easy election, though. I do feel very confident we are not where we were in 2017, which leading into 2018, our polling is much better. The Democrats are much weaker. So I'm feeling pretty good about it, but it's going to be still a tough road, and President Trump recognizes that. His super PAC almost has $1 billion in it, and he is ready to move forward to help us keep and hopefully maybe expand the Republican Party in the House.
Matt, we just had Cliff Young from Ipsos on the set earlier this hour talking about some polling that they have showing that Donald Trump is underwater by 27% when it comes to cost of living. And this is something that he had tried to run on and did so successfully against Kamala Harris. How will Democrats be able to pivot on that and use it against the president? Will they be looking to line up the tariffs as an argument against the Republican candidate in 2028?
If we can't make that stick, if we can't make the case against Republicans that they have intentionally raised prices, this wasn't just their watch and prices went up because there was the business cycle. This is because the president made a series of decisions that raised prices on purpose. If we can't make that stick, then we all ought to find different jobs. I mean, this is a layup for Democrats, and I think they're gonna. And I think there's other things that they can argue as well. It's not just the tariffs. The things that are driving up prices include the one big beautiful bill, as they call it, which is going to cost 12 million people their health care coverage. It's going to make our emergency rooms absolutely unmanageable. Even if you have private insurance and not affected by the Medicaid cuts, you want to go to the emergency room, you're screwed. So we can make that case.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
The White House calls on a top Federal Reserve official to resign, continuing its pressure campaign against the central bank. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the fastest show in politics. This is hour 2 of Balance of Power. I'm Tyler Kendall here in Washington alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Joe Matthew is off, and it's a busy day ahead as President Trump targets Fed Governor Lisa Cook, elevating allegations of mortgage fraud after one of the staunchest allies of this White House calls for an investigation. We'll break it all down, including whether or not anything's going to come from this, with Bloomberg's Michael McKee. And then later this hour, former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Kay Bailey Hutchinson, she's going to join us for the latest on Ukraine as 32 defense chiefs meet on the state of the war, which Michael Shepard at this point does seem to be like a positive step when it comes to progress.
Well, and we're going to want to see what emerges from these conversations, what sort of security guarantees. And we're seeing this proposal from Giorgia Meloni of Italy take shape that sure sounds a lot like Article 5, but without the critical component of NATO membership. And I think one of the questions we'll have for the former ambassador is whether that will be palatable to both Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin at the same time. But Tyler, we're also watching a lot else happening because in addition to the Fed, we are also seeing a big slide in markets for the fourth consecutive day. And we're going to go to Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet, the voice of Bloomberg Radio and the New York subway, for the latest on the numbers.
And good day from New York. Here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all retreating. Specifically, we're looking at a rout in tech megacaps, right to the numbers, with the S&P moving lower by 32 points now, down 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.1%. And our Mag 7 index tumbling now by 1.6%. We've got the 10-year at 4.28%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.71%. Spot gold up $29 the ounce, $33.45. That is a gain of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, $63.30 a barrel. And Bitcoin just under $114,000 now. Bitcoin looking at a gain today of 0.3%. Target shares down 7.2%. Target lower after earnings and naming Michael Fidelki as its next CEO. He'll start in February and also join Target's board. Fidelki, by the way, started as an intern at Target in 2003. Again, Target shares down now by 7.4%. And the off-price retailer TJX raising its full-year earnings per share outlook after better-than-expected results. TJX is the parent of TJ Maxx and Marshalls. TJX shares, they're gaining today by 3.1%. Recapping, we got a tech mega-cap sell-off underway. Stocks declining for a fourth straight session. S&P right now down by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Michael Shepard.
Charlie Pellet, thanks so much. As always, this is Balance Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, and we're going to start here with one of our top stories of today. President Trump posting on Truth Social earlier calling on Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign comes after the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, urged the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to investigate Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud. Now, it's important to note that no charges have been filed, and it's unclear whether or not there will actually be an investigation. But Pulte's name might sound familiar because he has emerged as one of the staunchest critics of somebody else that works at the central bank, and that is the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. Joining us now to discuss all of the latest is Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian. He helps lead our White House coverage here. So, Jordan, can you just bring us up to speed? What do we know about these allegations that President Trump has now elevated? What are the actual details here?
Apparently, Lisa Cook is alleged to have put in mortgage applications for residences in Michigan and Georgia, stating that both would be her primary residence, and she had to attest that one or the other would be. And so the accusation is that she got maybe favorable terms on mortgage based on the terms in the mortgage that this would be a primary residence. And there was some documentation that the Georgia residence was being leased out. And so Bill Pulte is alleging that she had false pretenses in trying to obtain those mortgages. Lisa Cook hasn't responded. We don't really know the extent of what other kind of like culpability or sort of other information there might be with regard to those purchases.
And of course, it's important to note that we have not yet heard from the Fed or from Lisa Cook herself to give their version of the story. But Jordan, I wanted to ask you about how this tactic is also being deployed against other government officials that the president and his allies have had disputes with in the past.
Yeah, of course. This is an administration that is using the levers of federal power as retribution against its political enemies like no other administration since Richard Nixon's. And so you see California Senator Adam Schiff, someone who led impeachment efforts against Donald Trump in the first term, and also New York Attorney General Letitia James, who, of course, prosecuted Donald Trump for business irregularities, get similar inquiries into their mortgages and these allegations. So it's unusual for the Federal Housing Finance Agency director to kind of play a role in digging up dirt on the president's political opponents.
Well, let's broaden this out to the administration's criticism and pressure when it comes to the Federal Reserve, because this really is just the latest move that we've seen from President Trump when it comes to pressuring an FOMC member. So how does this play into the bigger picture here, particularly as we're all waiting for Friday when the Fed chair is going to take the stage at Jackson Hole?
Yeah, I think critics of this move would say that the administration isn't really concerned with Lisa Cook's mortgage history, that they're more concerned with getting leverage against her to try and force her out of her position. If she did follow through and resign, that would give the president another opening to appoint a Fed governor that is friendlier to his call to lower interest rates. Of course, he's hammered Jerome Powell on this topic all year, and the balance of the board would be a majority Republican if she were to resign and he were to get someone else on the board. Important to note that her term runs through 2038, so this is someone who could sit on the board for a long time should she step down.
Jordan, would this increase the odds that Jay Powell stays on the board as a member? Remember, his term as a Federal Reserve governor goes well past his end date as Fed chair. Would this increase the odds that he stays?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting hypothetical. I think the expectation has been that once his term as chair is done, he would leave the board. But if Trump is trying to stack the board with loyalists, Jerome Powell is someone who has been very vocal about supporting the Federal Reserve's independence, and it makes you wonder if he would want to try and stick around to try and maintain that posture.
All right, Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian. He helps lead our White House coverage here at Bloomberg News. We thank you so much for joining us. And it's not just the Fed that is under pressure from this White House. We also know that some of our allies are. And we're going to go from domestic to foreign policy here as Ukraine has really taken center stage in recent days leading up to this. And for expert analysis, we're going to bring in now Kay Bailey Hutchinson, former U.S. ambassador to NATO and former U.S. senator from Texas. Ambassador, thanks so much for being here. And we'd love to get your expertise, particularly when it comes to the issue of security guarantees, because that seems to be dominating the conversation here. And we had some new Bloomberg News reporting that European leaders are discussing a security guarantee for Ukraine that would commit Ukraine's allies to decide within 24 hours whether to provide military support to the country if it's again attacked by Russia. Walk us through here what is actually realistic that we could see come out of our allies as they talk about the future of Ukraine.
Well, thank you for that question, because it is the key. There are going to be disagreements about what the negotiations on land and land swaps are, but there has to be a security guarantee for Ukraine. You know, Ukraine had a security guarantee from Russia and the United States and many others if they gave up their nuclear weapons. And now here we are. Russia promised to protect Ukraine, and yet they are the attacker. So I think the security guarantee is key. And I think a security guarantee that is European boots on the ground working in concert with America, giving other kinds of support, air support, intel support, could be a very important time where clearly there would be a ceasefire, and it would start setting a parameter that would be defended, and Russia would know that they really can't go farther. Because if you would let me have a minute, there was an almost alarming report that Lavrov from Russia did a radio interview saying that they were going to continue this fight. They were not going to have a long-term peace, that Ukraine is Russia's, and was very clear, even saying that they were going to do more to absorb Belarus, and even doing attacks within the Baltics, which are NATO allies. So I think this is a very serious part of the negotiation, and it is essential.
Ambassador, the plan that Tyler was referencing earlier, of course, being discussed by European leaders, sounds an awful lot like Article 5. It just seems to stop short of full NATO membership for Ukraine. How do security guarantees that Ukraine would find acceptable also be palatable to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has looked on NATO as what he calls a trigger for this war?
You know, I think it's time for us not to do everything that Putin is demanding. And I think it is time to say there is a red line here and you can't cross it. And there are a couple of points that are very important for Ukraine, but the main one is this security that there wouldn't be another incursion. And I think it's time that Russia know that the line is drawn and there are consequences that need to be perpetrated. And Putin needs to know that those are serious, that they're not just things that we're going to say and walk away. And the Europeans have to be a part of this. It is important, and I give President Trump credit for bringing the Europeans in, because they have to provide the bulk of this kind of security, and it's in their interest to do so. And they do have leverage with the funds that are Russian funds that have been impounded because of Russia's activities. And we need to have some payment of consequence to Russia if they keep the current bombing that they are doing on Ukraine, showing that they care nothing about any kind of peace or agreement of any kind.
Well, Ambassador, how much of a role, to follow up, should the U.S. play in these security guarantees? Should it actually involve some troop commitment from the United States? The president has made clear that he is not interested in that, but would such a commitment make the guarantees a little more credible?
Well, I think a lot of people are saying troops on the ground. I don't think troops on the ground are necessary, but I do think American support is necessary. And that is what we can provide that Europe cannot. And that would certainly be air cover. This is much like, not exactly, but much like what we did in Afghanistan. We did have troops on the ground there for advisory purposes only, but we were giving the air cover to the rest of the allies that were on the ground in the provinces in Afghanistan. And when we left Afghanistan, all of the allies had to do that as well, because we had the intel and the air cover that had been provided for everyone. I think it would be somewhat like that could work with Ukraine, that we would provide the air cover, which would be so important. And right now, you see what's happening with Ukraine being just a sitting duck. And not able to take out all of the missiles that are being fired by Russia. And I think if we had air cover and intel protection, and Putin would know that, then we would really begin to see a ceasefire.
Well, to build on this, I'd love to get your thoughts on what really has been this White House's push to get our allies to boost their defense spending commitments. For example, we've even seen it as part of some of the trade deals that have come out of this administration.
Well, I think that it has been very, very solid that Europe has been asked to do more, and they are now agreeing to do more in their own defense. The The 3.5% is in their own defense, and the 1.5% beyond that is also part of an interoperable defense that would protect Europe in their lanes of operation. So I think it was a significant Trump success that he got them to do the 5% and work together, but in the NATO context that would be interoperable. That has strengthened NATO, and it's a very good situation. Now I think we're not talking about NATO itself being a security guarantor, but we're talking about the coalition of the willing of Europeans that have very strong military presence and have agreed to do a military ceasefire line, basically, a security line, and with the help of the United States. They will not do it if we aren't with them on it, and I hope very much that we can do that. Not troops on the ground. We don't need to do that, but we do have certain assets that will be helpful to the Europeans and making sure that Russia keeps his commitment, which so far he certainly hasn't done. And the continuing bombing and killing of people and infrastructure in Ukraine while we are discussing and negotiating a ceasefire is just unacceptable, and Putin needs to pay a price to know that he can't get by with that.
I want to ask you one other question when it comes to this conflict, because we did have some pretty incredible reporting yesterday from Bloomberg News that President Trump held a phone call with Viktor Orban to ask the Hungarian Prime Minister about why he is against Ukraine joining the European Union. Do you see a viable path here when it comes to EU membership? Is that something that's really on the table and could help solve as we see these negotiations continue?
Yes, certainly EU membership would give the chance for a recovering economy, and whether the EU has the capability to act without unanimity would be an important question to ask. In NATO, you can't do anything without unanimity, but with EU, you have to, I think it would be great if they would allow Ukraine into the EU for trade and commerce, but I don't know if you can do it without unanimity. That's a rule that I just don't know of the EU.
All right, Kay Bailey Hutchinson, former U.S. ambassador to NATO and former U.S. Senator from Texas. Ambassador, we thank you so much for your time and insight here on Bloomberg. And make sure to stick with us, because we're going to be continuing this conversation as we watch closely as these NATO defense chiefs do meet today in what is considered to be a sign of progress as they work out all of these details. Up next, we're going to have our political panel. We're going to talk a little bit more about 2026 and 2028 even, as we get some headlines coming up. Keep with us. I'm Tyler Kendall alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington. This is Balance of Power. We'll be right back. This is Bloomberg.
check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average swinging between gains and losses. Was higher briefly, but we are looking at a tech-led sell-off. In fact, a week-long sell-off in tech stocks. It is worsening. S&P 500 has lost about $1 trillion over 4 days. On track for another losing day today. Right to the numbers here with the S&P down 25 at 63.85. That is a drop now of 0.4%. The Dow, as I mentioned, swinging between gains and losses right now. Little change, down just 2 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 196, drop there of 0.9%. The Nasdaq 100 Index also down 0.9%. But the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index lower now by 1.3%. Apple among the Mag 7 down by 1.7%. We've got the 10-year at 4.27%. The 2-year right now, 3.71%. Gold up $30 the ounce, 33.45, up 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%. WTI 63.25 a barrel. Bitcoin up 0.4%, 113,970 now on Bitcoin. Citigroup has hired law firm Paul Weiss to investigate complaints about the behavior of the bank's wealth management chief, Andy Sieg, who was brought on by CEO Jane Fraser as part of a high-profile drive to drive a key part of her turnaround plan. Sieg has been on a quest to shake up Citigroup's wealth business. Citigroup shares down now by 1.1%. Charles Plosser, the former president of the Philadelphia Reserve Bank, has died at age 76. Plosser became one of the Fed's most vocal policy hawks, warning that keeping rates near zero for too long would spur unwelcome inflation. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Michael Shepard.
All right, Charlie Pellet reporting from World Headquarters for us in New York. Thank you so much. As Charlie mentioned, I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington, and we are tracking an important story today that could have some big impacts on the 2026 midterms. California Republicans say that they will launch a court battle against Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom's plans for redistricting. And if that sounds familiar, that's because this week we've been tracking another redistricting battle, one playing out in Texas, where Republicans are trying to gain seats to their advantage. But it's taken a turn in recent days, with Democrats protesting a push by the Republican-held state legislature to keep those legislators there so that they don't leave the state as they try to make some changes to these congressional maps. And yesterday, we heard from some of the Democrats there who are protesting those Republicans' plans.
We knew what was ahead of us. What we didn't know is that we were going to be arrested en masse when he directed the sergeant-at-arms to lock the chambers and not let us exit. And then we were basically put up against the wall and said, not literally, but figuratively put up against the wall and said, no one's allowed to leave unless they basically sign a piece of paper consenting to moving custody, is what I call it. We are not criminals. We are statesmen and women. We are elected just like those people are.
That was Penny Morales-Shaw, Texas State Representative, yesterday outside of the Texas State Capitol. And for more, we're going to bring in our political panel for their analysis here. Today, we're joined by Sarah Chamberlain, Republican Main Street Partnership President, and Matt Bennett, Executive Vice President at Third Way and a Democratic strategist. Matt, let me start with you. Just how politically charged of an issue is redistricting going to be as we head into 2026? And we're already seeing this result in protests, members in Texas sleeping in the state chamber. What's happening here?
It's going to be an enormously politically charged issue. It already is. And let's be clear about why this is happening. There's only one reason, and that is because the Trump White House was worried about losing control of the House. And so they are trying to change the rules in the middle of the game. They are trying to do a mid-decade redistricting, which is not supposed to happen. It's not illegal, but it is very, very uncommon. And they started in Texas, where they knew that they could gerrymander the districts so that they could get advantage in 5 more House races by packing them with Republicans. Democrats there have no way of slowing that down without denying them a quorum, so they left the state, but they eventually had to come back. California is responding to that with, moves of its own to try to change their maps only temporarily to respond to this action on the part of the Trump administration. And it's not confined, by the way, to Texas. They're trying to do it in Indiana and other places as well, Florida. So, look, this is very, very nasty hardball politics being played by the Trump administration. You're seeing a response from Democrats in California and New York and elsewhere. No one knows how these legal battles will play out in California. The voters will have to decide in November whether they're up for this or not. But either way, it's an extraordinarily nasty way to start the 2026 midterm cycle.
Sarah, is there a risk that this high-profile fight in Texas turns into a Pyrrhic victory of sorts for Republicans? In other words, they win the redistricting fight in the legislature, but end up alienating voters in Texas in the process.
There's certainly a risk of that, but to be honest, before this all got started, there was a lot of polling that was done where people support this, and in Texas, it came back that yes, they would support moving forward with the governor doing this in these quote-unquote gerrymandered districts. So they knew what they were doing in Texas. Obviously, the California and there's as many Democratic states that are looking to gerrymander as there are Republicans. We are in hardball politics. I don't think anybody's really surprised to see this. This is the new political game. And it's not just the Republicans, it's also the Democrats that are playing this game. Politics has changed. This is a new time, and I think you're going to see this for the next few years, this hardball.
Well, Matt, I want to stick here on California because we were talking about this in the first hour of Balance of Power, that Politico had some exclusive polling out today that shows that the Democratic governor is the top 2028 presidential contender among Democratic-leaning voters in his home state. That's according to the latest Politico Citron Center Possibility Lab survey that came out today. He even leads former Vice President Kamala Harris, who we know is mulling perhaps a bit, his longtime ally and sometimes rival, 25 to 19%. Matt, as we are watching the next election already shape up, all this speculation, is this somebody that you think could lead the Democratic Party come 2028?
I don't know. And I think if you talk to anybody in either party who tells you with confidence who would be their strongest standard bearer going into 2028, view that with great skepticism, because what we've seen over and over in presidential politics is that even people who are really, really good as governors, really effective political leaders running for statewide office, often are very, very bad as presidential candidates. And conversely, the people you didn't really expect to emerge, and I think Trump certainly was one. Nobody expected him to do what he did in 2016. Bill Clinton is another, came out of that kind of nowhere to dominate their parties. And so it's way too early to know whether Newsom or another governor or someone else is going to be the strongest candidate in our race. And it's too early to know who's going to lead the Republicans after Trump. This is good for Gavin Newsom, the work that he's doing right now in this moment, but we are a really long way away from choosing a nominee, and this will be basically ancient history by the time we get there.
Sarah, the Republican Party and Donald Trump in particular are trying to keep public safety and crime issues at the forefront. We've seen that over the past week and a half with the president ordering National Guard troops to the District of Columbia and other Republican governors following suit, sending elements of their own National Guard forces to help support that effort. How effective will that be for Republicans in terms of keeping the crime and public safety issue in front of voters as we head into 2026?
So obviously crime is a massive issue. And I am sitting in D.C. right now, and I will tell you, as a woman, as a person who knows people who have been attacked, who have been carjacked, who have been attacked in elevators, I welcome, I know it's a little controversial, but I welcome what President Trump is doing here in the district, we should be able to live in DC and feel safe. And many people don't in all parts of DC. I know there's a lot of talking, they're only in the Georgetown and DuPont circle and parts, but they are all over DC. And everybody I know who lives here feels better, is very happy to have them here, and feels much more secure. This is an important issue going into the next election. Americans want to feel safe wherever they live. And I think that this is going to play very well for the Republicans moving forward.
Matt, but how will Democrats respond? Because here in the district, we have seen the mayor point to statistics from the U.S. Justice Department showing that crime had fallen, was down as much as 30% from a year earlier. So how do they counteract these moves? What is the argument there?
I think you're going to see two arguments, and one is a good one and one is not. So I think the one that's not a great argument is the one denying what Sarah just said, denying that she feels unsafe. I mean, if she feels unsafe, she feels unsafe, and that's true for a lot of folks. Not everybody. There's a lot of people who feel more unsafe with all sorts of militarized people driving around in D.C. than they did before. But I think Democrats would make a mistake if they said that there is no crime problem, because crime politically is an issue when voters feel that it is real. The data is really not that relevant. On the other hand, there are very good arguments to make about how Trump and the Republicans have mishandled the crime issue very badly. So, for example, they have literally defunded the police of the District of Columbia by essentially stealing $1.1 billion from the district's budget. They just took it away for no reason. That pays for cops, and as the mayor's made clear, we need 500 more members of the Metropolitan Police here. The other things that Trump has done, I mean, he pardoned hundreds of people who viciously attacked and beat law enforcement officers, tried to burst into the Capitol and either murder or harm members of Congress and overturn an election. He pardoned those people, and now he is coddling a woman very credibly accused of horrible sex crimes. So he's the guy, I think, that has the real crime issue, and if Democrats can focus on attacking there instead of denying what people feel, they'll be in better shape.
All right, our political panel today, Sarah Chamberlain and Matt Bennett, we thank you so much for joining us on both hours of Balance of Power. And we want to bring you some breaking news right now. A federal judge has denied the U.S. Justice Department's request to release the transcript of the grand jury proceedings that led to Jeffrey Epstein's indictment for sex trafficking in 2019. We know that there has been a push to release these documents. It's considered to be another blow to the Trump administration's attempt to satisfy this public appetite for more information when it comes to this case. We're going to bring you more details ahead. Stick with us. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm Tyler Kendall, alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington. We'll be right back.
Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A week-long sell-off in tech stocks is continuing. S&P 500 index down for a fourth session. Right now, we have got the Dow little change, down 2 points. The S&P lower by 22, down 0.3%. NASDAQ down 173, drop there of 0.8%, while the NASDAQ 100 index now falling by 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index down 1.7%. The 10-year currently yielding 4.27%, with a 2-year at 3.72%. Gold is up $30 the ounce, up 0.9%, 33.45 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, 63.32 a barrel, and Bitcoin now up 0.4% at $114,050. J.P. Morgan Chase's trading desk says some investors are taking profits due to concerns about valuations, while others see the slide as an opportunity to buy the dip. Hertz shares are rallying 7.8%. Hertz Car Sales has joined Amazon Autos, making it the platform's first fleet dealer. Amazon down 1.5%. Hertz again up by 7.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Michael Shepard and Tyler Kendall.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. This is the Wednesday edition of Balance Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio, and we are tracking one of our top stories today, which is the increasing pressure on the central bank as President Trump calls on Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign. It's over allegations of mortgage fraud by one of the staunchest allies of this White House. That's the FHFA Director Bill Pulte. He's calling for an investigation into a pair of mortgages that Cook signed, and there's still some big questions here, but to be sure, no charges have been filed, and it's not clear yet if an investigation will actually be launched. The Justice Department declined to comment. The Federal Reserve has declined to comment, and Cook did not respond to requests for comments late Tuesday. We are waiting for an update, and as we wait for that update, we're going to get the latest from our very own Bloomberg's Michael McKee. He's the international economics and policy correspondent for us. He joins us now from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where the Kansas City Fed is holding its annual economic policy symposium. If you're joining us on radio, he is flanked by the beautiful Teton Mountain Ridge. Mike, it's good to see you. Can you just give us what we know so far about these allegations against Fed Governor Cook that President Trump has now elevated?
Well, Bloomberg News has seen two mortgage documents, one that shows she bought a house in Ann Arbor, Michigan when she was at the University of Michigan in 2021. And as part of that, she signed a document saying this would be my permanent residence. Then she bought another a couple of months later in the same year down in Georgia, and also signed a document that said this would be my permanent residence. A short time after that, apparently the Georgia house went on the rental market through Airbnb. So it appears that there may have been a conflict in her statements between the two. We don't know what the legal situation is with that, but the administration is charging, or at least Bill Pulte is charging, that it's fraud. We don't know that there is any crime committed, and of course, nothing has been charged other than Mr. Pulte's comments in a tweet, and then President Trump demanding in another tweet that she resign.
Mike, this discussion of Lisa Cook today is certainly overshadowing everything that's about to unfold later this week in Jackson Hole. And it's also overshadowing what's going to be coming in the next hour. And those are the minutes from the last Federal Reserve Policy-Making Committee meeting. What are we looking for in those minutes? Any clues that we should be watching, and any board members whose comments we should pay closest attention to?
Well, remember, we did have some indications in the July release of the June CPI that tariffs were making their way into some categories and boosting inflation a little bit. So the question we'll look for in the minutes is how worried were members by that? Did it upset them? Did it give them more confidence that they should hold off at the July meeting because inflation was going to rise? Or were they just looking at this as preliminary indications that something is going to happen? And of course, it came before we got that bad July jobs numbers. So we'll look at what they say about the employment mandate side, but it isn't going to be as up to date. And of course, we've got more data to come, and Jay Powell speaking on Friday. So these minutes probably won't carry the same impact with the markets, but they may provide a little bit of information.
Mike McKee, thank you so much for all your reporting and work, and we'll be looking forward to speaking with you more from Jackson Hole later this week. We're turning now to our next guest, and that is Kitty Richards, who's a senior fellow at the Groundwork Collaborative and a former Biden administration official at the U.S. Treasury. Kitty, thank you so much for joining us today. We have to start with Lisa Cook. It really is the news of the day. And this is just the latest chapter in really a long saga of President Donald Trump's pressure on the central bank, really undermining its independence. What are the long-term economic consequences of that? And how does it play out in the economy and then in markets, too?
You know, that's a great question. And honestly, it's something that we have not had to deal with in the past. I think some of these moves are really unprecedented. But one thing that we do know is that a big part of how the Fed has its power to manage the macroeconomy is through trust in the Fed from investors and from other market participants. And undermining that trust, I think, might have the opposite effect that Donald Trump is looking for. It can really create chaos, worries about investing, and if the Fed starts to be seen as an organization that is going to do the Trump administration's bidding, we could see inflation expectations rise and other things that are going to cause trouble for the economy.
Well, part of this conversation, as we were just outlining with Michael McKee, is that we've seen these allegations really be led by Bill Pulte, the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. He's come out with some pretty staunch criticism, including when it comes to the housing market and the Federal Reserve. I actually had the chance to speak with him on Balance of Power last month and asked him about his views on the housing market, and here's what he had to say.
I would say, however, that Jerome Powell is causing great devastation, in my view, to the housing market. Home builders in this country are not wanting to build inventory because in many ways they don't feel like they can move it after this inflation that's occurred for years now, for the last 4 years. And so we got a lot of work to do in the home building market, in the housing market after these last 4 years. And Jerome Powell, unfortunately, has made himself front and center as the obstacle in front of it.
So I'd love to get your response to this argument from the administration, because I know that you've argued that the Fed should have normalized interest rates last year, but how are we also seeing perhaps the administration's policies fold into this? What's your response to Bill Pulte's claim there?
It's interesting that he focused on the effect of inflation over the last several years and asset price inflation rather than, as you said, I've had concerns for some time about the direct effects of high interest rates on the housing supply, the ability to build more housing, and also on people's ability to afford housing, right? Interest rates are more than just a macroeconomic tool. They're what you pay on your mortgage. But I do think that they're really not paying attention to some of the direct effects of things like the tariff policies on the cost of building homes, immigration policy on the cost of building homes. Those are big supply constraints when we're seeing lumber prices go up and other inputs into home building. That's something that the president could address directly and something that is really creating problems in the housing market.
Well, I do want to dig on a little deeper when it does come to tariffs, because yesterday we saw President Trump really stun the logistics industry when it comes to his steel and aluminum tariffs. They were expanded to over 400 consumer items, really without notice at that point. What does that tell us about this administration's use of tariffs when we are seeing them expanded? And you look at these metal tariffs, they were originally they're still enacted on Section 232 on the basis of national security concerns.
I think it's pretty difficult to come up with a reason that there is a national security concern that would cause this kind of chaotic management of tariffs. Tariffs can be a tool for economic management and for national security interests. But what we're seeing instead is this sort of slapdash, unpredictable behavior that makes it really difficult for businesses to plan and difficult for consumers to plan, and can really drive inflation both as businesses pass on higher costs, but also as competition is reduced and businesses take advantage of that to increase their prices at the expense of both their workers and the broader economy. I do want to emphasize that a lot of these tariffs are justified on the grounds that we're going to bring jobs back to America. These are going to be good jobs. There is no law of nature that says that increasing the price of imports redounds to the benefit of workers. You need strong unions, you need pro-labor policies, and that is the opposite of what we've seen from the Trump administration. So I think what we're going to see from this is more chaos, more higher prices, and a lot of investors scratching their heads.
Kitty, I wanted to dig further into the consequences you just alluded to. What have we seen so far in terms of those sorts of price increases, on the shelves of the stores and, at car dealerships and elsewhere? And what more is to come? How much have businesses been able to absorb and hold back from consumers? And how long can they keep that up?
It's been a real mix. As you mentioned earlier, we've already started to see consumer prices across the board creeping up. And last week, we got a pretty big jump in the producer price index. But we have seen some companies already passing along costs for imported goods or goods that rely heavily on steel and other inputs that are highly tariffed at this point, sometimes in advance of when they are actually paying them. And to the extent that those costs then don't materialize, we've seen folks just pocketing the difference. But I do think that the worst is yet to come on prices being passed through, partly because these tariffs really just went into effect. Outside of the tariffs on China and steel, most of the Liberation Day tariffs were pulled back very quickly.
We were just talking about the domestic impact. What is the global consequence in terms of this effort to rewrite the rules of trade and global economics?
I think that is largely yet to be seen. An unfortunate consequence, again, tariffs can be a tool, but they have not been a tool of diplomacy under the Trump administration. Instead, it has been this bizarre let's make a deal round after round. And we are starting to see that is empowering others on the global stage, like China, to step in when the U.S. is no longer an honest partner at the table.
Of course, we're getting closer here to the latest round of the FOMC minutes being released at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll be breaking them here on Bloomberg. And this was a meeting that we're going to get insight from where we saw two dissents. And we're going to see whether or not those views were far from the rest of the committee, or maybe some others are leaning more dovish. What are you watching for as we are now just minutes away from getting some more insight from that meeting?
I'm watching for those same questions. How many of the other members of the committee were more interested in seeing rate cuts? It's a difficult position for the committee, both because there's so much uncertainty, but also, as you pointed out earlier, we've seen a lot of new data, including big jobs number revisions since the committee met. So even though it was only 3 weeks ago, we now have more information than they had at the time about the true state of the labor market in May and June. And so I think that the committee is in a bit of a tough spot.
So where do you see the Fed acting when it comes in September? We've seen some bets of perhaps enthusiastic ones on Wall Street of perhaps even more than a quarter point cut in September and even more to come. Are those misplaced?
I am not going to be able to predict what the Fed is going to do. I do worry a little bit that we've gotten into a dynamic where Wall Street is constantly betting on a rate cut. The jobs numbers would point in the direction of some softening, but also we have inflation that is persistently above the Fed's target. The Fed has reaffirmed that they are not changing the inflation target this week in their framework. And, when we're seeing prints at 2.7%, I think there's some caution warranted.
All right. Kitty Richards, Senior Fellow at the Groundwork Collaborative and former official at the U.S. Department of Treasury under the Biden administration. Thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg. And be sure to stick with us because we are moments away from those FOMC meetings minutes being released at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much for watching the early edition of Balance of Power. We'll be back for the late edition at 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm Tyler Kendall. Alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. We'll have more for you later from Bloomberg Business Week Daily. They're up next. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenevec along with Emily Griffeo. She's Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. She is in for Carol Massar on this, yes, Fed Wednesday, August 20th, 2025. Those minutes from the Federal Reserve, the last FOMC meeting, expected to drop in the next 10 seconds. We are going to bring you those headlines as soon as we get them. In the meantime, the S&P 500 down 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.9%. Stocks off their worst levels of the day, but yes, tech down once again. Those minutes crossing as we speak. The majority of Fed members saw inflation risk outweighing the employment risk. That is the red sticky crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The minutes of the Federal Reserve, July 29th to 30th, crossing just now. Many noted the full effect of tariffs could take some time. In addition to that, several members of the FOMC flagged the risk of inflation expectations unanchoring, and several expected companies would pass tariffs to consumers. Several also noted concerns about elevated asset valuations. Several members said current rate may not be far above neutral. Once again, these are the minutes released of the July 29th through 30th meeting in Washington, D.C. I want to bring in Stuart Paul right now. He's U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Stuart, a lot has happened since this meeting actually took place. The non-farm payrolls report that came out as a shock, a weaker ISM manufacturing, a surge in producer prices. We'll talk about those in a second. Your immediate reaction to what just crossed, though?
Incrementally more hawkish than what we saw in June. What we're really thinking about when we look at these minutes is whether more or fewer than most committee members feared persistent tariff-induced inflation, and whether more or fewer than many committee members expected a gradual softening of labor market conditions. As you pointed out, the majority saw inflation risks outweighing employment risk. And at the time of the meeting, that likely was the case. But these minutes were just a bit stale, even just 2 days after the FOMC.
That's when that shocking non-farm payrolls report came out.
That's exactly right.
With prior revisions, too.
That's exactly right. And so the fact that at the time that the FOMC met to make that interest rate decision, and as these minutes were being written, that most, or the majority, interchangeable words here, saw inflation risk outweighing unemployment risk, that's likely shifting right now. And so as we read through these minutes just a little bit more, the thing that we want to keep in mind and the thing that we want to look for is just how thin the majority was and how loosely held was that view of the majority. How easily will they be swayed to thinking that at the current moment, with the revisions that we have, now employment risks are outweighing inflation risk.
If we take a look at the bond market right now, we're not seeing a ton of movement in the front end of the curve. The 2 years down about 1 basis point. If you do look, though, at the WIRP page on the Bloomberg terminal, the model estimates about an 84% chance of a cut by that September meeting. Knowing what you know now about the minutes and, of course, the data that we've seen in between then, does that seem about right, 84% chance of a cut?
It does seem about right. It almost seems like the conversation should be moving to whether the risk is that there will be no cut in September or a 50 basis point cut in September. I think that right now risk is probably skewed towards 0 cuts from, right now, obviously, consensus view is that there's going to be 1 25 basis point cut. Risk is probably skewed to the downside. The thing that probably matters from these minutes is that going into the Friday jobs report that changed our view of the labor market, FOMC members, the voting members of the Monetary Policy Committee here, were more so focused on inflation risk. And with tariffs incrementally rising, they're going to be even more focused on inflation. And I think that that's something that they're going to need to weigh against the renewed or altered view of the labor market.
It brings me to another headline, Stuart. Several of the members expected companies would pass tariffs to consumers. Is that surprising? Is that news at all to you? I mean, I think that's kind of been the expectation.
That is.
But the PPI print that came in showed that a lot of companies were absorbing this.
That's right. So companies are absorbing this. The line that I'm focused a little bit more on right now is several officials are concerned about slower real income growth. Like, that's a little bit of a tip of the hat that the majority that did vote to hold rates steady could have been getting a little bit nervous about the labor market even as they decided to hold rates steady. The fact that several members are focused on slowing consumer income growth means that firms are going to have relatively less capacity less space to pass on higher costs to customers. If folks' incomes are slowing, if the labor market is cooling, then yeah, firms are going to feel their margins getting squeezed. They're not going to be entirely able to pass along those higher input costs.
Yeah, I'm seeing another head, several flagged risk of inflation expectations unanchoring, as you suggested that wouldn't be good for the trajectory. Another headline here, several noted concerns about elevated asset valuations. We don't, sometimes kind of how the Fed thinks about markets gets a bit lost in the mix when we're talking so much about labor and inflation. What do you make of that comment? Are they watching? Are they paying attention to the rise that we've seen in the stock market, the rally since Liberation Day?
Almost certainly, and this is what's a little bit tricky when we go through the minutes and we start trying to use quantifying words like many or most or several. We sort of lose track of the fact that there are at least a couple different camps within the FOMC, one of which is more academic, led by folks like John Williams, who will take their estimate of the neutral rate of interest and look at where we are with the federal funds rate target range and say policy is restrictive relative to our academic estimate of neutral. Then you have more markets-oriented folks like Alberto Musalem or Lori Logan or Beth Hammock, who will look at where asset prices are and say, it's really difficult for you to tell me that rates are restrictive right now. So when we focus in on some of these quantifying words, we lose a little bit of track of that. And I think that, Emily, as you just pointed out, if you have folks out there who are worried about asset valuations or markets that are a little bit frothy, they might be a little bit more so inclined to move very slowly once they resume cutting rates. And that's why we expect that there will likely only be one rate cut this year.
Stuart, we're about to head to Jackson and talk with Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent, who's there, of course, for the Economic Symposium. We'll hear from Jay Powell on Friday. What does all of this that we're reading right now, the minutes, but also the data that we've gotten since then mean for Powell's speech on Friday and what he intends to communicate?
Powell's going to have a few different priorities, one of which is going to be discussing the monetary policy framework review, where he's likely going to move away from the current flexible average inflation target. Again, it's a little bit more of an academic exercise with a little bit less relevance to what we're thinking about with September. As we read through the minutes and as we think about the data that we've seen, everything basically points to an incremental move toward monetary policy getting a little bit less restrictive and a little bit of additional comfort in the balance of risk shifting towards cooling employment. And I think that Powell is going to need to acknowledge that when he speaks just later this week in Jackson Hole.
Stuart Paul, U.S. and Canada economist for Bloomberg Economics, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. I want to bring in Michael McKee, he's international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg TV and radio. He joins us from Jackson, Wyoming, where he's gearing up for the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium. It officially starts tomorrow. Mike, though, getting a lay of the land. Mike, I want to bring you in just on the latest that we heard from Stuart and from the Federal Reserve with regards to these minutes. The Treasury two-year yield pairs its decline after the FOMC minutes came out. The majority saw inflation risk outweighing employment risk. Several members flagged the risk of inflation expectations unanchoring. Several said current rate may not be far above neutral, and several expected companies would pass tariffs to consumers. What is your instant reaction to these minutes?
Well, it was very interesting because what we had seen is a fairly strong employment report for June in July. And then we got the CPI and PPI numbers that were more worrisome in terms of inflation going up. And the Fed met at the end of July. So they were already looking under the hood and seeing some issues with inflation growing. And that sort of mitigates, as Stuart said, against perhaps a cut in September if we get the same kind of numbers again. The question is, what are we going to get? Are we going to see more inflation? And if that's the case, the minutes offer support for the idea that the majority on the Fed isn't going to move if we get a weak employment report, unless it's very weak.
Mike, when you look at some of these heads, and just, I know we still have to kind of parse through where tariffs come up in the minutes, many noted the full effect of tariffs could take some time. What's your understanding right now of just what that length of time means? What do most Fed economists think about just kind of how long it takes for us to really see the pass-through effects of tariffs?
In general, they were looking for about 6 months, say the end of the third quarter, the beginning of the fourth quarter this year. But it's been complicated by the fact that the Trump administration has been on and off about the tariffs. First they put them on, then they pause them, then they bring them back, and now some more have gone on, and there are more to come. So this could stretch out over a period of time. And the other thing is a lot of companies brought in imports from overseas early to try to build their inventories so they could sell things to people without raising prices. Those inventories are getting run down and prices are going to have to start going up. We've seen in earnings reports some companies, Home Depot yesterday, saying they were going to have to start raising prices. So we should start seeing it as the months go on. But the question is, does it happen all at once, or does it happen over months and months and months and take away people's belief that inflation is anchored? We saw Friday, the University of Michigan numbers suggest that people are getting a little worried about inflation.
All of this going to be top of mind for policymakers and officials gathering in Jackson for the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium. Officially kicks off tomorrow, as I mentioned. So too, I think, will be among the things people talk about is what's happening with allegations that the president is leveling and others in the administration are leveling against members of the Federal Reserve. This time, Bill Pulte at it again. It's a most read story on the Bloomberg. It's about the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency urging AG Pam Bondi to investigate Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over a pair of mortgages. President Trump posted our Bloomberg News story to social media and said Cook, quote, must resign now. Mike, is this all about remaking the Fed?
Partly about remaking the Fed and partly about the efforts the Trump administration has had to weaponize the government against Democrats. The thing about the Fed aspect of it is Lisa Cook is not a decisive policymaker. She's not a swing vote. She'll generally vote with the majority, generally vote with the chair in terms of leaving interest rates unchanged in recent months. Removing her wouldn't make a big difference in the president's goal of driving down interest rates, but it would give him the opportunity to name another person to the Fed. And they could name somebody who is much more sympathetic to low interest rates. And that's going to have people's backs up. A lot of economists already reacting negatively to this news. But we don't know what the bottom line is in terms of what Lisa Cook may or may not have done. And the Fed doesn't know. And so at this point, I wouldn't expect Cook or the Fed to comment on it. And we're going to have to see where the Attorney General takes this, if she takes it at all.
Mike, you're not a politics reporter, but you were for many years. So I think it's fair to ask about this pattern of alleged wrongdoing that seems to be coming from the Trump administration, pursuing mortgage fraud allegations against other high-profile Democrats, California Senator Adam Schiff, New York Attorney General Letitia James. There's also the alleged impropriety that you've covered a lot at the Fed with Powell in regard to the remodel. How do you look at that?
Well, I think a lot of it is basically just an attempt to influence public opinion. You throw the charges out there, and the public remembers that because they get big headlines. And then if somebody is cleared, or if the Attorney General and the Justice Department don't even take up the case, you don't hear much about that. And the idea is to build some skepticism in about these various people so that when they take on the Trump administration or they do something the administration doesn't like voting to keep interest rates steady, the president can blame them instead of himself or his own policies.
We want to get to Jackson Hole because I can at least say I'm very envious of the background that you're sitting in front of right now. It looks beautiful. Can you talk about the tone, the mood? I guess how much of the discussions at this meeting are actually going to be about Fed independence and who the next chair is? There's been so much talk, at least headlines, about Trump weighing in on who his pick is going to be, who's going to be the next pick. Is that really going to take up a lot of the conversations, or is it going to be more an economic symposium?
Well, I suspect it'll be dinner party conversation. Well, it's not parties, but dinner conversations and maybe on the sidelines. But the official subject here is labor markets in transition, which is a very timely topic given the fact that the labor market seems to be in transition, at least with the July jobs report. The only thing is these are academic papers looking forward into the future, and they don't have a lot of bearing on what is going to be happening in terms of policy in the near term. So I think it's going to be a bifurcated session where people are talking on the sidelines about what's going to happen next at the Fed, but the main program is going to be about what could happen down the road, 6 months, a year or so from now.
Talk a little bit more about labor, this topic here, because it was interesting in the minutes, and although these are backdated, that the Fed officials seem to be more concerned about inflation, and they're saying that outweighs concerns over the labor market. But what's the, I guess, tone going to be on that Powell speech on Friday about the labor market?
Well, I would imagine that he's going to say we need more information. The Fed looks at the unemployment rate as sort of a proxy for U.S. growth. And in this case, the unemployment rate really hasn't moved. We saw weak hiring, but not a lot of firing. And so the Fed is probably going to be looking to see what happens with the August payrolls report and if anything bleeds over into the unemployment rate. That's maybe the point that Powell would make in a perhaps less direct way. The papers that are going to be presented here and the talk that's we're going to have here is going to be more about things like what's AI going to do to the workforce in the future, and what's happening with the retirement of the baby boomers and the inability we've seen so far of recent college graduates to get jobs. So it's more about the structure of the labor market than about what's happening because of tariffs or fiscal policy.
Yeah, you add immigration to that mix, something we've spoken quite a bit about, Mike, this week when it comes to how that changes and potentially changes the labor picture moving forward. Hey, before we let you go, one more on the next potential Fed chair, David Zervis over at Jefferies, formerly of the Fed. That's where he began his career. Then he went to Wall Street. He was on CNBC earlier today. He said, the Fed has never been independent. The political pressures on the Fed have always been growing and continue to grow. He highlighted pressure from Democratic lawmakers in recent years on monetary policymakers to lower interest rates. Is the Fed independent?
The Fed is independent, at least in terms of the way it acts. Republicans are pulling out or trying to make coincidences into causation. The fact that the Fed lowered interest rates in the past was not because they were trying to necessarily help a politician, but because the economy called for it. Remember last summer, we saw the unemployment rate rise significantly, and that's just before the Fed cut rates 50 basis points, which is why they did that. That was the reason they cited it. It makes sense. It wasn't an attempt to help Joe Biden, but because the two things happened at once, people like David Zervos are trying to make the case that the Fed is biased. But the Fed is not biased. They are biased only towards what the economy is telling them to do. You can argue about whether it's the right move to raise or lower interest rates at this point for what will happen down the road, but it's not a political decision.
We are biased towards Michael McKee here on Bloomberg TV and radio. That's Michael McKee's Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent joining us from Jackson, Wyoming. Stay tuned to Bloomberg for continuing live coverage from Jackson Hole through the rest of the week. Mike McKee and company are on the ground in Wyoming to cover the Kansas City Fed's annual Economic Policy Symposium. We've got a great programming Thursday and Friday coming up there. Coming up next, we're talking venture capital on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
NASDAQ all declining, with the S&P 500 index down 39 right now, drop there of 0.6%. It is a Fed Wednesday. We got the minutes 20 minutes ago. Most Federal Reserve officials highlighted the risk to inflation as outweighing concerns over the labor market. At their meeting last month, as tariffs fueled a growing divide within the central bank's rate-setting committee. S&P, as I mentioned, lower now by 0.6%. We do have the Dow down 106, drop there of 0.2%, while NASDAQ lower by 258 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop now of 1.2%. Our Mag 7 Index is tumbling by 1.6%. The 10-year, 4.28%, with the 2-year right now, 3.73%. Spot gold is up $28 the ounce, up 0.9%, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 63.27 for a barrel of WTI. Microsoft has curtailed Chinese companies' access to advanced notifications about cybersecurity vulnerabilities in its technology after investigating whether a leak led to a series of hacks exploiting flaws in its SharePoint software. Microsoft shares, they are trading lower now, down 0.9%. And Guess will be taken private by Authentic Brands Group in partnership with its co-founders. Shares of the retailer are surging now by 25.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Bellop. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for the update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to talk fintech, financial technology. Chime Financial, it's a prominent fintech, recently IPO'd. The stock actually fell below its IPO price of $27 for the first time. 69 days after going public, this is traders dump shares of fintech companies during a sell-off in U.S. equities over the last couple of days, today included. We see SoFi, Block, Affirm selling off yesterday and today as declines in big tech stocks push major indexes lower. I want to bring in David Haber. He watches this stuff closely. He's general partner at the VC firm Andreessen Horowitz. It's perhaps among the most well-known in the world, having made early bets on Airbnb, Coinbase, Facebook, when it was called Facebook, Instagram, Figma, Lyft, Slack, Affirm, Skype, and more than 700 other companies. Also joining us, someone else who watches fintechs closely, Paige Smith. She's consumer finance reporter for Bloomberg News. Everybody is here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. David, I want to start with you. The fintechs I mentioned, Chime, SoFi, Block, Affirm, one of which Andreessen Horowitz has invested in. Yep. How do you think about these in the context of where we are in fintech? Is this like a sort of Web 1.0 in where we are with fintech?
It's a great question. I think we were chatting about, Paige and I were chatting about this earlier. I think a lot of fintech from call it 2012 to 2018 were these style of companies. These were businesses that lead with a financial product, and they got started by really unbundling the bank. Kind of building a wedge, whether it's a trading product or a fee-free mobile-first bank account in Chime's case. And as they've scaled, they've kind of rebundled product to try to become the primary sort of financial relationship with their end customer. I think where I've been spending time, and I used to run a lending business, which wasn't a direct competitor with these, but was a very challenging company to lead, has been different, right? The types of fintech companies that I look for and most like investing in are those that lead with software or have the potential for a network effect, right? So often selling into large financial institutions as opposed to trying to compete with them directly. And it's been one of the things that I've been spending time the last 4 years here at Andreessen is just trying to bridge the gap between what's happening on the frontier in the startup ecosystem and many of these large financial institutions.
David, I have a question for you as well about one of the companies that we chatted about, which is Plaid, and kind of this interesting dynamic right now around charging. There were theoretically, negotiations are ongoing, discussions are ongoing, and the regulatory environment is a little bit uncertain right now. But the idea of charging for access to customer financial data, it was kind of an issue that was settled for a hot minute and has now sort of come back. I guess I would be curious about from your perspective, how does this discussion of kind of the banks sort of essentially like digging these moats around themselves to charge for this financial data? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so look, JP Morgan came out recently saying they wanted to charge the fintech ecosystem, I think $300 million for access to consumer data. And it was done under the auspices of, consumer protection and their own kind of cost structure to support this information. I think it's really just hiding the true intention, which is sort of an anti-competitive move, right? Ultimately, Plaid, which again, in full transparency, I helped seed the company back in 2013. Andreessen, we're large investors in the business, so I have a strong point of view here. But Plaid ultimately sits at the intersection between the bank, a fintech application, and the end customer, right? And so they do play this sort of intermediated role. But ultimately, I think it's who owns this information, right? JP Morgan has a strong point of view that they own the information. I believe that consumers own their own data, and that we need more open kind of standards, for how people are able to share their own information with other, third-party applications. The analogy that I use often is, do you own the photos in your iPhone, or does Apple, right? Should Apple be able to charge Instagram for you authenticating access to your photos? I don't think so, right? I think you ultimately you should be able to share your photos with any application that you want to connect to. And JP Morgan is basically saying, no, your photos are mine. And we're going to be able to charge their Instagram equivalent $300 million for access to your information. I just don't think that's fair. And I think it's veiled under this sort of threat of, consumer protection and their own cost structure. The reality is, data infrastructure costs have come down so precipitously, and we're talking about your account and routing number, right, and your transaction history. It's really not that sort of technology intensive. And for many, banks, they don't actually have real-time APIs, right? And so for the long tail of community and regional banks, I think Plaid plays an even more important role in becoming this sort of like data utility and enabling kind of this ecosystem of fintech companies to build interesting applications on top of those products.
Aside from Plaid, are you seeing investing opportunities that kind of capture that theme of perhaps consumers getting their rights to whether it be data, finances, or maybe even iPhone photos back?
It's an interesting question. I mean, there's a lot happening kind of in consumer fintech broadly, and I think AI is sort of changing the conversation here in a lot of ways. Maybe it's a different answer to your question, but my partner Alex recently announced an investment in a company called Salient, which has launched voice agents for auto loan servicing, right? And what's interesting in this capacity is, these are large non-bank and bank auto lenders that have, very large, armies of call center folks now using voice agents who can speak in, 50 languages, 24/7, fully compliantly, in many of these markets. And so I think it's an interesting question of how is sort of technology and the software actually doing the work, and how is that changing the relationship with, with the end customer. And so that's, I think, one of the bigger themes that we're seeing in consumer finance. There's a lot happening also in the back office, many of these bigger financial institutions.
I want to talk a little bit about, it's funny, you don't necessarily think of venture capital and politics until like the 2024 election. And I think Andreessen Horowitz really finds itself at the center of the political ecosystem right now. Mark's very close with the Trump administration. He's advised President Trump. He's been outspoken with his support. The firm hired Daniel Petty after his acquittal. I think people would say that's political there. Andreessen Horowitz's very first hire, Scott Cooper, now a month into his gig as HR chief for the federal government. We had some reporting recently on the Bloomberg terminal, Riley Griffin, noting that Scott was introduced to Commerce Secretary by Mark and Ben. What is, they have this connection to or relationship with the Trump administration. How do you feel about that in the sense of like having a direct line to the administration or a direct line to Washington, given Andreessen Horowitz's involvement in this administration?
Look, I think from a macro perspective, 15 years ago, technology was sort of this industry that existed, only in Silicon Valley. It was sort of not part of the conversation in DC. It wasn't really a conversation in most industries. Mark, famously wrote this essay, Software is Eating the World. I think that's happened, right? Technology is now proliferated across every industry, in our society, in our economy, and as a result, is directly impacted by, DC and the regulatory environment. And so I think their point of view is it's really not partisan. I know that there's a lot of headlines that have happened, from the presidential election, but fundamentally, I think our view is we want to support what we call the little tech agenda. We want to, back on both sides of the aisle, people who support innovation and support sort of technology's advancement. So we've donated to, Democrats and Republicans in support of this issue.
Well, do you feel like you have a more direct line now than you did during the Biden administration?
Certainly, I think as a firm, we've taken a much more front-leaning approach. I think Mark and Ben and others at the firm tried to spend a lot more time, in the prior administration. I think that was part of what governed their, decision to be more vocal in this presidential election. I think it's important in general to have a dialogue with DC because, again, I think technology is just, permeated every part of society, and you have the largest technology companies with massive lobbying arms in DC. There is sort of this tragedy, the commons challenge in the startup ecosystem and in the venture ecosystem because it's highly fragmented, right? These are relatively small institutions, and so I think their belief is, if not us, then whom? And so I think we're trying to be sort of a convening force in creating a voice for this tech ecosystem, again, to drive innovation and ultimately, I think, better outcomes for society, for the economy, et cetera.
We're speaking with David Haber, general partner at the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz.
And, David, I have another question for you. I cover consumer finance here at Bloomberg, sure. And, we did just see the Chime IPO. We've seen a number of sort of consumer-facing fintechs do quite well in the last couple of years. And kind of there are these sort of household names, frankly, that you and I use for a lot of corners of our financial lives. Robinhood comes to mind as well. Yeah. But, I guess I'm curious, is consumer fintech dead? Are we kind of shifting to a lot of these, we mentioned a few names earlier of kind of infrastructure companies, yeah. Financial services infrastructure companies, where it's still fintech for sure, but it's not like fintech that you and I would know the name of or see the brand in. We might see their ads on the subways, but we don't interact with them. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think part of it is just how the market has evolved, right? When many of these companies started in 2012, early 2010s, many of the largest banks didn't have mobile banking products, right? Many of them weren't acquiring customers online. And so it was much easier, candidly, to launch with the Wedge product, to spend money and acquire customers and build, a much larger user base. I think the challenge, over the past several years is CAC is the new rent, right? A lot of that spending has now gone to the largest technology platforms to help, these big institutions acquire their end customer. And it's just become a lot more competitive. It's much more difficult, I think, to break through and compete now directly with a Robinhood or a Chime or a SoFi, et cetera. It's one of the reasons. I think there are other reasons. Culturally, within these financial institutions, their willingness to leverage third-party technology has changed dramatically in the last 5 or 6 years, and as a result, made it much more interesting to back software-led companies and infrastructure companies selling into these institutions to, again, solve real problems, change their workflows. And I think that part of the kind of more B2B side of the market has become more interesting, at least to me.
David, we only have 30 seconds left. What is the most interesting company that you've made an investment in that our audience hasn't yet heard of that should be on their radar?
Oh, there's a bunch, but it's hard to pick. Paige wrote a great article on a company called Moment that is building fixed income trading infrastructure. And so, again, kind of a wonky part of the world, but if you're a wealth management client, getting a bond ladder is still a manual process today at most large financial institutions. Soon that will be done programmatically. I think this is a company, albeit more infrastructure, that's going to become much more well-known over time.
You're a man who knows his audience. We can talk about bond ladders and bond infrastructure all day here on Bloomberg. David Haber, general partner at the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz. Also with us, Paige Smith. She is consumer finance reporter for Bloomberg News. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining right now. A slide in tech stocks pushing key U.S. indexes toward their fourth straight day of declines as investors question sky-high valuations. Also, minutes ago, top of the hour, we did hear from the FOMC. We got the minutes, and most Federal Reserve officials highlighted the risk to inflation as outweighing concerns over the labor market at their last meeting last month as tariffs fueled a growing divide within the central bank's rate-setting committee. Right now, we do have the S&P 500 index trading lower, as I mentioned, down for a fourth day. Right now, we got the S&P down 30. That is a drop of 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 40, a decline of 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 221 for NASDAQ, a drop right now of 1%. Our Mag 7 index lower by 1.5%. Among some of the names in that index, we do have Apple down now by 1.9%. Tesla shares, they're down by 2.3%. The 10-year yield, 4.28%, with the 2-year, 3.73%. Spot gold up $29 the ounce, up 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.4%, $63.21 a barrel. Bitcoin right now just about flat on the day, up $50 per token, $113,605 on Bitcoin. Earnings news, Estee Lauder issuing a weak profit outlook for its fiscal year, dragged down in part by tariff costs. Again, recapping here, stocks lower, S&P down 0.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, earlier today, Oaktree Capital Management co-chair Howard Marks spoke exclusively with John Farrow and Lisa Abramowitz on Bloomberg Surveillance. They covered a lot of ground in the interview. He said stocks are expensive, though there's no reason to think a correction is coming. Here's what he said when asked about the state of investing in the U.S. and if the environment here has deteriorated.
Is the United States still the focal point for defensive investments?
I think I said in the memo that I think the U.S. is still the best place in the world to invest. The things that make the U.S. exceptional, the spirit of innovation, the free markets, the rule of law, the capital markets, the growth and dynamism, the great companies, these things are still all true. But as I said in the memo, we're the best place. We may be a little less best than we used to be. The world is thinking that maybe the U.S. is a little less best than it used to be, and I can't argue against that. I mean, fundamentally, as an investment environment, I think things are a little bit deteriorated.
Is there a place where you see has more opportunities right now just based on valuations and based on maybe a firming up of contract law and other aspects that really lead to a robust investment backdrop?
Well, as I say, I still think we're the best place in the world to invest. We're a great car at a high price. You can get some cars around the world that are not as great as ours, cheaper. Which do you prefer? Less good at a cheaper price, or better at a more expensive price? Other parts of the world do not have our dynamism. Lots of places in the world are overregulated compared to the United States. But if they're on sale relative to the U.S., it's not unreasonable to want to have some representation there.
Well, there you have it. Just part of the interview with Oaktree Capital Management co-chair Howard Marks speaking exclusively with John Farrow and Lisa Abramowitz earlier today on Bloomberg Surveillance. Emily, as I mentioned, they covered a lot of ground. In addition to that, he was asked about the idea of whether or not stocks are in a bubble right now because of values. And he said, in the early days of a bubble, though the critical point for a correction has yet to come. I heard the interview, I was struck. He said it was like maybe 1997, I believe is what this reminds him of.
Yeah, he actually put in his recent memo that January 2nd of this year was the 25th anniversary of his memo bubble.com. So he's well versed in financial history and reading this. It's interesting, he also said that he flew to South America on a plane without Wi-Fi, so he didn't have email or entertainment. So what did he do? He wrote this memo about valuations and potential bubbles here, of course, before coming on Bloomberg TV.
Yeah, amazing what you can actually get done when you don't have the distractions of modern technology. Well, in other news today, speaking of modern technology, Google introducing the newest additions to its portfolio of Pixel devices. Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde is at the event in Brooklyn. She's standing by with Google's Senior Vice President of Platforms and Devices, Rick Osterloh, fresh off his keynote address at Made by Google 2025. Caroline, take it away.
Tim, thank you. There were quite a number of celebrities alongside Rick Osterloh. I mean, just an array of fabulous people coming on to talk about the latest hardware. But for me, the takeaway was the AI, was Gemini just interweaved between everything. Is this the showcase? Is this why you have hardware, to just show off what Gemini can do?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I mean, Gemini is a huge part of Google's strategy. We've made so much progress with it. We've got the best models around. We have the best AI assistant. We're just so excited about what we've talked about today. And I personally love using the VO video model. You saw a video of my dog talking in the show, which was really fun to put together.
A cute poodle across something.
Yeah, he's a Portuguese water dog who somehow speaks English. But it was really, really fun to put that together. And this is kind of the power of AI now. You can do things for fun. You can be a lot more productive with it. And Gemini is the thing that powers it all for us.
I mean, Steph Curry's doing things with sports. You had Alex Cooper there, Call Her Daddy, doing things with the camera. I'm interested, though, how this sets you apart. What are you offering, do you think, versus the competition? How am I going to be able to use it in a wholly different way than currently I could with a competitive out there?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think AI in general just transforms all of these products.
Yeah.
On the phone, it's going to make it so much easier to interoperate with your phone. You just talk to the AI and it'll do things for you. You can show your camera to the AI and it'll give you hints about what to do, like if you're trying to do a project at home, like fix some plumbing or fix some shelves, whatever it is, AI can help. And we're really excited about our partnership with Stephen Curry to apply this AI technology to personal coaching. And, you know, I can't think of a better person to work with than him. He has sleep coaches, nutrition coaches, fitness coaches, and he wanted to work with us to bring this kind of capability for personal coaching to everyone. And so that's what that partnership's all about. We're really excited to work with Steph.
And in many ways, what you were helping oversee the purchase of Fitbit back in the day. It's now in the form factor of a watch that you've got on. Rick, though, what form factors are we yet to see? We've got you've got the pods in your ears, you've got the watch, you've got the phones.
Right.
Where next?
I think there might be a few coming next. Well, we're bringing Gemini to a bunch of surfaces you use every day, but they'll probably be used very differently, like automotive. There'll be Gemini in your car, on your television, in your smart speakers and smart displays. But I think a really exciting thing that'll come in the future is Gemini in glasses. So we're working on smart glasses that'll run Gemini as the main way you interact.
Any for a year that you think that'll be coming out? Is this going to be
It'll be
Brooklyn
coming out
2027?
Sometime next year. Will be pretty exciting to see.
2026. I'm interested in how the vertical integration so helps. Look, you've got the Tensor G5, the new chip. What does that bring in terms of the effectiveness?
Yeah, well, I mean, a big focus of Tensor all along has been on trying to run AI. And, you know, we're trying to show what AI on devices can do for the whole Android ecosystem. And we're making an example with Tensor, but also working with all of our other silicon partners like MediaTek and Qualcomm and others. And what we're trying to do is run the Gemini Nano model and do things like Magic Queue that you saw today.
Yeah. Talk us through that for the audience.
Yeah, I mean, Magic Queue just allows a user to be able to quickly process something from another application when they're in the context of say, like your Messages app. So, for instance, there were examples shown of pulling up reservations for a restaurant, and just having automatically a little button that says call the restaurant when you're in a text thread with a
Jimmy
friend.
Fallon helping show that one.
Yes, Jimmy Fallon was very good at showing that. but it's just an example of trying to make things easier for the user and help you be more productive. And it's using AI to kind of make these connections across applications.
What I love that you said at the start of that answer was about the Android ecosystem.
Yes,
And I
yes.
think, guide the audience for us for a minute. Why have this hardware? Is it to be in and of itself profitable? Is it to be showing off what Android can do? Is it more about just the impact that you're going to be able to have with partnerships as well under this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of all those things, but certainly a key thing is to be able to show off our software so that everyone can see what it's possible of doing. And so, you know, we found it to be the best way to get our Gemini AI capabilities out through Android, through our partners, and with Pixel we can show the best that it can do. So we're very excited about that combination.
I mean, the world of technology is a beautiful one of frenemies, and you've got the partner, but also the competitor that is Samsung. How does that evolve in this AI ecosystem?
Well, I mean, we work very closely with Samsung. We work together with them on Gemini technology as well. We're really excited about the launches they just did with Fold 7 and Flip 7, showcasing some amazing capabilities and some great hardware. And that's sort of the benefit of Android, is it's an open ecosystem where a lot of people can participate. They can show what their brand can do, and we're just so happy that they're able to take advantage of Gemini too.
Bloomberg Intelligence analysts are always so great at sort of helping tell the story of the entire vertical nature of Google. Mandeep Singh was on the show a little bit earlier, and he was really interested in ultimately how you're going to use sort of the chip locally within Gemini as well. How does that give you an edge?
Yeah, I mean, it can be very helpful to be able to process things on the device,
Yeah.
either for speed of operation or perhaps when you're in and out of network coverage. And also, of course, it can help keep things private too. You know, if there's something very sensitive and you just process it on the device, it just stays there locally and you don't have to worry about it. But, you know, all these things are just part of a whole picture of AI, and we're just excited to be able to have this whole stack, this full stack that allows the users to do so much with Gemini.
And it's a global offering, but already, what is it, next week I'm going to be able to buy the phone.
Yes, that's
but
right.
maybe a bit later for the watch. Is there a supply chain issue here? What is putting us back in terms of manufacturing?
No, it's just sort of normal operations. We have sometimes staggered releases, and the watch is just coming out a little bit later this year.
Has everything been beautifully seamless when it comes to supply chain? We always know that's a headache.
It's always tricky. It's always difficult managing a supply chain, but these products are coming off very well.
And more broadly, is the measurability of success here the number of sales, the profitability of the business, or more how everyone goes off and starts adopting Gemini more broadly?
Yeah, I mean, it is probably the last thing you said is the most important thing. We want to showcase what Gemini can do for everyone and then get it distributed as broadly as we can. I mean, Google's mission is to try to serve everyone, and Pixel is one way we do that. But of course, there's so many other ways. We offer Gemini through all of our partnerships. We offer Gemini through the web. We offer Gemini in so many ways. And so this is one way that we can get it to market through Pixel.
Well, it's about the platform as well as the devices, and that's exactly your title,
right.
of course, Google
Yes.
SVP of Platform and Devices. Rick Ostler, it's been a joy speaking with you. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, and back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much. A big thank you to Caroline Hyde, standing by with Rick Osterloh, Google's Senior Vice President of Platforms and Devices. They are doing that in Brooklyn, fresh off his keynote address, Made by Google 2025. Shares of Google, by the way, Alphabet, I should say, today down by close to 1 percentage point, but we're seeing tech slide a little.